I clearly possess the ability to live forever and be immortal. But I am despised by everyone. It's because the immortality I obtained is not a blessing, but a curse. This also causes me to go insane every 3 years, only to regain consciousness for a period of time. In this way, I have lost track of how many years have passed. In order to break this curse, I wander around looking for a solution. However, because of my insanity, I am never welcomed wherever I go. When I wandered to a place called Xiaohe town, I was fortunately taken in by an old man. Old man Li and his granddaughter depend on each other for survival. Days may not be wealthy, but they can still get by. However, what Old Li didn't know was that because of his actions, his future life underwent a tremendous change. Time flew by, and it was already midwinter. I had been staying at Old Li's house for more than 3 months, eating, drinking, and living for free, not doing anything. Recently, Old Li and his granddaughter Li Yuan strangely noticed that my erratic behavior had decreased a lot, often standing quietly in the yard alone, lost in thought. However, Lao Li and Li Yuan did not bother me. In their eyes, I was fine like this, at least quiet, unlike the time when I first arrived at home, making a mess every day, making Lao Li extremely miserable. In the evening, I was still standing in the courtyard with a broken wooden sword on my back, not knowing what I was thinking. However, what they did not notice was that at this moment, my gaze was unusually clear for a moment, with a conscious struggle deep in my eyes. 3 more months. At this moment, I was unusually clear-minded, aware of my situation. Each bout of madness would last for 3 years, followed by a rare period of normalcy, the specific duration of which was uncertain, ranging from just 1 day to 10 days or half a month, with the longest being 3 months. I have lost count of how many times I have experienced this situation before. I had been trying to find a solution to this situation, but I had not found one all along, so I wandered around, going with the flow, letting everything be as it is. Thus, in the long years, I cycled infinitely between madness and clarity, but most of the time, it was just madness. In addition, I have a secret that no one knows, which is that I am immortal. Over endless years, I have bid farewell to countless friends and relatives, and immortality has become a torment for me, not because of anything else, but because there is too little time for clarity. I looked at the house where Lao Li and Li Yuan were. A warm feeling appeared in my eyes, but then the clear eyes quickly became blurred, and a silly smile appeared on my face again. Time flies, and as the cold winter approaches, Xiaohe town welcomes the new year, with every household hanging red lanterns and setting off firecrackers. I also had a happy new year at Lao Li's house. And so, as winter turns to spring, everything revives, and spring finally arrives. Early in the morning, Li Yuan walked out of the room under the gentle warmth of the sun, and upon seeing the scenery outside, she immediately smiled and said, "Good morning, Chen Sun." Although Li Yuan knew I wouldn't respond, greeting each other every morning had become a habit. After exchanging greetings, Li Yuan prepared to walk towards the kitchen to see what breakfast her grandfather had prepared for the day. "Good morning, Yuan. However, at that moment, a calm voice sounded, causing Li Yuan to pause in her steps. Stunned in place, Li Yuan couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Chen Sun, was that you just now?" I nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, it was me." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's pupils contracted infinitely, revealing a mix of surprise and disbelief among other emotions. Li Yuan hurriedly shouted, Grandpa, Chen Sun has returned to normal." "What?" Old Li didn't hear clearly. He walked out of the kitchen grumbling, "Early in the morning, what are you yelling about, girl?" Li Yuan pointed at me and said, "Grandpa, Chen Sun has returned to normal." Old Li was stunned, subconsciously thinking that Li Yuan was joking. However, I just smiled slightly and said, "Good morning, Grandpa Li." Old Li was shocked and staggered, his face full of disbelief. "Chen Sun, you're better? What's going on?" I smiled without saying a word, not offering much explanation. I am looking for answers myself. How can I explain? At the dining table, Lao Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly drank porridge, while Yu Guang and his thoughts were all on me. I was calmly drinking porridge at the moment, completely different from the past when I was in a hurry. Lao Li and Li Yuan have not recovered yet, feeling that everything happened too suddenly, a bit unreal. After all, a person who has been crazy all year suddenly becomes normal one morning, which is really unbelievable. Old Li put down his chopsticks and asked with a dry cough, "Chen Sun, what are your plans for the future?" In his opinion, since Chen Sun is better now, it is impossible for him to stay in Old Li's house. To be honest, although the Li family can provide food and shelter, the conditions are not very good. At this moment, Li Yuan also curiously looked at me. I put down my chopsticks sincerely and said, "Grandpa Li, thank you for taking me in for the past 6 months." Old Li waved his hand comfortingly and said, no need to say these. Chen Sun, seeing you now. Your words and actions are completely like an ordinary person. I am very happy. Old Li. I smiled and said, as for the next step, I will trouble Grandpa Li for 2 more days. Old Li chuckled. Hey, you kid, talking nonsense. As long as you are willing, you can stay at my place for the rest of your life. I spent half a year together day and night, and there were some feelings more or less. Breakfast quickly ended in a pleasant atmosphere, and I said to Li Yuan to go out for a walk, then left the courtyard. Li Yuan wanted to follow along, but I refused, and I had my own plans for not letting Li Yuan follow along. I planned to make some money for Lao Li. After all, I had been eating and living for free for quite some time. At this moment, I was standing on the mountaintop not far from Xiaohe town, sitting cross-legged, waving my hand, and a guqin appeared. As my fingers moved slowly, a gentle and melodious sound of the piano rang out at the peak of the small river, attracting many birds and butterflies with its wonderful rhythm. The beautiful rhythm attracted many birds and butterflies, hovering and dancing around Chen Sun. Some of the bold ones even landed directly on Chen Sun's shoulders. Unfortunately, this is a scene that no one will ever see. At a certain moment, Chen Sun suddenly stopped strumming and lightly pressed his palms on the strings of the zither. The sound of the piano suddenly subsided. The birds and butterflies, however, could not leave, and flew round and round around Chen Sun. Only at last did he lose his flight and fly away, like listening to fairy music for a while. Good song. Suddenly, a majestic middle-aged male voice sounded, and then a middle-aged man in a plain brocade robe fell from the sky and stood 10 feet behind Chen Sun. The middle-aged man had black and white hair that flowed over his back shoulders, a country face, combined with those stern eyes and lanky figure. It was majestic. For this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, Chen Sun was not surprised. He had sensed it early on when he was playing the piano. The middle-aged man's eyes were slightly surprised when he saw Chen Sun still sitting in place. Immediately, he took a step to stand beside Chen Sun. When his remaining light saw that he still did not react, his heart grew more and more surprised, because this distance, which is already a very unsafe distance, is as immovable as a mountain, not the least bit wary. Think about it carefully. My name is Nangong Yao. I was passing by here, and I heard the immortal music, so I couldn't help but search for music here. Please forgive me if I have disturbed you, fellow Taoist. Nangong Yao turned sideways and slightly arched his hand towards Chen Sun. As Nangong Yao spoke, he shot a glance at the wooden sword behind Chen Sun's back, slightly curious in his heart. Chen Sun lightly flicked his sleeve, put away his guqin and stood up, inclining his head to look at Nangong Yao. Laughing, he said, "This place is not mine alone, so what's the point of disturbing?" Nangong Yao stalled and laughed. Interesting, genuinely interesting. It's been a long time since I'd met someone so interesting in all these years. I never thought I'd meet you here in this nook and cranny. Nangong Yao couldn't help but ask, "I wonder what your name is?" Chen Sun smiled and shook his head. "A casual encounter. Don't mention it." As the words fell, a gust of mountain wind blew, and Chen Sun dissipated like gravel. Nangong Yao's pupils contracted as he watched this scene, secretly alarmed. Tall people. Nangong Yao came back to his senses after a while and couldn't help but quickly look around, but the figure was no longer to be seen. Nangong Yao's breathing was a little short, and while his heart was afraid, a feeling of disappointment rose in his heart. That scene just now was like a dream, but he knew that it was really happening. I never imagined that I, Nangong Yao, would be lucky enough to meet a master in such a remote place. It's a pity, but I have not learned the name of that senior. Nangong Yao bitterly shook his head and muttered, "That senior. He looks like a great man of the world." Previously, he had also never heard of such a person in Beixian. I don't think he's from North Xian. He should have traveled here from other regions, but it's also possible that they're from Beixian. After all, the vast Beixian has countless immortal cultivators. It is normal for some great powers to hide in the world or in all corners, but again, that kind of thing is in the extreme minority. After all, the vast majority of immortal cultivators are also in pursuit of fame and fortune. In Nangong Yao's opinion, the kind of cultivator who looked beyond the world and did not pursue fame and fortune, only then can you be considered a true immortalist. Nangong Yao once again looked around, and finally let out a light sigh as he took off and left. In the meantime, Chen Sun carried the corpse of a black tiger and headed down the mountain. And this black tiger was the same one that had tried to attack him and Oldly in the first place. This black tiger is so big that it can't be carried without 5 or 6 strong men, not to mention on the rough mountain roads. Chen Sun, however, carried it very easily, and looking closely, the black tiger was not actually carried by Chen Sun. Instead, it's floating. Chen Sun carried the black tiger's corpse to the outside of Xiaohe town in a flash. In order to avoid causing panic, Chen Sun specially put down the black tiger and went to find a crate in the town. Put the black tiger on a crate and pulled it into the town of Little River. Think about it, Chen Sun, a scholar who makes people look weak, easily carrying a big black tiger into the town, shall not scare the townspeople to death. But even when Chen Sun pulled black tiger into the town in this manner, it also quickly attracted many townspeople. The townspeople surrounded Chen Sun. One looked shocked at the corpse of the beast on the crate. Black tiger? Jesus. Even some of the hunters in this room were shocked to the core. You know, even they, for the black tiger that can be avoided. This thing is a dominant force on Little River Peak. It runs extremely fast. It's hard to shoot even if you pick up a bow and arrow. By Jove, I glimpsed the black tiger from a distance once before, when I was up on Little River Peak, but I was scared enough, rolling and crawling to escape from the small river peak. Good thing that black tiger did not chase me. Otherwise, Chen Sun, you didn't cause this black tiger to die, did you? How can that be? Look at this guy Chen Sun, with his thin arms and legs. It's not even enough to stuff black tiger's teeth. The townspeople spoke, and their words were full of shock and disbelief. Grandma, such a black tiger must be sold for a lot of money. Yeah, of course, the vast majority of the townspeople were envious. Chen Sun laughed bitterly. Naturally, I didn't do it. I don't have that kind of ability. Today, when I climbed Xiaohe Peak to view the scenery, I was attacked by a black tiger, but fortunately an immortal suddenly appeared to save the day, or else my little life would not be guaranteed. At those words, the townspeople were again shocked. What the hell is that? Immortal? Chen Sun was actually lucky enough to meet an immortal? The townspeople knew of the existence of immortals, of course, except that they were very rare. It was only that I had heard the older generation say that they had seen an immortal flying through the sky. In recent years, he had not seen it, but he never thought that he would be seen by Chen Sun. This is just a great blessing. After some shock, the townspeople couldn't help but feel emotional at the sight of the black tiger. Isn't that a blessing? Look. Think with your ass. After the immortal kills this black tiger, it was then directly gifted to Chen Sun. This guy, Chen Sun, had really gotten lucky. Make way, gentlemen. I'm going to sell this black tiger. Chen Sun smiled and finished, then pulled up the crate and left. However, there were still many townspeople who wanted to see what was going on clustered around Chen Sun. However, there were some townspeople who looked at Chen Sun's departing back and were red-eyed. Envy and jealousy and regret flooded his eyes. Everyone knows that nowadays Chen Sun is a part of the Old Li family, and once Chen Sun sells this black tiger, Old Li's family got rich. It is no exaggeration to say that the sale of this black tiger, it's an instant takeoff for the Old Li family here in Little River Town. Had I known that, it would have been better if they had taken Chen Sun in at first. Chapter 8 The Black Tiger is coveted. At the same time, there were 3 hunters who looked at Chen Sun's departing direction with twinkling eyes. One of the lean men gulped. Big brother, second brother, according to my estimation, that black tiger can be sold for at least 100 gold. That's 100 gold coins, a splash of wealth. That's 10,000 silver coins, or 1,000,000 copper coins. You could bury a man alive. Mundane currency conversion, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. In Little River Town, a bowl of plain veggie noodles sells for 3 copper coins. 1,000,000 coins. How many bowls of noodles can you eat? Can't get enough of it. Can't get enough of it at all. 100 gold. 100 gold. If the 3 of us had 100 gold, no worries for the rest of my life, and I won't have to risk my life off in the hunt. Another middle-aged man with a full face took a deep breath and said, so. The lean man and the bearded man had tilted their heads to look at the bald man with a scar on his face in the center, their faces full of tangles. Big brother, the bald guy is the boss, named David. The man with the beard is the second, named Su Chang. The lean man is the third oldest, called Skinny Monkey. These 3 hunters aren't from Little River, they're from out of town. Seeing that the resources of Little River Peak were good enough to make a living, he settled there. This certain abode, counting, also has a few years, to say the least. Then Chen Sun also came here earlier. David's eyes changed slightly when he saw the 2 looking at him like that, and he pulled them up and went to a corner of the, not in a good way. How dare you think that way? Do you want to live? The 3 of us have also lived in Xiaohe Town for a few years now, and we have all seen what the government has done. Do you really think the government is a dry meal? Su Chang and the Skinny Monkey let out bitter smiles at his words. Su Chang said, Big brother, although you say so, but I and the Thin Monkey do not believe that you do not move. That's 100 gold. We won't earn that in a lifetime. David stalled. He was of course very red-eyed, but still said in a hushed voice, anyway, breaking the law. I won't do it. If we do this kind of thing, there's no place for us in Little River Town anymore. And once I get caught, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. No matter what David thought, he felt the matter was too risky. To be honest, after living in Little River Town for so many years, David has kind of made this place his home. It's not rich, but at least it's not starving, and you don't have to wander around and live in the same place as before. It was in David's mind to continue to save honestly for a while. 2. Enough to get a daughter-in-law in Xiaohe town, and then live a peaceful life. The skinny monkey was anxious and quickly said, "Big brother, we weren't from Little River Town in the first place. Big deal. We'll just run away after this job. With this money, where do we three brothers go to live uncomfortably?" "Yes, big brother, although today's life, there is no problem to have enough to eat, but I also want to live a good life. With this money, all three of our brothers will be able to marry beautiful daughters-in-law." Su Chang also quickly said, his face full of longing for the future, as if that 100 gold had already arrived. David looked at Su Chang and the thin monkey inside. The three were not blood brothers, but that affection was considered better than blood brothers, and for so many years through many hunting crises, it's kind of a lifelong friendship. Second brother, third brother, Davy wanted to say something. "Brother, don't be a pain in the ass. Do you want to do it or not? Let's talk first. Even if you don't do it, me and Skinny Monkey will do it. How many years has it been? It's not easy to have such a chance to soar in front of us. We don't want to give it up," Su Chang solemnly said. The thin monkey also nodded repeatedly. "Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. The rich and powerful are in danger. Fight." David sniffed and looked around with infinite emotion. What makes him most reluctant to let go is the town that made him feel warm awe. Seeing this look on David's face, the skinny monkey thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of insight, raised his finger and, excitedly, "Hey, big brother, second brother, I have a plan." Su Chang was stunned and said, "Skinny monkey, you're usually stupid, but you can actually think of a scheme? Tell me about it." Ha. The skinny monkey smiled and, then he looked at David and said, "It seems that big brother just can't part with Xiaohe town, and to be honest, the same goes for second brother and I. In that case, then wouldn't it be better if we didn't leave Little River?" "Not leaving? You broke the law and robbed a guy and still won't leave? What do you mean? The government can tolerate them?" "Impossible," the skinny monkey said smugly. "Big brother, second brother, I'm afraid you're full of thoughts about how you're going to escape from Little River Town after the robbery, aren't you?" David and Su Chang looked at each other. "What else? It's not like this is a family affair. You could end up in jail," the thin monkey said sorrowfully. "Big brother, second brother, you're afraid you've got it all wrong. The black tiger was originally hunted by the three of us, so what's the point of breaking the law? Couldn't it have been that Shinsun who stole the black tiger we hunted while we weren't looking?" Upon hearing this, David and Su Chang's pupils contracted and their backs chilled. Thin monkey's ploy is also too insidious. Don't face. David touched his bald head and said, "But third brother, that Shinsun has already said that it was the immortals who killed him. Many of the townspeople were present at the time and heard it." The skinny monkey said disdainfully, "Is it possible that whatever he, Shinsun, says is what he says? Empty words without proof. Who would believe it? And an immortal? Are immortals so easy to see?" David and Su Chang were silent. Though the monkey's method is a bit detrimental, it seems to be really feasible. One might even say, wonderful. In this way, it is very likely to get to the black tiger, not to mention that it will not be hunted by the government, and can remain here in Little River. As for that Shinsun, a scholar with thin arms and legs, they don't carry the slightest fear. I think it does not even dare to retaliate, and in the end, it can only break its teeth and swallow it in its stomach. After thinking about it carefully, David finally couldn't help but be moved as well. After all, it was likely to be an empty glove. "That's 100 gold, David immediately asked. "Third brother, then what do we do next?" "Shinsun is already preparing to sell Black Tiger," Su Chang gruffly said. "Yes, we can't let him sell. Let's go intercept him." The thin monkey waved his hand and said without blushing, "Big brother and second brother, don't be anxious. That black tiger was originally hunted by us and is on our side. So what we have to do next? It's natural to take the first step to report it to the authorities." Dewey and Su Chang were stunned and nodded their heads one after another, thinking that the black tiger's corpse was about to arrive. The heart can't help but beat faster. Get rich. Meanwhile, Shinsun had already dragged Black Tiger to one of the biggest restaurants in Xiaohe town, Spring Breeze Restaurant, and since black tigers are supposed to be rare, the number of townspeople who came along with Shinsun all the way here was also extremely high. Surrounding the Spring Wind restaurant with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, someone from Lao Li's family had also gone to inform them earlier, and it was assumed that Lao Li and Li Yuan were on their way here in excitement. Outside the restaurant, the shopkeeper circled around the black tiger a few times, nodding his head in satisfaction every now and then before saying, "Shinsun, this black tiger, we at Spring Wind restaurant would like to buy it for 120 gold. How about it?" Wow! Hearing the astronomical figure of 120 gold, The townspeople present all boiled over and one stared at the black tiger breathing heavily, eyes red to the bone. If it wasn't for the strict security of Xiaohe town all year round, it is estimated that many people would have rushed up to rob it. Chen Sun nodded. Yes, the price is fair enough. Chen Sun understood that the other party was also a businessman, and after buying this black tiger, presumably it will be shipped to other big towns for resale and then make a profit on it and make quite a bit, but that's all as it should be. Oh, good. The shopkeeper's heart was happy, and he took out his money pouch and was ready to pay. Honestly, 120 gold. Even he felt a great deal of pain, but at the thought of reselling it, and being able to return to his capital and make a big profit, the heart is comfortable again. Just as the shopkeeper was about to hand over the money bag to Chen Sun amidst the eye-catching gazes of the crowd, a stern cry suddenly rang out. The government office is handling a case. Idle hands out of the way. Chapter 9, A Cross-Examination. The outside of the Spring Breeze restaurant went quiet. Some townspeople hurriedly made way for the three magistrates to enter. At this point, the crowd was puzzled and wondered what the magistrate's sudden visit was for. Yo, it's actually Sheriff G. I don't know what Sheriff G came to my Spring Wind restaurant for. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly stepped forward, arching his hand and smiling. The shopkeeper hadn't done anything illegal, so naturally he was not afraid of the officials. And most importantly, as the largest tavern in Little River, you don't share your profits with the town master on a regular basis. It's certainly more common to have that relationship in place. Among the three yamen, the burly middle-aged man at the head was Jiba, the arresting officer of the Xiaohe town government. Oh, don't worry, shopkeeper, this time I came here, not against you Spring Wind restaurant. Rather, just now, someone reported to the police that a man named Chen Sun had stolen their black tiger, so they came to ask this Chen Sun to take a trip, go to the public court and confront those three. Jiba said faintly. As the words fell, the outside of the Spring Breeze restaurant suddenly stirred up again, and people's eyes were shocked, looking at Chen Sun in disbelief. This black tiger, stolen? Some people can't help but gloat in their hearts. Well, 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 scared to death, almost made Chen Sun and Old Li's family rich. As a result, many people cast sneering glances, as if to say, what's wrong with being young? I can't believe I got into such an unsavory business. He actually made up a reason for the immortals to exterminate the black tiger. The shopkeeper was also dismayed and gave Chen Sun a suspicious glance. Silently, he put the money bag away for the time being. In the face of all this, Chen Sun was unchanged. You're Chen Sun? Jiba looked at Chen Sun and said. In fact, Jiba is walking the process knowingly. Chen Sun's particularity. In Xiaohe town, there really aren't many people who don't recognize it. Chen Sun, aha. Jiba nodded and with a big wave of his hand, said, cuff them and take them away. Yes, chief. The two constables immediately stepped forward and were about to shackle Chen Sun. Chen Sun, however, said, don't cuff me, I'll walk by myself. The two constables stalled and looked at Jiba. Jiba looked deeply at Chen Sun. For a while, the atmosphere in the arena was a bit stagnant, and just when the crowd thought that Chen Sun was going to anger Jiba, the time of the calamity, Heba, however, said, all right. The crowd was dumbfounded, surprised at how the usually ferocious constable Jiba has become so nice this time. Unbeknownst to him, Heba was just relying on his feelings. Jiba observed Chen Sun for a while, but found that he was calm and unruffled from start to finish. Where is the semblance of a crime? And usually those who are wrongly accused are in a hurry. But this Chen Sun is different. This kind of gesture made Jiba look at him differently. Jiba, after all, had been a constable for so many years, and also at this moment, had perceived that maybe it was the three hunters who were evil. Although there was some speculation, it was still necessary to take Chen Sun on a trip as a matter of routine. With that, Chen Sun was taken away. As for the black tiger corpse, also arrested and quick to pull along to the courthouse, the townspeople saw the situation and swarmed towards the courthouse. On the way to the yamen, Chen Sun ran into Old Li and Li Yuan, who had arrived. Old Li and Li Yuan were both confused when they saw this battle. Chen Sun, what's going on? Old Li's voice trembled a little in his haste. Li Yuan's eyes were also red. You know, the people, are most afraid of the government. Chen Sun smiled and said in relief, it's nothing big, just going to the courthouse for a stroll. Grandpa Li and Yuan go back first, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he left with Jiba and the others. But how could Old Li and Li Yuan believe that there was nothing wrong? And they hurriedly followed up. After some inquiries with the people around him, he realized that it was someone who had reported to the police that Chen Sun had stolen their black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan were anxious, but there was not the slightest solution. Knock knock. As the drums subsided, the public hall fell silent. In the hall was the town master of Little River Town, Ji Bochang. Under the hall, on both sides stood Yaman. The black tiger body lying on the crate was placed in the center. Chen Sun stood upright to the left of Black Tiger's corpse. David, Su Chang, the skinny monkey stood to the right of the black tiger's body. As for the crowd of townspeople watching, they stood outside the public hall and only Lao Li and Li Yuan also looked on nervously. At this moment, the skinny monkey looked at Chen Sun provocatively, with a posture of "You dare to steal the black tiger, wait for squatting in jail." On the contrary, it was David and Su Chang who slightly lowered their heads, with a kind of evil heart. Bang! Ji Bochang stared at the black tiger's corpse, then promptly struck the shocking wood and faintly said, "Who is under the hall? Who reported it?" In fact, usually some small cases do not need Ji Bochang. The town master personally presided over the trial. He hadn't been that idle. But today's case was different. The money involved was too huge. The three Davids snapped to their knees. The skinny monkey said bitterly, "Back to the lord of the town. We are the ones who reported the case. And today, we three brothers went up to Little River Peak to hunt. And after a lot of hard work, we finally succeeded in killing the black tiger. And we were about to make a fortune. Seeing that our suffering had come to an end, how come when my three brothers struggled to transport the black tiger back to Little River Town, they went to relieve themselves and came back and the black tiger's body was stolen? The first time we hurried into town, we saw that it was actually this guy Chen Sun who stole it. He even told everyone something about it being gifted to him by the immortals, a lie that is truly hateful." As the words fell, the townspeople who were watching onlookers were suddenly talking in tongues. Silence. Bang! Ji Bochang hit another shocking wood. The public hall instantly quiet. The townspeople do not dare to breathe. Old Li and Li Yuan could only look at the scene with pale and helpless faces. On the side, Ji Ba sneered as he looked at the three of David. "Only because the words are broken. This can be stolen? What do these guys mean? Just leave the precious black tiger corpse alone and go relieve themselves together? How ridiculous is that? Isn't there at least one person left to watch?" Ji Bochang nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Sun. "The three of them said that you stole their black tiger. Is there anything you want to say?" Chen Sun arched his hand towards Ji Bochang, before looking at the three Dewey, saying, "Since the three of you hunted the black tiger, may I ask in which part of the black tiger's fatal wound?" Ji Bo commonly sees Chen Sun in a lighthearted manner, and even faces him without kneeling. Couldn't help but feel slightly offended. That's a lot of nerve. This Chen Sun, Ji Bochang naturally recognizes. "I heard that previously insane. Only recently has it healed into a normal person. But right now it seems that this Chen Sun is not completely healed yet?" Upon hearing Chen Sun's question, the three of them, David, were instantly jolted and somewhat flustered. In a hurry, he slightly raised his head towards the black tiger's corpse. At the moment, it was the back of the black tiger that was facing them, and it was visible that the back of the head and the back of the tiger were neatly furred and not a trace of blood. When I first saw the black tiger earlier, their instinctive reaction as hunters had also observed the other side of the black tiger's injuries. The abdomen and neck were also uninjured, since the black tiger's body was lying on its side, so to speak. The only one they hadn't observed dead center. It's the side-lying belly. The fatal wound should be right there. The afterglow of the three brothers' eyes interfered for a split second, and a decision was made in their minds. David immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Side abdomen. The fatal wound is on the side of the abdomen where the black tiger is lying down." Chapter 10, Leaving no stone unturned, the town master buys a tiger. The townspeople outside the public hall were so sure when they saw the three plaintiffs. David. There were speculations that it really seemed like Chen Sun had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists, nervous as hell. Ji Bochang glanced at Chen Sun, and when he saw that Chen Sun remained calm, he ordered, "Men, turn the black tiger's body on its side." Yes, the magistrates on both sides of the public hall were ordered to come forward. The group struggled to turn down the heavy black tiger carcass. When the crowd saw that the other side of the black tiger's belly was also smooth and tidy with its fur intact, both froze. Old Li and Li Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Ji Bochang took a deep breath and stared fiercely at the three people. David, who had long been dumbfounded. "Drinking, didn't you say the fatal wound was in the side of the abdomen? Where is the fatal wound?" The three of them, David, had their bodies trembling at this moment, and their heads went blank for a while. How did this happen? How did this happen? The skinny monkey was in a hurry and stammered a sophomoric defense. "Lord Town Lord, Big Brother, he has always had a bad memory. In fact, this black tiger was drugged to death by us." Bang! Ji Buochang struck the shocking wood heavily and said sternly, "How dare you argue? From the beginning until now. Your words are then full of loopholes, really treating this town lord as a little cutie. I'm not sure if I'm right." The three of them, Wei, were instantly terrified and kowtowed repeatedly, saying in a trembling voice, "Don't dare! Forgive me, my lord have mercy. Had I known, it would have been more appropriate to just grab and run at that point. Now it's good. The person is in the government office. It is simply a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It was all because of this bad idea of the skinny monkey, fought up on the spot, and prepared so little that it was so broken." Ji Buochang coldly said, "This town master sees that you guys are just seeing money and accusing the wicked first. Come on people, give these three a heavy 20 lashes, and then take them to the prison and lock them up for 2 years. If it was an unusual kind, it wouldn't be so bad, but this time it was the black tiger. The money involved is too great." Soon enough, there were magistrates who came forward to execute the three Davids. As board after board went down, the three Davids went from howling miserably at first to hanging their heads and dying. The three men's asses had long been skinned. It was evident that each of the 20 slaps was unforgiving. Yes, outside the public hall, the townspeople cheered out in return. "Hey, I know these three Davids, and outsiders are outsiders after all, to do such a disgraceful thing. Yes, I felt from the beginning that Chen Sun wasn't lying. Chen Sun is a scholar. How could that theft be practiced? Look guys, there are no wounds all over the black tiger's corpse, so what Chen Sun said is indeed true. Besides immortals, who has that kind of means to kill the black tiger?" After the case was finalized, the townspeople had a flip-flop in their attitudes. Chen Sun watched the scene with an expressionless face, as if he were an onlooker, and how could he not see it? From the beginning, only old Li Yuan and a few townspeople were worried about him. The vast majority of them were hoping that the black tiger was really stolen by him. Chen Sun, to put it simply, you can't see the good in others. It's only human. Ha! Afterwards, the three Davids were carried to the prison by the magistrates, and at the last moment, the three of them glanced at Chen Sun, and there was actually resentment in their eyes. Chen Sun was the real victim in this matter, and the three Weiss were so good that they even hated Chen Sun. If you can afford it, why don't you hate the government? This is typical of bullying. Looking at the situation, after the three of them, David, got out of jail for 2 years, they would probably look for trouble with Chen Sun, but they don't stand a chance. I'm afraid, after David's trio had their deserved downfall, Chen Sun would have been too lazy to bother more. However, that glance just now caused Chen Sun to change his mind. When Ji Bo saw that the matter was settled, he slapped the shocking wood and said, "Retire to the hall." The townspeople who were watching outside the public hall hastily dispersed, scared us to death. Old Li and Li Yuan trotted over and patted their chests. Chen Sun smiled. "I've said it's not a big deal. Can a white one turn black?" At this time, Ji Ba walked up to Chen Sun and laughed. "Chen Sun, it's also official business to have you come to the courthouse for a walk, so don't take it personally." Chen Sun shook his head. "It's okay." Ji Ba nodded. "Alright, since the matter has been settled, take Black Tiger and go." "What envy! This Black Tiger is worth a lot of money." Chen Sun smiled, and then he greeted Old Li and Li Yuan together, pulling on Black Tiger to leave. "Chen Sun, right?" Just then, Ji Buochang actually walked over with a smile on his face. "Lord of the town." Ji Ba hurriedly bowed, and Old Li and Li Yuan were also startled and bowed down. Chen Sun arched his hand. "Town Lord." Ji Bo often saw Chen Sun not being humble, but also deeply measured its glance, but thought of something. Then he looked at Ji Ba and Old Li and the others and said, "This town master and Chen Sun want to have a chat alone." Ji Ba understood at once, and signaled the group of magistrates, as well as Lao Li and Li Yuan, with a glance that. Then he took the lead and retired with the magistrates. Old Li and Li Yuan didn't know what the town master was looking for Chen Sun for, but they thought that it shouldn't be anything. After Old Li gave Chen Sun a look that he should speak with discretion in the face of the town lord, the two of them also retreated. "Oh, there are no outsiders now. Sit." Ji Buochang reached out towards the seat on the side, signaling Chen Xuendo. Chen Sun didn't shy away from anything, so he sat down. Ji Buochang nodded slightly and paced back and forth for a few steps before saying, "Chen Sun, this town lord will get right to the point. Can this black tiger be sold to this town lord?" Chen Sun was not surprised when he heard this. He had long since noticed the way Ji Buochang looked at the black tiger, so he laughed and said, "The town lord is good at talking." "Oh," Ji Buochang was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Sun said, "The entire little river town is under the jurisdiction of the town master, and if the town master intends to, when I robbed the black tiger by all means, I had nothing to say, even if I was a small civilian. Now you want to pay for it. What is this if not good talk?" Ji Buochang stalled, looking at the calm and collected Chen Sun. A moment later, he suddenly laughed out loud. Chen Sun, should not say. You have the guts to be so big. In the whole Xiaohe town. I guess you're the only one who dares to speak to this town lord like this. Immediately afterward, the laughter was withdrawn and he murmured, why don't you make a price? Although this town master is good with money. But it will only get some of it within the scope of duty, and will never do anything to hurt the people because of it. Chen Sun was impressed with the frank Ji Bochang, so he said, previously, the Spring Wind restaurant wants to buy Black Tiger for 120 gold. Ji Bochang understood immediately and turned around to leave the public hall and enter the inner courtyard. You wait here for a moment for this town lord. A few moments later, Ji Bochang came out from the inner courtyard with a money bag in his hand and walked over to Chen Sun. Handing it over, he said, this is 120 gold. Chen Sun took the money bag and weighed it. It's good to be an official. It's good to be rich. 120 gold, wherever it is placed in the mundane world, is a considerable sum of money. But it was easily taken out by the town master of a small river town, and the town master of Little River Town, among the officials, is just from the 9th rank. The tube is visible. Chen Sun suddenly opened his money pouch and took out 20 shiny gold coins and handed them back. Ji Bochang was stunned and said, what do you mean by that? Chen Sun said, Spring Breeze Restaurant is Spring Breeze Restaurant, and it's how it can be compared to the town lord. Then the price of the deal naturally cannot be compared. Ji Bochang smiled and looked at Chen Sun much more smoothly. Not bad. It's not often that a young man is so perceptive. With that, he collected the 20 gold. 20 gold, after all, was quite a lot. Chen Sun, however, said, Town Master, I'll probably be leaving Little River Town in a short while. I still hope you will take care of the old Li family at that time. Ji Bochang froze. Chen Sun was leaving? But having just received 20 gold from Chen Sun, Ji Bochang was naturally willing to return a passing favor. Laughing, Chen Sun smiled and arched his hand. And that, in a nutshell, is what he's up to. Chapter 11, Dark Moon, High Wind, Killing Night. After Chen Sun exited the courthouse, he and Old Li's master and grandson were ready to go home. When Old Li saw that Chen Sun did not bring out the black tiger, he sighed in his heart. Guess it must have been escorted by the town lord, and did not dare to say anything? People are safe on the line. Chen Sun smiled and did not explain too much about it, until halfway across the street, he met the eagerly awaited proprietor of the Spring Wind restaurant, and listened to the conversation. It was only then that Old Li realized that Chen Sun had sold the black tiger to the Lord Town Master. The Spring Breeze boss left then with a sigh of regret. Being robbed by the town master, that Spring boss could do nothing about it. Moreover, Boss Spring Breeze didn't mean to blame Chen Sun. After all, the town master wanted that black tiger. In his opinion, Chen Sun couldn't help it. It might even be sold at a low price. Subsequently, all the way home, Lao Li and Li Yuan the whole process did not ask how much money Black Tiger sold, because in their opinion, it was Chen Sun's own money, and it wasn't too good for them to ask about it. Of course, Old Li and Li Yuan didn't half covet Chen Sun's money. Evening, Chen Sun and Lao Li's family gathered around for dinner. Halfway through the meal, Chen Sun suddenly put down his chopsticks, took out his money bag, and handed it to Old Li. Old Li froze, and Li Yuan also looked at the money bag in dismay. Chen Sun, what are you? Old Li felt something in his heart. Chen Sun laughed. This is the proceeds from the sale of the black tiger. For you and Yuan. Old Li said in a hard voice, Chen Sun, keep this money for yourself. You'll definitely have a use for it in the future. Rim and I don't covet your money. Chen Sun smiled helplessly and said, there's not much money in it, so Grandpa Li can take it. Otherwise, it's hard for me to feel at ease after spending so much time at Grandpa Li's house for nothing. Old Li wanted to say something else. When Li Yuan saw that Chen Sun kept his hand up, he said, Grandpa, just accept a portion of Big Brother Chen's heart, and just think of it as helping Big Brother Chen save up. Okay. Old Li had to take the money bag and said, Chen Sun, then I'll help you save up first, and when you get a wife or something in the future, just ask me for it. In the opinion of Lao Li and Li Yuan, there is not much money estimated in the money bag, which is reluctantly accepted. Save it for Chen Sun. Unbeknownst to me, one of them is, 100 gold. Chen Sun then nodded and smiled. Li Yuan was lost in thought as he looked at Chen Sun's smile and didn't know what he was thinking. After the meal, Chen Sun stood in the courtyard, tilting his head and quietly looking at the stars in the night sky. Brother Chen, Li Yuan's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Chen Sun still looked at the night sky and smiled. What's wrong, Margin? Li Yuan tilted her head slightly to look at Chen Sun's side face for a moment, then lowered her head again and, he said, is Big Brother Chen about to leave? Chen Sun was slightly stunned and inclined his head to look at Li Yuan, also understanding that it was something he saw during dinner just now. He nodded his head in a whirlwind. Aha! Receiving the answer, Li Yuan's heart flooded with reluctance and said, Then where is Big Brother Chen going? A trace of confusion flashed in Chen Sun's eyes as he shook his head and said softly, I, Chen Sun, am originally a rootless floating duckling. Wherever you float, there you are. At those words, Li Yuan's mouth opened slightly, his eyes dumbfounded, and for some reason, a touch of acidity rose in his heart for no apparent reason. Brother Chen in front of her gave her a feeling of loneliness for all eternity, the kind of loneliness that couldn't be described. Unknown, Li Yuan was tempted to say, since Brother Chen doesn't have a home, why don't you live here in the future and make this your home? But she somehow already knew that Brother Chen would surely refuse. Li Yuan murmured and asked, Then will Big Brother Chen come back? Chen Sun pondered for a moment and said, Perhaps, adding, I'll come back to Little River Town to visit when I have time. Li Yuan's heartstrings loosened slightly and he nodded silently, not knowing what to say for a while. Chen Sun turned sideways and said, Yuan, speaking of which, where are your parents and grandmother? Sadness flashed in Li Yuan's eyes and he said, That year there was a great drought and there was no food in the house. A lot of people died in Little River. My parents and grandmother starved to death. Grandpa was almost killed. Luckily, Mr. Jibo Chang came in and brought food in time to save my grandfather's life, and I've been living with him ever since. It's been more than 10 years since then. Chen Sun nodded slightly and reached out to gently touch Li Yuan's head. After withdrawing his hand, not much else was said in the way of comforting words. Natural disasters are merciless. Li Yuan was already considered lucky. I don't know how many old and weak women and children died under the natural disaster. It's good to be alive. Li Yuan hid her sadness and smiled cheekily. Brother Chen, when you left be sure to say goodbye to Grandpa and me. Let me and Grandpa see you off. Don't leave without saying goodbye, okay? Chen Sun nodded and smiled. Good. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Old Li and Li Yuan went to sleep early. Inside the Chen Sun house, Chen Sun on the bed slowly opened his eyes before his figure slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, in the official prison, the two jailers were also huffing and puffing. And in this airtight prison, even without their guards, the prisoners can't escape either. The inmates in the jail were basically asleep as well. The only three prisoners, looking at each other through the cold bars, had no light in their eyes. These three prisoners are naturally David, Su Chang and Thin Monkey who were just brought in today. Skinny Monkey, it's all your fault. What kind of bad idea did you come up with, causing us to have to squat in jail for 2 years? I should have known it would be more feasible to just grab and run. Su Chang sighed. When the Skinny Monkey heard this, he said indignantly, Second brother, this can't be all my fault, can it? That plan of mine definitely works. I can only blame it on the fact that time was too short and we were too unprepared. Who would have expected that the black tiger's body surface actually had no injuries? Su Chang nodded his head silently and said, What you said is also true. It seems that what that Chen Sun said is true. I guess it's really the work of an immortal. That black tiger's injury should be inside his body. David's pupils gradually came into focus, and he said feebly, Okay, you guys just stop talking. It's over. It's better to do 2 years in jail honestly. Now it's good that the marriage will be postponed for 2 years. And how many 2 years are there in life? Hiss. Perhaps the wound was involved. And David sucked in a cold breath in pain. The Skinny Monkey pursed his lips and lowered his voice. Big brother, second brother, when we go out and mustn't let that Chen Sun go. This downfall of ours is all because of him. Humph. Upon hearing this, David and Su Chang's eyes moved and didn't say anything. In fact, they knew that they were to blame for this downfall, but they just couldn't swallow it. What if I can't swallow it? We can't go to the town master and the magistrate, can we? They wouldn't dare. Then we can only find that Chen Sun to vent his anger. The three of you are very kind. What in the world have I done to hurt the heavens and cause the three of you to hold such a grudge? Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang in the ears of the three Davids. The three of them, David, were jolted, and the first time they looked around, while the latter looked at each other in disbelief, and both saw the horror in the other's eyes, until a young man appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. The pupils of the three of them, David, suddenly contracted, and they leaned back in fear. Shen Seek. Chapter 12, Is the Court Haunted? Looking at Chen Sun outside the iron bars, the three of them, David, were so scared that they nearly lost their souls. They had watched Chen Sun appear in an unbelievable manner. That's simply a fairy tactic. What's going on? Isn't Chen Sun immortal like them? I can't believe it's an immortal. Immortal, spare your life. Immortal, spare my life. The three of them, David, fell to their knees, unprecedentedly terrified, and their hearts were even more regretful to the extreme. They actually picked on the immortals. Now, the three of you, Davy, have come to realize that dare Chen Sun beforehand that the so-called immortal killed the black tiger, referring to its own. I am trying to spare you, But you won't spare me. Chen Sun smiled faintly. Spreading out his palm, there were 3 clusters of flames jumping and swaying. Then he gently waved. The 3 clusters of fire then drifted slowly towards the 3 Davids. The 3 of them, David, instantly felt the breath of death descend upon them. When they saw the flames drifting in, immediately, he roared ruefully in fear. Murder! Murder! At once, the whole dungeon was awakened. It's better if you don't shout, but when you do, the fire instantly accelerates and clings to the 3 Davids. It quickly scorched up, turning the 3 Davids into firemen, interspersed with their agonizing howls of pain. Seeing this, Chen Sun merely smiled faintly as his figure gradually dissipated. At the same time, the jailers came quickly, and the prisoners in the various cells sprawled out on the bars and, horrified, he looked at the firelight shining between the cells where the 3 Davids were. The 2 jailers looked at the 3 firemen rolling around on the ground in shock, fuming for a moment, and, just turn around and go fetch water to put out the fire. But by the time the jailer returned from fetching water, the 3 Davids had burned to ashes. The jailer was so frightened that he reported the matter at the first opportunity. That night, Jibo Changdu was awakened from his sleep and called Jiba together to urgently go to the prison. Looking in shock at the 3 balls of ash, and then listening to the jailer's account in his ear, Jibo Chang and Jiba's eyes trembled. It's dark and damp in the dungeon, and there's no source of fire. How did these 3 prisoners catch fire and get burned to ashes for no reason? This kind of thing has never happened in history, not to mention since Jibo-chan took office. The incident can be described as bizarre in every way. Who were the 3 dead prisoners? Jibo-chan immediately asked in a condensed voice. The jailer hurriedly said, back to the town lord. It's none other than David, who was escorted in today for the Black Tiger case. Su Chang, Skinny Monkey 3 hunters. It's the 3 of them? Jibo-chang and Jiba were stunned. While thinking of this case, the 2 of them coincidentally thought of Chen Sun. Jibo-chang frowned and asked again, has anyone ever been in jail? The 2 jailers immediately fell to their knees in fear, saying, Lord Town Master, we were so pumped up that, during that time, not even a mosquito got in. In fact, the 2 jailers were also weak in their hearts. They wouldn't dare to say that they had slept during the guarding period, saying it is no different than asking for death. And who would have thought this would happen? Jibo-chang nodded slightly and said, for the time being, this matter should not be publicized to the public. This town lord will investigate it himself. Yes, the 2 jailers hurriedly responded, and only dared to get up when Jibo-chang and Jiba had left the dungeon. By this time the body was long drenched in cold sweat. It is conceivable that for some time to come, these 2 jailers wouldn't dare sleep on guard duty, outside the brig. Jibo-chang said helplessly, it's a good thing that these 3 hunters are outsiders and have no relatives in town. Otherwise, if this happens, this town master will not be able to explain what the town lord said. Jiba bowed. Jiba is also considered to be promoted by Jibo-chang. On weekdays, Jibo-chan's personal safety was then taken care of by Jiba. So many times, Jibo-chang would bring Jiba along. Jibo-chang glanced at Jiba and said, Jiba, what do you think about this matter? Jiba stagnated for a moment, and quickly realized what was being asked, and then his face showed bitterness. He said, Lord Town Lord, just now in the prison, I carefully observed the scene and failed to find the slightest clue. The meaning of the words was also very clear. That is, Jiba himself did not know. However, Lord Town Lord, there is something that I don't know if I should say or not. Jiba suddenly said, gibberish, speak. Jiba was silent for a moment. His heartbeat slightly accelerated, and he said, Lord Town Lord, it is precisely because there is not the slightest trace of it that I think this matter is not the work of a human being. Jibo-chan's eyes changed as he whisked his sleeve and hummed coldly. Humph, what you mean? Is our government office haunted or not? Jiba panicked and bowed. My little man's slip of the tongue, but in Kiba's opinion, there was no other possibility than a haunting. It's not unusual to have ghosts. There are still immortals out there. After all, Jibo-chan's eyes stared, then suddenly added, just now, I heard the jailer say, the 3 inmates shouted something about killing people before waking them up, so it's obvious that the 3 inmates saw something before they were born. It's quite possible that they saw their killers, only they were burned alive and dead. Yet more bizarrely, the jailer rushed too. At the very first, the inmates didn't see the murderer either. That murderer really did come and go without a trace, changing shape. You said it wasn't done by a human being, but it's very possible. Under the fine thought, Jibo-chang seemed to feel some coldness in his body, and tightened his robes, and, he continued, but then again, everything is about a contradiction of cause and effect, so even if it is a ghost, why did the ghost kill the 3 of them? And why didn't you kill them before? But only when they were in jail? Jiba shook his head, also feeling some chills in his body. If we're talking about contradictions, Ghosts are currently unknown, but people really do have one. That's Chen Sun. But the signs were not something that Chen Sun as a person could do. Unless, of course, Chen Sun wasn't human. Phew. Ji Buchang shrunk his neck and said, Ji Ba. In a couple of days go and invite a Taoist priest to do a puja at the government house. This town master is creeped out. Yes, town lord. Ji Ba nodded and responded. Ji Buchang said that he was ready to go back, but suddenly his footsteps lurched and he added, tomorrow morning, you go with this town master to find a trip to Chen Sun. Ji Ba froze and understood, although he knew it couldn't be Chen Sun's doing. Still, the town owner couldn't help but ask about it. Yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. The next day, Old Li was just about to go out, when he saw two people standing outside the courtyard, and was puzzled to take a look at them. It's actually the town master and Sheriff Ji. Upon hearing that they were here to look for Chen Sun, they hurriedly and respectfully welcomed the two into the courtyard, and bring in two benches. Lord Town Master, Chen Sun. Old Li was respectfully trying to say something when Chen Sun came out of the house. After glancing at Ji Buchang and Ji Ba, he immediately smiled and said, Grandpa Li, you go and get busy. The town lord and Sheriff Ji will be fine if I entertain them. Well, Old Li has lived most of his life and is a man of understanding, knowing that this is the town master having something to look for Chen Sun. With that, he bowed and left. But there was one thing that puzzled Old Li. That is, when did this kid Chen Sun have such a big pie? As a matter of fact, shouldn't it be the town lord who passes the order, and then Chen Sun goes to the government office? How come it is the town lord himself who comes to the door? That's strange. When Ji Bosheng saw Chen Sun walk over, he opened the door and said, Chen Sun, last night. Soon, Ji Buchang recounted the bizarre events that occurred in the prison last night. Chen Sun was surprised. There's still this? Chapter 13, Parting. Ji Buchang and Ji Ba had been watching Chen Sun's expression with apprehension, and when they saw Chen Sun like this, for some reason, the mind was relieved. Yes, when this odd thing happened, this town master that was tossing and turning last night. It's been a long night. Quartermaster sighed. Chen Sun laughed. The government office isn't haunted, is it? Heba was instantly frightened, knowing that last night he had said the same thing. The town master is a bit angry. If this Chen Sun said so, he could not help but anger the town lord again. But Ji Bochang's attitude and words that followed left Ji Ba dumbfounded. There are immortals in the world, though they are so erratic that it is difficult for us, who are mortal in our flesh, to see one, but it does exist. Since there are immortals, it's normal for there to be ghosts. Today, this town's master will invite a Taoist priest to do the practice at the house. Hey, Ji Buchang said helplessly. Heba thought that Heba would be angry, not realizing that in Heba's mind, for some reason, subconsciously it was hard to be angry with Chen Sun. Chen Sun nodded, indicating that this method was feasible. Ji Buchang said again, only this town master has a guilty conscience, although those three prisoners have faults, but the crime is not to death, and now he is dead in the prison of the court. Alas. Chen Sun smiled and didn't say anything. When Ji Bo saw this, he got up and said, so be it, then, that I have come to seek you today. I want to be able to talk about it, so that I can be comforted. Chen Sun, this matter has been banned by the town master, and you mustn't publicize it to the public. Chen Sun nodded and said, good. Afterward, Chen Sun sent Ji Buchang and Ji Ba to the outside of the courtyard, and then quietly watched them drift away. How could Chen Sun not know that Ji Buchang and Ji Ba came here? Saying that they wanted to have a person to talk to was false. The test is the real thing. To put it bluntly, the two had suspected him in the back of their minds, but there was only a hint of skepticism, after all. In the opinion of Ji Bochang and Ji Ba, he's also just a city boy who couldn't possibly do, or even arguably, be able to do that sort of thing. Needless to say, this case will remain an unsolved case for quite some time to come. Brother Chen, who came just now? Li Yuan stepped out of the house. Curious. Chen Sun turned around and smiled. No one. Oh, Li Yuan nodded her head obediently. At lunch, Chen Sun suddenly said, Grandpa Li, I'll be moving out of Xiaohe town in the afternoon. There's no need to prepare mine for dinner. Li Yuan's action of pinching the food froze, and silently continued to pinch the food again. Lao Li but raised his head to look at Chen Sun in dismay. Full of ice so suddenly? Old Li said anxiously. Chen Sun, why don't you stay a few more days? Chen Sun said, no. That would be a lot of trouble for you guys. Old Li's eyes glared. Nonsense. What's so troublesome about it? Chen Sun shook his head and laughed. Grandpa Li, there's no need for you to hold back any longer. I've already decided on that. For Chen Sun, the clarity that comes after 3 years of madness each time is not easy to come by. He didn't want to waste the time. He just wanted to walk around during this clear time. During the period of insanity, Chen Sun, on the other hand, was truly a rootless duckweed. going with the flow. And before long, it's expected to go crazy again, which will indeed cause trouble for the old Li family. Old Li's lips twitched and he whispered, That's fine. To tell the truth, Lao Li's heart was not willing to let go of this period of time. He had long seen Chen Sun as a part of the family. Li Yuan silently grubbed his meal and said softly, Brother Chen, then when will you leave this afternoon? Grandpa and I will see you off. Chen Sun smiled faintly. Let's go before the hour. Good. The rest of the lunch was rather dull, with less of the usual laughter. For these, Chen Sun's heart did not fluctuate much. For many years, he had long ago experienced an unknown number of partings, including life and death. The time soon came to the unspecified hour. Chen Sun was escorted by Old Li and Li Yuan all the way to the outside of Xiaohe town. Chen Sun turned around, looked at Old Li and Li Yuan, and smiled. Grandpa Li, Yuan, just send it here. Chen Sun was carrying a bag, which contained the clothes that Li Yuan had specially bought according to Chen Sun's figure. Chen Sun couldn't argue, so he had to bring it with him. Old Li hit the cigarette stick in his hand inside. Chen Sun, when you're out and about, pay more attention to yourself. Grandpa Li doesn't have much to show for it, so here's a bag of cakes for you to take on the road. With that, he removed the cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun's eyes flashed as he took the cloth bag and weighed it, but said, Grandpa Li, this bag of pies is a bit heavy. Is there really only pie in it? Old Li stalled and stammered. Chen Sun smiled, opened the cloth bag and took out a money bag from it. This was exactly the same money that Chen Sun had given Old Li that day for selling the black tiger. Chen Sun handed it back to Old Li and said helplessly, This really isn't much money. Grandpa Li must not refuse again. Chen Sun saw that the Old Li did not take, then forced to press its hand. Had to say, you then as to help me save. That always works. Seeing Old Li still trying to hand the money bag back, Chen Sun was startled and turned around, walking as fast as he could. Old Li stopped in his tracks and looked at Chen Sun's back, gripping the money bag in his hand with a bitter smile. Li Yuan, who had been silent all this time, instantly blurred in front of her eyes when she saw Chen Sun say she was leaving. She took a few steps forward and exclaimed, Big brother Chen, have a safe journey, only to see the back reach up a hand, beckon, and fade away. Soon, it disappeared into the springtime mountains. Old Li and Li Yuan stood outside the town for a long time before turning around and slowly walking towards the town. Old Li inclined his head to look at his moody granddaughter and sighed. Yuan, in fact, Grandpa has long since seen that your big brother Chen may not be an ordinary person. Li Yuan was stunned and nodded silently. How could she not see it? It was fine when brother Chen was crazy before, but after he returned to normal, whether it was his appearance and temperament, or the mannerisms, all of them are far better than ordinary people. Other than that, just the unassuming and unchanged face when facing the town master. It wouldn't be unusual to be able to do that. When he got home, Lao Li opened the money bag in front of Li Yuan. When he saw the money in it, he froze on the spot. Curious, Li Yuan also came over, and in the next moment, her eyes widened and she covered her small mouth in shock. Gold coins, a bag full of gold coins. On closer inspection, there were about 100 of them. Old Li came back to his senses, blinked his hard eyes, and then gathered up his money bag and headed out the door. When Lao Li ran out of breath to the town, but the vast expanse of heaven and earth, where else could one see Chen Sun's figure? Old Li was so tired that he sat on his butt on the ground, and for a long time, with his old eyes flooded with tears, he clutched the money bag and muttered, Good boy, it's not worth it. Grandpa Li can't afford this 100 gold. Chen Sun's departure, as if it could not make many waves in Xiaohe town, perhaps after a period of time. It was only then that people noticed that the scholar named Chen Sun was missing. Chapter 14, Auntie, do I look small? After Chen Sun left Xiaohe town, he went all the way south, during which he either slept in the wind or stayed at an inn. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. With Chen Sun's slower traveling speed, if there was a map of Beixian showing on it, it's only moved a minuscule distance. Chen Sun's current location was North Xian. Beixian was but one side of the vast mortal realm, but it was more than a mortal could walk through in an exhaustive lifetime. In addition to the northern Xian, there is also the vast southern sky, the eastern Xian as well as the western sea. North of Beixian, there is an endless misty snowy plain, in which it is rumored that there are snow monsters that haunt it from time to time. Crisis. To the south of the southern sky, there is a forbidden land known throughout the mortal realm, the forbidden land of the subterranean dragon. Rumor has it that there are real dragons in it, and even more treasures. Whenever it opens, countless cultivators will go there in admiration, but often in the end there were many cultivators buried in them, and despite this, they were still going forward. To the east of Dongqian, there is a vast forest of demonic beasts, which is a paradise for demonic beasts. Hell of a friar. Outside the western sea, It is even rumored that there are ancient barbarian tribes in which the ancient cultivation method has been passed down from generation to generation. However, in order to go to the barbarian tribe, one needed to cross the dangerous Western Sea, and for many years, I don't know how many cultivators had been buried in the Western Sea. For example, these famous areas are shown on the map, but there are still many territories of crisis in the midst of grandeur that remain unexplored. Tianqing City. As the sun set, Chen Sun tilted his head and looked at the city in front of him, whose walls alone were as high as 5 feet, and muttered. This was the first time Chen Sun had encountered the city in a month, having previously passed through. It is 2 towns and many villages. In the end, it was a city, not a small town comparable. At the city gates, there were a lot of people going in and out every moment. Chen Sun dusted off his body, and then surged into the crowd into the city with his bag on his back. The streets of Tianqing City were very clean and tidy, and you could see people cleaning them from time to time. Chen Sun walked slowly through the streets. What's more, we can see a number of satchel guards patrolling neatly, so it is evident that the security is also excellent. Chen Sun bought 2 pies from a store and ate them as he continued walking. A few moments later, Chen Sun saw that there was a wall surrounded by many crowds, and in curiosity, then he walked over. Geez, tomorrow is the day the Tao Heavenly Sect recruits disciples. I hope my child will be more competitive by then. If there are spiritual roots, then my old son family will soar. Ha ha, old son nah. You mustn't expect the greater the disappointment. The Tao Heavenly Sect comes to the city every 3 years to recruit disciples, which time they don't just take a few dolls with them. If they have spiritual roots, they're still really smoking in their ancestors' graves. Yes, our Tianqing city is so big, with hundreds of thousands of people. There's no need to tell you how many kids fit the quiz years, right? Only so many with spiritual roots in the end. TSK. Yes, it's too hard. It's better to let the children study for the exams. It's also easier than becoming an immortal. It seems like there's a civil examination in the city in a couple days as well, right? Chen Sun looked at the notices posted on the wall and listened to the many words spoken in this room. It turned out to be the clan recruiting disciples. In a remote place like Xiaohe town, where mortals hardly even see cultivators, and this Tianqing city, yet there were already immortal cultivation sects recruiting disciples. It can be seen that once a person is born, his or her life is determined by many factors, even the geographical area in which he or she is born. It's all a learning curve. When you are reincarnated in the middle of nowhere, the odds are that you will bumble along for the rest of your life. And being reincarnated in a good place gives you the opportunity to take a different path in life. Hey, young man, are you here to catch the exam? At this time, an older woman on the side noticed Chen Sun and couldn't help but ask. I don't blame him for asking. Chen Sun is dressed like a scholar. Chen Sun said, I'm just passing through. So it is. The older woman nodded and said, young man, this Tao Heavenly Sect is a renowned great sect in North Shen, and it's recruiting disciples tomorrow, so you're not going to try? Chen Sun laughed and spread his hands, saying, do I look like I have spiritual roots to you? Besides, do I look small, ma'am? The older woman was instantly embarrassed. Not small, quite big, rather sloppy. This scholar in front of me looks like a young man in his 20s. It was long past the age limit for the spiritual root test. The aunt hurriedly said, but you can also try. There are only 1 in 10,000 people with a spiritual root. If you do, maybe the humanitarian heavenly sect will take you in? Chen Sun pursed his lips and turned to leave. In Chen Sun's opinion, this older woman was a bit too enthusiastic, and it would not be good if she had any plans. He's all alone. He's clean. He's got nothing to be plotted against, if anything, and just this handsome face. With this in mind, Chen Sun walked even faster. Next, Chen Sun saw that quite a few places in the city were surrounded by a number of city dwellers. It was estimated that all of them were reading that clan's notice for recruiting disciples. There are a few different ones, but they are some scholars, so they must be the notices for the cultural examinations. Seeing that the sun had already set, Chen Sun entered a restaurant. He came to the window seat and greeted the waiter to serve the wine and food. When we're done eating, we're going to just stay at this tavern tonight. Sir, the food and wine is here. Enjoy. In a short while, the waiter brought the wine and dishes, and after placing them one by one in front of Chen Sun, with a bow he retired. Chen Sun poured the wine and then ate slowly and methodically over the steaming dishes. At this time, the sky is dark, already evening, coinciding with the mealtime. The restaurant guests are quite a lot. The first floor seats were all full, and many of the ensuing guests were greeted by the second floor one after another. The guests were drinking wine and talking about basically the same things. All of them will take the Taoist Heavenly Sect to recruit disciples tomorrow. At that moment, Chen Sun noticed a well-mannered young man enter and, only to see his eyes visibly light up when he saw his side of the street. After some negotiation with the junior, he looked around helplessly and then smiled and walked over. Brother, just now the second in command said to me that the restaurant is full. Ahem, I see one person on your side. If you could spare half the table for me, it would be appreciated. After the youth finished speaking, he placed a silver coin in front of Chen Sun and clasped his hands and arched them to show his gratitude. Chen Sun nodded and put the silver coin away. Then after moving his own drinks to his side, leaving half the table empty for the other party, he said, "Feel free." Zhao Ting froze. Originally, he thought that the scholar in front of him should not want him to the silver coins right off. That's it? Really? Good man. Where's the literati spirit? Just now, Zhao Ting looked at Chen Sun here, and it was precisely because he saw that he was a scholar that he came over. I can't believe it. Zhao Ting could only secretly say that he had lost blood and sat down resentfully. At this point he couldn't wait to smack himself twice. Mother **** overplayed his hand. Afterward, Zhao Ting glanced at the sumptuous meal on the table and swallowed his saliva. Awkwardly, he said, "Brother, why don't I not order and eat with you, okay?" Zhao Ting wants to get back his capital. A little bit is a little bit. Chen Sun glanced at the other party and said, "Why don't I return that silver coin to you?" Zhao Ting stood up violently and said in surprise, "Really?" Chen Sun, false. Zhao Ting. Chapter 15 Eyes out of focus. A few moments later, Zhao Ting's meal was also brought up by Xiaohe. Zhao Ting poured himself a glass of wine, hesitated for a moment, raised his glass and said, "Brother, even though you're mean and don't act like a man of the cloth, I'll drink to you." Chen Sun smiled. "Do I still have to thank you?" Although he said that, Chen Sun also raised his wine glass and clinked it with Zhao Ting. Ha ha. After Zhao Ting took a sip of wine, he only felt that the other party had a personality that, in fact, it is the most interesting people in recent years, could not help but say, "Brother's name is who?" Chen Sun. Zhao Ting nodded and said, "So it's Brother Chen. Junior brother Zhao Ting is here to salute you." Immediately, he asked again, "I see that Brother Chen shouldn't be a local. I think he must have come to Tianqing City to catch the examination?" Saying that, Zhao Ting glanced at Chen Sun's accompanying baggage, and his mind was considered delicate. At the same time, Zhao Ting glanced at the wooden sword behind Chen Sun's back, and his mind became puzzled again. Chen Sun shook his head and said, "I'm not here to catch the exam. I'm passing through this city, so I came in to stay for the night." Just after the words were said, Chen Sun suddenly went into a trance before his eyes, and immediately his heart tightened slightly. The sign, not a rush? Zhao Ting was a bit surprised. Chen Sun returned to his senses and laughed. "It seems that Brother Zhao is here to catch the exam." Zhao Ting coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "Brother Chen, you're wrong about this. I'm not here to rush the exams either. Don't believe me when I say it. I'm here for tomorrow's Tao Heavenly Sect's disciple recruitment." Oh, Chen Sun shot a glance and also found this person in front of him interesting. Then he said, "I think you're past the recruiting age, aren't you?" Zhao Ting was helpless and said, "Yeah, I'm 24 this year, and I'm already far beyond but I studied hard for so many years, and only in the end did I come to my senses. I Zhao Ting do not want to be an official, and I do not want to hook up in the officialdom. I don't want to be immortal for the rest of my life. I want to cultivate immortality. I want to roam heaven and earth, see the sights that only immortals can see." Chen Sun sniffed, but laughed. "I'm afraid Brother Zhao is taking things a bit for granted. The immortal family might not be as wonderful as Brother Zhao thinks. I'm afraid that the collusion in the official world is nothing compared to the sinister world of immortal cultivation." Ooh, Zhao Ting bristled. Brother Chen looks like he knows a lot. Saying this, Zhao Ting added with some loss, "It's just that I'm a bit old nowadays, and I don't know if there are any spiritual roots. So this first step in cultivating immortality is more than 100 times 1,000 times harsher than even the literature exam." Chen Sun said, "In my opinion, Brother Zhao is filled with aura and has his own spiritual essence. I can't say that I have a spiritual root." Oh, Zhao Ting was delighted and raised his cup and laughed. "I love to hear this from Brother Chen." Chen Sun smiled and said, "Is Brother Zhao's family at peace?" "Of course, although father and mother are old, they are in good health." Zhao Ting froze and laughed bitterly, "But my thoughts are ungrateful. My father and mother want me to take the examination, but I, on the other hand, think of that vain cultivation of immortality." Chen Sun nodded. "Remember, Brother Zhao, once you enter the immortal cultivation realm, you are separated from the mundane world. Maybe down the road you won't even get a chance to see your parents off. In other words, it's hard to meet." Zhao Ting was confused. "So serious?" Then he laughed and said, "Brother Chen is very serious. Nowadays it's not even known if you can enter the immortal sect. Those are still too far away." Chen Sun laughed. "Not distant at all." Zhao Ting sidetracked the topic and said suspiciously, "Then again, Brother Chen, you really seem to know a lot about the immortal cultivation world, Chen Sun said perfunctorily. Well, there were ancestors who practiced immortality. Zhao Ting was shocked and hurriedly arched his hand. I can't imagine that Brother Chen comes from a family of immortal cultivators. Disrespectful. Chen Sun smiled without saying anything, although he made it up. This Xiao Ting was also really exaggerating and had a knack for flattering people. This is what kind of immortal cultivation family? The family that has been cultivating immortals for generations. The next day at dawn, the entire Tianqing city awoke, and the streets and alleys were filled with people. The buzz is extraordinary, because today was the day that the Daotian sect came to their Tianqing city to recruit disciples, and for all it was all a meaningful day. Hey, Brother Chen! Chen Sun had just carried his bag out of the restaurant when he heard a familiar shout. Looking over with his head inclined, he saw that guy Zhao Ting walking over quickly, rubbing his hands together. Ah, Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you for a while, Chen Sun said. Isn't today the day that the Dao Heavenly Sect is recruiting disciples? So Brother Zhao is still not quick to go. Zhao Ting took a deep breath and said, Brother Chen, when the time comes, I guess I'll be the only one who's that old. I'm so nervous. Will you stay with me? Chen Sun was speechless. Brother Zhao, we only met in passing yesterday. What's your nervousness got to do with me? Zhao Ting clenched his teeth and pulled out another silver coin and handed it over. Chen Sun was slightly stunned, and took the silver coin and put it away. Well, I was actually going to check out the action. Zhao Ting, the sun is rising. The spiritual root quiz for the Dao Heavenly Sect's recruitment of disciples was held in the central square of Tianqing City. When Chen Sun and Zhao Ting arrived, they found that the center square was already surrounded by city residents. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. But the townspeople were afraid to go any closer inside This was because there were many city lords guards on the scene to maintain order. And the city lord would also be there in person today. The square was very agitated. Countless parents holding their children in anticipation. After all, it was a dragon or a bug. Just look at this day. Zhao Ting stood on his tiptoes and looked toward the inside, saying, Brother Chen, the immortals haven't arrived yet. I'm sure it's going to appear with the city lord later. Chen Sun nodded, but his mind was not on this. He rubbed his temples slightly and the vague feeling suddenly grew stronger. Zhao Ting didn't notice the slightest difference, as he was filled with tension. Bam! Suddenly, a bell rang in the square and everyone fell silent. The head guard stepped forward and shouted, All children who are going to participate in the spiritual roots test quickly enter the field and line up in an orderly manner. Parents are not allowed to enter. The guards who maintained order immediately opened a number of openings for entry into the plaza. The townspeople were rushing to get their children to hurry inside. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, many teenage girls also entered the queue peacefully. No one dares to stick their nose in and pick a fight. Within moments, 5 long lines were formed. There are quite a few children to be tested in Tianqing City, and this is necessary if you want to test them all in one day. Chen, Brother Chen, then I'll enter first. Zhao Ting was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Well, Chen Sun closed his eyes and frowned deeply. It was only then that Zhao Ting noticed Chen Sun's abnormality and couldn't help but say suspiciously, Brother Chen, are you alright? Why do you look like you're more nervous than I am? Chen Sun took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm fine. You should enter quickly. Alright, Brother Chen, wait for my good news. If I have a spiritual root, I will treat you to a feast. Zhao Ting clenched his teeth and entered the field with quick steps amidst countless strange gazes. Line up with the teenage boys and girls. Chen Sun, on the other hand, at this time was violently opened his eyes, grinning with a slowly surfacing epileptic smile. The clarity in the eyes gone. Chapter 16, Spiritual Roots Test. Hey, you guys, look at that young man. He's at least in his 20s, right? Isn't that over the age limit? Yeah, it's cheeky to come to a quiz with a bunch of teenage boys and girls when you're this old. You guys are overdoing it, aren't you? If you ask me, anyone with a dream is amazing. Don't look at this young man's age over. But once he has a spiritual root, there's no guarantee that he'll be taken in by the Daotian sect. You won't be laughing by then. At his age, he's late to start cultivating immortality. Even if the dog is lucky enough to have spiritual roots, the Dao Heavenly Sect won't take it either. The townspeople's you-know-what made Zhao Ting more and more nervous, especially after seeing the gazes thrown over by some teenagers. He couldn't help but blush with his old face, but he still took a deep breath to automatically block out these words and gazes. Gossip lasts all day long, and it's natural not to listen to it. He's right to stick to it for his dreams. Zhao Ting couldn't help but twist his head to look at Chen Sun, but in the next moment, he was stunned and rubbed his eyes to look again, dumbfounded, only to see that Brother Chen in the line of sight was grinning a maniacal grin. It caused many of the city folk beside him to be frightened and silently pull away. Zhao Ting was dumbfounded. What happened to the calm and fun-loving Chen in a moment? Silence. the lord of the city has arrived. At that moment, the head of the escort shouted out. Zhao Ting's body trembled, so he had to temporarily withdraw his attention from Chen Sun. The entire center square was also completely quiet. Then an immortal old man was seen, accompanied by a middle-aged man who bowed and entered the square, behind the old man and the middle-aged man. On the other hand, 6 young disciples dressed in the clan's attire followed in a breezy manner. The middle-aged man didn't need to think that he was the city lord of Tianqing city. The old man and the 6 young disciples were the cultivators of the Dao heavenly sect. Countless city dwellers looked at the cultivators of the Daotian sect with unblinking eyes, secretly lamenting in their hearts that, worthy of being an immortal from a great sect, just this kind of aura alone made him stand out from the rest and extremely conspicuous. The eyes of the young boys and girls lined up in the field are full of longing. They also want to have this kind of temperament, having that status. Look, even their city lord who governs Tianqing city, which has a population of hundreds of thousands of people. At the moment, they were all respectful in front of the Dao heavenly sect's immortals. It could be said that once one had a spiritual root, it really was a flying start. Zhao Ting clenched his fists tightly, already so nervous that his palms were sweating. Meanwhile, Chen Sun was grasping the hand of a middle-aged burly man with a face as dark as ink and solemnly said, "Obviously, your face looks like you've done a lot of bad things and you're going to be struck by lightning. So how can this be? Is it true that good people don't live long? Can't a scourge live for 1,000 years? No, that's too much of a contradiction. Why is that The strong man was originally quite comfortable in his heart once he heard Chen Sun's first 2 sentences, but when he heard the last few sentences, his face sank in a flash, as if he had been spoken to, and as soon as he pulled his hand out of Chen Sun's hand, he twisted his head and walked away. Chen Sun was unaware of how solidly his words were ringing in the quiet square at the moment. Countless strange gazes landed on him. Even that old man and a line of disciples from the Dao heavenly sect looked over with a slight frown. City Lord Su Hai's heart jumped, and he hurriedly bent down with the old man to make amends. And then he got up and, drumming, he said, "Who is clamoring? Where is the escort?" The chief of the escort was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and, immediately, he was ordered to personally lead 2 guards aggressively towards Chen Sun. Zhao Ting, who had long been dumbfounded, came back to his senses with difficulty, and without hesitation hurriedly ran out of the group. He fell down and said in fear, "Wait, Lord City Master, this is a friend of mine. He's been a little bit confused for a while now, definitely not on purpose. I implore the city lord to be merciful." Oh, at those words, Su Hai frowned and looked at them along with countless other sights. Sure enough, I saw that the youth who made a lot of noise just now put his index finger into his mouth and sucked it deliciously, tilted his head and looked around curiously, while the eyes were very strange. And, it's like a frenzy. That demeanor was very natural, not like pretending. Many of the townspeople looked at this scene with pity, and in their hearts, they all sighed. What a handsome young man, but I can't imagine that he's a lunatic with an abnormal brain, crazy and stupid, but he's also a poor man. The old man and a line of disciples from the Dao heavenly sect's frowns eased quite a bit when they saw this. With so many mortals watching, they naturally wouldn't bother with a madman. City Lord Su, since you're a lunatic, forget it, it's better to conduct the quiz early next. The old man from the Dao heavenly sect waved his hand, showing off his demeanor. Su Hai's heart was relieved when he heard this, and he hastily bent down to thank him, then stared at Zhao Ting and said, "Poof, keep an eye on your friend, and if you make any next transgressions, even if the immortal master is generous, then this city master will impose discipline." "Thank you, immortal master. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you, city lord." Zhao Ting breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then he got up and quickly ran to Chen Sun's side. With a hard look at Chen Sun's appearance, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Chen, I don't know why you've suddenly become like this, but next, you must take care of yourself, or else if anything happens, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to help you when I'm so weak." When Zhao Ting saw Chen Sun ignoring himself, he sighed in his heart and quickly went back to the line. Next, the Daotian sect sent out 5 disciples to the forefront of each of the 5 teams, prepared to begin the spiritual roots testing session. At the sight of this, countless parents got nervous. Detecting spiritual roots is very simple and rough, with a specialized magic weapon. As long as the person being tested puts his hand on it, the result of whether or not there is a spiritual root can be made out in an instant. It's also so convenient that, so it was possible to test so many young boys and girls in one day. "Deacon, that man is obviously beyond his years." A young male disciple who stayed beside Dao Tianzong looked at Zhao Ting and said. In fact, a moment ago, they had noticed Zhao Ting. It was also possible at this moment to learn from the words of the young male disciple that the old man was a deacon of the Dao heavenly sect. Only Shen he stroked his beard and nodded his head. "Well, there's no harm, so there's no need to hurry up. the quiz goes quickly anyway, and one more of this sun isn't much. Yes, the disciple bowed and answered. Xiaohe stood up, looked at the many young boys and girls in this room, and faintly said, "Listen up, children. The process of testing your spiritual roots is quick. Just put your hand on the spirit measuring device held by the disciple in front of you. If there is a light blooming, then you have a spiritual root, and stand aside. Otherwise, quickly retreat. Don't delay the quiz. Understand?" The young boys and girls were intimidated by Xiaohe's aura and were busy saying in unison, "Understood, immortal master." Xiaohe nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Good then. All disciples prepare. The spiritual root test begins." Chapter 17, Metallic Heavenly Spirit Root. As the spiritual roots quiz began, the square began to buzz with activity. The teenage boys and girls, with apprehensive eyes, began the quiz one by one. But soon, with the expressionless voice of the disciple in front of him, next, 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 next. The mood of both those many parents and the young boys and girls in line was sinking fast, and the kids who were eliminated left the field, despondent, back to his own elders who were full of forced smiles. This simple step alone determined that they would have no chance of reaching the immortal path, despite the fact that he had already built up his mind in advance, knowing that those with spiritual roots were already 1 in a million. Still, it's hard to accept the results when they're in front of you. Xiaoting stood in the middle of the group, sweating with nervousness. He occasionally turned around to look at Chen Sun. Seeing Chen Sun quietly squatting there, he was a bit relieved. Time passed by, and more teenagers left the group with their heads hanging down. Xiaohe on the stage watched the scene, but his face was expressionless and unimpressed. Want to cultivate immortality, which is so easy, just the most important threshold of the spiritual root. It is like a big wave of sand. Xiaohe looked at the sun and said in his heart, this time, among so many young boys and girls in Tianqing city, it would have been excellent to get 5 out. Even a little bit of luck, 2 or 3, or even none, that's not going to help. City Lord Su Hai, on the other hand, looked embarrassed. It's almost noon, and there's not a single child with a spiritual root. Does it mean that this Tianqing city of his has had bad feng shui for the past 2 years? You know, a few years ago when the Tianqing came to recruit disciples, 2 children with spiritual root qualifications came out in the morning. It's glowing, it's glowing. Just then, the field got very agitated. Only the second team, the teenager at the very front, who was undergoing testing, the spirit measuring artifact in front of him shone brightly. Even in this sunny day it was extraordinarily dazzling. The teenager was confused, his heart racing. Good boy, my old Yu family's ancestors' graves are smoking. I never thought I could produce an immortal master. The parents of the teenager were in tears and trembling with excitement. Countless townspeople looked over enviously, realizing that from then on, this family's status in Tianqing city would rise, even if the family was mediocre before, but out of the immortal master. In the future, their status would be directly on par with some of the big families, or even surpass them. Even the Lord City Lord would give this family face. This is truly a one-man show. It is also the only way to cultivate immortality. The literature examination, even if the examination is successful, is far from this effect. Zhao Ting looked at this scene and was also numb with envy in his eyes. Pseudo-Earth spiritual root. Although the qualification is mediocre, it is ultimately capable of cultivating immortality, and has been able to enter my Tianqing. But start as a handyman. Kid, what's your name? Xiaohe looked at the teenager and said. The young man bowed and said excitedly, back to immortal master. My name is Yu Zheng. Xiaohe nodded. Yu Zheng. Okay, you stand aside and wait first. Yes, rubbing his hands together. You stepped aside in the limelight and is the first undefeated so far. Feeling those many gazes, Yu Zheng couldn't help but hold his head high, and like his own elders, never felt so honored. The quiz then continued, and there have been a number of relatives who were estranged from Yu Zheng's family in the past to talk to Yu Zheng's parents. Flattering attitude, that's the reality. The time passed and it was afternoon. During that time, 2 more teenagers and a young girl had their spiritual roots measured, but they were all pseudo-spiritual roots. But even that is enviable. The townspeople don't know anything about the advantages and disadvantages of spiritual roots. They only know that once they have a spiritual root, then you can join the Tao heavenly sect and soar to great heights from then on. When the sun set, the spiritual root testing in the field was almost at its end. Lines for testing have been few and far between. As for Chen Sun, at this moment, he was already lying on the ground huffing and puffing. That's right, just lying on the ground like this. Those city folk beside it also know that Chen Sun is a crazy person. In response the act just shook his head and said nothing. instead moving quite a distance away. Xiaohe looked at the dwindling number of young boys and girls and nodded slightly. He said, "It seems that these are the only 4 this time. Although they are all pseudo-spirit roots, they are not bad." Suhai sniffed from the sidelines and didn't know what to say, but only smiled with him. At this point, it was finally Zhao Ting's turn. Only Zhao Ting, under the strange gazes of the Daotian sect's disciples, place your hand carefully on the spirit measuring spell. Suddenly, the spirit measuring artifact erupted with an unprecedented light. Zhao Ting's eyes froze as unparalleled ecstasy erupted from his heart. Is it possible that God favors him? Yesterday, Brother Chen said that his body has its own spiritual energy, and it turned out to be a prophecy? Is Brother Chen not his lucky star? The plaza quieted down for the moment, followed by an outburst of shock. For the light, which was very different from the 4 that had preceded it, except that it was more dazzling. The most distinctive thing was that while the previous 4 were white light, this was golden light. The disciples standing in front of Zhao Ting were numb, and after looking at Zhao Ting incredulously, tilting his head toward Xiaohe on the stage, he said in a trembling voice, "Deacon, Deacon." Even the other 4 disciples stopped the test at hand without a second thought. Shocked, he looked over to Zhao Ting's side. At this time, Xiaohe on the stage came back to his senses and violently stood up from his seat. Staring at the golden light that continued to bubble up from the spirit measuring spell, the corners of his eyes were shaking madly, which was evident of the unrest in his heart. In the next moment, Xiaohe swept down from the stage and came to Zhao Ting, staring at the spirit measuring phantom. It was not until that golden light dissipated that he secretly gulped. Xiaohe fiercely looked at Zhao Ting and said excitedly, "What's your name?" City Lord Su Hai saw this battle. His heart was shocked, but also hurriedly got off the stage and quickly ran behind Xiaohe. Incredibly shocked, he looked at Zhao Ting while his heart palpitated. In his heart, he said, "It's a good thing I didn't offend this person and this person's friends just now. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. In this situation, using one's but to think, one would know that I'm afraid this person's spiritual roots are not to be trifled with." Zhao Ting busily bowed and said, "Back to Immortal Master. My name is Zhao Ting." Xiaohe, however, was slightly startled and hastily helped Zhao Ting up, saying, "Zhao Ting, no need to be polite." Based on this Zhao Ting's qualifications, after returning to the sect, he would surely be directly promoted to Purple Clothes Disciple. That is, the so-called core disciples, identity status, will be higher than him this deacon. What's more, this Zhao Ting, which was brought back by his discovery of Xiaohe, must be a great merit. There is hope for promotion in the future, and Zhao Ting is truly his lucky star. Zhao Ting, however, was still somewhat apprehensive. Immortal Master, I'm not qualified. I can't possibly enter the Taoist heavenly sect? And my age. Zhao Ting didn't know anything about spirit roots. Although looking at the reaction of the old man in front of him, he expected that he would probably be able to get in. But just to be on the safe side, ask again. Most importantly, after all, being older, Zhao Ting was still a little apprehensive. At those words, the square quieted down, and the townspeople pricked up their ears to listen to the wanting to hear exactly how this Zhao Ting's qualifications were. After all, the reaction of the Tao Heavenly Sect's Immortal Master was in everyone's eyes. Some of the people who had even mocked Zhao Ting at the beginning were silent, and even lowered their heads and fear of being discovered by Zhao Ting. Thousands of thoughts. Did not expect. This Zhao Ting is actually the best qualification this time. But we'll have to hear what the Immortal Master has to say about the exact degree of superiority. Zhao Ting based on your qualifications, age is not a problem at all. Limiting age. It's because those poorly qualified pseudo-spiritual roots would only be wasting their time if they started cultivating when they were in their 20s. But you're different. Xiaohe took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Ting as if he was looking at a supreme treasure and continued. Among mortals, those who have spiritual roots are rare in 10,000 miles. And your qualifications? Throughout the entire northern Xian cultivation world, it is a first-class existence. You are a metallic heavenly spirit root. This kind of excellent qualification, not to mention Bei Xian, even in the entire mortal cultivation world, all are the existence of many big clans that tend to rush in the Tao Heavenly Clan, also have to be like a treasure to offer up. Chapter 18 Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? After Xiaohe's words were finished, countless sounds of sucking in cool air resounded in the square. The eyes of the townspeople looking at Zhao Ting had already taken on respect in addition to envy. Don't dare to think of anything else. After all, the words of this immortal master of the Tao Heavenly Sect had already made it very clear. The fact that it was a first-rate existence throughout the entire Bei Xian cultivation world was enough to say it all. This Zhao Ting, with outstanding talent, is a submerged dragon in the abyss, and will definitely rise to the heavens in the future. In comparison, this Zhao Ting was truly a step to heaven. Previously those 4 children with spiritual roots were mediocre. but it's just more mediocre compared to Xiaoting. The future prospects of those 4 kids are, as usual, so much higher than the countless kids who have been eliminated here. Rao Suhai was also frightened at this moment, and his gaze towards Xiaoting became respectful. Before and after just one day, the attitude of this city lord of his changed drastically. Suhai also never thought that someone could ascend to the heavens in a single day. Metallic heaven. Heavenly spiritual root. Xiaoting mumbled to himself, also feeling dreamy at this moment. Xiaoting you first follow this deacon up to your seat. Wait until these last kids are done quizzing. Shinhe reached out toward the seats on the stage and smiled an invitation. His face was constantly smiling, and he couldn't be happier. Shinhe's treatment of Xiaoting's attitude, looking at the crowd, became more and more trembling. Oh, good. Xiaoting nodded confusedly, and went up on stage with Shinhe. Until now, it all felt so surreal to him. Upon taking the stage, the disciple who originally said that Xiaoting was older also bowed and shouted, "Senior brother Xiao." Xiaoting waved his hands repeatedly. I don't dare to dare. He hadn't even joined the Tianqing yet, so what kind of senior brother was he? But it was also more obvious that this spiritual root of his was truly remarkable. Senior brother Xiao is very serious. Ha! The disciple smiled sarcastically, and his words carried caution, as well as ingratiation. There was no way around it. Once Xiaoting returned to the sect, with his qualifications, he would definitely be directly promoted to a purple-clothed disciple. That was the purple clothes that countless disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect had dreamed of. In the Dao Heavenly Sect, other than the patriarch and the elders, it was the purple-clothed disciples who had the highest status. At this point, the quiz continued in the square. Only everyone's attention was on Xiaoting, if anything, simply because its natural talent is too dazzling. Xiaoting, is your family from Tianqing City? Why is it that when my Dao Sect recruited disciples some years ago, you didn't come? Shenhe asked suspiciously. Although it was said that with Xiaoting's qualifications, these few years were nothing, but it's always still a bit of a waste of time. And what made Shenhe even more puzzled was what kind of family lineage someone of Xiaoting's qualifications had. How could a heavenly spirit root appear in a place like this? By all accounts, the possibility was too small. Too small. Xiaoting returned to his senses and said, "Back to Immortal Master. My family isn't from Tianqing City. Instead, it's the town of Fulu, south of Tianqing City. As for why I didn't come earlier, it's because I was preparing for the exams before that." On the side, City Lord Suhai couldn't help but lose his heart when he heard that Xiaoting wasn't from Tianqing City. If it's from Tianqing City, then he, the city's lord, also has merit. It's a shame to say that it will be rewarded by the Immortal Master. Flowertone? Shenhe nodded his head. In truth, he had little impression of this town, but from today onwards, but it was firmly memorized. However, when he heard Xiaoting's last sentence, Shenhe was puzzled again and said, "Prepare for the exam? Prepare for what exam?" Xiaoting scratched his head and said, "The civil examination." Shenhe stagnated, subconsciously wanting to curse a nonsense, but quickly held back, dryly coughing, and, he said bitterly, "Well, Xiaoting, with your natural talent, you should practically cultivate immortality from now on, and don't think about the cultural examination anymore." Blind delay. Xiaoting nodded. Yes. Shenhe looks at Xiaoting, also smooth. Outstanding talent, but not arrogant. Respect elders. It wasn't as if there weren't other heavenly spirit root disciples within the Daotian sect, but which one of them wasn't high-minded and arrogant? Like Xiaoting, very few. Honestly speaking, at this moment, even if Xiaoting scolded him, Shenhe may not dare to talk back. It's just a matter of putting up with it. After Xiaoting's mood eased quite a bit, he suddenly thought of Chen Sun and hurriedly looked over. When he saw Chen Sun lying over there on the ground huffing and puffing, he couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. What's wrong with Brother Chen? How can a nice person suddenly become like this? Why did you suddenly go crazy? After this moment of time, Xiaoting couldn't help but think about it. Evening. Spiritual Roots quiz complete. No more spirit roots appeared for the children in the back. The parents went home with their respective children lost. Since cultivating immortality is not possible, one can only study hard to take the exams. Immortal Master, I have already arranged for accommodations at the City Lord's mansion. Before Suhai finished speaking, Shenhe waved his hand and interrupted. No need. City Lord Su, I appreciate your kindness. We're departing back to the clan here. If it were usual, Shenhe would naturally stay for a night or even a few days. But this time, with the appearance of such a heavenly spirit root disciple as Xiaoting, he was returning to his roots. Okay. Suhai regretted. On the side, Xiaoting's eyes changed, also not expecting it to be so fast. Not even time to say goodbye to your family? This time when he went out, he had told his family that he was coming to the civil examination, but now he was Zhao Ting hurriedly said, "Immortal master, can you let me speak to my family before I leave?" Shen He stalled, but he couldn't refuse Zhao Ting's request and smiled. "Of course you can. It's only human to meet with your family. After all, after joining the sect, there are fewer chances to come to the mundane world." Zhao Ting's mouth was slightly open because Shen He's words were simply the same as what Brother Chen said yesterday. You have to give up so much to cultivate immortality? Could this be the price of cultivating immortality? Thinking of Chen Sun, Zhao Ting busily looked over, and when he saw Chen Sun still lying there, he quickly walked over. Seeing this, Shen He waved his hand towards Su Hai and said, "City Lord Su, please return. We are leaving later, so there is no need to see us off." After saying that, he headed towards Zhao Ting and Chen Sun's side. The 6 disciples also followed with the 4 newly recruited young boys and girls. The 4 young boys and girls were well behaved. It was just that I that kept looking to the side of the family that had never left the room. The families of these teenagers, who also know that their children are leaving, want to come up and talk, but without Shen He's consent, they didn't dare, and could only look dryly with their eyes. Yes, Su Hai bowed and answered, and despite his words, he didn't leave, but stood at a distance. It is estimated that only until Shen He and these people have really left will they dare to leave. As the lord of a city, Su Hai was naturally very discerning. Brother Chen, wake up! Zhao Ting came over and crouched down, gently pushing Chen Sun. Well, Chen Sun opened his eyes in a daze and muttered, "What are you doing?" Zhao Ting stalled and smiled bitterly. "Brother Chen, what is wrong with you?" Chen Sun's appearance of not recognizing him made Zhao Ting a little uneasy, and his heart was even more sour. Why did it turn out like this when it was so good? Zhao Ting couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he had taken away Brother Chen's luck? Zhao Ting was already kind-hearted, and at this moment, he was even more inexplicably feeling guilty. After all, this was too much of a coincidence. Zhao Ting. At this time, Shen Hian and a group of disciples came over. Zhao Ting hurriedly got up and said, "Can Immortal Master take a look at my friend? He was fine yesterday, and this morning it somehow turned out fine." Chapter 19, Sweeping Chores, Traveling to the Dao Heavenly Sect. Oh, yesterday was normal? Upon hearing this, Shen He and his line of disciples also looked puzzled and sized up Chen Sun. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that this was Zhao Ting's friend, Shen He and the others wouldn't have even looked at it. Not going to waste that time. Shen He sized up Chen Sun for a moment, to no avail, before saying, "Perhaps it's hereditary." Zhao Ting, do you know if any of the elders in your friend's family are like that? Zhao Ting shook his head. "No, I don't know. Are you kidding me? He only met Brother Chen yesterday. He only knows a name. As for the rest of Brother Chen's information is not known at all." Shen He nodded and said helplessly, "Then this deacon has no choice." Zhao Ting, it's about time. We'll follow you to Flowtown so you can meet up with your family. Zhao Ting nodded his head silently, but his gaze was always on Chen Sun. I only saw that at this moment. Chen Sun got up, squatted on the ground, and his finger was drawing something on the ground, and every now and then, he lets out a weird laugh. At this time, a small mini boat spell appeared in Shen He's hand. After saying that, he recited the mantra in his mouth, only to see the mini boat swish and fly away from Shen He's hand. Coming to a small midair a few feet off the ground, it grew larger. At first glance, there is enough room for dozens of people. This scene was seen by many of the surrounding townspeople, and each of them exclaimed that they were worthy of being an immortal, and that such tactics, godly. Zhao Ting and the 4 teenagers were also dumbfounded, and their hearts grew excited. At Shen He's eye indication, a line of disciples brought up 4 teenagers to be the first to point their toes, and swept aboard. Yu Zhen and the other 4 children were full of excitement as they touched this and that. For a moment they forgot about their families below. Only then did Shen He look at Zhao Ting, reached out his hand and smiled. "Zhao Ting, we can set off." Although Zhao Ting was a heavenly spirit root, he was only immortal nowadays. It is not what the green man did not have light martial arts evening, this height of several feet. Naturally, he had to. This deacon will bring it up. Zhao Ting's brows furrowed as he tilted his head to look at the airship and then at Chen Sun, a tangle flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't rest assured when Brother Chen suddenly became like this. Although they met in passing, Brother Chen really brought him blessings. When he said that he had a spiritual essence, he, Zhao Ting, really did have a spiritual root, or a heavenly spiritual root. "Zhao Ting?" Shen He saw that Zhao Ting was lost in thought and dazed, so he shouted. Zhao Ting returned to his senses, looked at Shen He, gathered his courage, and said awkwardly, "Immortal Master, can I ask you something?" Shen He was puzzled and said, "What is it?" "May as well be straightforward." Zhao Ting pointed at Chen Sun, who was crouching on the ground, and coughed dryly. "Can you bring my friend along? Just give me a job that will put food on the table." Shen He's brow immediately furrowed. "Bringing a mortal back to the clan? But currently, the Tao Heavenly Sect had no precedent of mortals entering the sect. Shen subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the special nature of Xiaoting in front of him, he was immediately shocked, almost careless. Then he thought, good, there's no harm in bringing Xiaoting's friend back to the clan. It's just a mortal. It's just an errand. It's not like you're entering the clan as a disciple. Just report it to the top when the time comes. I'm sure it's nothing. There wasn't much up there that would brush off Xiaoting, the pride of heaven, because of such a trivial matter. Most importantly, in this way, Shen was also considered to have a good relationship with Xiaoting on the side. Xiaoting was also considered to owe him a favor. Although this favor might be insignificant, it was the favor of a purple-clad disciple. After Shen pondered for a moment, he nodded his head and said, yes, after bringing him back to the clan, this deacon can go to the utility peak to make a job sweeping the floor for this friend of yours, as if he has a mouth to feed. How about that? The handyman peaks were originally the lowest of the gas-refining disciples, and they all needed to eat on weekdays. It would be appropriate for a friend of Xiaoting's to go there. Shen looked at Chen Sun again and secretly lamented. It's a blessing for this son to have Xiaoting as a friend. Mind you, when a mortal goes to an immortal's blessed land with abundant spiritual qi, not to mention other things, he or she can live a slightly longer life than in the mundane world. Many thanks, immortal master. Great. Xiaoting was overjoyed and rushed forward to help Chen Sun up, laughing, ha ha, brother Chen, am I good enough? Chen Sun squeezed his eyebrows and Jie laughed. Enough is enough. You're too much. Xiaoting stuttered, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chen may be crazy, but it's good to know that he's still able to communicate on occasion, though the communication in tone was odd. Ha, Shen laughed. Xiaoting, you and your friend take this deacon's hand and take you to the ship. Yes, brother Chen, let's go. Xiaoting pulled Chen Sun up and rushed over. Then he only saw Shen pulling Xiaoting and Chen Sun, and with a gentle leap, he rose up into the air, boarded the ship. Chen Sun kept laughing and didn't know what he was laughing at. On the contrary, Xiaoting's mouth was wide open, his irritation overflowing. Shen's hand alone pulling them to leap up made Xiaoting feel the sensation of flying for a brief moment. Xiaoting didn't dare to think about how cool it would be when the flying boat started up later. Buzz! The flying boat began to vibrate, and a hidden light flickered. At this moment, many of the city folk gathered around, looking at the scene in shock, and the families of Yu Zhang and the other 4 teenagers who were recruited as disciples finally couldn't help themselves, chanted, child, you must be good in the Tao Heavenly Sect, cultivate hard, and come home often when you have time. On the flying boat, Yu Zhang and the other children's eyes reddened. After all, it was also the first time to leave home since they grew up. Mom and Dad, I will. Take care of yourselves, father and mother. On the side, Shen and the disciples watched the scene expressionlessly. Come home often? I'm afraid I won't be able to return anytime soon. However, disciples like these pseudo-spirit root disciples, who have no hope of breaking through the realm in the future, will always return to the mortal world. But in any case, it's better than a written exam, because if these children are any worse, they will be at least at the 3rd level of qi refining in the future, and that realm will come back to the mundane. It will also be no small feat. After Shen silently recited the mantra, he said, hold on tight. Xiaoting and the teenagers rushed to grab the railing. Only Chen Xuangan was standing there, his eyes looking at the sky, continuing frenzy. In the next moment, we only saw the flying boat swish into a brilliant stream of light, and swept away towards the sky. A moment later it disappeared. City Lord Su Hai was greatly relieved and bowed. Greetings, immortal master. Swish, the airship swept across the night sky. Xiaoting and the 4 teenagers gripped the railing, their faces full of exuberance. It's hard not to get excited. After all, it's all about going up for the first time. Senior brother Zhao, please teach me more in the future. Senior brother Zhao, my name is. The 6 disciples came to Xiaoting one after another and introduced themselves, their attitudes extremely humble and respectful. It made Xiaoting force a smile and was uncomfortable. Yu Zhang and the other 4 teenagers looked at the scene enviously. All of them also knew that this Xiaoting big brother's future was not something they could compare to. This hadn't even entered the sect yet, and these senior brothers and sisters were already getting close to big brother Xiaoting. On the side, Shen watched with a smile, his eyes not leaving Xiaoting for a moment. It was as if he was looking at a supreme treasure. This Xiaoting, but he's the biggest gain of this trip. It was also the greatest harvest of the Tao Heavenly Sect in recent years. These 4 teenagers didn't know what a purple-clothed disciple meant by now. Suffice it to say that right now, for special reasons, these 4 teenagers were still able to talk and laugh with Xiaoting. Close contact. But once they returned to the clan, there was basically little possibility of further contact between the 2 parties. That's a real cloudy, unattainable difference. Thinking of this, He also looked at the crazy Chen Sun on the side. Although this Chen Sun is Zhao Ting's friend, but after returning to the clan, the same thing, there is basically no possibility of contact in the future. This is the status gap. Unless Zhao Ting was pure of heart and remembered his old feelings, perhaps there would still be a crossing of paths, but in Shen He's opinion, the likelihood is almost non-existent. People will always change, especially in the hooked-up world of immortalism. The speed of the airship was fast, and it didn't take long to reach the town of Flo. Zhao Ting's family is quite wealthy in Fulu town. In fact, from the fact that Zhao Ting had given Chen Sun 2 silver coins earlier, it could be seen that a poor family could not be so bold in their offerings. When Zhao Ting's parents heard that Zhao Ting had joined the Dao Heavenly Sect, the person was directly dumbfounded and then became ecstatic. Although Zhao Ting's parents wanted Zhao Ting to take the civil examination to become an official, but to be able to join the Dao Tian sect, it was naturally better to become an immortal master. Next, at Zhao Ting's request, Shen He had to agree to temporarily stay in Fulu town for 2 days. During this time, the news spread all over the town of Flo, and the town master and all the dignitaries of the town were alarmed that there were many door-to-door congratulations. Thus, the Zhao Ting family jumped to become the most prestigious existence in Fulu town. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the airship broke through the air and swept up, leaving the town of Fortune, towards the sect site of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Chen Sun was naturally along for the ride, and this time he went to the Dao Tian sect, although he wasn't joining the Dao Tian sect, not a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect, but good enough to make a living. In the Dao Tian sect's handyman peak every day. The green mountains make companions to sweep the ground, and I think it must also be clean. If Chen Sun was clear-eyed, he would probably be satisfied with such an easy swinging job. Chapter 20, Chen Sun's Mockery. The airship is faster, able to travel at least 20,000 miles a day without stopping. But even so, by the time they flew to the Dao Tian sect's territory, 3 days had already been consumed. Oh, you see, this is already within the boundaries of our Dao Tian sect, our Dao Heavenly Sect. As a first-class immortal sect in North Xian, belongs to the Dao Heavenly Sect for hundreds of thousands of miles around. Shen He pointed downward and laughed. Wow! Zhao Ting and the teenagers plopped down onto the railing and looked in shock at the magnificent mountains and rivers in front of them. As for Chen Sun, he was leaning against the railing, dozing and sleeping soundly. Deacon Shen, where is that clan? Zhao Ting asked in a hurry. During this period of time, Zhao Ting and Shen He are also considered to be quite familiar with each other, and he opened his mouth to call out his position. No more cries of immortal master, immortal master. Yu Jing and the other teenagers sniffed and were curious. Shen He shook his head and laughed. Zhao Ting, you're not in a hurry. The sect is on top of an immortal mountain. The ship will be visible for no more than another 1,000 miles. Zhao Ting nodded as he looked at the emptiness below him and asked the question he had been holding for 2 days again. Deacon Shen, why haven't we seen the town since yesterday? A disciple took over and explained with a smile. Senior brother Zhao, you don't know that. In order to isolate themselves from the mundane world, most of the immortal cultivation sects in the immortal cultivation realm choose their sites in paradise areas, and in addition to recruiting disciples every few years, generally will not go to the mortal world, including that many loose cultivators is the same. Very little contact with mortals, so in the mortal world of the mortals it's also rare to see us cultivators. Shen He smiled at the words. Exactly. Zhao Ting and the others instantly felt long-sighted, secretly saying that this was the case. No wonder I've rarely seen an immortal since I was a kid. Thinking about this, Zhao Ting and the others couldn't help but look forward to it more and more. Hey, what mortal or not mortal, immortal or not immortal? To the little student to see na. You immortal cultivators just pride yourselves on being noble. Chen Sun woke up at some point and was grinning madly. The air was silent. Zhao Ting's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked at Shen He and the others. Sure enough, he saw Shen He and the line of disciples gradually tighten their smiles, their faces slightly unsightly. Zhao Ting looked worried and busied himself by going over and whispering, Brother Chen, don't say it. Zhao Ting also didn't expect Shen Sun to suddenly speak. Wasn't he crazy? Oh yes, it's crazy, not stupid. It's normal to talk crazy, but in this situation, it doesn't fit. Chen Sun, however, had an indignant look on his face and muttered in a low voice. What's the matter? I didn't say anything wrong. Aren't immortal cultivators just self-proclaimed noble? Which immortal cultivator didn't come from a mortal? They're so high and mighty when they've got a little skill. Since I thought I had become an immortal, I would not look at mortals in the eye, but I do not know that the difference is far away, is still a mortal, a little capable of mortals to go. In my opinion, if you want to achieve the great Tao, you can't isolate mortals. Instead, to go to the fine feeling, there is a saying wonderful wow. The human fireworks, the most appease the mortal heart If Chen Sun were awake at this moment, he would be surprised to the core. For he was in a different state of insanity this time than he had been, and though insane but sometimes with some logical thinking. Not like the old insanity, which was persistent and stupid. Of course, about all this, only 3 years later, when Chen Sun regained his clarity. Recall a scene to find out. Zhao Ting's mouth was slightly open as he listened to Chen Sun's words. His heart was in shock, because he actually felt good about it. Shen He's face flushed red as he pointed at Chen Sun. Furious, he had the intention to drink and scold a lesson, but because of Zhao Ting's face, he could only endure it. I don't know whether he was poked or what, but Shen He felt like he was going to be mad. But soon, Shen He reacted with a shock, and hastily took a deep breath to calm his mind down. He was actually infuriated by a madman. It seems that the Tao is still a bit low. All these years of cultivating immortality have gone to the dogs. However, Shen He still retorted with a cold snort. Humph, what can you understand as a mere mortal? We cultivators are naturally not noble. If we often contact with mortals, that many factors will only affect their own spirit. You're talking crazy. Never mind. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Shen He was talking about it, suddenly realized that Chen Sun leaned on the railing and fell asleep. Then stalled. The anger was so strong that he reacted and then quickly suppressed it. Shen He sighed. He hadn't been angry in I don't know how long. Today in a short period of time, but was pissed off twice by a madman. Deacon Shen. With Brother Chen being like this nowadays, some of his words may be biased, but I'm sure he definitely didn't do it on purpose, so please don't take it personally. And if Brother Chen has upset the deacon, I'll make amends with the deacon on behalf of Brother Chen. Zhao Ting bowed slightly and clasped his fists and smiled bitterly. Shen He's face slowed down and smiled helplessly. No harm done. This deacon is not so far gone as to bother with a madman. Zhao Ting then breathed a sigh of relief. The airship continued to travel, but after this outburst from Chen Sun, it fell into silence. Zhao Ting looked at Chen Sun helplessly. The 4 teenagers were full of cluelessness and confusion. The 6 disciples looked vaguely at Chen Sun, silently carrying unhappiness in their hearts. Honestly, if it weren't for senior brother Zhao, they really wanted to teach this lunatic a lesson. But it's on the side of being a friend of senior brother Zhao. They wouldn't dare. As for Shen He, standing at the bow of the boat, with his hands behind his back, his face becoming serious at some point. From time to time, he looked at heaven and earth, and from time to time, he inclined his head to look at Chen Sun, and his eyes flashed with a strange color. Is it possible that this immortal is really practicing wrongly? In the end, Shen He was the one with the highest level of cultivation here, and after calming down, recalling the words of Chen Sun just now, yet suddenly there was some sense in it, a clear perspective. The earth's fireworks are the most soothing to the hearts of mortals, Shen He murmured in his heart, after thinking that he could not understand, then shook his head down and lost his smile. He's crazy to take the words of a madman and repeat them over and over in his mind. The immortal world has always been different from the immortal world. It has long been a convention in the minds of all cultivators. He actually almost lost his Tao by the words of this lunatic. Chen Sun. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. Look at that towering immortal mountain ahead of you. Sometime later, the teenager Yu Zhang suddenly pointed ahead and shouted excitedly. Wow! The other 3 young boys and girls also exclaimed in shock. Zhao Ting hurriedly got up to look. His pupils slowly contracted up and his heartbeat accelerated. I saw in the distance, a lofty immortal mountain towering into the clouds, surrounded by a dense mist. Under the sunlight, it was like a fairy atmosphere. Extremely spectacular. We can even see a lot of streams of light crossing the sky, disappearing into the immortal mountain and disappearing, and near the immortal mountain, many cranes soar in a peaceful fairy landscape. Back to the clan. The 6 disciples looked at each other and smiled. This time with Deacon Shen going to the mundane Tianqing city to recruit disciples. It also consumed several days. Naturally, it was still comfortable within the clan. The aura was abundant. Shen He stroked his beard and said, "Oh, children, welcome to the Tao Heavenly Sect." Chapter 21 The 4 Peaks. Follow this deacon into the clan. After Shen He finished speaking, he silently recited the mnemonic, and the airship quickly swept towards the distant immortal mountain. And within a few moments, the airship then disappeared into the white mist of the immortal mountain. At the mountain gate of the Tao Heavenly Sect, Zhao Ting shook the sleeping Chen Sun awake and the group got off the airship. Meet Deacon Shen. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate were the first to step forward, bowing and shouting. Aha! Shen He nodded, then held back the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, pulled Zhao Ting up and left, and commanded, "This deacon will take Zhao Ting on a trip to the cabinet, and Su Yang, you will take them directly to the handyman peak to report for registration." Yes, one of the 6 disciples bowed and responded. Zhao Ting didn't expect Deacon Shen to be in such a hurry, so he hurriedly turned back as he walked and shouted, "Brother Chen, I'll see you when I'm done." Saying that, he quickly lost his shadow along with Xinhe. The two guard disciples had long since been stunned back to their senses and the eyes were very arduous as they looked towards Su Yang and the other disciples, full of curiosity. "What's the situation? Who was the one who was just pulled away by Deacon Shen? Did you hear me right? Going to the inner cabinet?" The 6 disciples looked at each other and smiled, and Su Yang said, "The one who was brought to the cabinet by Deacon Shen is senior brother Xiaoting Zhao. Senior Zhao is the one we just recruited back from the mundane world." At those words, the pupils of the 2 mountain guard disciples shrank. "Just recruited? Just call him brother Zhao?" Su Yan lamented. "Don't look at us like that. You guys. Senior brother Zhao He. Metallic heavenly spirit root. You 5. Report with me to the handyman peak." After Su Yang finished speaking, he led the 4 of them, Chen Sun and Yu Zhang, towards the handyman peak. The other 5 disciples entered the mountain gate and left as well. The remaining 2 mountain guard disciples stayed in place in shock. Heavenly and celestial spiritual roots. "See, that one ahead is the handyman peak, on the mountain road." Su Yang pointed at a peak over there and said, "Wow." Yu Zhang and the others exclaimed in shock. They were spending the next part of their lives in that handyman peak? Although the handyman's peak was much shorter than the other several peaks that the other party had seen. However, the whole is the largest, and in their opinion, it is also full of aura, just like a fairyland. Chen Sun was quite quiet at the moment, holding a blank book in his hands, sidewalking with wild eyes. "Senior brother Su, then the several peaks just now were?" Yu Zhang asked curiously. Su Yang hooked his mouth in a smile and said, "Those peaks, you miscellaneous disciples can only look at them from afar. Unless dispatched, they are generally grounded." Saying that, Su Yang turned around, pointed to a mountain peak, and said smugly, "That one is Rinxian Peak. It is the outer sect, and senior brother I am the one who lives in Rinxian Peak." "Wow, senior brother is awesome." Yu Zhang and the others marveled with envy. Su Yang laughed out loud and pointed to the peak behind Rinxian Peak again, his eyes surfacing with longing. "Introducing," he said, "that's the earthly Xian Peak, which is the Inter-sect, where the disciples and elders are the mainstay of our Tao heavenly sect, and if the battle starts, it is the backbone of the clan." Without waiting for Yu Zhang and the others to ask anything, Su Yang pointed to the peak further back. The eyes became respectful and stared. "That's Tianqing Peak, inhabited by the true disciples, who are also known as the purple-clothes disciples. Each one's natural talent is an astonishingly brilliant existence, at the top of the Tao heavenly sect, and first class in the entire northern Xian immortal cultivation world." Su Yan laughed. "Senior brother Zhao Ting, who came with you, will be living at Tianqing Peak from now on." Yu Jing and the others' eyes widened, but they still seemed to be a bit confused. Seeing this, Su Yang said, "In our Tao heavenly sect, apart from the patriarch, elder, protector, deacon, and so on, there were about 13,000 disciples, 10,000 miscellaneous disciples, 3,000 outer disciples, and 500 inner disciples, purple-clothed disciples. Together with senior brother Zhao, there are only 15. Ha!" Yu Zhang and the others now completely understood the gold content of a purple-clothed disciple. Breathing rapidly, the figure was vaguely trembling. The 4 of them had originally stood out from so many spirit root tests in Tianqing City. Already belongs to the kind that is hard to find one in a million miles. Thinks he is a genius, and comes on the road with a great deal of ambition. I never thought that after coming to the Tao heavenly sect, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. There were more than 10,000 of them, the 1 in a million journeyman disciples, in the Tao heavenly sect. Behind them were the outer disciples, the inner disciples, and the purple-clothed disciples. If this was how they fancied themselves geniuses, then what was senior brother Zhao Ting, who had become a purple-clad disciple? No wonder there's a saying that genius is just the threshold of seeing me, and now it seems that the Yu Zhang 4, however, didn't think they were even qualified to take a look at Zhao Ting. Even the senior brother Su Yang in front of them, who was an outer disciple, was one that they needed to treat respectfully. The small talk on the way here seems like just a dream. At this moment, the crowd finally understood the gap and what it meant to be on cloud 9. Ha! Seeing the change in Yu Zhang and the others' expressions, Su Yan laughed and said, "Well, I will briefly introduce these peaks to you. As for the other peaks and the precautions to be taken, you will gradually learn about them in the future. Let's follow senior brother to climb the handyman peak." "Yes." Yu Zhang and the others hurriedly bowed, their attitudes completely changing. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, secretly saying that the children could be taught. Once they entered the Daotian sect, the first thing you need to do is to recognize yourself so that it will last. Su Yang couldn't help but look at Chen Sun hanging back again and skimmed his lips without saying anything more. "Anyway, it's just a crazy person who gets lost in his own world. from time to time. Moreover, there was no need for him to know about various matters. He was only trusting Zhao Ting's relationship to come in and make a living, and was not a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Although the handyman peak was the lowest peak in the Dao Heavenly Sect, it was the largest. After all, just one handyman peak alone would have to accommodate more than 10,000 handyman disciples. As Su Yang led Chen Sun and the others on their way to climb the mountain, they could often see the passing handyman disciples, and all of these miscellaneous disciples would cast measuring gazes. Everyone knows that the clan has been recruiting disciples recently. In these few days there would be dozens of new handyman disciples arriving one after another, but soon after seeing Su Yang's attire, they would all have a change in their eyes. He hastily bowed and shouted, "Senior brother." Whenever this happened, Su Yang nodded his head lightly and continued up the mountain with Chen Sun and the others. When we came to the halfway point of Handyman's Peak, we didn't continue to climb up the mountain. Su Yang instead led Chen Sun and the others towards the front at a fast pace, and the number of miscellaneous disciples encountered on the way increased. Yu Zheng and the others were more or less scared when they looked at the many leering eyes and couldn't help but lower their heads. Along the way, patches of buildings could soon be seen again, densely packed, and Yu Zheng and the others were curious and made some inquiries, only to realize that those were the residences of the handyman disciples. And what shocked the four Yu Zhengs was that Su Yang told them that the miscellaneous disciples were also graded. The odd-job disciples living at the halfway point of this mountain are the lowest of the low. Those whose realm was mostly at the first level of qi refining or who had not yet induced the spirit into the body numbered about 8,000. The other 2,000 or so, however, reside further up the peak of the handyman than halfway up the mountain. The handyman disciples who lived there all had realms at the second level of qi refining, with very few at the third level of qi refining. A journeyman disciple at the third level of qi refining can leave the journeyman peak if he goes further. It was time to go to Rinxian Peak, which meant promotion to outer disciple. Chapter 22, Where is Chen Sun? Yu Zheng's few people were breathing heavily, feeling an unprecedented pressure, and their hearts were determined to. After standing firm, the first thing to do is to cultivate hard and try to leave the mid-levels as soon as possible. Only then could he have the chance to leave the handyman peak and become that outer disciple. Su Yang seemed to have read the minds of the four children, but he didn't say anything more, just pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. Su Yang was also an outer disciple who was promoted only after many years of crawling and climbing from the handyman peak. One thing he knew very well was that how beautiful the imagination was, then how cruel the reality was. Utility disciples are all pseudo-spiritual roots in the first place, and without resources poured into them, the upper limit is very low, especially in the resource-poor handyman peak. If one wanted to break through to the middle stage of qi refining, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. And as a handyman disciple, there was daily work to be done, and honestly, there is not much time left to practice. Less resources, less time to practice, and all those reasons. It is the sharp sword of reality that shatters the beautiful imagination of the servant disciples. If you really have that determination to want to leave the handyman peak, then you have to suffer. Suffer very much to have a chance. You guys follow your senior brother inside to report and register. Not long after, Su Yang led Chen Sun to the outside of an attic and said, "Yes." Yu Zheng's four people hurriedly followed Su Yang into the attic. Since Chen Sun was hanging at the end, Su Yang and the others didn't pay attention to Chen Sun, so they didn't notice. Chen Sun didn't follow them into the attic at all, but instead shook his head and headed towards the other territories. Deacon Qian, there are 4 new disciples here. Help register them. As soon as he entered the attic, Su Yang laughed at the fat man who was lying on the chair over there, huffing and puffing. Qian Laifu smacked his lips and opened his eyes, and when he saw Su Yang, he smiled. "Yo, Su Yang, how much time has it been since I came to Handyman Peak?" Qian Laifu has also been a deacon for quite a few years in this part of the Handyman's Peak halfway up the mountain. This Su Yang was once under his hand, but watched his promotion to outer disciple. Su Yang laughed. "I'm busy cultivating on weekdays. Only recently did I go out with Deacon Shinhe to recruit disciples, so how could I have the time to come to Handyman Peak?" Qian Laifu nodded with a smile, stood up, and brought a brush and a book from a side table. Surveying Yu Zheng's 4 people, he said, "Name, age, spiritual root, home address, notify them, soon." Qian Laifu registered, threw his quill and book on the table and, then he turned around and ordered inside, and soon a disciple came out with 4 sets of earth-colored handyman disciple clothes and other objects. It was in front of the 4 Yu Zhengs. Here's the disciple's uniform, bedding and some daily necessities, the residence door plate, sect rules and the sect's do's and don'ts record, as well as the first volume of the first half of this Tao heavenly skill. You must remember that the technique must not be spread out, and if it is discovered, dispose of it according to the rules of the clan. Qian Laifu said faintly. "Yes, Yu Zhang and the others rejoiced and rushed forward to take that excited little eyes couldn't stay away from that volume of Tao heavenly secrets for a moment. Qian Laifu nodded and instructed a disciple behind him, take them to the residence. Yes, that handyman disciple answered. Then he led Yu Zhang's four towards the outside of the pavilion. Follow me. Yu Zhang and the four of them then followed, only to look back at Su Yang 3 times a step, shouting, see you later, senior brother Su. Su Yang, however, stood expressionless and paid no attention, because by bringing these 4 teenagers to this point, his mission was accomplished. In the future, if there is a chance to meet again, Yu Zhang 4 people still have to respectfully call Su senior brother. After all, it was just 4 odd job disciples. Su Yang would not cross paths with them too much. This was the reality. And as if realizing something, Yu Zhang and the others closed their mouths and, with that handyman disciple left in despair. Only then did Qian Laifu look at Su Yang, reaching out to a side chair and laughing. You kid. It's a rare trip. Why don't you sit down and talk to this deacon? Su Yang is an outer disciple. And now this status. With him, this handyman peak deacon. You could say it's even. Deacon Qian. It's not over yet. Here's another. Where's Chen Sun? Su Yang laughed and twisted his head to see the empty space behind him, and his expression froze. Qian Laifu was suspicious and said, what Chen Sun? Didn't you bring a total of 4 disciples? Su Yang came back to his senses and couldn't help but scratch his head, helplessly losing his smile. You don't know. There's also a mortal one whose brain is a little off. Probably didn't follow through with the attic. Deacon Shen he has orders. Let's get you a sweeping job for it's at the handyman's peak. And just manage a place to live and a full mouth to feed. What the hell? Mortal? Qian Laifu was dumbfounded and couldn't help but pull out his ear holes, thinking he had heard wrong. However, after hearing that it was Deacon Shenhe's order, his expression became a bit more serious, thinking that it seems to be Deacon Shenhe's mortal relative. Although they were both deacons, their status and position could be far different. Qian Laifu was only a deacon of the miscellaneous service peak. The person Shenhe, that is the inner door deacon. Su Yang lost his smile as he looked at Qian Laifu's expression. Then he coughed dryly and, Zhang said, this time, Deacon Shenhe and I went to the mundane world and brought back a metallic heavenly spirit root senior brother. And at this moment, Deacon Shenhe has already taken senior brother Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. And in a short while, our Dao Heavenly Clan's 14 purple clothes will add another one to the list. Qian Laifu's pupils contracted violently, his face full of unbelief. Heavenly spirit root? Well, 1,000 times over. There should be a purple clothes disciple promotion ceremony in a few days. You'll know by then. Su Yang said, well, I'd better go find Chen over first. Qian Laifu came back to his senses and immediately said, wait, listen to what you're saying. It's not possible that mortal is related to senior brother Zhao Ting, is it? Su Yang nodded. That's right. This Chen Sun is the mortal friend of senior brother Zhao Ting. It's just that he suddenly got mad and senior brother Zhao Ting couldn't bear to see him, so he brought them back to the sect together. With that, Su Yang turned around and left the attic. Qian Laifu sat on his chair with his eyes filled with shocked emotions. No way. Meanwhile, Chen Sun wandered over to the martial arts field. The martial arts arena is wide and quieter. At this moment, there were quite a few handyman disciples who had finished their busy work meditating and practicing. Of course, there were quite a few that walked around the martial arts field hooking up and chatting softly. Some of the miscellaneous disciples had puzzled eyes after noticing Chen Sun, because Chen Sun's attire, at a glance, was not a disciple of the handyman peak. Moreover, the outer sect, and the inner sect's disciples' clothing were not cyan-colored. Chen Sun wandered to the center of the martial arts arena, and by now there were already many puzzled eyes falling on him, all speculating about who he is. Suddenly, Chen Sun let out a low gulp, flipped in place, and then with a yo roar, opening his arms wide to the wind, he ran happily through the martial arts field. The crowd of miscellaneous disciples. The disciples were dumbfounded by Chen Sun's inexplicable and sudden move that left them dumbfounded in place, full of confusion. The martial arts field is usually a quiet and solemn place, so most of the disciples would choose to cultivate here. But the commotion that Chen Sun made woke up quite a few disciples who were cultivating. Each one of them stifled a grunt and nearly suffered a backlash. But fortunately the cultivation tier was lower and nothing happened. But this could have straightened out a lot of disciples. And after being forced out of their cultivation states, as soon as I open my eyes I'm going to settle the score with the person who made the loud noise. Those disciples who had withdrawn from cultivation froze at the sight of the youth who was running cheerfully in a circle. Immediately after cautiously glancing at its attire, he lowered his heart and quickly surrounded it, his eyes revealing ill will. Chapter 23, He's not right in the head. Soon, Chen Sun was surrounded by a crowd of indignant handyman disciples. and those disciples who were not disturbed by Chen Sun also gathered around. Naturally, he didn't come to find trouble with Chen Sun for no reason. He purely came to see the fun. Chen Sun had been running happily, but he was surrounded by the handyman disciples. It led to less and less room to run, so he had to stop and couldn't help but look huffy, saying, "What are you doing? You're interrupting my fun, don't you know?" The disciples were confused. "Hey, what an evil man. Who's bothering who? Anyway?" A disciple said in a deep voice. "Kid, this is a martial arts field. On weekdays it is the place where many disciples practice, and we disciples who have been disturbed by you to forcefully exit the state of practice haven't questioned you yet. How dare you open your mouth and say that we disturbed your happiness? Do you still want to be ashamed?" Seeing that someone had started, the other disciples also exited. "Yes, look at your costume. You're not a new disciple who hasn't had a chance to change into his uniform yet, are you? Since you're new here and don't know the rules, apologize to us, and the brothers won't bother you." "Humph, elder brother Gua, you're being polite. If you ask me, there are so many of us, just kick his ass. It pisses me off." Has everyone noticed that this person seems a bit off? What the hell? Apologize. You have to apologize. Otherwise, when a few days pass this guy will have absolutely no good taste in his mouth. The disciples spoke to each other, eyeing Chen Sun intently. If it weren't for the fact that this moment is in the martial arts arena, if it wasn't for the fact that the handyman peak had the unwritten rule of a protection period, 3 days, for new disciples, they wouldn't have been able to hold back from making a move. "Jia Jia." Chen Sun suddenly laughed madly, crossed his arms, raised his chin, and said in an unassailable manner, "That's right, you guys quickly apologize to Xiaohe, or you'll have a good time." "Huh? What? Is this guy out of his mind?" The disciples were dumbfounded and thought they had heard wrongly, but soon, a wave of anger surged through their hearts. They couldn't stand it anymore. They had to teach this madman a lesson today. Mother her, him, reason is on our side, and it's unlikely that Deacon Xian will punish us. Flatten him, just save your breath. The disciples didn't care what happened. Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to round up Chen Sun and beat him severely. Chen Sun couldn't see the slightest bit of panic on his face, shaking his head while laughing madly at the scene. Only one hand was slowly raised to the hilt of the sword behind his back. "Stop!" Right at this moment, a low voice suddenly rang out. Those handyman disciples who made a move lurched in their movements and jerked their heads to look at wanting to see which one had eaten the bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare meddle in the affairs of others. But when they saw the costume of the visitor, they all changed their faces for a moment, and were busy putting away their movements and bowing down, and shout out, "Greetings, elder brother." The other disciples watching in the martial arts arena were also secretly shocked, bowing and shouting, "Greetings, senior brother," only to see that disciple in outer sect attire walk over with a gloomy face. The miscellaneous disciples made way. The visitor was naturally Su Yang. After Su Yang came out of the attic, he looked around for Chen Sun, and noticed the clamor on this side of the martial arts field. He then expected Chen Sun to be here 80% of the time. After all, previously on the airship, Su Yang could tell that this crazy man Chen Sun was a troublemaker. Coming over to take a look, it was exactly as he had guessed. It was this guy Chen Sun. Su Yang quickly walked to Chen Sun, and had the intention to pressure Chen Sun for a few words, but when he thought of Zhao Ting, and again, he held back hard. There's no way. Although this Chen Sun is crazy, he can't help it that people have hard relationships. "Come with me to the attic," Su Yang said. Su Yang didn't bother to ask Chen Sun why he left the team without authorization and came to this martial arts field, because he knew that it's futile to ask. Chen Sun is not a normal person at all. When Su Yang saw Chen Sun ignoring him, his face sank, so he had to forcefully pull up Chen Sun's sleeve and headed out the door. The crowd of miscellaneous disciples looked at this scene in dismay, and there was a hidden scorn in their gazes toward Chen Sun. Good man. The connections. In the peak of the handyman, there are some handyman disciples who are related to each other, or relatives of the outer disciples, or the relatives of the inner disciples, each one of them mixing well. I can't imagine this guy, but he's actually related too. With this in mind, some of the servant disciples who had wanted to snitch on Chen Sun with Su Yang, you can only break your teeth and swallow them. Snap. Suddenly, Chen Sun shook off Su Yang's hand and blurted out, "They didn't apologize to Xiaohe. The youngest is not leaving." Su Yang, the crowd of miscellaneous disciples. As the disciples listened to Chen Sun's words and observed his demeanor, they now thoroughly reacted to it. "He's just sick in the head," Su Yang said in a deep voice. "What did they do to apologize to you?" Su Yang knows with his ass that it must be Chen Sun who started the trouble. Chen Sun wrapped his arms around himself and tilted his head arrogantly without speaking. Senior brother. It's like this. We really didn't offend him. He was the one who first made a fuss in the martial arts arena and disturbed our cultivation. Senior brother, understand. A disciple was busy explaining. Su Yang looked at the other miscellaneous disciples, and saw that they all nodded their heads quickly, indicating that it was true. Su Yang was in trouble, but when he thought of Zhao Ting, then he coughed dryly. You guys might as well apologize to him. What? The miscellaneous disciples froze for a moment, followed by disbelief in their hearts. That's way out of line. But because of Su Yang's status, those disciples who had been forced out of their cultivation just now had to swallow their breath and were prepared to do more than apologize for the matter. However, before the disciples could apologize, Su Yang's next words were much more comfortable in the hearts of the crowd. Senior brothers and sisters, I'm sure you can see that Chen Sun, he's not very good in the head. Thinking is also vastly different from normal people, so I hope that all senior brothers and sisters will understand, and consider it as giving senior brother a face. Su Yang sighed and arched his hand. So this crazy guy's name is Chen Sun? After Su Yang's explanation, the crowd also understood that it seemed that this Chen Sun was really a madman. It was just that what puzzled them was how the sect could accept a lunatic in as a disciple, even though it was only a miscellaneous disciple. It shouldn't be. Chen Sun, we apologize to you. The disciples sighed. Chen Sun panicked and retreated a step back, hastily arching his hand. Shocked. Gentlemen, I am sorry for your words. I can't afford to accept this. The disciples are numb. You're the one who made the apology. Now apologize. What's the point of all this? Immediately afterward, the disciples couldn't help but look at Su Yang in tears, their faces full of wanting to ask, Senior brother, what the hell is he doing? This mother asterisk is real crazy. There was one thing to say. After knowing that this Chen Sun was truly crazy, the disciples had little anger towards him. It's all understandable. Su Yang was also a bit embarrassed by Chen Sun, and arched his hand towards the crowd once again. He then pulled Chen Sun to leave the martial arts field without saying a word. The disciples looked at the backs of those who were pulled away by Su Yang and piled up bitter smiles on their faces. They could kind of see that with this crazy Chen Sun, this handyman peak was going to be quite lively in the future. Chapter 24, the Taoist heavenly sect leader is actually him? Su Yang quickly brought Chen Sun to the attic. Deacon Qian, this is Chen Sun. Look after finding him a place to live. Give him another piece of the cleaning territory. Su Yang laughed. Qian Laifu hurriedly got up, stepped forward to take a look at Chen Sun, and kindly said, Chen Sun, I'm a deacon at the halfway point of the handyman peak, so you can just call me Old Qian from now on. Knowing that Chen Sun was a friend of the newly promoted purple-clothes Zhao Ting, Chen Laifu didn't dare to treat him lightly, even if the other party was a mortal with no spiritual roots. Chen Sun cocked his head and surveyed the interior of the attic, but it was as if he had not heard Chen Laifu's words. Chen Laifu smiled awkwardly. Su Yang was speechless and said, Deacon Qian, didn't I tell you that this Chen Sun has madness? You don't need to treat him like a regular person. He's just hard to communicate with sometimes. Qian Laifu nodded. Good. Aha. Su Yang let out a breath. The task Deacon Shen he gave him was considered completed. So he said, you can just arrange for Chen Sun's matter later. I'll go back to Rinxian Peak first. Su Yang said and walked towards the outside of the attic. Seeing this, Qian Laifu said, wait. Su Yang turned around, puzzled. Qian Laifu glanced at Chen Sun, walked up and pulled Su Yang aside, whispering, Su Yang then this Chen Sun, how exactly should this deacon arrange it? To be honest, Qian Laifu saw that this Su Yang's attitude towards Chen Sun is average, and some cannot be sure. Su Yang was silent for a while. He said, Senior brother Zhao Ting shouldn't have too many interactions with this Chen Sun in the future. Su Yang was well aware of how strict the hierarchy was in the sect, and the vast majority of the people were cold and warm. In fact, previously Su Yang also had a good friend, just in this handyman peak, and now also still there. But ever since Su Yang had been promoted to the outer sect, the two sides had rarely crossed paths. After saying that, Su Yang shook his head and left. Qian Laifu pursed his lips and looked at Su Yang's departing back, and after a moment, turned around and, the enthusiasm in the eyes that looked at Chen Sun faded quite a bit. Come on man, Qian Laifu shouted. Soon a disciple entered and bowed. Deacon. Qian Laifu nodded slightly and said, you take Chen Sun to the west there. Isn't there a hut there? He'll live there from now on. You can show him where he usually eats. Let him recognize the way. The disciple froze for a moment and nodded his head in response after glancing at Chen Sun. But still, he couldn't help but ask, Deacon, don't the disciples all live together? Why is Chen Sun? Qian Laifu glanced at the disciple and said, Chen Sun is immortal, not a disciple. And how can I live with you, disciple? The disciple was shocked and took a deep look at Chen Sun. When did the mortals can now enter the Tao heavenly sect? Alright, take Chen Sun there. Xian Laifu waved his hand and suddenly remembered something and added, "Oh, by the way, this section of the mountain path from the halfway point of our handyman peak to the foot of the mountain will be given to Chen Sun to clean from now on." The disciple bowed. "Understood." Then he looked at Chen Sun and smiled. "Chen Sun, come with me." When he saw Chen Sun ignoring him, he stalled and looked blankly at Xian Laifu. "Deacon, this." Xian Laifu's eyes twitched and he coughed dryly. "He's not quite right in the head. You just pull him straight up." "Ah yes." The disciple returned to his senses, pulled Chen Sun up, and quickly walked towards the outside. It was getting dark in the evening. Halfway up the west side of Handyman's Peak, a lone straw hut was there in the mountain wilderness. The grass hut was surrounded by weeds and trees, with only a narrow path leading out. Squeak! The mountains were silent and the insects were screaming. In front of the door of the grass hut, Chen Sun squatted there, alone, clutching the blank book with both eyes. He flipped through it avidly. After that, disciple led Chen Sun out of the attic during the daytime. Then he took Chen Sun to see the dining hall and the place where he cleaned up, and finally left after taking Chen Sun to this grass hut. It was still in the afternoon, and Chen Sun hadn't gone out since he came here, and he hadn't gone to dinner either. In this remote mountain wilderness, surrounded by darkness, anyone who is here, both can feel abandoned by the world. It was good that Chen Sun, however, did not feel anything as he stayed immersed in his own world. Chen Sun suddenly yawned, put away his books and stood up, looking around blankly. Then he turned and went into the hayloft. It was simple in the hayloft, and in the darkness of the, you can faintly see just a wooden bed and a set of wooden table and chairs. Chen Sun yawned again, snapped and laid down on the bed, removing the wooden sword from his back. With the wooden sword in his arms, he fell asleep. The cabinet was located at the top of Dao Tian Peak. Dao Heavenly Peak was another peak other than the miscellaneous peak, Ren Xian Peak, Earth Xian Peak, and Heavenly Xian Peak, and the Daotian Peak was also the core place of the Daotian sect, because on weekdays, when something big happens, the Dao Heavenly Sect's senior management will meet here to deliberate. At this time, in the cabinet, Zhao Ting stood in the center hand over fist, for there was a crowd of people in dark purple robes sitting there in the pavilion. The eyes kept staring at him, full of surprise and measuring, making Zhao Ting unable to resist. On the side, Deacon Shin he bowed and stood there, his posture placed very low, and upon closer inspection, cold sweat oozed from its forehead. To say that Shin He's position in the Dao Heavenly Sect wasn't low, inner door deacon, but it can't be helped. These people in front of them are all core elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Any one of them, the status and position are not comparable to Shin He, so it can be said that there is a world of difference. Shin He, you are very good. I can't imagine that you could bring back such an excellent disciple this time. Third from the left, a crane-haired old man smiled as he stroked his beard. His name is Zhang Bailu, and he is the third elder of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Shin He quickly kneeled down and kowtowed. Third elder is too serious. This is not my Shin He's credit. It is heaven's gift to my Dao Heavenly Sect. In the end, Shin He is also a deacon of the inner door, talking watertight, not taking credit, but referring to it as a heavenly gift. Zhang Bailu smiled faintly, and the elders nodded, obviously, more satisfied with Shin He's answer. Don't worry, when the patriarch arrives, he'll definitely give you credit for this. Heavenly spiritual roots. How long has it been since our Dao Heavenly Sect has recruited such an amazingly talented disciple? In the first place on the left, a young man with a righteous face smiled faintly. His name was Lu Yunma, but he was the grand elder of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Shin He's body heaved with excitement, helplessly not daring to show it. Zhao Ting. Lu Yunma suddenly looked at Zhao Ting and shouted with a smile. Zhao Ting's heart trembled as he hurriedly bowed down and respectfully said, "Long, elder." Right now, Zhao Ting only knew that all these people in front of him were elders of the Dao Heavenly Sect, but he didn't know who belonged to whom. Lu Yunma nodded slightly and said, "You are a metallic heavenly spirit root, and with such a qualification, even if you put it among the purple-clothed disciples, it's all top-notch." Upon hearing this, the elders secretly nodded their heads. The Grand Elder's words were indeed true. Among the purple-clothed disciples, the highest was the heavenly spiritual root. There were also earth spirit roots, but the lowest were just extreme earth spirit roots. Most importantly, this heavenly spiritual root of Zhao Ting was metallic, and currently in the Dao Heavenly Sect. It can be a unique one. I don't dare, Zhao Ting busily said. Zhao Ting is new to the immortal path and knows nothing about anything. I still need more guidance from all the elders in the future. The elders smiled and nodded, but there was a secret battle in each other's eyes. Any purple-clad disciple will be an elder true. Yet, he didn't know that this Zhao Ting would be the true disciple of one of their elders. Nowadays, the elders spoke kindly and the atmosphere was amicable because the patriarch had not yet arrived. Once the patriarch arrives, the elders will start fighting for it then. Xiaohe was numb with envy as he listened to the elder's comments about Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting had really made it to heaven in one step. However, when he thought that he also got credit for it, he was much more comfortable. And thanks to Zhao Ting, he and Zhao Ting could be considered to have accomplished something for each other. Just then, a figure entered the cabinet and walked towards the hall with his hands on his head. All the elders rushed to their feet and bowed, shouting, "Patriarch!" Xiaohe's heart also jumped, burying his head low and hurriedly following with a respectful shout. There is a saying that although he is an Inter-sect deacon, he doesn't have many chances to see the patriarch on weekdays. As for Zhao Ting, he lowered his head and became more and more nervous, sweating all over. It was only because the visitor was the supreme sect leader of the Dao Heavenly Sect. At this moment, standing above was a middle-aged man with a stout figure. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain robes, with his black and white hair draped behind his shoulders. Those eagle-like eyes were unruffled and very stern. Look at his face. It was actually that day outside of Xiaohe town, at the top of Xiaohe Peak, when Chen Sun was playing the guqin that he appeared. The one-sided Nangong Yao. Unexpectedly, it's actually the sect leader of this Dao Heavenly Sect. Now, Chen Sun is in this Dao Heavenly Sect. The word destiny is truly marvelous. Chapter 25 The Scramble of the Elders. Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting, then spun around and slowly sat down in his seat, faintly saying, "There's no need to be polite. All of you elders, take your seats." "Thank you, Sovereign." The elders bowed and sat down. Only Zhao Ting and Xiaohe are still kneeling there, are afraid to get up. Nangong Yao picked up the teapot and said as he poured himself some tea, "When this clan came, I heard that this time, a metallic heavenly spirit root disciple was recruited outside. Is this the one?" Grand Elder Lu Yunma immediately laughed. "Back to Patriarch. It is precisely this son. This son's name is Zhao Ting. It was recruited by Xiaohe, the inner door deacon, from that area of Tianqing city." Nangong Yao nodded and looked at Xiaohe. "Deacon Xin, well done. This time this clan will mark you a merit. Now in the Earth's Xian Peak, there is an Inter-sect elder position vacant. How do you feel?" The elders were secretly surprised in their hearts. The patriarch was directly trying to promote Xiaohe as an Inter-sect elder. But it's appropriate. Not to mention the fact that Xiaohe has been serving as a deacon of the Inner Gate for many years and has worked diligently. Now that he had recruited such an outstanding disciple for the sect, it was considered a success. Xiaohe stared in dismay, having been hit by the sudden surprise that made his head a little dizzy. Somewhat disbelieving, he had thought that he would be credited with a large amount of merit, but he had never thought that he would be directly promoted to Inter-sect elder as a result. He, Xiaohe, had been in the Daotian sect for many years, and although he had recruited Zhao Ting this time, the position of elder of that inner sect, he can't even think about it. And right now it's. Lu Yunma looked at the frozen Xiaohe, frowned, and said, "Xiaohe, the patriarch is asking questions with you. What are you fuming about?" Xiaohe came back to his senses, and with a jolt at that moment, he was busy holding back his surprise. Bowing his head respectfully, he said, thank you, Sovereign." Xiaohe will certainly bow and die for the clan. At this point, Xiaohe would not dare to be ostentatious and say something about his virtue not being worthy of the position or something else. When an opportunity comes in front of you, you need to seize it quickly. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "Well, you can then retire for now. The matter of your promotion to Inter-sect elder. This sect will arrange for an elder to make a trip to Earth's Xian Peak." "Yes." Xiaohe takes his leave. Xiaohe took a deep breath, forced himself to be calm, bowed and retreated towards the outside. But in the meantime, anyone could see that the corners of its mouth were on the verge of being compressed. "Xiaohe, if this elder sees correctly, you are only in the late stage of foundation establishment now, right?" Lu Yunma suddenly said. Xiaohe gave a start and hurriedly bowed. "Yes." At the same time, Xiaohe was nervous again in his heart. It won't be that the promotion will be delayed, right? After all, the realm of the Inter-sect elders also had requirements, and they all had to be at least at the Jiedan stage. Lu Yunma laughed. "Don't panic. This elder just wants to say that, in the future, you need to cultivate hard. If not, the other Inter-sect elders will not serve you. Do you understand?" Xiaohe was slightly relieved and said, "Understood." Afterward, Xiaohe gratefully glanced at Zhao Ting, who was a blessing to him, and quickly left. Only then did Nangong Yao look at Zhao Ting, some smiles appearing on his face as he said, "Zhao Ting, since you've come to the Dao Heavenly Sect, treat the sect as your home from now on." Zhao Ting felt Nangong Yao's goodwill and the tension in his heart subsided quite a bit. He finally dared to raise his head to look at Nangong Yao, but he also immediately lowered his head again and respectfully replied, "Zhao Ting keeps this in mind." Meanwhile, the elders were already flickering their eyes and moving stupidly. Soon after, third elder Jiang Bailu coughed dryly and stood up. "Patriarch, Zhao Ting is introverted in character. His character is good. I am very happy to see him. Can you let Xiaoting worship me? There was such a reason for the high status of purple-clothed disciples. Behind any purple-clothed disciple stood one of the core elders in this room. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and smiled, but he didn't rush to say anything, because he knew that the third elder just started it. Sure enough, the next moment, another beautiful female elder stood up and, only to see him arch his hand and say, Patriarch, there is already a purple-robed disciple under the third elder's seat, and I'm afraid that one more disciple would be quite a laborious task. Can't teach over. I don't have any under my seat at the moment, and collecting this Xiaoting is very suitable. Zhang Bailu's eyelids trembled as he stared at the female elder and said, Fourth elder, you. Fourth elder Chuningshan glanced at Zhang Bailu with an expressionless face, without the slightest concession. Although Chuningshan was a fourth elder, she was a penalty elder in charge of the Dao Heavenly Clan's penalties. Zhang Bara said without a trace of anger, Fourth elder, you're busy enough being in charge of the whole clan, aren't you? If Xiaoting follows you, I'm afraid he'll be left out in the cold. Humph. If Xiaoting's cultivation is delayed because of you, how is the fourth elder going to punish himself? The corner of Chuningshan's mouth hooked, and she faintly said, This is not something the third elder needs to worry about. Zhang Bara's brows sank, and he flicked his sleeve, saying nothing more. When some of the other elders saw this, they actually didn't dare to squeak for a while. I can see that. The third elder and the fourth elder really wanted this Xiaoting in particular, but they wanted too. Where has Xiaoting ever seen this situation? And while he was scared, he couldn't help but be a little proud of himself. After all, the elders are fighting for themselves. Second elder Lu Xiaoning mused, Patriarch, why don't we? Nangong Yao understood what Lu Xiaoning meant and said, Alright, it's not good for this clan to interfere if Xiaoting wants to worship any of you as his master. This clan will not favor any of you, so let it be like this. Let Xiaoting choose for himself. Seeing that Nangong Yao had spoken, the hearts of the elders were relieved, and they immediately looked at Xiaoting and introduced themselves one by one. And for a while, very hot, Xiaoting, I am the sixth elder. As long as you worship me, the cave, the magic treasures, the gongfu, I'll give you all the best. Do people care about those of yours? Xiaoting, I have a treasure-seeking spirit pet. With this treasure-seeking spirit pet, treasures are aplenty. As long as you worship me, the treasure-seeking spirit pet will be bestowed upon you. Hiss, ninth elder, you've really put in the blood. That Xian Huang rat is usually precious to you, and you're actually giving it to Xiaoting? It's just a treasure-seeking spirit pet. Xiaoting, I know you're a metallic heavenly spirit root. Just in time. This elder is the only master refiner in our clan. If you join me, I will teach you everything. Dumpster? It's not a good idea to dump it, is it? Xiaoting, this elder will just say one thing. This elder is also a metallic heavenly spirit root. These last words were spoken by Chuningshan. As the elders spoke their words, Xiaoting had already been sweating profusely. However, Grand Elder Lu Yunma and Second Elder Lu Xiaoning did not join this battle for disciples. The reason for this was that Lu Yunma, as the Grand Elder, was busy with the affairs of the sect during the weekdays. On the other hand, there were already two purple-clad disciples under Lu Xianyin's seat. Nangong Yao laughed, Xiaoting, you don't need to be afraid of offending any of the elders. They don't have such a small temperament, so just follow your heart. Upon hearing this, Xiaoting took a deep breath and kowtowed toward the elders, saying arduously, Xiaoting thanks the elders for their kindness. I would like to worship under the fourth elder. Chapter 26, Missing Breakfast? As Xiaoting's words fell, other than the delighted Chuningshan, the rest of the elders all sighed. Nothing more was said. In fact, Xiaoting's choice was right. They, the elders, gave any treasures. Gongfu. It wasn't even as good as the fact that the other fourth elder was a metallic heavenly spirit root himself. Good. Chuningshan waved her hand to help Xiaoting up in the air, squinting provocatively at Zhang Bailu. Speechless, Zhang Bara shook his head and sat down, but felt some regret. But it was okay. The temple. Nangong Yao nodded slightly. In fact, in his heart, Chuningshan was Xiaoting's candidate to be his teacher, and there was no other reason than because the spiritual roots were exactly the same. However, Nangong Yao was not in a good position to speak directly. Rather, this way of letting Xiaoting choose for himself was more appropriate. With this in mind, Nangong Yao stood up and said, Alright, so be it, Grand Elder. After going down, the invitations will be sent out to the neighboring clans, and 5 days later, the ceremony to add the title of master will be held, adding Xiaoting as the 15th purple-clothed disciple of my Dao Heavenly Sect. Yes, Lu Yunma bowed and answered. Xiaoting was pleasantly surprised, and at the moment, he only wanted to share the good news with Chen Sun. The next day at dawn, Chen Sun woke up leisurely, and after wiping a handful of saliva from the corner of his mouth, he, just get up. Chen Sun picked up the wooden sword on his back and went out of the grass hut. So he ran in the direction of the dining hall, bouncing in the fog. Like a mountain monkey, it's gone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the martial arts field, more than 8,000 miscellaneous disciples were gathering in a huge crowd. On the stage, on the other hand, is Qian Lifu, with his hands behind his back and a big belly, standing there speaking to the disciples in a lofty manner about something. The disciples were starving, but they could only cover their stomachs and endure, listening with annoyance. I can't help it. Qian Lifu has the most power in this area. Every morning it's time to gather the disciples to speak a few words to brush up their presence. At the same time, Chen Sun had followed the scent to the dining hall. Due to the large number of disciples, the dining hall was also built to be as big as a square. In the dining hall, some of the miscellaneous disciples were in charge, and this was their chore. After Chen Sun stepped into the dining hall, he sprinted over towards the food punch. Chen Sun fetched the bowls and chopsticks from the side. So he went over and handed the bowls to one of the rice-beating disciples. The rice-beating disciple froze, glanced at Chen Sun, and couldn't help but glance outside the dining hall. Secretly, did Fatty Chen finish his speech? No, at this moment, besides this one, I haven't seen any other disciples come to the dining hall. The rice-beating disciple suspiciously took the rice bowl, and after beating a bowl full of porridge, after placing 2 more steamed buns and some pickled vegetables on top, he handed it back to Chen Sun. Only then did she notice Chen Sun's attire, and her eyes froze. Curious, he said, senior brother should be a new disciple, right? You'd better go and change your clothes after breakfast here, or if Fatty Chen sees you, it will chastise you. Chen Sun hemmed and hawed, didn't reply, and didn't go to his seat, so he stood and ate. Swish swish, in an instant, Chen Sun licked his lips and handed the bowl back to the rice-beating disciple. Shake it. The beating disciple who had just put down his spoon looked at the empty bowl and was dumbfounded. That's it? The rice-beating disciple took the bowl and gave Chen Sun another serving of the same, handing it over. After seeing Chen Sun take it, he was ready to put down the spoon. However, in the next moment, only a few brushes were heard, and the disciples who had been eating looked at them in dismay. Then he saw that Chen Sun had already passed the bowl in front of his eyes again. The rice-beating disciple froze. Chen Sun puffed his cheeks, chewed the steamed bun in his mouth a few times before swallowing it, and shook the bowl to signal. Senior brother. You're the fastest eater senior brother has ever seen. The rice-beating disciple gulped and said. Then he handed the spoon to Chen Sun and said, Senior brother, you can watch the fight for yourself. Eat as much as you can hit. An elder brother has to go to the back kitchen to help carry the other few buckets of kanji. Hey, Chen Sun took the spoon. Seeing this, the rice-beating disciple went towards the back kitchen. Chen Sun's eyes erupted with refined light, and he simply flicked the spoon and bowl to the side, then pick up the whole bucket of porridge. A few moments later, Chen Sun touched his stomach with a disgruntled expression that seemed to be unfulfilled. But in addition to that big bucket of porridge, the other steamed buns and pickles on the stage whatsoever have been eaten by him. Well, not a bit left over the kind of. Lick it clean. Chen Sun smacked his lips and had to shake his head and leave. Shortly after Chen Sun left, the disciple who had beaten the food earlier and another disciple had come out from the back kitchen carrying a bucket of kanji, but when they saw how empty the counter was, both of them were dumbfounded. And at that moment, it so happened that a large numbers of odd job disciples poured into the dining hall. Finished. Today's breakfast is probably not enough. How come? Where's the kanji? Where are the buns? Where are the pickles? The disciple said with a pale face. The disciple who had beaten the meal earlier was however remembering Chen Sun and guessing that it must have something to do with that disciple. Although it was not known exactly what the disciple had done, it was certainly just related. Of course, certainly cannot be all eaten. After all, light that bucket of porridge. If a person a bowl of scoop, it's just a few hundred servings. There were also the hundreds of disappearing large white buns and 2 large pots of pickles. What should we do? Senior brother, when some disciples can't eat later, it will surely go to Fatty Qian's place to make a report, and then we, the disciples in charge of breakfast, will have to be punished. Sure enough, it wasn't long before. Then there were hundreds of disciples who couldn't eat and the disciples in charge of breakfast in the dining hall had a big quarrel. The dining hall disciples couldn't stand the other side's crowd and trembled in fear. The commotion was so great that there was no need to even make a report, and Qian Lifu was quickly drawn in. What a racket! Qian Lifu came to the dining hall as a voice. The dining hall went quiet. A few moments later, Qian Lifu understood the context of the matter, and his eyes could not help but be flooded with doubts. No wonder these hundreds of disciples were causing trouble. There wasn't enough breakfast. This was the first time ever in the history of the handyman's peak. Qian Lifu immediately asked Drilly, what exactly is going on? You disciples who are in charge of the breakfast in the dining hall, why did you make such a blunder today? How long have you all been doing this? we're halfway up the mountain. A total of more than 8,000 disciples can't hold this meal? The crowd of dining hall disciples looked at me. I looked at you, all of them showing bitter colors. It's not that they can't handle it. In the past, it was the same amount, and there was still room for more every time. But today it's not enough. Finally, the disciple who had fought with Chen Sun raised his hand and carefully said, "Deacon, it's like this. Sometime before the brothers and sisters came into the dining hall, one of the disciples had come to the dining hall, and after giving him 2 bowls of porridge, I went into the back kitchen, and later, when I carried the porridge out with another disciple, just found the original bucket of porridge on the counter, as well as the steamed buns and pickles, all gone." Upon hearing this, many of the miscellaneous disciples' eyes were suspicious, and some even wanted to laugh. These people are so irresponsible. If they don't estimate the size of the meal, then they don't estimate the size of the meal. I can't believe I made up such a ridiculous reason. Previously, all the disciples were assembled in the martial arts field. How could any disciple come to the dining hall alone to eat? What's wrong with admitting a mistake? Chapter 27, Chen Sun. You've lost your conscience. If you ask me, can you people in the dining hall take some responsibility? It's only fair that you apologize to us in front of the deacon. But how dare you talk nonsense? A disciple was not pleased. The rice-beating disciple's face held a red color as he angrily said, "I'm telling the truth." Qian Laifu's eyes flickered, but now he thought of someone that. Then he asked, "Is the disciple you are talking about the one who is dressed in a tattered green coat and then carries a broken wooden sword on his back?" The rice-beating disciple was pleasantly surprised and nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, that's him." Oh ho! The disciples were shocked at the words. There was really someone who came to this dining hall first? At this moment, there were some handyman disciples in the dining hall whose eyes narrowed. They had guessed who Qian Laifu was talking about. It must be the madman who did some strange movements in the martial arts field yesterday to disturb their practice. Cough. When I was in the martial arts field, I forgot to mention this. Qian Laifu gave a dry cough. Looking around the room, he exclaimed, "I happen to take this opportunity to speak to you about our handyman peak is such a mortal, non-sect disciple. His name is Chen Sun, and now he lives in the grass hut on the west side of the handyman peak. Going forward he is eating with everyone. He's not very bright, so people don't have to be too surprised to see him in the future." Wow! Qian Laifu's words caused the dining hall to clamor. Non-planned disciples? Mortals? No! Deacon, are we going in the wrong direction? Even if such a mortal had come to the dining hall first, but we're talking about the amount of food, and now there's a few hundred less disciples for breakfast. It's saying all this, is it not trying to put the fault on that mortal? Shame on you. A disciple stared at the group of beating disciples, spat, and said, "Exactly. You guys in the dining hall aren't going to say that the missing hundreds of disciples had their breakfast stolen by that mortal, are you? Even if you were a pig, you wouldn't be able to eat that much, would you?" Another disciple said in a conspiratorial manner. The rice-beating disciple's face flushed red as he exclaimed, "I didn't say he ate it. I just suspect it has something to do with him. Otherwise how could this big bucket of kanji, hundreds of steamed buns and 2 pots of pickles have disappeared? Gee whiz, you'll have to ask yourselves if you've gone missing. You don't suspect Chen Sun of dumping the food again? Such a big bucket of hot porridge, and those steamed buns and cabbages, where could he have dumped them? You tell me? Take a step back, can he move that much stuff? And I've seen these pots and pans but they're clean as a whistle. It's not like there was food in it before. If it contained food, it wouldn't be so bad that there wouldn't be any crumbs at all, right?" A disciple hit the nail on the head. The rice-beating disciple was also dumbfounded, not knowing how to retort. A big bucket of hot porridge was so heavy that he had to carry it with another disciple. "All right," Qian Laifu waved his hand and said, "You guys go boil another bucket of kanji and steam some steamed buns. Let the disciples who have not eaten eat their meals first." Yes. The disciples of the dining hall responded helplessly and went back to the back kitchen one after another. Qian Laifu's eyes flickered as he ordered again, "Go and bring Chen Ji here." Yes. The disciple following Qian Laifu answered and quickly left. It's exactly the same disciple who showed Chen Sun the way yesterday. Qian Laifu looked at the crowd and faintly said, "All right, you guys sit down and wait for your meal first. Chen Sun is also coming soon, so later on, this deacon will ask nicely what's going on." But Qian Laifu didn't hold out much hope, so he guessed he couldn't ask anything. The foot of handyman's peak. Chen Sun is holding a broom and sweeping the floor meticulously, observing his expression. Very, very solemn. Brother Chen. Just then, Zhao Ting waved his hand and ran over from afar. By the time he ran to Chen Sun's side, he was already sweating profusely, bending over, his hands propped up on his knees, panting and laughing. Phew, Brother Chen, I have good news for you. I've worshipped the 4th elder. In a few days there's going to be a ceremony to add the purple clothes disciple. Hey, scenery, right? Chen Sun tilted his head toward Zhao Ting and grinned. Jie, congratulations. Zhao Ting was overjoyed. Although Brother Chen had somehow gone crazy, it was good that he still recognized him. Brother Chen, don't sweep first. Zhao Ting pulled Chen Sun over and sat down on a side mountain path. He said, Brother Chen, do you know who my master's fourth elder is? That's the penalty elder who is in charge of the entire sect's penalties. From now on, I'll cover you. Zhao Ting saw Chen Sun shaking his head, grinning epileptically all the time, and I do not know whether he listened to it or not. He had to stop, but looking at Chen Sun's appearance, and then recalling the scene when he first met Chen Sun in Tianqing City, the heart cannot help but be flooded with some heartache. Why would a good person suddenly become like this? Zhao Ting pursed her lips. Brother Chen, why don't I have my master show you? There's still a long life ahead of us. I can't bear the thought of you just staying like this. Although she had known Chen Sun for a very short time, Zhao Ting somehow, subconsciously, he wanted to be close to Chen Sun. Moreover, for Zhao Ting, when he first came to the Tao Heavenly Sect, Chen Sun was the only person he was familiar with. I'll take Brother Chen's acquiescence to the fact that at the moment, I'm not a purple-clad disciple. After I'm crowned as a purple-clothed disciple in a few days, I'll take you to my master's place to let her old man show you. Zhao Ting stared. Zhao Ting skimmed his lips when he saw Chen Sun in this state. His eyes were attracted to the wooden sword Chen Sun was carrying again. Curious, he reached over and said, That said, what is the meaning of this wooden sword that Brother Chen has been carrying? I heard curiosity the day we first met. And just as Zhao Ting was about to grip the hilt of his sword, Chen Sun suddenly reached out and, fiercely, he held Zhao Ting's wrist in his hand. As Zhao Ting's face changed, he felt his wrist being gripped by a terrifyingly huge force. It's hard to inch forward. It was a good thing that Zhao Ting was only immortal at the moment and didn't think much about it. It was just thought that Chen Sun himself had more strength. Zhao Ting's wrist was in pain from Chen Sun's grip, so he could only say awkwardly, Brother Chen, I won't look at it. It was presumptuous of me not to ask your permission just now. Chen Sun smiled madly and let go of his hand. Zhao Ting hastily withdrew his hand, rubbing his wrist that was reddened by Chen Sun's grip. Helplessly, he said, I can't imagine that Brother Chen's strength isn't small. Unbeknownst to him, if anyone else had touched that wooden sword without Chen Sun's consent, the consequences will be more than just a pain in the district scratch. Afterward, Zhao Ting chatted with Chen Sun for a while, mostly to himself, of course, and left. Zhao Ting had only just left a short while ago when that handyman disciple sent by Qian Laifu arrived. Without saying a word, pulling Chen Sun, he went up the mountain. Dining hall. The crowd of odd job disciples who had never seen Chen Sun before were all sizing him up curiously, and the one who had dealings with Chen Sun yesterday also looked at him with narrowed eyes. After all, yesterday, he was forced by that outer disciple to apologize to this Chen Sun. Yeah, that's him. When the rice-beating disciple saw Chen Sun, he immediately said. Qian Laifu nodded and looked at Chen Sun, pointing at the stage, asking, Chen Sun, earlier you were here, can you see a big bucket of porridge on the dining table? And steamed buns those food? At those words, the disciples stared at Chen Sun closely. It's immediately obvious if the dining hall gang of S are undercooking their meals. Chen Sun beamed, glanced blankly at the dining table, and consistently shook his head up in a demented grin. But this shaking of the head looked in the eyes of the crowd. The meaning can be completely different. The crowd's eyes snapped together. Chen Sun means that shaking his head means he didn't see it? So it's the dining hall that undercooks breakfast and still won't admit it. How dare you try to frame a madman? Qian Laifu's eyes narrowed as he looked towards these disciples in charge of breakfast in the dining hall. In a deep voice, he said, This deacon is truly disappointed in you all. It would be nice to admit such a small matter, but to actually frame a mortal with a bad brain? That disciple who had fed Chen Sun before had his mind broken down. Picking up his spoon and pointing it tremblingly at Chen Sun, reddened eyes roared, Chen Sun, you're losing your conscience. Chapter 28, The Day of Adding Purple Clothes. This unwilling roar of the rice-beating disciple was heard by the crowd, only to see the rice-beating disciple's face red with anger. He raised his spoon and was about to slap it towards Chen Sun. What do you want? Qian Laifu's eyes stared, and he hurriedly stopped the rice-beating disciple. The rice-beating disciple's movements froze as he gave Chen Sun a hateful look, his hand dropping powerlessly. Qian Laifu swept a glance at these disciples who were in charge of the dining hall's breakfast and coldly said, Poof. For today's incident, each of you will be deducted 3 points of contribution value, so that you can learn a lesson. After saying that, with a flick of his sleeve robe, he turned around and was about to leave. These dining hall disciples were slightly pale and numb. Hey, the little life eats. Chen Sun suddenly scratched his head. Countless disciples' gazes immediately focused on Chen Sun, their eyes flickering. Surprised, the rice-beating disciple shouted, Deacon, you heard that? right? Chen Sun even admitted that he ate it. The rice-beating disciple looked at Chen Sun, his eyes suddenly slowing down, stating that he counts on you having a conscience. Chen Laifu turned around and gave Chen Sun a suspicious look, then said, Chen Sun, you're kind. These disciples are trying to frame you, and you're still excusing them, but I won't believe you. Hundreds of disciples are eating. You say you were eaten? That's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Many of the miscellaneous disciples also nodded their heads and looked at Chen Sun with gentler eyes. Although this Chen Sun is not in his right mind, he is a good person. The rice-beating disciple suddenly hung his head. Honestly, even he himself didn't think Chen Sun could eat that much. It felt like he was dreaming. How did all that rice go missing? This misunderstanding, however, was quickly resolved over lunch, because that Chen Sun can really eat. The odd job disciples had seen Chen Sun's windswept meal. One person had eaten dozens of disciples' meals, and even at the end, the disciples saw Chen Sun's unfulfilled desire. If not for the fact that the food wasn't made that much, I guess this Chen Sun could still eat. The disciples looked at Chen Sun's abdomen with trepidation, and couldn't help but wonder how someone could eat so well, and the stomach doesn't even bulge. Natch, where's all the food that's been eaten? It doesn't make sense. The few disciples in charge of breakfast who learned of this immediately wept bitterly and rushed to find Chen Laifu. Chen Laifu also stayed for a moment after learning the truth, so the contribution points deducted from these disciples were returned. Chen Laifu finally instructed the dining hall to make more servings of each meal in the future, and so it came to pass that the journeyman disciples knew that this part of their midhill, there's a crazy mortal who can eat very well. For the next few days, Chen Sun would repeat the exact same thing every day, eating in the dining hall. The grass hut is a good place to sleep and clean the trails. Many of the miscellaneous disciples were actually quite envious of Chen Sun in their hearts, eating and sleeping without a care in the world. More than a beautiful thing. During that time, the ceremony to be held in a few days to add the purple clothes disciple was also circulating in the Tao Heavenly sect. The disciples of the miscellaneous service peak had also learned of this news, and had heard that it was a new disciple who had joined the sect, and that his spiritual root qualification was a metallic heavenly spiritual root. This could make the handyman disciples aspire while being shocked. As soon as they entered the sect, they entered this handyman's peak. Luck better break through the realm of unknown years and months can be promoted to the outer Dorit. Bad luck cannot break through the realm of stay some years to leave the clan. Look at others. As soon as they enter the sect, they are purple-clad disciples. You really can't compare people to people. The purple-clothed disciples were the moon to the disciples of the handyman peak, and they were just frogs in a well. It would be an honor to see it from afar. But honestly, they didn't even get a chance to be able to look at it. The purple clothes disciple ordination ceremony was not something that miscellaneous disciples could participate in. As time passed, it came to the day of the ceremony for the addition of the purple clothes. Today's Tao Heavenly clan has changed from its previous solemnity and has become extraordinarily lively. At the top of each peak, a huge colorful flag was hung, fluttering in the wind. At the same time, one after another, streams of light swept in from the sky and entered the immortal mountain where the Tao Heavenly sect was located. Those were all sect forces that arrived with invitations in hand to congratulate them. It was reasonable to say that disciples such as the heavenly spiritual root should have been hidden away. After all, there was a saying, geniuses who can't grow up healthy are uniformly classified as waste. However, clans such as the Tao Heavenly sect, which was one of the top clans in northern Xian, did not have these concerns. Large sects would not hide their talented disciples. Instead, they would publicize them widely. One of them is to grow the Zhongwei. The second is to make the disciple feel from the bottom of his heart that the clan values him. After the many sectarian forces submitted their invitations at the mountain gates, he then headed towards Tianqing Peak under the guidance of the Tao Heavenly clan's disciples. It's also written very clearly on the invitation that this edition of a purple-clad disciple. The location was then at Tianqing Peak's martial arts field. During this period, many disciples from Renxian Peak and Earthxian Peak were also fortunate enough to be able to ascend Tianqing Peak, witness the purple enthronement ceremony. Today, all of the Daotian sect was busy, except for the handyman's peak, which had been placed under a ban, and during the ceremony, all miscellaneous disciples are not allowed to go down the mountain. The humbleness and lowliness of the miscellaneous disciples was, thus, evident. Dang, 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 dang. A dull and grand bell sound rang out from Tianqian Peak and traveled to miscellaneous service peak, making countless miscellaneous disciples unable to resist looking in that direction. Although they could not see anything, the disciples understood that the ceremony for ordaining purple-clad disciples was about to begin. I'm so envious. Promoting to purple clothes is like a step to heaven. When will I, a mole cricket, be able to turn over a new leaf? All I know is that if you have that time to lament here, why don't you go work on your training and, otherwise, I'm afraid there's no chance of a turnaround. Still purple clothes? Joining Rinxian Peak is all a dream that's hard to reach for my whole life. Hey, ha, all of you are thinking too far ahead. Right now it's better to strive to leave this mid-mountain first. The sight of the coronation ceremony is bound to be very grand and spectacular, but it's a pity that we don't have the opportunity to observe it. The miscellaneous disciples have been lamenting in place, despondent, and at the same time, they can't help but lose their hearts. Yu Zheng and the other 4 teenagers who had come together from Tianqing City the other day also had incomparably complicated eyes. Humph, are you all idle? At that moment, Xian Laifu appeared, holding a big belly and drinking lowly. The disciples were shocked, bowed and fled to do their own thing. Humph. Xian Laifu was upset in his heart because he could only harbor in this handyman peak. Looking at the miscellaneous disciples, he also wanted to be there to see it. Most importantly, that was Tianqian Peak. Xian Laifu had never been up there in his life. Hey, Xian Laifu sighed, remembered something, and couldn't help but look towards the west. He remembered that Su Yang said that Chen Sun was Zhao Ting's friend, but it was a pity that, in his opinion, although a few days hadn't passed, Zhao Ting had probably already forgotten about Chen Sun's existence. Chapter 29, the ceremony begins. Chen Sun goes to the mountain. It's so noisy. Chen Sun had been preparing to sleep in the grass hut, but he was a little annoyed by the dull, grand sound of a bell. Chen Sun got up violently and rushed out of the grass hut with quick steps. With a furious glance at the direction from which the bell had come, he ran all the way towards the bottom of the handyman's peak. Some disciples did see Chen Sun heading down the mountain, but didn't think much of it. It was only assumed that Chen Sun had gone to sweep the floor. After all, everyone knew that the section of the mountain path from the foot of the mountain to halfway up the mountain was cleaned by Chen Sun. Chen Sun sprinted all the way to the foot of Tianqian Peak a few moments later. Stand still. Who are you? 2 of the guarding disciples stopped Chen Sun's path and drank. The 2 disciples stared at Chen Sun unkindly. I was already in a bad mood because I couldn't go to the sealing ceremony because I was on duty. At the same time, the 2 disciples noticed what Chen Sun was wearing. With a heartfelt clarity, the eyes couldn't help but be suspicious. This outfit, it's not from the Daotian sect? What's going on? Chen Sun wrapped his arms around himself and cocked his chin, but instead of the crazy smile he used to have, he was full of displeasure. Said, hey, this mountain is very noisy. So noisy that I cannot sleep, no? The 2 disciples froze. What? There was even a disciple who picked his ears and said uncertainly, did you just say that it's so noisy on Tianqian Peak? Yes. Chen Sun nodded solemnly. Aha! The 2 disciples looked at each other inexplicably and I couldn't hold back my laughter and covered my mouth again. Afterwards, the 2 disciples took a careful look at Chen Sun, and the spiritual energy in their bodies slowly revolved. Prepare to tackle this loose cannon first. As if he had a premonition, Chen Sun shook his head and said, Hey, you guys aren't going to make a move on little life, are you? The 2 disciples stagnated. Then their eyes stared at each other and they fiercely made a move. However, the next moment, Chen Sun suddenly flashed behind the 2, and at their necks. The snap was 2 quick and accurate hand slashes. Well, the 2 disciples' eyes rolled white and they fell straight forward. Chen Sun looked at the 2 disciples who were lying unconscious on the ground and patted his chest with palpitations. With a frightened look on his face, he said, Phew, fortunately, I know a little bit about boxing and kicking, but I almost fell into your hands. If the 2 unconscious disciples knew what Chen Sun was doing at the moment, they would have howled in anger. Good guy. Who hit who? You're still scared of it? After putting down the 2 guarding disciples who were in the way, Chen Sun then hummed and shook his head as he ascended Tianqian Peak, a mountain that no journeyman disciple or even a journeyman peak deacon could set foot on for the rest of his life. On the mountain road, Chen Sun hummed a little song, and the whole person seemed to come alive. While walking he also flipped through the wordless book without the slightest delay, his eyes incomparably frenzied. Jie, the little student is really invincible. Just now those 2 snapped and put those 2 down yet. Great book, wow. Tianqian Peak, Martial Arts Field. The martial arts field was filled with silhouettes. At the back of the martial arts arena, standing were the outer disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect, more than 2,000 of them. In front of the group of outer sect disciples, standing in front of them was a group of deacons and elders of the outer sect. In the middle of the martial arts field, standing were the inner disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect, more than 500 of them. In front of the group of inner disciples, stood the cadre of deacons and elders of the Inter-sect. That Xinhe was clearly among them, on the left and right sides of the martial arts field, but the major invited to congratulate the clan forces sitting on the end. The disciples nor the deacons and elders of the Tao Heavenly Sect were all a bit startled in their hearts as they sized up the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect. In the eyes of all the major sect forces, the Tao Heavenly Sect was worthy of being a first-rate great sect in northern Xian. The overall strength did rank in the upper reaches of Beixian. With this in mind, The forces of the various clans coincidentally looked toward those figures at the front of the martial arts arena, their eyes flickering, and there was envy and some other unknown emotion in it. And in the meantime, the many disciples and elders of the outer and inner sects also looked closely at the small figure at the front of the martial arts field, their eyes reverent, because that would be the facade of their Daotian sect. 14 purple-clothed disciples with outstanding talent, and 9 core elders. Only 14 purple-robed disciples were seen, standing quietly behind the 9 core elders, accepting the many stares and enjoying the glory of the moment. Of course, today's protagonist wasn't them, but the newly promoted senior brother, Xiaohe. However, at this moment, senior brother Xiaohe has not yet appeared just yet, and will arrive later with the patriarch. Just then, a sound of footsteps rang out as Nangong Yao and Xiaohe entered the martial arts arena one after the other. In a flash, countless gazes were projected onto Xiaohe, who was following behind Nangong Yao. The many Dao Heavenly Clan disciples and elders looked at Xiaohe in awe. Is this the newest purple? Xiaohe, who was bowing and marching with his head bowed down, had never seen this scene before, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead with a brush. Greetings, patriarch. The many discipled deacon elders immediately bowed and respectfully shouted. And after sizing up Xiaohe, the various sect forces also stood up and arched their hands towards Nangong Yao. Greetings and compliments. Patriarch Nangong, the last time we met was 10 years ago, and now look at you. The style is even better than before. Sect Master Nangong, your Daotian sect has gained another one-day spirit root disciple. How envious of me. Truly the heavens have blessed the Dao Heavenly Sect. From time to time, I've heard that the Daotian sect is a first-class sect in the northern Xian immortal cultivation world. It's true that hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing. This Seat's Earth Immortal Pavilion is not a bit worse than the Dao Heavenly Sect. Nangong Yao stepped to the forefront, smiling faintly, and toward the forces of the clans. Arching his hand, he said, all of you have lifted up my Dao Heavenly Clan, and it is an honor for our clan to have you come to the ceremony of our clan's edition of the Purple Clothes. Although none of these sects were as powerful as the Dao Heavenly Sect, they were still a formidable force when united. Nangong Yao, as the host and as the patriarch, certainly wouldn't take it lightly. Nowhere. Patriarch Nangong is overstating things. It's a beautiful thing to be able to witness the addition of the purple cloth. A power lord smiled. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and reached out his hand. All of you, please still take your seats. After the forces of the clans were seated, Nangong Yao glanced at Xiaohe. Spinning around, he faintly said, Xiaohe comes forward. Xiaohe was startled and hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling down on top of the pre-prepared futon. Nangong Yao nodded and said, Purple Clothes Sealing Ceremony, begin. When the words fell, the disciples around the martial arts arena violently began to beat the drums. Knock knock, the sound of drums in the sky. Grand Elder Lu Yunma stepped out from the core elder camp and came in front of Xiaohe. Lift your hand gently. Then several disciples entered with plates held high above their heads and bowed down. Coming behind Lu Yunma raised his head, scanned the room, and said aloud, Disciple Xiaohe, with outstanding talent, is a metallic heavenly spirit root. This elder complies with the sect's idea. I hereby appoint Xiaohe as the 15th purple-clothed disciple of my Dao Heavenly Sect. Today, here to witness it. Snap! A wave of applause resounded in the martial arts arena. At this moment, Xiaohe's brain was blank, his body was tingling, and that feeling he couldn't say he understood, but loved it. Xiaohe, this is the heavenly purple Shen Luo treasure clothes, for the ranks of magic treasures, of which the utility of, you will perceive it for yourself later. From the plate carried by the disciple behind him, Lu Yunma took the purple clothes and handed them to Xiaohe, saying, Xiaohe hastily took it, and it was cold and smooth in his hand, delicate to the touch, and he loved it. Lu Yunma nodded and continued to take out objects from the plate one by one and handed them to Xiaohe. This is the purple-clothed disciple's identity token, the full copy of the Dao Heavenly Skill, and the purple-clothed disciple's sword. Xiaohe received these valuable objects one by one with trembling hands in the midst of many envious and yearning gazes. Feeling valued, he enthusiastically said, Disciple Xiaohe is indebted to the cultivation of the sect, and in the future, all the interests of the disciple will be prioritized by the clan. Living as a man of the clan, dying as the soul of the clan will not abandon me Xiaohe. I, Xiaohe, will live and die together. Xiaohe's words from the bottom of his heart, listening to the people present nodded their heads and secretly lamented in their hearts. This Xiaohe is a man of character, who knows how to return favors. People of temperament are usually of two extremes, either the most evil or the most good. Obviously this Xiaohe was the latter. Good. Nangong Yao smiled and then said, Since you have been crowned with a purple coat, next, you'll pay your respects. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunma bowed and responded, looking towards the fourth elder among the core elders. Shu Ningsheng, he said, "Fourth elder, it's your turn to come out and accept the disciples." Seeing this, the crowd of disciples were secretly shocked. Good fellow, Xiaoting will actually be the true legacy of the fourth elder. The fourth elder is a punishment elder. Xiaoting himself is a purple-clothed disciple now, behind the back of the fourth elder. In the future in the sect, is not really horizontal. The disciples were numb with envy. At this point, the drums still continued to resonate. Shu Ningsheng smiled and nodded her head as she stepped out from the core elder queue and arrived in front of Xiaoting. However, just as the worship was about to take place, an abrupt voice suddenly resounded in the martial arts arena. Noisy, 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 can you let Xiaosheng have a good sleep? The sound of the drums in the sky came to an abrupt end. In an instant, the smiles on countless people's faces stiffened. The martial arts arena fell silent. The faces of the disciples and elders of the outer and inner sects became ugly. Not to mention them, even the core elders such as Lu Yunma also had gloomy faces. Today's sealing ceremony, so many sects are watching, and this actually happened. As expected, one could then see the oddities on the faces of the people from the various sect forces. As a result, everyone in the martial arts arena gazed towards the place where the voice resounded. And seeing the green-clothed scholar standing with his arms crossed outside the martial arts arena, the eyes of the crowd stagnated. Who is this man? Yet there were also some whose faces became extraordinarily brilliant. For example, Shen He. For example, the disciples such as Su Yang from the outer sect that brought Chen Sun back to the sect with him. After Zhao Ting came back to his senses from his daze, he only felt that the sky had collapsed. Immediately, his face lost all blood color in fear. Chen, brother Chen. Chapter 30, Nangong Yao's excitement. Shen He and Su Yang and the others returned to their senses, their hearts turning over as their pupils contracted as they looked at Chen Sun. Hasn't Chen Sun been placed in the utility peak? How? How did he appear at Tianqing peak? And on a day as big as today? Gradually, Shen He's body vaguely trembled. It was panic that because Chen Sun was his unauthorized promise to Zhao Ting to bring back to the clan. Today this Chen Sun suddenly appeared to mess up the coronation ceremony. He could not help but be implicated. The martial arts arena was extremely quiet at this moment, with thousands of eyes focusing on Chen Sun and various gazes flickering. Zhao Ting violently stood up from the futon and was about to walk towards Chen Sun. This move could startle Shen He and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Zhao Ting, don't go over there. Zhao Ting gave a start and immediately thought of Shen He when he heard this familiar voice in his head. Shen He continued to tremblingly and urgently transmitted his voice. Zhao Ting, today is the day that you add the purple clothes to worship the four elders. Here and not to mention the gathering of all the disciples of the elders of the whole clan. The patriarch is present. Most importantly, there are still forces from various clans watching. If you make a mistake and cause the Dao Heavenly clan to lose face, it will surely be severely punished. It's not worth it for your crazy friend. Zhao Ting stalled. His heartbeat became more and more violent, and for a while his palms were sweating coldly in a hurry. I don't know what to do. At this moment, no one had noticed that Patriarch Nangong Yao was looking at Chen Sun in dismay. The depths of his eyes were full of surprise and amazement. Senpai? That's right. It's a lot quieter. Okay, I'm going back to bed. You guys are going to keep this quiet. Oh ja. Chen Sun let out a crazy laugh, and in the midst of countless stunned and odd gazes, turning around and shaking his head, he was about to head down the hill. Stop. Finally, Lu Yunma coldly snapped. Chen Sun's figure lurched and turned to look curiously at Lu Yunma. Lu Yunma inclined his head towards the outer sect camp and said indifferently, if this elder remembers correctly, under Tianqing Peak, it's guarded by outer disciples, right? As the words fell, the outer sect's crowd of disciples and elders trembled in fear. Immediately, the vast number of people knelt down. The outer sect's chief elder, Su Ansong, timidly returned, back to great elder. It is precisely my outer disciples who are in charge. Lu Yunma snorted coldly, pointed at Chen Sun, and asked, then you tell this elder that how did this man come up here? Su Ansong's face turned pale as he stammered. This, Lu Yunma steeply snapped, do you know what day today is? This elder will punish you properly afterwards. Su Ansong's scalp exploded and he trembled, but he didn't know what to say. It was just that his heart hated the elders and disciples underneath. If he, the head elder of the outer sect, is punished, then after going down the outer sect a bunch of disciples and elders also don't want to be good. More importantly, today, in front of so many people, being lectured by the grand elder like this, he, Su Ansong, was considered to have lost face. At the same time, the crowd looked at Chen Sun also more and more puzzled, because its clothing was obviously not a disciple of any peak of the Dao Heavenly sect. How did it mix into the Dao Heavenly sect? Su Ansong noticed Lu Yunma's gaze and immediately took a deep breath. Knowing that this moment has to be resolved immediately, he droned lowly. This sun is trespassing on the sealing ceremony, disrupting the order of the scene, and has no rules or discipline. Men, kill this sun on the spot. Yes. Behind Suan Song, there was immediately an outer door deacon who answered, and then quickly got up. Drawing his long sword, he swept towards Chen Sun, his eyes fierce, wanting to take his life with a sword. When Chen Sun saw this, he was smiling cheekily, as if he did not notice the approaching danger. Zhao Ting was in a great hurry, cold sweat pouring down. Seeing this, Shen He hurriedly transmitted his voice to dissuade him. Zhao Ting, Chen Sun. He didn't know how to be courteous and caused trouble. You've just been promoted to purple now. Don't get involved. Although the purple-clothed disciple had an extremely high status in the Tianqing, it was clear in Shen He's mind that on such an occasion, no purple-clothed disciple had spoken yet. If Zhao Ting spoke out to stop it, it would be tantamount to destroying himself. Zhao Ting's eyes turned sharply, and he knew the severity of the consequences. But at the moment, he couldn't care less. Zhao Ting couldn't just stand by and watch Chen Sun die like that. He was the one who brought Chen Sun to the Tao Heavenly Sect in the first place, and it had only been a short time since then. If something happened to Chen Sun in the Tao Heavenly Sect, he, Zhao Ting, would be guilty for the rest of his life. Thinking this, Zhao Ting's eyes were firm and he gathered his courage and shouted with a trembling voice, "Sword! Stay under the sword!" Shen He's scalp was numb, more and more nervous. The heart side, secretly said that it is finished. He can hardly escape involvement in this matter. The outer sect deacon who had already swept up to a few feet in front of Chen Sun gave a violent body lurch. Turning his head, he looked incredulously in Zhao Ting's direction. At the same time, the martial arts field became even quieter. The disciples looked at this scene in shock and confusion. Many sect forces were slurping in their hearts. This trip to the Tao Heavenly Sect really wasn't in vain. It's one hot mess after another. Lu Yunma and the other core elders also looked towards Zhao Ting, their eyes flickering. Zhao Ting, what do you mean by this? Lu Yunma's tone was a bit icy. Zhao Ting bowed his head in fear and said, "Back to the great elder. This person's name is Chen Sun, a friend of Zhao Ting's mortal. His mind is otherworldly, and I hope he can be spared." Mundane friends? What's a mundane friend doing in the Daotian sect? This is the doubt that lingers in everyone's mind. Shen He knew that he could not escape, and walked out quickly from the queue, kneeling and trembling. Back to the Grand Elder. Chen Sun is a mortal with no spiritual roots, and Shen He took the liberty of agreeing to Zhao Ting's request, bringing him back to the clan and placing him in the handyman peak. Shen He had wanted to report this matter after the crowning ceremony. How could this suddenly happen? Shen He begs to apologize. Lu Yunma couldn't help but feel his eyelids jump as he noticed the strange eyes of the clan forces on both sides. This is a joke. Lu Yunma knew deep down that he couldn't go on at this moment, lest there be more accidents. As for what to do with these people, we still have to wait for the worship ceremony. Just as Lu Yunma opened his mouth and prepared to say something, Nangong Yao, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. "Alright, this matter ends here. The worship ceremony continues." The crowd could not help but feel puzzled when they saw that the patriarch's demeanor did not look the slightest bit moved by anger. Jie. Chen Sun let out an evil laugh, turned around with his hands in the air, and hopped down the mountain. Lu Yunma ordered, "Don't let this person run away. Capture this person first, and we'll settle the score afterwards." "Ah yes." That outer sect deacon sniffed and immediately chased towards Chen Sun. Nangong Yao's eyes narrowed as he said, "Grand Elder, this clan says that this matter ends here, but you didn't hear it?" As soon as the patriarch gave his word, the outer door deacon's legs immediately went limp and he didn't dare to move. As for Lu Yunma, when he heard Nangong Yao's tone, his heart trembled, and he bowed and said, "Yes, sovereign." Not to mention Lu Yunma, at this time on the martial arts field, all the disciples and elders, the forces of the clans included, were a bit confused. "Okay, let's continue the worship ceremony." The drum. Then there is no need to strike it. "I'm sorry," Nangong Yao said with a wave of his hand. "Yes." The worship service then continued. All the elders, and even the heads of the various sect forces, congratulated Zhao Ting and said some words of encouragement. Throughout the entire process, only Nangong Yao was absent-minded, his afterglow looking in the direction Chen Sun left from time to time. Nangong Yao was certain that that was the senior that he had met at the top of Little River Peak that day. I can't imagine coming to his Daotian sect, but for some reason, that senior seems to be a different person. That's right, Fong heard something about a different brain. What happened? Could it be that his predecessor was experiencing life in a way he didn't understand? Although Nangong Yao's face did not change, his heart was a million times more excited. He almost couldn't hold back from going forward to salute just now. But when he thought of the crowded martial arts arena, most importantly, it didn't do that with the various clan powers here. Nangong Yao knew deep down that doing that would only cause many unnecessary troubles for seniorites. That day, at the top of Little River Peak, when Senior said she was leaving, Nangong Yao regretted it for a long time. But now that the Senior was in his clan, Nangong Yao secretly made up his mind. This time say anything to take advantage of it. Chapter 31 The Terrified Deacon Qian. At the end of the ceremony, Xiaohe became a purple-clad disciple as expected, and became the true disciple of 4th Elder Chuningshang. After everything fell into place, the disciples from all peaks left the martial arts field one after another, except for the purple-clad disciples. Walking towards the bottom of Tianqing Peak, one could see that the crowd of disciples, deacons and elders of the outer sect were trembling with fear. Because the head elder Suansong's face was very bad, they were bound to be chastised when they returned. When he arrived at the foot of Tianqing Peak, when he saw the 2 disciples guarding the mountain lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, the crowd of outer disciple elders were dumbfounded, actually daring enough to dare to slack off during such an important time period. No wonder a mortal slipped up the mountain. When they saw Suansong's gloomy face, someone hurriedly stepped forward to wake up the 2 disciples. Suansong exploded on the spot, furious and, drumming, "Tie these 2 back to this elder." The 2 disciples were still in a daze, but in a flash, their faces turned pale, and they were tied up in fear. They who had been knocked off their tablets by Chen Sun's hand knife didn't know what was going on, and Nangong Yao chatted with the forces of the clans for a while. Then he personally sent the forces of the clans out of the mountain gate with a group of core elders. At the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly Sect, the 2 mountain guard disciples fell to their knees, trembling. "Patriarch Nangong, come sit in my pavilion when you have time. Patriarch Nangong, then we will take our leave now. Patriarch Nangong, all the elders, please stay." Nangong Yao smiled and arched his hand. "Then this clan will send you all here." Afterward, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the other elders smiled as they watched the various sect forces leave. As soon as the forces of the clans left, the smiles of Nangong Yao and the elders slowly tightened. "Patriarch, is the matter of the Tianqing Peak martial arts field today to be forgotten?" Ryunma asked uncertainly after a moment of contemplation. Although the Patriarch said at the time to stop here, but after all, it was still a ceremony and the occasion was different. That's why Ryunma was still a bit unable to pinpoint it. On the side, the elders also looked at Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao nodded his head and said indifferently, "Well, this sect has already made it clear when we were in the martial arts arena. The elders go about their business." After saying that, Nangong Yao entered the mountain gate. The elders were busy bowing to see them off, and only slowly got up when Nangong Yao was out of sight. The elders looked at each other with inexplicable eyes. They always felt that there was something wrong with the Patriarch. However, no elders opened their mouths to say anything. No one dared to talk about Nangong Yao as the Patriarch behind his back. The elders shook their heads, and then they too entered the mountain gate one after another and disappeared. However, what happened in the martial arts field today was deeply embedded in the hearts of the elders. Chen Sun, however, only came to the Dao Heavenly Sect for a few days, and now the entire Dao Heavenly Sect, up to the top level, down to the disciples, it was already unknown to anyone. After the ceremony for the crowning of the purple coat, the matter of Chen Sun appearing at the top of Tianqing Peak to cause trouble quickly spread to the Handyman Peak. In a flash, Handyman Peak exploded. The formerly spirited Chen Laifu was scared out of his wits. Immediately, he ordered his disciples to go to the grass hut in the west to bring Chen Sun in, and at the same time, Nangong Yao arrived at the foot of Handyman Peak. Nangong Yao tilted his head and looked at the Handyman's peak. His eyes couldn't help but feel emotion. This was the first time he had come to Handyman Peak. If it weren't for Senior being here, Nangong Yao, the Patriarch, would never have appeared here. This was because, strictly speaking, a journeyman disciple was not considered a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Every year, a number of journeyman disciples left, and the only journeyman disciples who broke through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining, only then could they be promoted to the outer gate, and only then would they be considered true Dao Heavenly Sect disciples. Phew! Nangong Yao exhaled and gathered his nervousness and anticipation before he swept up into the air, and fly towards the mountains. When the 2 handyman disciples arrived at the west side and entered the grass hut, they found Chen Sun lying on the bed in a deep sleep. The 2 miscellaneous disciples looked at each other and sighed helplessly, but there was deep admiration in their eyes. This Chen Sun, as immortal, ascending Tianqing Peak, in front of all sorts of bigwigs, disrupting the scene and most importantly actually getting out in one piece is awesome. For them, just a single ascension Xian Peak was too much to even think about. Chen Sun, wake up, the deacon is calling you over. A disciple stepped forward and shook Chen Sun, saying, "Well." Chen Sun woke up leisurely and muttered, "Xiao Shang is sleeping. What for?" The 2 disciples stalled and had no choice but to step forward to set up Chen Sun. Deacon's orders, offended. Chen Sun was picked up by the two disciples and headed out of the grass hut. Chen Sun, however, felt pretty good, wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully said, "Hey, hey, hey, good, good, hey, 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 hey." The two disciples' faces darkened at the words. Good Lord, this is being treated like a horse by Chen Sun. After that, the two disciples set Chen Sun up and headed over to the attic, but he met a middle-aged man halfway. The middle-aged man was naturally Nangong Yao. When Nangong Yao saw Chen Sun, he was originally delighted, but it was visible that he was being held up by two handyman disciples. Then his eyes narrowed and he faintly said, "Stop." The two disciples also noticed Nangong Yao and couldn't help but look puzzled. Who is this person? I haven't seen him before, but looking at its aura, it always feels extraordinary. Could it be a deacon from the outer or inner sect? But it wasn't right. The outer and inner door deacons had specialized clothing, but I'm sure this middle-aged man has some status in the clan. I wonder who you are. A disciple bowed and asked cautiously. Nangong Yao came closer and carefully surveyed and looked at Chen Sun, then said, "You are going to carry the former. Where are you taking him?" The disciple respectfully said, Back to senior. This guy Chen Sun has caused a big trouble. Deacon Xian asked us to bring Chen Sun back. As for what to bring back, it must be a lesson." Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "Good, then, I will accompany you." The two disciples were bewildered, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just like that, Chen Sun was comfortably racked, Nangong Yao following behind with his arms folded. Toward the attic. Only Nangong Yao's gaze stayed on Chen Sun, his eyes revealing thoughts. When they arrived at the miscellaneous disciple area, the disciples saw Chen Sun, who was being racked over, and one by one, they were talking about it. There is nothing but admiration and shock. On the contrary, the Nangong Yao following behind was ignored by the disciples. After all, they had never seen it before. "Deacon, Chen Sun has been brought." Soon, Chen Sun was racked into the attic by the disciples, and Nangong Yao followed him in. Qian Laifu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth, took a deep breath and violently inclined his head, looking at Chen Sun, in a low growl. "Chen Sun, do you know how much trouble you've caused? If this deacon is disciplined from above, I'll be sure to spare you." But halfway through yelling, Qian Laifu saw Nangong Yao standing behind him who had been quietly watching him. Qian Laifu first glanced blankly at Nangong Yao, but then his pupils slowly contracted. The eyes appeared extremely unbelievable, and finally the obese body softened, flopped down on his knees and trembled. Little man sees Lord Sovereign." "What? Sovereign Lord?" The two handyman disciples' faces swished pale, and they kneeled down with a thud, their heads knocking on the ground, shivering and trembling. The brain went blank. Chapter 32, Elder is just playing with the world. Qian Laifu's body was shaking badly at this moment, and his mind was muddled. He had never expected that the sovereign would actually descend to a place like Handyman Peak. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to have seen the patriarch from afar once before, he would have been finished today. This is the supreme patriarch of the Inter-sect. The patriarch is also a number one figure in the northern Xian immortal cultivation world. Reputation. Handyman Peak. In the past, even the deacons and elders of the outer sect seldom came here, not to mention the status and position of the patriarch. The two handyman disciples knelt on the ground, holding their breath and not daring to move a muscle. At this moment, Nangong Yao didn't say a word. However, it made Qian Laifu and the two disciples even more pressurized, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Qian Laifu shuddered. "Sect, Sovereign Lord, your descent to the Handyman Peak is an honor for us all. I will order my son to go gather all the disciples." "No need." Before Qian Laifu could finish, Nangong Yao interrupted him. Yes. Qian Laifu hurriedly answered. Nangong Yao said indifferently, "This clan just entered this pavilion and listened to your first words. That's why you can't spare senior?" Seniors? What seniors? Qian Laifu's eyes were blank. Soon after, the pupils shrunk violently. The patriarch couldn't be talking about Chen Sun, right? Qian Laifu's brain went numb. Chen Sun is just a crazy mortal. Why did the patriarch call him a senior? As for the two disciples, their heads were blank from the beginning and they didn't listen to anything. Qian Laifu was flustered and subconsciously tried to explain. However, without waiting for him to speak, Nangong Yao coldly said, "Simply wanton." Qian Laifu had a jolt of fear and kowtowed repeatedly. "Patriarch, spare your life. Patriarch, spare your life." Nangong Yao gave Qian Laifu an expressionless look. Then he looked at Chen Sun and bowed. "Senior, what do you want to do with it?" Chen Laifu was terrified when he heard these words, but Chen Laifu really want to break the head cannot understand. Is not where the mistake? Chen Sun is a crazy mortal, 1,000 times over. But right now, Qian Laifu can't afford to think about many things, because his little life is in Chen Sun's hands. Chen Sun hemmed and hawed and yawned. Our little student hasn't slept enough yet. Nangong Yao smiled sarcastically, then looked at Qian Laifu and said, since senior is going to rest, then you take this clan to see where senior lives. Seeing that Chen Sun didn't care, Qian Laifu had breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, once he heard Nangong Yao say that he was going to check out Chen Sun's residence, his heart cooled down again. It's over. I'm afraid this little life of mine is not going to be saved right now, although I don't know exactly what's going on. However, Chen Sun's position in the sovereign's heart was already very clear. If the patriarch sees that Chen Sun is living in a dilapidated grass hut in the remote west, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, Lord Sovereign, I will take you to Chen Senior's residence, Qian Laifu respectfully said. He was already desperate in his heart and held the attitude of looking at death. Qian Laifu had thought of taking Nangong Yao and Chen Sun to a good residence, lying that was Chen Sun's place. After all, Chen Sun was a madman, so I can't say that I can fool him. But facing the majestic Nangong Yao, Qian Laifu wouldn't dare to lie even if he gave him 100 guts. Afterward, with Qian Laifu leading the way, Chen Sun and Nangong Yao left the attic and headed towards the west. And those two handyman disciples were still kneeling there for a long time. A few moments later, west of Handyman's Peak. How dare you let seniors live in such a place? Nangong Yao looked at the grass hut in front of him and took a deep breath. Qian Laifu knelt on the ground and cried in fear. Lord Sovereign, spare my life. I heard earlier that Senior Chen was only a mortal brought by Senior Xiaoting in the mortal world. Deacon Shen, he said it was just a mouthful of food and a place to live. And I never knew that Senior Chen actually had a relationship with Lord Patriarch. Whoops. Although the living conditions are a bit poor, Qian Laifu asked himself. These days on the food can never treat Chen Sun. The entire mid-levels of this piece belongs to the Chen Sun eat the most. He did not deduct. Instead, the dining halls were told to increase the size of their meals. Qian Laifu now in the heart of that regret. Thought Chen Sun and Xiaoting a little relationship has been no big deal. Never in a million years would I have thought that it was actually related to the patriarch. This is going to kill Qian Laifu. Previously, if one could take care of Chen Sun to the best of one's ability, oh no, it's Senior Chen. It may be that he is a handyman peak deacon's chance, but now all ruined, not to mention, and even life may not be guaranteed. At those words, Nangong Yao pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Nangong Yao was a patriarch who knew right from wrong, and knew that this kind of thing was unpredictable. Seriously, this handyman peak deacon didn't do anything wrong. Nangong Yao inclined his head, looked at Chen Sun who was yawning straight to the side, and bowed. Senior, previously it was Nangong who did not know that you had come to the Dao Heavenly Sect, and now that I've learned that, then Senior must not continue to live in this handyman's peak, so please stay at Daotian Peak with Nangong. When the kneeling Qian Laifu heard this, his eyes widened and his heart twitched. Oh boy, the Taoist Heavenly Peak. That was where the inner cabinet was located, and it was also the mountain peak where the patriarch resided. On weekdays, even the core elders live in Tianqing Peak. The only time you can go up to Daotian Peak is when you have something important to discuss. Chen Sun shook his head and looked at Nangong Yao suspiciously. With another yawn he dashed in toward the hayloft, took a flying leap, and lay down on the bed. Chen Sun's impatient words came from the grass hut. Go go go, the youngest is sleepy. Aha. Nangong Yao stalled, then smiled bitterly, reminiscent of the Xiaoshan Peak, the predecessor of a song of celestial music, attracting countless flying butterflies, when the dashing. This gesture today is a far cry from what it was then. Two extremes. Nangong Yao said. Senior, you can then stay with Nangong at Daotian Peak. If I let you continue to live in this dilapidated place, how can the Nangong's heart be satisfied? But what responded to Nangong Yao was the sound sleepy snores of the grass hut. Nangong Yao sighed helplessly. Chen Laifu kneeling on the side to see is fearful. The entire Daotian sect. Who would dare to treat the patriarch like this? Only Chen. It's no wonder that Senior Chen was able to get away with it at Tianqing Peak. It makes too much sense. Only after a long time did Nangong Yao bow and walk towards the outside. Seeing this, Chen Laifu sighed in relief and hurriedly got up and bowed to follow. Don't think that Senior is really immortal. Senior is just playing the world. On the mountain path, Nangong Yao spoke and disappeared in the air. Greetings, Sovereign Lord. Qian Laifu hurriedly sent him off respectfully. It was only after a few moments that Qian Laifu straightened up and wiped his forehead, which was covered in sweat. Seeing that the patriarch did not chastise himself, Qian Laifu was instantly relieved, but he also understood that perhaps it was just that the patriarch was pressingly unimpressed with himself as a handyman peak deacon. After all, what kind of person was the patriarch? But Qian Laifu was proud again, to have the honor of speaking to the patriarch at such close quarters. What a way to die. Thinking of the words of the Sovereign Lord when he left just now, Chen Lifu couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. No wonder Lord Sovereign was so humble towards Senior Chen. So it turns out that Senior Chen isn't immortal at all. Rather, he's a great man of the hidden world. I think that previously, Senior Chen and the patriarch should have had some connection. Yeah, should have thought of that. That horrible meal size of Senior Chen. How can any mortal be so capable of eating? Thinking about this, Chen Lifu's heart became incredibly nervous again. After all, it was hard for him not to be nervous when such a big shot, who was even treated respectfully by the patriarch, lived in the handyman peak. At the same time, Chen Lifu decided that in the future, he must do his best to serve Senior Chen well. Chapter 33, Chu Ningxiang's Shock. Early morning 2 days later, Chen Sun is cleaning up the mountain path. Chen Lifu, on the other hand, bitterly bowed and waited at the side. Respectfully, Senior Chen, what kind of status are you? So don't do these tiring jobs, right? Chen Sun glanced at Chen Lifu as he cleaned up and spat out his tongue. Rather agitated, he said, warning Yuao, don't bother the little life. Chen Lifu didn't dare to speak at once. Chen Lifu was bitter in his heart. In the past 2 days, he was bitterly trying to get Elder Chen to stop living in the grass hut. He arranged for a good place to live. But nah, Senior Chen didn't listen at all. Moreover, this sweeping chore could not dare to let Senior Chen do it. But no matter how much he requested, it was useless. Chen Sun swept, and suddenly got upset. Hey, can you stop following Xiaoshang all the time? Annoying or not? Chen Lifu had a jolt of excitement and smiled back and forth. Yes, I'll go this way. Just then, Zhao Ting ran this way. Brother Chen. Chen Lifu had never seen Zhao Ting before, but when he saw the heavenly purple Shen Luo treasure clothes he was wearing, his heart was shocked. Purple disciple. Instantly the identity of the visitor became clear, so he hurriedly bowed and shouted, Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao. Chen Lifu usually didn't have the chance to touch the purple-clothed disciples, and it was difficult to even look at them. However, it was good that he had even met the patriarch 2 days ago, so he was able to stabilize his mind at this moment. Brother Chen, today I'll take you to my master teacher's place so that her old man can show you. Zhao Ting arrived and laughed. On the side, Chen Lifu stood bowed and laughed bitterly in his heart. Good. Before, I thought that after this Zhao Ting became a purple-clad disciple, he basically won't have contact with. But now he's so enthusiastic. Damn, he misjudged everything. Serves him right for always being a bottom-tier miscellaneous peak deacon. It seemed that the rumor that Tianqing peak senior brother Zhao had stood up to protect Senior Chen 2 days ago was true. Now it seems that this Senior Zhao truly considers Senior Chen a friend. And it's worth noting that, I'm afraid this Senior Zhao doesn't know the weight of his friend yet. That was someone who even the patriarch had to treat respectfully. Of course, the money comes to the rich not to talk much about it. It's not his place to speak as a small servant peak deacon. Chen Sun scratched his head. Seeing this, Zhao Ting snatched Chen Sun's broom and threw it to Chen Lifu, who was at the side of. Pulling Chen Sun up, he laughed. Brother Chen, hurry up and go. Don't keep master waiting. Chen Lifu looked at the departing duo and looked down at the broom in his hand. Then he swept the floor in silence. At this time, some of the miscellaneous disciples passed by, and they all looked at this scene in shock. Geez, what's this madness of the fat deacon who doesn't work all the time? The miscellaneous disciples are not aware of anything for the time being, because those 2 handyman disciples who had seen Nangong Yao 2 days ago had rotted the matter in their stomachs. They didn't dare to spread it out. Tianqing Peak, Hall of Punishment. Zhao Ting pulled Chen Sun into the hall and saw Chu Ningxiang already standing there. Senior, Brother Chen is here. Zhao Ting bowed. He. Chen Sun looked at Chu Ningxiang, not knowing what he was laughing at. Chu Ningxiang didn't care. She had known some of the basics of Chen Sun long ago in Zhao Ting here. Moreover, the special existence of Chen Sun was known to the entire clan at the moment. Chu Ningxiang stepped forward, sizing up Chen Sun, and faintly said, Chen Sun, you should feel fortunate. 2 days ago when something like that happened in the Tianqing Peak martial arts arena, the patriarch actually spared you easily. If it wasn't for Zhao Ting's repeated requests, this elder wouldn't have helped you. Look. On the side, Zhao Ting's face changed slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chu Ningxiang looked at Zhao Ting and said, Master can help you take a look at this friend of yours, but you must remember, you are new to the immortal path, and only now have you introduced the spirit into your body, so you must cultivate intensely in the future, and not be influenced by external things. Zhao Ting immediately bowed and said, Disciple keeps this in mind. Chu Ningxiang nodded, then reached out and tried to clasp Chen Sun's wrist, wanting to take a pulse first. However, the next moment, Chu Ningxiang's pupils shrunk, and she let go of Chen Sun's wrist as if she was electrocuted. Taking half a step backwards, he looked up at Chen Sun incredulously. Seeing this, Zhao Ting was puzzled and worried. Senior, What's going on with Brother Chen's madness? Can it be cured? Shuningshan put the hand that had just taken her pulse behind her back, the hand in her sleeve robe trembling slightly. Zhao Ting, however, could not see this scene. Shuningshan took a light breath, looked deeply at Chen Sun, and said, Zhao Ting, you go out first. Ah yes, Zhao Ting naturally didn't dare to disobey, and after glancing at Chen Sun, he quickly walked outside the punishment hall. Shuningshan stared at Chen Sun and said, you are not immortal at all. Say, mixing into the Tao heavenly sect. What is the intention? Just now, when she took his pulse, her heart violently throbbed for a moment, and her palm was like being struck by an arc of electricity. Shuningshan thought that Chen Sun was faking this crazy look. This Chen Sun was also an immortal cultivator, and an extremely uncomplicated one at that. Chen Sun suspiciously glanced at Shuningshan and muttered, nervous. You. Shuningshan stalled, and although there was nothing on her face, there was some annoyance in her heart. Her, psycho? Chen Sun lazily ignored Shuningshan and pulled out the wordless book from his bosom, humming a little tune as he watched avidly. He shook his head and headed out the door. Did this elder let you go? If you don't tell us your purpose for mixing with the clan today, never think of walking out of the hall of punishment. Shuningshan inclined her head towards Chen Sun and coldly said, seeing that Chen Sun's figure did not pause, he insisted on leaving. Shuningshan's eyes turned cold. A bundle of ropes appeared in her hands, and she silently recited a mantra that. The rope then emitted a ghostly light and swept towards Chen Sun like a flying snake. Click. However, just when the rope was about to approach Chen Sun, he didn't see what Chen Sun did. The rope then collapsed inch by inch and crashed to the ground. Shuningshan took a step back, letting out a pained grunt as a strand of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The look she gave that back finally changed completely. Stronger. Shuningshan took a deep breath and didn't dare to continue blocking Chen Sun from leaving. Instead, he quickly took out a talisman, inputted spiritual energy, and when the talisman was lit up, he stared. Patriarch, there is a strong person mixing within the clan. It's my disciple Zhao Ting's friend of unknown origin, Chen Sun. My spirit binding lock was disintegrated by inches before it even got close to him. Meanwhile, in the Daotian Peak, when Nangong Yao listened to Shuningshan's transmission, his face was first icy cold, but when he heard that it was Chen Sun, following that, it became a bitter laugh. Ah, Elder Chen. It's okay then. Although Shuningshan hadn't made things clear in her summons. But Nangong Yao had already guessed roughly. It must have happened because Zhao Ting brought Senior Chen to Shuningshan for medical treatment. Nangong Yao also took out a talisman and punched in spiritual energy, only saying a cold sentence. Fourth Elder, don't panic. That's Elder Chen. Elder can do whatever he wants. Don't stop him. Otherwise, if you upset Senior Chen and ask for trouble, the sect won't have the ability nor the guts to help you get back what you deserve. On this side of Tianqing Peak's Hall of Punishment, Shuningshan directly froze in place after hearing Nangong Yao's words. Chapter 34. Time passes. The sneaky elders. Outside the Hall of Punishment. Brother Chen? Zhao Ting saw Chen Sun come out and asked busily. Instead, Chen Sun was immersed in the wordless book and hummed a little song as he descended the mountain. Zhao Ting froze and was about to chase after him to pull Chen Sun back when Shuningshan walked out of the punishment hall. Said, Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting paused in his steps and busily turned around to salute. Master. Shuningshan nodded her head and looked deeply at Chen Sun's back as he descended the mountain. Her lips moved and asked, how did you end? How did your friend meet? Can you tell me about it? Zhao Ting assumed that it was his master teacher who must have wanted to know about Brother Chen's condition. So he said, Master teacher. In fact, apprentice and Brother Chen met in passing. It's like this. Afterwards, Zhao Ting recounted the scene at the beginning of his acquaintance with Chen Sun, in every detail. Even Chen Sun's original words of that day when he said that he was endowed with spiritual energy and had the posture of an immortal cultivator came out. Zhao Ting finally sighed. The day after my disciple and Brother Chen met, Brother Chen suddenly went mad. It's good to still vaguely recognize the apprentice. Shuningshan slowly nodded her head, her eyes flickering as she looked at Zhao Ting with a look of desire to speak. Zhao Ting was stunned and said nervously, Senior, is there a cure for Brother Chen's condition? Shuningshan viewed Zhao Ting's worried look and sighed in her heart. I don't know whether Zhao Ting's friendship with that Chen, who even the patriarch treated with caution, Senior, whether it was a blessing or a curse. In fact, until now, Shuningshan herself has many doubts in her heart. For example, what is that Senior Chen really like? For example, how could the patriarch know that Senior Chen? And so on, and so on. Shuningshan closed her eyes and said, Zhao Ting, then you don't need to worry about your friend. Have you ever thought about it? Your friend isn't a normal person? After saying that, leaving behind the bewildered Zhao Ting, Shuningshan turned around and entered the hall. Having suffered a backlash just now, she's going to heal. It was only in front of Zhao Ting that he didn't show it. Outside the hall of punishment, Zhao Ting's expression remained blank. He really didn't understand and only after a long time did he remember something. The bitter smile. Oh right, I forgot to tell Master Chen just now. Brother Chen's family, that's an immortal cultivation family. I guess it really isn't ordinary. And this is all seen by Master Chen Sun's first year in the Tao Heavenly Sect. The daily routine is to eat, sweep and sleep. Eat, sweep and sleep. In addition to sleeping, Qian Laifu followed Chen Sun uninterruptedly every day, shushing him. He even tried to get Chen Sun to live in a different place many times, but they were all dismissed by Chen Sun. The disciples in this part of the halfway point of the miscellaneous peak, quite a few of them also gradually noticed the difference, because the deacon was just too good to Chen Sun, a mortal, too good to be normal. I don't know who got the news from where. After hearing that Chen Sun was a friend of the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, it was only then that I was surprised and realized what was going on. No wonder. But then again, would anyone really be like that in a hierarchical clan? Moreover, it was a purple-clad disciple. It wasn't until later that a number of disciples witnessed and seeing that the purple-clothed senior brother Zhao Ting and Chen Sun sat on the mountain path and chatted. Only then did the crowd completely believe it, and they couldn't help but secretly lament that Chen Sun, although he was a crazy mortal, had a really good life. To have a sincere and unfailing friend like senior brother Zhao Ting. During this period, Zhao Ting also showed his first signs of brilliance, and with his own talent and the pouring in of the clan's resources, half a day to draw the spirit into the body, 10 days to refine the third level of qi, and 100 days to build the foundation, accomplishing a great story. His natural talent shocked the Daotian sect, especially the disciples of the handyman peak felt the oppression of the extreme talent deeply. 100 days to build a foundation. What the purple-clad disciple achieved in a mere 100 days, it was a dream that a journeyman disciple could not reach in his entire life. People are not the same as each other. This is the reality. Zhao Ting, on the other hand, was an uncompromising genius. 100 days to build the foundation. Even if it was placed in the crowd of purple-clothed disciples at Tianqing Peak, it was still the first case. This shows Zhao Ting's natural talent. Chuningshan also felt a glow on her face as she listened to the other elders' praises, especially on the day of foundation building. Patriarch Nangong Yao personally visited and gave Zhao Ting a comment with a smile. That's good. Speaking of Nangong Yao, it's being the patriarch, even though it was busier. During the year, Nangong Yao also sneaks to the grass hut on the west side of the utility peak every other day to visit Chen Sun. Of course, bringing along fine wine. Although Chen Sun is crazy, however, the occasional shocking remarks gave Nangong Yao no small amount of inspiration and vibration. So much so that Nangong Yao felt that his realm was vaguely loosening. Nangong Yao was grateful, and even more so, he felt that Chen Sun was a tall man, the very tall kind. At least it wasn't something he, Nangong Yao, could compare to. Every time after being taught, Nangong Yao would bow deeply at Chen Sun. The title also became Mr. Later, in Nangong Yao's mind, Chen Sun's status was getting higher and higher, more like a teacher on his path to immortal cultivation, and this handyman peak that Nangong Yao would never set foot on before. Instead, it magically became his sanctuary for learning and enlightenment, with Nangong Yao's frequent entrances and exits in the handyman peak, although it was so secretive that the disciples couldn't detect it. However, a group of core elders were gradually noticing the fourth elder Chuningshan was fine, having known about Chen Sun's specialness long before. However, Patriarch Nangong Yao's enthusiasm for that senior still made her feel shocked, and to this point, Chen Sun became more and more mysterious in her mind. At the end of the first year, some of the disciples of the miscellaneous peaks had reached their upper limit, and left the Daotian sect all alone and forlornly, recast to the mundane. On the contrary, Zhao Ting's realm had already reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, which could be described as a flying speed. In the evening of this day, Nangong Yao came back to the grass hut on the west side of Handyman Peak. Although it is already winter, the holy mountain where the Tao Heavenly Sect is located does not ever snow, and it has never been like spring in all seasons. The mountains and fields are full of insects. Chen Sun sat on the land, shaking his head and talking madly to himself. Nangong Yao then followed suit and plopped down on the land aside, not being the least bit disheveled. The gods listened attentively to Chen Sun's crazy talk, and from time to time, their eyes lit up and nodded their heads with a, "Mister, what you said." Nangong Yao only came back to his senses when Chen Sun yawned, turned around and rushed into the grass hut, and the sound of sound sleep rang out. Rising slowly, he faced the hayloft and bowed before heading out. Also as usual, Nangong Yao arrived at the grassy mountain path and just prepared to vacate and leave Handyman Peak, and just as Nangong Yao was about to leave, his eyes suddenly moved, and then he said without any good humor, "A bunch of people who hide their heads, why don't they come out?" the air was silent, with a rustling sound, only to see a group of core elders full of embarrassment burrowing out from the bushes on the side. The elders looked at me, I looked at you, or coughed, or their eyes rolled back in their heads, full of heart. Nangong Yao turned around, looked at Lu Yunma and the other elders, and faintly said, with your ability to hide, you still want to conceal yourselves from the sect? You elders are quite bold. How dare you join forces to track down the clan? Ha, yes, 9 core elders, 1 and no less, are here. Seeing that the other elders were looking at him, Lu Yunma could only dryly cough and said, ahem, patriarch, you've misunderstood. How dare we follow you? We were just thinking that we hadn't been up to the peak yet, and the view was nice this evening, so we thought we'd organize a group to come up and watch the scenery. Ahem, it's pure coincidence that I met you. Chapter 35, Core Elders Shock. Nangong Yao nodded and swept his eyes over them, grouping up to the handyman peak to see the scenery. The elders are so elegant. Ha! The elders laughed awkwardly. Lu Yunma let out a strong smile and said, is Sovereign also here to see the scenery? Nangong Yao's face turned cold. What? The Grand Elder is now in charge of this clan? Lu Yunma was busy bowing. Dare not. Patriarch misunderstanding. Yunma and the elders were just curious to ask. Ask. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and said, alright, this clan will return to Daotian Peak first. All the elders want to see the scenery. Be my guest. After saying that, he made a move to leave. Hey Patriarch, Lu Yunma shouted in a hurry. Nangong Yao turned around, glanced at the elders, and with a cold snort said knowingly, well, don't fool around anymore. Tell me, why are you here? Lu Yunma turned back to look at Chuningshan, and then he lowered his head and carefully said, over this year, we noticed that Patriarch comes to this handyman peak from time to time. Today, we are really curious in our hearts, so we formed a group to take a look. Elders such as second elder Lu Xianin and third elder Jiang Bailu looked at each other awkwardly at the words. It's been a year. People aren't blind. This handyman peak, it's as if it's suddenly become a holy place. The Patriarch comes here quite diligently. At first, some elders wanted to come alone or in groups, but they were afraid of angering Nangong Yao. They got together today to discuss joining forces. Even if the Patriarch was no longer upset, he shouldn't be angry with a group of their core elders. The elders actually already probably knew something in their hearts. It was also learned from Chuningshan. Previously, when they discovered the Patriarch's abnormality, Chuningshan had said that there was a high-ranking person in the miscellaneous peak. The elders were immediately shocked at hearing this. There's still a high-ranking person at the peak of the handyman? After a bit of questioning, due to Chuningshan being in the way of Nangong Yao, she didn't continue to reveal anything. At this moment, Nangong Yao saw the elders looking at him expectantly, so he could only helplessly shake his head. Arching his hand in the direction of the hayloft, he said, well, then I'll tell you that the clan comes to Handyman Peak from time to time, as a visit to Mr. What? A visit? Sir? The elders looked shocked, and Chuningshan's heart jumped. If she remembered correctly, previously, the Patriarch had called him a senior, but it was unthinkable that after a year had passed, the address would be even deeper. To be able to make the Patriarch address him as Sir, this person is not to be trifled with. The immortal cultivation world calls cultivators whose realms are higher than their own, mostly seniors, without knowing the realm or reciprocity, call them friends, and the respect involved in addressing Mr. is more profound. It was unthinkable that their Daotian sect's handyman peak actually had such a high-ranking person. When did you come in, and why are you here? Of course, what made Lu Yunma and the other elders the most curious was just who this high person was. The crowd was full of doubts. Nangong Yao smiled and said, do you elders still remember the day Xiaoting was crowned with a purple coat? Aside from Chuningshan, Lu Yunma and the others' expressions became bewildered at the words. Xiaoting was awarded the purple coat on the day, of course they remember, after just 1 year. Plus there was a crazy mortal causing trouble at the time, so the memories can be strong. Aha! Suddenly, the crowd seemed to notice something in detail. As a result, the crowd gazed at Nangong Yao, wanting to get any answers. Nangong Yao didn't say anything either, only nodding lightly. Seeing this, the pupils of the elders slowly contracted. It's him! The gentleman the Patriarch spoke of was actually him. No wonder. It all makes sense. That day, during the purple clothes enthronement ceremony, that kind of thing happened in front of all the clan powers. No one else would have a good ending. But in the end, the Patriarch just said that this is the end of the story. At that time, that matter had troubled the elders for a long time, and today they finally got an answer. Lu Yunma lost his concentration and suddenly stumbled. Fortunately, Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu, who were on his left and right, were the first to assist him. Grand Elder, what's wrong with you? Lu Xianin asked worriedly. The crowd was also puzzled. I only saw Lu Yunma's face pale as he muttered, Patriarch, Patriarch. Did Yunma have a bad tone towards that senior that day? When that happened, Yunma really didn't mean to do it. If I knew the identity of the senior in advance, Yunma would surely not dare. The crowd was instantly aware of this. Nangong Yao sighed helplessly and said, Grand Elder, don't worry. You also said that if you knew ahead of time, as the saying goes, if you don't know, you don't sin. Find time some other day. This clan will just take you to sincerely apologize to the gentleman face to face. Ryunma then breathed a huge sigh of relief and was refreshed. Jiang Bara suddenly said, Patriarch, I remember that senior is Zhao Ting's friend, right? How can Zhao Ting be related to senior? That senior had even treated the patriarch in such a manner. And although Zhao Ting was now a purple-clothed disciple, but the status gap is still too big. Seeing that the crowd could not figure it out either, Xu Ningxiang explained, I have an understanding of this matter, and my disciple that, previously, when he was still a mortal, he and Senior Chen met by chance the day before my clan recruited disciples. Nangong Yao and the elders nodded, which made sense. This Zhao Ting is really blessed with deep destiny. His own talent is so outstanding, not to mention, I never thought that I would be able to meet that senior by chance. Truly a person of great fortune. But then again, Zhao Ting should still think that this friend it knew was immortal, right? Patriarch? Then why would Senior Chen? An elder cautiously hesitated. The words weren't thorough, but everyone understood. It was nothing more than wanting to ask why Senior Chen was in such a state of insanity. Nangong Yao shook his head and said, No, you guys are really blinded by a single leaf. Mr. is not crazy, Mr. is just game. Saying that, memories appeared in Nangong Yao's eyes as he lamented. The elders don't know. Previously, when our clan returned from the southern sky, we passed through a remote mountainous area and met Mr. At that time, Mr. was not like this. Instead, he was sitting on the top of the mountain, and a piece of immortal music attracted many flying birds and butterflies, which was really out of the world. A worldly nobleman's posture. The eyes of the elders stared and perked up their ears to listen. He also understood that it must be from there that the patriarch had befriended Senior Chen. Listening to the patriarch's description, the elders' eyes also appeared mesmerized. Nangong Yao continued. This clan was on the spur of the moment, and wanted to go up and make acquaintance, declaring his name. It's a pity that Mr. said that he met in plain water and didn't mention it, and then he dissipated and disappeared like gravel, which is really like an immortal trace. Gloom appeared in Nangong Yao's eyes as he said, the elders may not know that those means of, but it's not Yuaning like me who can do it. Even if it's a transformation god true lord, this clan dares to conclude that it's categorically impossible to do it. Nangong Yao had long been at the peak of Yuaning and had experienced the heart of god transformation tribulation. Breaking through the god transformation stage could be said to be just around the corner, the nail in the coffin. So there was some deep knowledge of the means of the god transformation stage. The elders had long been dumbstruck, just listening to the patriarch's description. That senior is no ordinary person. It really seems to be a game changer. There are such people in the world. Well, it's getting late, and the gentleman's resting, so don't bother yourselves any further, and leave with the sect. Nangong Yao waved his hand and said, yes. The elders bowed and responded, but they just couldn't calm down in their hearts anymore. Chapter 36, 3 years in the blink of an eye, North Xian Rebellion. Chen Sun's second year in the Tao Heavenly Sect. He himself continues to eat, sweep and sleep every day. Nangong Yao also often came to the grass house, just like a student, listening to the teachings. Every word of Chen Sun's was clearly a pie-in-the-sky lunatic remark, yet there were some words that greatly inspired Nangong Yao. The difference is that Nangong Yao sometimes comes alone and sometimes they come with elders. In the long run, the group of core elders gradually became familiar with Chen Sun as well. After more contact, he also finally understood why the patriarch respected him as Mr. Because sometimes what Chen Sun said was like a big bell ringing in the elders' heads, or it may be like a refreshing jolt of water into the tip of the heart, which is of great benefit. What Chen Sun had said was unheard of by the elders, but they kept every word in mind. Example. A tree is born at the end of a millimeter, a 9-story platform is built on accumulated soil, a 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. When they first heard it, the elders did not understand it, but when they tasted it carefully, they realized that it was self-truth. Cultivating immortality is a long-term process that requires starting with a little bit of footwork. Continuous accumulation is the only way to achieve the way. Example. Those who know others are wise, and those who know themselves are wise, those who win others are powerful, and those who win themselves are strong. In the opinion of the elders, the way to cultivate immortality is not only to understand others, but also to understand oneself. Do not allow yourself to be taken over by desires and weaknesses in order to achieve the way. Example. Tao begets one. One begets two. 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This sentence, however, shocked the elders even more. In the path of immortal cultivation, the Tao is the root of all things. Immortal cultivators seek the realm of oneness with the Tao. Another example. If heaven and earth are not kind, they take everything as ruminants. If sages are not kind, they take the people as ruminants. This statement was another blow to the elders on a spiritual level. Immortal cultivators must transcend worldly notions of good and evil and treat all things with an equal heart. No favoritism or discrimination. In retrospect, since ancient times, the immortal world has been different from the mundane world, and the cultivators have been on top of the world. It is said that they do not enter the mortal world for fear of being tainted by the mortal world, but in reality, they regard mortals as ants and do not care to deal with them. Every monk obviously comes from a mortal, and ends up disliking his or her initial self. What the hell is that for? Worth thinking about. From Chen Sun, Lu Yunma and the other core elders also benefited greatly. Once many things became clear, the Taoist mind only felt more and more solid. Thereafter, when Lu Yunma and the other elders saw Chen Sun, they would also call out to him respectfully from the bottom of their hearts as Sir. Middle of the second year, Xiaoting broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation speed finally slowed down completely. Need to use more time to tamp down the foundation, because the future conjugation is a big threshold to be very careful and prudent. Perhaps in the early stages, Xiaoting would be able to make a rapid breakthrough with the resources poured into him by the sect, but once you pass the late stage of foundation establishment, the breakthroughs in the future will not be so fast. Each breakthrough will take years, 10 years, and so on, even centuries as a unit. Xiaoting would also go to Chen Sun to share his happy news every time he emerged from the gate. A few times, Nangong Yao and the elders were outside the grass hut when they sensed Xiaoting coming, hurriedly hiding his figure before being detected. Then Nangong Yao and the others were in the shadows, watching Xiaoting hooking up with Chen Sun, their eyelids jumping straight up and down. The mind cursed the lack of size. As a result, Nangong Yao and the others would look at Chuningshang and ask in a voice transmission. Fourth elder, your disciple's natural talent is good, but he still needs to be honed in dealing with people in the world. Whenever this happens, Chuningshang is also speechless, so she can only awkwardly say, those who don't know don't sin, one who does not know is not guilty. However, when they went back again, Chuningshang would have a grim face and teach Xiaoting a lesson. Xiaoting, of course, is full of confusion. Secretly, I did not cause any trouble after he came out of the gate, right? Why did Master teach him a lesson for good reason? The next year, at the end of the year, there are quite a few more disciples from the miscellaneous peaks who have reached the upper limit and left the clan forlornly, going to live the rest of their lives in the mundane world. But I'm sure that with a little bit of humble cultivation, the rest of my life in the mundane world will be wonderful. There were disciples who left, and naturally there were disciples who were promoted to the outer sect. It's a small amount, but it's something. The future of the disciples who were promoted to the outer sect was still boring and longing for immortal cultivation. To put it kindly, these promoted disciples consider it a beautiful thing to continue chasing the illusory immortal path in place of those servant disciples who left the clan. Perhaps in the end, the same immortal path will be hard to find and obliterated. But so what? Chen Sun's third year in the Tao Heavenly Sect, the Northern Xian immortal cultivation world was in chaos. The righteous and demonic paths, which have been stable for years, suddenly start a war. The cause was the exposure of a demonic sect that had abducted disciples of the righteous sect who were out on a mission to be blood slaves. There's a righteous clan whose outgoing disciples have repeatedly disappeared, and they've discovered the end. So he went up to the devil's sect to ask for an explanation, but he happened to find out that among the forces of that devil's sect, there are actually more than half of Beishuan's demon sect executives gathering to plot, and the demon sect that was crashed through is not going to do anything about it. Directly, the entirety of the top management and a group of disciples who arrived from this righteous sect were left behind and imprisoned into the blood slave hall. Thus, the Beishian immortal cultivation world had created a huge uproar, with the righteous sects vowing to crusade against the demonic sects. And after the devil sect was exposed, it still did not know how to repent, but instead became more and more rampant, completely opening its cruel fangs. In this third year, the disciples of the righteous sect went out, frequently disappeared, without exception. All of them are the work of the devil. It's not like the righteous sects haven't joined forces to fight the devil sects for half a year, only to be thwarted repeatedly. The reason for this is that the devil sect is very united. On the contrary, on the side of the righteous sect, there were quite a few clans that had not been affected by the incident that were not concerned. At the end of the third year, the war subsided, but everyone knew that this was just a temporary quiet respite as the righteous path was not able to defeat the demonic path. The entire Beishian immortal cultivation realm was immersed in the tranquility before the storm. The great sects of the righteous path have issued a ban. Disciples in the sect are no longer allowed to go out. But this can't last long. This is because it seriously hinders the development of the clan. Short term is fine. A little longer. The clan's resources are bound to be in short supply. And so, as time passed, there were quite a few sects in the righteous path that couldn't hold on any longer. It was only possible to lift the ban and go out quietly, led by a deacon or a protector. But it never occurred to me that the devil's sect had long ago sent people to watch day and night, waiting for an opportunity to move. At the first sign of movement, they hijacked. Even though they were led by deacon protectors, the clans likewise suffered heavy losses. Mazamichi had no choice but to place the ban again, and for a while there was a stalemate. Taoist heavenly sect. The whole clan is quieter than in previous years. The miscellaneous disciples were still busy with miscellaneous work and cultivation every day, and though insignificant, at this particular node, the miscellaneous disciples were conversely the safest. After all, the miscellaneous disciples did not have the item of going out on missions. On the contrary, most of the disciples and elders of Rinxian Peak and Dishuan Peak looked sad and grave, absent-minded and without the mind to cultivate. His sight looked towards Daotian Peak from time to time, his face showing anticipation and apprehension. At this moment, Daotian Peak, in the inner cabinet, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders were seated. No one spoke. The atmosphere was very solemn. Nangong Yao took a light breath and took the lead. In a few more days, it will be 1 year since the encounter between the righteous and demonic paths in Beixian, right? The elders nodded their heads, their expressions heavy. Who could have expected that Beixian, who had been peaceful for many years, would suddenly have this happen? No wonder the previous major demonic sects were quiet, so it was actually secretly engaged in these. Moreover, this year, their Dao Heavenly sect also suffered heavy losses. Nangong Yao was silent for a moment and faintly said, "Bring the list." Lu Yunmo was stunned and hurriedly took out a list and handed it over. When the elders saw this list, they pursed their lips and fell silent. Nangong Yao took the list and opened it up, flipping through it and reading. 215 outer disciples are missing, and 24 inner disciples are missing. Purple-clad disciple, 1 missing. Upon hearing this, the elders sighed deeply, and pain appeared in their eyes. Everyone knew that when it was said to be missing, it was actually captured by the demon sect and used as a blood slave. Zhang Bailu stood up violently and said with heartache, "Patriarch, we must save Jingyao. If this continues to drag on, Jingyao is afraid that her life will be in danger." The Jingyao that third elder Zhang Bailu spoke of was his true disciple, Su Jingyao. He was also caught by the devil sect in one of their outings and has not been heard from since. The elders sighed, their faces disheveled, angry and helpless. The main thing is that up until now, it's not known by which devil sect these disciples were caught by. It's quite a feeling of not being able to do anything about it. Letting them, the Dao Heavenly sect, go and single-handedly take on the entire demonic sect of Beixian? That's never going to happen. It wasn't true that the Dao Heavenly sect was a first-rate righteous sect in Beixian, but it wasn't the strongest of the righteous sects, and not to mention this, even if the Dao Heavenly sect was the strongest in Beixian, it still didn't have the ability to face the entire Devil Dao. How precious the purple-clothed disciples are. There are only 15 of them in the Dao Tian sect, but the reality is in front of us. There is no way. If he could accurately know which devil sect had taken the disciples captive, he would have already gone to the door to settle the score. Nangong Yao frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Third elder, calm down first. This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. It's not true that Jingyao is a purple-clothed disciple, and it's also your true heritage, but don't be biased in your speech." Saying that, Nangong Yao took the list and shook it vigorously in front of Zhang Bailu, saying, "Could it be that those 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples are not the treasures of my Dao Heavenly sect? What's the use of being in a hurry? This clan, as the patriarch, is more anxious than you are." Chapter 37 Negotiating and Outing. As Nangong Yao's words fell, shame surfaced on Zhang Bailu's face. He had to bow and say he was wrong, and then he sat down in a disheveled manner. Seeing this, Lu Yunma and the other elders wanted to speak out to comfort them, but they didn't know how to speak. They are also saddened in their hearts. "Patriarch, right now the clan's resources are quite depleted. If this continues, in another 2 months, I'm afraid the disciple elders below can't afford to pay out their monthly spirit stones," Lu Yunma said with a face full of bitterness. Now that the sect has placed a ban on going out for quite some time, there is already a serious imbalance in the depletion and flushing of resources. At all times, resources are the core of maintaining the balanced operation of a sect. Right now that balance is upset. Of course, there was a large amount of hidden resources in the Dao Heavenly sect's inventory, but that hidden resource it could only be utilized when the clan was in a life and death crisis, and the current situation was far from that time. Nangong Yao was silent, not knowing what he was pondering in his mind. "Patriarch, in my opinion, why don't we lift the ban? It's been so long since then. I don't believe that there are still demonic sects setting up ambushes around us, and besides, for our Tao heavenly sect, I'm sure those demonic sects are also scornful. Second elder Lu Xianin stared. Zhang Baru busily said, I agree. Recently, I had gone out of the clan. Having made a hidden tour around the perimeter, there was no sign of the demon sect. Lu Yunma faintly said, the two elders are taking it for granted. Right now it would have been the demon sect in the dark. We're in the clear, let alone the fact that the demon sect has excellent concealment methods. If we can be easily discovered, then we wouldn't be a demon sect anymore. Hearing Lu Yunma say this, Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu stagnated and were filled with resentment. The ban can never be lifted. Suddenly, Nangong Yao said, this clan does have a method, not to mention that it can bring the resource pool back into balance, but it will also keep the clan running a little longer. The elders were puzzled, and did not understand, for the moment, that the ban would not be lifted. And how can the resource library be replenished? Could it be that the hidden batch of resources is going to be utilized? Nangong Yao tightened the list in his hand and said solemnly, Fifth elder, ninth elder listened to the order. Immediately, one elder on the left and right stood up, walked out of the seating area, and came to the center of the hall to bow. And, in, the white-haired old man on the left was the fifth elder, Wang Tianfu. The right side of this ate the fixed-faced Dan teenager look. Is the ninth elder Zhou Tong? Nangong Yao nodded and said, go down and, the two of you will pick out some disciples and elders from Human Xian Peak and Earth Xian Peak to go out. So you two core elders will lead the group personally. At those words, the elders were shocked, but they nodded slightly. At times like this, the two core elders would take a portion of the disciple elders from the inner and outer sects out. Rather, it is safer. The elders also understood the meaning of the patriarch's words just now. This method can indeed sustain the clan for the time being. As for why the sect had arranged for the fifth and ninth elders, the elders' minds also quickly reacted. Ninth elder Zhou Tong, needless to say, has a treasure-seeking spirit pet, the Xian Huang mouse. It couldn't be more appropriate to take the team out. The fifth elder, Wang Tianfu, however, was the strongest elder that could be sent, because the four of them, Lu Yunma, Lu Xianin, Zhang Bailu, and Chu Ningsheng, were busy from time to time within the clan. Can't get away, as you wish. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong bowed and responded, just as the two were ordered to prepare to leave the cabinet. Chu Ningsheng's sudden words caused the two of them to stop in their tracks. Patriarch, won't you send out purple-clad disciples this time? At those words, pain and shock flashed in Zhang Bailu's eyes. Some of the remaining elders with true disciples had averted eyes. Are you kidding me? There's already a purple-clad disciple taken by the demon sect. How valuable is a purple-clad disciple? Where to send out another purple-clad disciple? Nangong Yao was slightly surprised. What does fourth elder mean? Chu Ningsheng bowed and said, Patriarch, my disciple Xiaoting has been immersed in cultivation for long years. The realm has also reached its bottleneck. Could we have the fifth and ninth elders bring Xiaoting with them? As the words fell, Nangong Yao's eyes flashed. However, without waiting for Nangong Yao to say anything, the elders couldn't sit still and spoke out one after another. You can't do that. Fourth elder, Xiaoting is the one with the most outstanding talent amongst all the disciples of our sect. And how can you send it out in these dangerous times? Not bad. Xiaoting is too important. It's safer to stay within the clan. Humph. Chu Ningsheng snorted coldly. He said, I, who am Xiaoting's senior, am willing to let him go out, but the elders are refusing? The elders stalled. Chu Ningsheng continued. It's just that the elders are unwilling to send out their own true legends. But what is the purpose of hindering me? After speaking, Chu Ningsheng looked at the contemplative Nangong Yao and solemnly said, Patriarch, this time, with both the fifth and ninth elders leading the team, it is naturally safer. And with all due respect, the purple-clad disciple is also a disciple. Don't be too precious. The sharpening has to be sharpened. The path of immortal cultivation is inherently variable and often accompanied by danger. If one does not undergo trials and tribulations, and is in a greenhouse for years, how can one's heart grow? The elders nodded their heads. It was not good to argue. There was more or less some shame inside. Zhang Bara said in a condensed voice, Fourth elder, now that my disciple has been taken captive by the demon sect and his life and death are uncertain, what if something happens to Xiaoting as well? Chu Ningsheng faintly said, it's not that I, as the master, don't love and cherish my disciples. Just to say, if Xiaoting really had an accident, it would be fate, and there is no straight path to immortal cultivation. Ginger Shiro shuddered and stopped talking. He felt that his realm in this area was a bit too far from Chu Ningsheng's. Good, then let Xiaoting also go out together. Xiaoting has not been in the immortal cultivation world for long, although the realm rose quickly, but has not had the slightest experience like a child. 5 elders and 9 elders in the road more care. At that moment, Nangong Yao spoke. Yes, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong responded. The elders sighed and had nothing more to say, and really didn't know how to go about it, because Chuningshang's words really spoke to their hearts. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong left the cabinet, they went to send a message to the principal elders of Rinxian Peak and Earthxian Peak. The sovereign's order was conveyed to select a group of disciples to gather outside the mountain gate. When the second peak's principal elder heard this, he immediately responded in a hurry and went to screen the outgoing disciples. After Chuningshang returned to the Palace of Punishment, she also spoke to Zhao Ting, and had thought that Zhao Ting would be scared. How could it actually be unusually excited? Zhao Ting said goodbye to Chuningshang and then headed for the entrance of the mountain to fly with his sword after 3 years. He was no longer a mortal with no cultivation at the beginning, but a real person in the late foundation establishment stage. Zhao Ting flew halfway with his sword, thinking that it shouldn't be that urgent at this moment, so he folded his direction and it flew towards the handyman's peak. Handyman's peak. A handyman disciple saw a figure flying in with a sword, and hurriedly bowed to and shouted out to his senior brother. Not until the figure had swept into the west and disappeared did he slowly rise, and the miscellaneous disciples looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Who doesn't know that it's the purple-clothed disciple Zhao Ting's senior brother nowadays in the handyman's peak. He also comes to visit Chen Sun at the peak of the handyman from time to time, and the disciples have long been accustomed to it. Chapter 38, 3 years have come and gone. Chen Sun returns to clarity. Brother Chen, Zhao Ting called out as soon as he arrived at the straw house. But when Zhao Ting entered the grass house and saw Chen Sun lying on the bed asleep, he had to shake his head, nor was he going to wake up Chen Sun. This little life of Brother Chen is not bad, sleeping comfortably every day, Zhao Ting muttered, and then whirled around to look at the grass house, his eyes helpless. In these 3 years, he's often wanted Brother Chen to change to a better place to live. Nay, Brother Chen didn't listen at all. Otherwise, with his status and position nowadays, it would be easy to help Brother Chen change his place of residence. Brother Chen, recently the Northern Xian immortal cultivation world has been in great turmoil, with the Devil's Path running rampant. Our Tianqing has also taken a lot of disciples captive, in which even Sister Su also suffered from the Devil's hand. This time I'm going to go out with the elders in there. I don't know if it will be dangerous, but I, Zhao Ting, am not afraid. Sister Su is usually good to me. If I can slaughter a few demonic cultivators, I can also relieve the depression in my heart. Zhao Ting's eyes were a bit hollow as he muttered to himself. In fact, Zhao Ting would only say these words to Chen Sun. Having a friend who could talk about the troubles in his heart, the heart will feel more or less better. Just then, Zhao Ting felt warmth in his arms and hurriedly took out his summoning talisman. The voice of fifth elder Wang Tianfu rang out. Zhao Ting, it's just you. Come to the mountain gate quickly. Yes, fifth elder. Zhao Ting's eyes changed and he hurriedly answered. Afterward, Zhao Ting glanced at Chen Sun on the bed and took out several jugs of fine wine from his storage ring, putting it on the wooden table. He turned around and quickly stepped out of the straw house, and then left with his sword. As soon as Zhao Ting left, in the straw hut, Chen Sun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes are rare clear, calmly muttering to himself, after 5 more days, there will be another 3 years. When he finished speaking, his eyes flickered, his clarity dissipated, and a maniacal smile surfaced. At the mountain gate, the crowd stood. On this outing, there were 2 core elders, 1 outer sect elder and 1 inner sect elder each. There are 100 outer disciples and 20 inner disciples. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the inner and outer sects looked at Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong respectfully. I didn't expect the patriarch to suddenly order that the 2 core elders lead the team. What an honor. With the 2 core elders leading the group, the crowd also felt a sense of security on this outing. A figure came with a sword and soon landed outside the mountain gate, drawing the adoring gazes of the disciples. The visitor was dressed in the heavenly purple Shanluo treasure clothes, and was naturally Zhao Ting, who had arrived late. The disciple is late. Zhao Ting bowed and apologized as he faced the Wang Tianfu duo. Oh, no harm done. Wang Tianfu smiled blandly. Zhou Tong also smiled and nodded his head. How could the 2 of them blame Zhao Ting, the most gifted disciple of the Dao Heavenly clan? When the crowd saw how amiable the 2 core elders were towards Zhao Ting, they were envious, secretly lamenting that it was worthy of being senior brother Zhao. Shenhe looked at Zhao Ting, is also pleased, but just 3 years. Zhao Ting will grow to such a point. Not bad. The leading elder sent by the Inter-sect this time was Shenhe, who was promoted 3 years ago. Today Shenhe was also at the Jiedan stage. Well, since everyone has arrived, let's get going. The instant Wang Tianfu turned around and whisked his sleeve, a huge spirit boat flickered and appeared in the small midair. The spirit boat was not the same as Shenhe's magic weapon airship in the past. It is the special flying treasure of the Dao Heavenly sect, called the Heavenly Boat. Skyboats can be extraordinary. in addition to holding more people and being faster. It's more of a combination of offense and defense. Ascendant boat. With Wang Tianfu's low shout, the crowd swept on swiftly like locusts. The heavenly boat began to vibrate, and in the next moment, in the sight of the disciples of the mountain guard gate, it turned into a stream of light that fly away. On the sky boat, the disciples looked down into the air gravely and with a hint of nervousness. Hundreds of thousands of miles around were the territory of the Tao heavenly sect, and it would take quite a bit of time for the heavenly boat to fly out. And in the process, all of us must be careful. There is no way to say that there will be an ambush by the devil sect. Gotta be on guard. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were sitting on the flying boat at this time, closing their eyes and spreading their divine sense to cautiously probe. The first few thousand miles should be fine, and the demon sect won't be foolish enough to set up an ambush. However, as they got farther and farther away from the sect, the possibility of the devil sect setting up an ambush became progressively more likely. As the heavenly boat flew farther and farther away from the Tao heavenly sect, the elders on the boat became more and more cautious. Meanwhile, in the hidden mountains and forests below, many demonic cultivators were hiding and, tilting his head, his eyes stared grimly at the sweeping skyboat. The Tao heavenly sect is the Tao heavenly sect after all. It actually dares to send its disciples out. I guess the clan is running out of resources, or else they wouldn't be willing to take this risk. Elder Yu, this place is already quite a distance away from the Tao heavenly sect, so as long as you give the order, we will do it. There's no rush. Elder Yu, this heavenly boat of the Tao heavenly sect is extremely fast. If we hesitate any longer, we won't be able to catch up. You listen to this elder. Now is not the time to make a move. If this elder's expectations are correct, the Daotian sect's patriarch is definitely spying in the shadows. What? What about that? Humph. What's the fuss? We've been waiting here for days. We don't care how long it takes. Just let the Daotian sect's gang leave in peace. Not waiting for the crowd of devil cultivators to anxiously want to ask something. That elder of the spectre then laughed sorrowfully. They'll be back, won't they? That's when the best time to do it will be. The crowd of demonic cultivators froze, and their hearts called out wonderful awe, or else people are elders. They just have brains. Time passed, and 5 days passed. On this day, Nangong Yao had nothing to do, so he came back to the grass hut on the west side of the utility peak to visit Chen Sun. As soon as Nangong Yao arrived outside the grass hut, he saw Chen Sun sitting there drinking, and was slightly surprised. Because this look, compared to the past some different a lot of calm. Nangong Yao didn't think much about it, walked over and bowed. Sir, Nangong is here again. Chen Sun took a sip of wine, looked up and laughed. The humble abode is dilapidated, but there are no extra stools and chairs. Mind joining me on the grass? Nangong Yao stiffened and slowly raised his head. Then he saw the youth looking at him with a warm smile. After Nangong Yao's dismay, his eyes turned into surprise. First, sir, you. Chen Sun slightly raised his chin and gestured toward the grass in front of him. Sit. Nangong Yao nodded his head hurriedly, so he sat down on the floor opposite Chen Sun. Delighted eyes glanced from time to time at Chen Sun, who had become disembodied in front of her. The heart is secretly excited. Yes, that's the flavor. It's back. It's all back. A few years ago in that small river peak encountered Mr. Is not this kind of ethereal posture of the high man. Chen Sun somehow conjured up another wine glass from nowhere and threw it at Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao caught it in a panic, and was startled when he saw Chen Sun picking up the wine pot to pour himself a drink, and, hastily snatching the wine pot away. Nangong can just pour it himself. How dare I trouble you, sir, to pour the wine? Chen Sun smiled faintly, so he let him be. Chapter 39, a snack delivered to the door. After Nangong Yao took a sip, he tasted. Sir, although this osmanthus brew is still good, but it doesn't match your honorable status. Later on, Nangong will return to Daotian Peak to bring a few jugs of good wine. He has given many wines to Mr. Before, but now Mr. is drinking this osmanthus brew. Guess all those drinks he gave me are gone. Chen Sun smiled and didn't say anything. This osmanthus brew was previously sent by Zhao Ting. Afterward, Chen Sun and Nangong Yao drank wine and chatted idly in this remote mountain. Nangong Yao did not use his spiritual power to dispel the alcohol, so much so that his eyes were hazy and his face was flushed. Nangong Yao had the feeling of drunkenness inside. Sir, lately the northern Xian immortal cultivation world has been in turmoil. The devil sect wreaked havoc. How many disciples of the righteous sects were taken away to be blood slaves? Even my Daotian sect was also captured a lot of disciples. There is even a purple disciple. Nangong as the patriarch, the heart has a shame. Dare I ask you, sir, what should Nangong do? Chen Sun nodded slightly. Regarding this matter, Zhao Ting had told him about it before. Chen Sun laughed flatly. You righteous sects have joined forces. Wouldn't it be better to do battle with the devil's sect? Nangong Yao laughed bitterly. if only it were really as you said. It's just a pity that the righteous sects of the northern Xian immortal cultivation world can't twist a rope. Chen Sun said softly, if that's the case, then your righteous sect can only be gradually eaten away by the devil sect. When those righteous sects come to their senses at the end of the day, I'm afraid it will be too late. Nangong Yao nodded, his expression slightly serious. The kind of thing that should never be allowed to happen. From ancient times, Beixian has been a place where good and evil are constant. If we let the devil sect dominate Beixian, we'll be able to get rid of the devil sect. Then, not to mention the righteous sects, it is estimated that even the mortals will be devastated. Although it is said that in the eyes of the righteous sects, mortals are also ants, disdainful of, but in the eyes of the demon sect that practiced evil techniques, it could all be sustenance. All along, Beixian also has exactly the right sect to check and balance. It was only then that the devil sect did not dare to extend their devilish hands to the mundane. Of course, the righteous sects check and balance the demonic sects, and in the end, it's not really for the sake of mortals, it's also for its own sake. After all, once the mortals had suffered, there would be no fresh blood to follow to replenish the immortal cultivation world. Nangong Yao returned to his senses and sidetracked the topic, saying, Sir, it's too humble for you to live here. Please also stay at Daotian Peak. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun glanced at the grass hut behind him and laughed. No need. Where is the simplicity of as the saying goes, a mountain is not as high as an immortal, and water is not as deep as a dragon. I think it's quite good. As he spoke, Chen Sun finished the wine in his cup, got up and patted the dust on his ass. From the sidelines, he copped a broom and headed out the door. Nangong Yao was stunned and hastily stood up, asking, Where is Mr. going? Sweeping the floor. Ah, can't eat and drink for nothing in your Daotian sect either. Nangong Yao looked at the distant back, staggered for a moment, couldn't help but be filled with bitter smiles, and finally murmured with emotion, What a mountain is not as high as a ferry. Mr. is Mr. In the end, Chen Sun cleaned meticulously from the halfway point to the foot of the mountain and looked back after the mountain path was clean and tidy. Then he threw the broom to the side, carried his hands on his back, and with a sway of his body, he reached the outside of the Daotian sect. Having been smothered in the Dao Heavenly sect for 3 years, now that clarity had been restored, it was natural to cherish the time to go out and stroll around. In the hundreds of thousands of miles of territory of the Dao Heavenly sect, Chen Sun walked slowly. From time to time, he smiled and looked around at the great mountains and rivers, and could not help but sigh that the Taoist Heavenly sect had chosen a fair site. Don't look at Chen Sun's slow walk, but every step he takes is 1,000 miles. When he came to a point, the corner of Chen Sun's mouth hooked up as he completely slowed down his figure. At the same time, a group of devil sect cultivators hidden in the shadows discovered Chen Sun. Elder Yu, someone else has come out of the Dao Heavenly sect, a devil cultivator hurriedly said. In the dark, the eyes of all the devil cultivators gradually became suspicious, watching this young man's clothing. It's not some disciple elder of the Dao Tian sect or anything like that. And what's even more outrageous is that the aura emanating from this young man. Mortal? What's going on? Why are there mortals coming out from the direction of the Dao Tian sect? Or was it that this mortal had mistakenly entered the Dao Tian sect's territory from some other direction, and walked to them? If that's the case, then this mortal is too unlucky, isn't he? It actually walked into the faces of their demon sect cultivators. Elder Yu, why don't we capture this mortal and bleed him out, so we can all drink some human blood to quench our hunger? A devil cultivator licked his lips and said greedily. The rest of the demonic cultivators also blossomed, secretly gulping their saliva. It's been a boring ambush here for so many days, too, and now there's a little snack delivered to my door. What's the point of not eating? The eyes of the Phantom Fury, the one known as Elder Phantom, were flickering at the moment. From time to time, he surveyed the surroundings and said, Don't act rashly yet. This mortal's appearance is too bizarre. It can't be said that it's a conspiracy of the Dao Tian sect, trying to use this mortal to seduce us into exposure. At those words, the crowd of demonic cultivators looked at each other. No way. The Dao Heavenly sect is so sinister? A devil cultivator was busy being suspicious. Elder Yu, the Dao Heavenly sect is a righteous sect. Can you do something like using mortals as bait? Isn't that what we demon sect do? The Phantom Fury's eyes were disdainful as he said, Humph, what's the right way or the wrong way? It's all bull ********. For the sake of their own interests, what can't they do? It's just that our demon sect is more obvious than that. The devil cultivators nodded their heads, but there were some who didn't dare to agree that perhaps some of the righteous sects were more sordid. But for many years, the Dao Heavenly sect had a good reputation. All in all, in a nutshell, the demonic cultivators did not think that this mortal was a conspiracy of the Dao Heavenly sect. The Phantom Fury sensed the expressions on the faces of the demonic cultivators. Then he said in a bad mood, this elder sees that you just want to drink human blood, right? Really no interest. What's so good about a mortal's blood? When we go back, a large number of cultivator blood slaves for you to enjoy. A demonic cultivator said awkwardly. Hey, elder you, we all understand the reasoning. The brothers simply wanted to quench their thirst. Just then, the demonic cultivators noticed that the mortal was actually walking towards them. I thought this mortal was going straight ahead. What's the meaning of a sudden turn toward them? The devil cultivators were confused. The phantom fury's brows also slowly furrowed, his eyes flickering. Elder you, he won't have discovered us, right? A devil cultivator wondered, because that's just so counterintuitive. They have a concealment array here, and in the sight of mortals, that's completely transparent. The phantom fury's brows loosened and he said faintly, naturally, it can't be that he's discovered us. It should just suddenly want to go in our direction. The devil cultivators nodded their heads and then their gazes blossomed. This is sent to the face, and then not to drink its blood will not be able to say ah. Then again, this mortal has had a lot of bad luck. How can someone's luck be so backward that it's like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Soon, in the greedy eyes of the crowd of demonic cultivators, Chen Sun had already arrived at a distance of 1 foot from them. A few more steps forward, and you'll be able to pass through this concealment formation. However, just as the devil cultivators were laughing and rubbing their hands in anticipation, stunned, he realized that the mortals outside the formation had suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Chapter 40, The Wooden Sword Shows Its Mansion. All flavors of the world brewed. What do you mean? Why don't you go in again? Geez, take it easy. It's impossible to run away from this little snack when it's right in front of you. I just wonder, what's with this mortal's nerves and sudden swerves and, when we reached the front of the formation and then suddenly stopped, not that I'm saying, is it possible that our concealment formation is out of order? Can he see us? No, the formation is fine. The devil cultivators were talking, but only the phantom fiend's brows were deeply furrowed again. He looked into the eyes of the youth outside the formation, and for some reason, he always felt that he was seen by the other party. Just when the demonic cultivators lost their patience and wanted to make a move to directly captivate Chen Sun, Chen Sun stroked his chin and spoke. What are you guys squatting here muttering about? Crowd of devil cultivators. The crowd of demonic cultivators came back to their senses from their stagnation, so shocked that they spat out fen fangs and fell backward towards the ground. With a face full of incredulity, he looked at Chen Sun outside the formation. What does it mean? Can you really see them or are you just talking to yourself in a crazy way? But the devil cultivators didn't dare to deceive themselves anymore, and in their hearts they thought that it was the former. Otherwise how could it be so coincidental? At this moment, even the phantom fury had some scalp numbness up. His heartbeat accelerated, and he felt tingling and scratching all over his body. The phantom fury stiffened and asked, You can see us? Chen Sun nodded. Of course. At those words, the faces of the crowd of demonic cultivators changed, and their eyes towards Chen Sun completely changed. This is not mortal at all. Moreover, this concealment formation of theirs, don't think you can see through it under the god of transformation. When you think about it, it gets a little creepy. The phantom fiend swallowed his saliva and said, How is it possible? This concealment formation of ours. Just before he finished, Chen Sun pointed at the invisible barrier in front of him and said, Oh, is that what you guys are talking about? After saying that, Chen Sun gently poked the barrier, and it fragmented and dissipated. Immediately after that, the formation flags inserted nearby also exploded with a bang at the same time. It fell to the ground askew and was completely destroyed. Now, the faces of the spectral fiend and the other group of demonic cultivators swished pale. The eyes that looked at Chen Sun revealed panic. Isn't it the god realization stage? Flutter. The phantom fiend's legs softened and he was the first to fall to his knees. Trembling. A crowd of hundreds of demonic cultivators also fell to their knees, fear occupying their hearts. Why would a predecessor of the god transformation stage appear in the Dao Heavenly Clans region? Viewing the appearance of this god transformation stage, he had never seen or heard of it before. Elders, spare your life. The phantom fury was busy trembling. Chen Sun smiled. Didn't you guys want to drink my blood? So I came over. What's this now? No more drinking? All the devil cultivators were so scared that they nearly fainted. Sure enough, the concealment formation didn't isolate anything. Even the whole drinking blood thing was actually heard by this one. Seeing that there seemed to be no room for things to go wrong, the phantom fiend and the other demonic cultivators subconsciously tried to resist, but when faced with the youth's languid smile, the heart simply couldn't raise a bit of courage. Seeing that this group of demonic cultivators were too frightened to speak, Chen Sun lost interest and turned around to leave. Forget it. The phantom fiend and the other group of demonic cultivators breathed a huge sigh of relief, as if their bodies had been drained of their strength, and they fell limp to the ground. Witnessing Chen Sun's departure, Respectfully send off senior. Suddenly, the pupils of the phantom fiend and the others quaked, and their hearts clenched violently. Only the wooden sword on the back of that distant youth suddenly rose up into the sky, like a beam of light. It stabbed with a sternness that caused chills to rise from the sky. Swish! In the next moment, hundreds of heads flew up neatly, tilted less, and fell to the ground. On the face of each head was the exact same expression. Horror, despair. The eyes were wide open in horror and death. Phew! The wooden sword swept back in an instant and entered the cloth cover behind Chen Sun's back, returning to silence. Chen Sun's figure paused, and then continued to walk without looking back, taking a step of 1,000 miles and laughing to himself. I didn't want to get into it with you guys, but my sword won't spare you, so I can't. After Chen Sun exited the Tao Heavenly Sect's territory, he unintentionally came to a spirit workshop. What is a spirit workshop? A spirit workshop is a place for cultivators to trade and buy with spirit stones. Bartering was possible in all of them, and as long as one had spirit stones, one could almost buy many cultivators' resources in the spirit workshop. As soon as Chen Sun entered the spirit workshop, he attracted many astonished, flickering gazes, simply because in the spirit workshop, almost all the cultivators were wearing a bucket hat or a veil. Even more so, they wore masks. After all, if they were to find treasures in the spirit workshop, they could easily be targeted. And like Chen Sun, this kind of open and aboveboard is really rare, indeed very surprising. Chen Sun naturally didn't care about the many gazes and walked straight ahead. Most of the people who came to the spirit workshop were casual cultivators, and only a small portion were from immortal cultivation families or clans. This also sidesteps the fact that it's not easy for casual cultivators, like Zhao Ting's kind of joining a clan. It is easier to access resources. However, there are pros and cons to everything. There are good things about being a casual cultivator, and there are good things about joining a clan. At least the sect disciples could be far less free and easy than the loose cultivators. The spirit workshop was very quiet. Except for the sound of walking and subtle words, there was no other movement. Cultivators who set up stalls in the neighborhood also sat quietly, and no one issued words of greeting business. It is indeed very different compared to the mundane. Chen Sun made a rare stop in front of a stall. Those other treasures in the spirit workshop were like dross to Chen Sun. I lost interest after a quick glance, but this stall was different. It was actually selling alcohol. At this time, the stall was plopped down by a cultivator wearing a mask. Seeing a cultivator stopping in front of his stall, he opened his eyes to look, and when he saw the youth without any camouflage measures, obviously baffled. Fellow Daoist is an interesting person. Friar's word. Chen Sun scanned the wine on the stand and laughed. What is the explanation for this? Cultivator, for such a large spirit square, I guess only you, Taoist friend, have shown your face. Chen Sun squatted down, took a wine pot from the stall, opened the stopper to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Only then did he say, so what if you show up? So what if you don't? The cultivator stalled for a moment before saying, not how. It's really this boldness of fellow Daoists that I admire. Chen Sun hooked the corners of his mouth into a smile and raised the wine pot in his hand. This wine isn't bad. I can't imagine that it's even for sale in this remote spirit workshop. This wine was a bit better than even the wine that Nangong Yao, the Daotian patriarch, had given to Chen Sun. That's why Chen Sun said that. The cultivator's eyes lit up. Fellow Daoist or someone who knows about wine? Chen Sun, at least the smell is mellow. There are more than 100 kinds of wine ingredients, but the aroma is pure, he said, and the wine must have been quite a few years old. The cultivator looked at Chen Sun, his gaze gradually appearing appreciative. Chen Sun asked, what is the value of this wine? I'll buy it. Unexpectedly, the monk waved his hand and laughed. You are an interesting person, and you know how to make wine. This pot of earthly flavors will be gifted to fellow Daoist, as a right to make a friend. Chen Sun was slightly surprised at his words and gave the cultivator a slightly meaningful look. Are you sure you want to make friends with me? Chapter 41, I also know you're not a guy. The cultivator froze for a moment and then whirled around and said, could it be that fellow Daoist thinks that I have something up my sleeve? Chen Sun smiled indifferently. Go ahead. How many spirit stones? The cultivator had no choice but to say, then you will give 100 lower grade spirit stones. So cheap. After Chen Sun paid the spirit stone, picking up the earthly flavors, he sipped on them as he continued toward the workshop. The cultivator looked down at the 100 spirit stones and then looked up at Chen Sun's back, his eyes flickering slightly. After some time, Chen Sun, who had finished shopping, exited the spirit workshop, and at the same time Chen Sun exited the spirit workshop, there were quite a few cultivators who had long been eyeing Chen Sun immediately followed him out. That cultivator who had previously sold alcohol to Chen Sun saw this and also immediately put away his stall and walked out quickly. Buzz. The air fluctuated for a moment before Chen Sun penetrated through the transparent wall of air and turned to look at nothing but the mountainous wilderness. Where is there any spirit place left? It is conceivable that if a mortal came here and unintentionally entered the spirit workshop, he or she would be afraid that they would think that they had encountered a ghost. Being scared alive. Chen Sun took a sip of earthly 100 flavors inside. The name of the wine is apt. And one sip of it. Sour, sweet, bitter and spicy, many flavors. When it comes to the flavors of the earth. After saying that, Chen Sun took a step and walked away. Pressure didn't care about the cultivators behind him who were chasing out from the spirit place one after another. A group of 10 or so cultivators looked at me and I looked at you, all knowing what was going on in each other's minds. It's nothing more than killing for treasure. Previously, from the moment Chen Sun entered the spirit workshop, he was noticed by this group of cultivators, and then its casual spending of 100 spirit stones to buy a pot of wine. Even more so, this group of cultivators directly regarded Chen Sun as a big fat sheep. To buy a pot of wine and spend so many spirit stones without even frowning. How rich is this mother asterisk. Humph. Fellow Taoists, we'll each go our own way next. A masked cultivator faintly said. After saying that, he immediately chased towards Chen Sun, and the other cultivators' eyes flickered when they saw this. Hurriedly follow. While the 10 or so cultivators were chasing after the cultivator who had bought the wine for Chen Sun also came out of the spirit workshop. It's quickly changed his robes and then frowned as he quickly went over as well. Chen Sun walked without hurrying, and in a short time, behind them there was then a fragmentary sound of hurried footsteps and broken air. Soon, the group of cultivators ran in front of Chen Sun, blocking the way. Stop! Chen Sun stopped, arching his hand with a wine pot in his hand and smiled. What do you all mean by this? When the cultivators saw that Chen Sun was still laughing, they couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. With that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Still laughing? Don't you know it's time to die? When did such an extreme product emerge from the Bei-Xian immortal cultivation world? It's just a matter of entering the spirit workshop without any concealment, and you don't even know that you're being punked when you're throwing away spirit stones to buy a pot of broken wine. Not to mention not knowing how to keep a low profile and actually strutting around. This kind of rookie cultivator is simply dawned to the point of being outrageous. Chen Sun was puzzled. What are you all laughing at? Ha! A cultivator said. Naturally, I'm laughing at your idiocy. With that spirit stone to buy a broken pot of wine, you might as well honor us with the spirit stone. Chen Sun frowned and looked at the wine in his hand, then smiled. Thanks for the reminder, gentlemen. I'll pay attention next time. Ha ha. Seeing this, the cultivators laughed even more. What an idiot. Can't you see what we're trying to do? And pay attention next time. We see you paying attention in your next life. Chen Sun turned and laughed. But this isn't considered broken wine. I feel like I've even made a profit by spending 100 spirit stones to buy it. The so-called spirit stones are honestly expensive. Is the price of fine wine even higher? The cultivators stagnated and lost their patience. Their eyes became sinister. And the next moment it was like a wolf pack pouncing towards Chen Sun. Seeing that Chen Sun didn't dodge or avoid, the cultivator in the dark thought that he was intimidated, and immediately his eyes glazed over. Flipping his hand, he took out a talisman, injected it with spiritual energy, and threw it towards the field. Spirit fire spell, sprint. The talisman swept to the field at a very fast speed, suddenly exploded. Fluttering fire instantly burned all the cultivators, for a while, rolling in place and howling miserably. Seeing this, the shadowy cultivator swept out, grabbed Chen Sun's arm, and flew up into the sky. Then he left the room, and this group of cultivators were burned to ashes within a few breaths. Fellow Taoist, why didn't you avoid it just now? Out on the mountain, on the road, the monk asked in a hoarse voice. Chen Sun asked rhetorically. I'm not afraid, so why should I avoid it? The cultivator stagnated and was shocked. Then he sized up Chen Sun, but found no fluctuation of spiritual energy. It actually looks like a mortal, but I think it's also using an anonymous spirit technique. The cultivator immediately laughed bitterly. The party seems to have been redundant on my part. Think about it. If you don't have a couple of tricks up your sleeve, no one would be foolish enough to show up at the spirit place bright and early. Chen Sun, however, raised the wine pot in his hand and laughed. Not superfluous. I've just finished drinking this flavor of the world. Do you have any more here? I'll buy a few more pots. Upon hearing this, the cultivator jerked back 2 steps and said, How dare you know it's me? You know, she had just changed her voice on purpose, but it was unexpected that she was still recognized by this person. That's a bit much. In the eyes of the cultivators, Chen Sun became somewhat unfathomable. Chen Sun just smiled. What's wrong with that? I still know you're not a guy. The cultivator was shocked and looked at Chen Sun in shock. After a long silence, he took off his headgear, and his purple hair poured out like a waterfall. Then the mask was removed and a beautiful face with delicate features and demonic eyes was exposed. In a female voice that no longer had a male accent, Ji Mingli said with a bitter smile, fellow Daoist is truly a man of God. Chen Sun didn't say anything, only shaking the empty wine jug in his hand to signal. Ji Mengli immediately took out a bottle and handed it over, and said, "Then you don't have to pay for the spirit stones. It's rare to meet someone like you who knows about wine, so I'll gift it to you." When she was in the spirit workshop, Ji Mengli observed that the other party just smelled it and said that there were more than 100 kinds of wine ingredients. Just know it's a person who knows about wine. Chen Sun pulled out a large handful of spirit stones and stuffed them over, smiling, "I can't owe you." Ji Mengli was stunned and didn't understand, so she had no choice but to accept the spirit stone helplessly and said, "I am Ji Mengli. I don't know your name?" Chen search, Chen as in old age, search as in seeking. Ji Mengli nodded, secretly memorizing it, and said dismally, "This time I want to find a confidant in wine, a drunkenness to tell some troubles. I wonder if Brother Chen can accompany me to have a drink." Chen Sun sniffed and shrunk the earthly flavors he had just bought into his arms, said, "It's okay, but you suggested the drink, not me, and I, as the listener. So it's not too much to ask that you pay for this next drink, is it?" Ji Mengli was dumbfounded. She really had never met this kind of person, but it also made her feel really interesting. Spinning around, he spread a smile, as it should be. Afterward, Chen Sun and Ji Mengli then found a piece of lake and settled down in a dilapidated pavilion beside the lake. Ji Mengli took out 4 or 5 pots of earthly flavors and put them on the stone table, but as he took out his wine glass he was stopped by Chen Sun waving his hand. When Ji Mengli was puzzled, she heard Chen Sun say, "The scenery is great, and what need is there for a glass of wine, and all the flavors of this world? Wouldn't it be nice to drink straight from the pot?" Ji Mengli looked at the scenery and smiled. "It's extremely." Chapter 42 Ji Mengli, Holy Maiden of the Devil Sect. Why is this earthly flavor brewed? Chen Sun took a sip and smacked his lips. Ji Mengli smiled and arched her hand. "Mightily is not talented." Chen Sun glanced at her, but said, "Talented." Then he continued, "The ingredients for brewing the flavors of the earth are also not easy to obtain, which is interspersed with the 4 seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter, and even more so, distributed between the south and north of the sky. You're selling me cheap." Ji Mengli's eyes brightened up, saying, "What Brother Chen said is true. In the early years, in order to brew this earthly flavor, Mengli had run through the entire Beixian, and even made a special trip to the misty snowy plains north of Beixian for one of the wine ingredients. Nearly lost my life there." Chen Sun nodded and teased, "I can't imagine that you're a female, but you're still a wine nerd. It's really rare." Ji Mengli laughed, "I wouldn't dare to do so. Moc Ji Mengli is a female, but her character is big and bold, quite masculine." But very soon, Ji Mengli collected her smile, and her good-looking cheeks brought up a touch of sorrowful clouds, said, "Wine is a good thing, and when it's clouded, it can forget a lot of unhappy things." Chen Sun shook his head, "Not bad, but after all, it was short-lived, wasn't it?" Ji Mengli muttered, briefly, "That's good too." Seeing this, Chen Sun stopped talking and took it upon himself to drink and watch the scenery. Ji Mengli said, "Brother Chen, previously, after you learned Mengli's name, you, but not the least bit surprised or even half scared, so I know that I don't think you've heard of Mengli." Chen Sun laughed, "Not that I'm not surprised and scared, rather, there is simply nothing in this world that surprises or frightens me." Ji Mengli was stunned. "This tone is so crazy." Helplessly shook his head and, the heart said that it was Chen Sun who had drunk a lot of wine before and after, and had drunken nonsense. If Mengli said that she came from a devilish sect, would Brother Chen be afraid? Ji Mengli looked at Chen Sun and asked with slight concern. Chen Sun squinted at it and laughed. "I have never been afraid when the Heavenly King stood in front of me." "What is the district demon sect?" Dumbfounded, Ji Mengli busily looked overhead and made a gesture of silence, saying, "Shhhhh. Brother Chen, it's not good to say such treacherous words. We immortal cultivators are most afraid of the heavenly Tao. Brother Chen, you are really drunk." Chen Sun shook his head, indifferent. "Hey." Ji Mengli sighed, picking up the wine pot and taking a painful sip before wiping the corners of her mouth. Continuing, "Mengli often hates herself. Why she was born in the devil's sect. Brother Chen doesn't know that the devil's sect's cruelty is heinous, and over the past few years, Mengli drifted out, free and easy, the end is happy, but unfortunately not long ago, the devil's sect called Mengli back to the clan." Chen Sun casually said, "Since you don't like the devil's sect, what's the point of going back? The body can't help it." Ji Mengli smiled bitterly and looked at Chen Sun again. Arduously, he said, "Mengli is the holy daughter of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, and the patriarch of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect is Mengli's biological father." While speaking, Ji Mengli kept looking at Chen Sun, but realized that Chen Sun had no change in expression. Unmoved, he was even more shocked in his heart at that moment. "You're not even scared?" I only heard Qinsun say, as the holy daughter of the demon sect, and with a patriarch father, I think that the behavior of the devil sect should have been learned from childhood, and should have gotten used to it long ago, so why would you have this idea? Ji Mingli pursed her lips and said, if cultivators fight each other and kill each other, it's normal in the immortal cultivation world, but Mengli has personally seen will be captive mortals to refining medicine refining method. The old and weak women and children have everything. Chen brother do not know, the smallest and even only a few years old children. Mengli clearly remembers that at that time, before it was dragged and thrown into the alchemy furnace, it desperately shouted at Mengli, sister, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. From that day on, Mengli became disgusted with the demon sect and went on a trip, brewing up the flavors of this earth. Chansun nodded slightly, only to feel that the wine in his mouth was also slightly astringent. I can't imagine that there is such a layer of significance in the flavors of this earth. Ji Mengli sighed. Now that the North Xian demon sect has somehow started to take away disciples of the righteous path to be that blood slaves again, sooner or later the righteous and the demonic paths will go to war completely, and I think my father is letting me go back because of this. Chansun did not say anything, and sighed lightly in his heart. Things are unpredictable. A person with goodness in his heart was born in the devil's sect, and the time was right. However, Chansun did not have many emotional fluctuations. Having lived for countless years, the world is full of. He's seen a lot. Chansun said, what are you going to do when you go back? Ji Mengli bowed her head, as it should be. As it should be, Mengli's life has been bound by the devil's sect. It's hard to get rid of. Chansun smiled faintly and got up. It's getting late, so Mr. Chen will take his leave. Ji Mengli hurriedly got up and said, thank you, Brother Chen, for taking the trouble to listen to Mengli's confidences today. The heart aches quite a bit. If Brother Chen is interested, he can come to the Great Diffusion Demon Sect as a guest. Mengli is always welcome. Depends. Chansun walked out of the gazebo after saying a word and gradually walked away until he disappeared. Ji Mengli then eyed. Heart regret. Wine with a friend. This Chansun is imperceptible, impenetrable, spontaneous, truly a wonderful person. Hey. Ji Mengli sighed and exited the pavilion, rising into the air and flying in the direction of the sect. A few days later, Dao Heavenly Sect territory. A group of elder disciples who had returned from their outing stood there and, face shocked, he looked at the corpses and dead heads all over the ground in front of him. At first glance, there were hundreds of headless corpses. When had Xiaoting ever seen this scene? His face turned pale and he couldn't help but flood with vomit. The inner and outer disciples' pupils also contracted, their hearts trembling with fear. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong scanned with grave expressions on their faces. These hundreds of corpses were all demonic cultivators. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu saw a head and said in shock, Phantom Fury. That seems to be the Great Diffusion Demon Sect's Phantom Fury. Hearing the name of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, the crowd's bodies trembled. It was because the Great Diffusion Demon Sect also belonged to a first-class existence amongst the group of demonic sects in northern Xian. Zhou Tong's eyes changed as he quickly stepped over and took a closer look, saying, Fifth Elder is right. This is really the fourth elder of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, the Phantom Fury. It didn't take much thought to realize that these demonic cultivators from the Great Diffusion Demon Sect had set up an ambush here. The destroyed formation flags on the side were enough to explain everything. It seems that these devil cultivators have set up an ambush here when they went out. I guess they didn't do anything at that time because they were thinking of taking them by surprise and preparing to attack when they came back. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were core elders, there were so many devil cultivators in this room. There is even a rumored realm in the middle wanting Phantom Fury to lead the team. If in the case of a sneak attack, the result is not really accurate. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong glanced at each other and couldn't help but feel some palpitations. The two could see that the gang of demonic cultivators, the Phantom Fiends, had been killed instantly. It's an instantaneous kill of the unopposed variety. You can tell just by the smooth decapitation of each headless body and head. What in the world has done this? Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong gulped and couldn't help but associate again that. Could the missing disciples of their Dao Heavenly Sect previously have been taken captive by the Great Diffusion Demon Sect? With this in mind, Wang Tianfu droned. All disciples listened to the order. Bring all the corpses and return to the clan immediately. Yes. Chapter 43 The Covenant. The heavenly boat quickly swept into the Dao Heavenly Sect. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong ordered the inner and outer sect elders to take their disciples back to their peaks, then he rowed the heavenly boat towards Daotian Peak. It wasn't long after those returning inner and outer disciples returned to the peak that the news that a group of Great Diffusion Demon Sect's demonic cultivators had set up an ambush in the sect's territory only to be beheaded by all of them by the mysterious powerhouse spread. For a while, countless shocked murmurs rose from all the peaks. When Zhao Ting returned to Tianqing Peak, he spoke about this with a group of purple-clad disciples. The purple-clothed disciples were also in deep shock. At the same time, the Tao Heavenly Peak's inner cabinet. Nangong Yao and the 9 core elders were all here. The crowd's eyes were cold as they looked at the hundreds of corpses neatly laid out on the ground. The atmosphere was as solemn as ever. Patriarch Jing Yao and those disciples must have been taken captive by the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. It's common knowledge that this Phantom Fury is the 4th elder of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. Zhang Bailu pointed his finger at the ground full of corpses and said with incomparable indignation. The elders lowered their eyebrows, but the fists in their sleeves were quietly clenched. The 3rd elder was right. The demonic sect targeting their Tao Heavenly Sect right now was almost certain to be this Great Diffusion Demon Sect. However, what made the elders feel suspicious was, just who was it besides these demonic cultivators who were hiding and setting up ambushes? Patriarch, when the 9th elder and I returned from leading the group, then I found these many corpses of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect that had their heads chopped off, and around the corpses, there were also destroyed formation flags, and these corpses had been dead for some time. Wang Tianfu solemnly said. Just when the elders couldn't figure it out even if they thought about it, Nangong Yao, who had been frowning tightly, suddenly loosened his brows and sighed. If this clan is right, it should be Mr. The hearts of the elders jumped. Doesn't Mr. stay at the Handyman Peak all year round? For the past 3 years, it seems like Mr. hasn't left the Handyman Peak except for that time when he ascended the Tianqing Peak martial arts field, right? Nangong Yao laughed. The day before yesterday this clan went to Miscellaneous Peak again to look for Mr. But he did not see Mr. So he guessed that Mr. went out of the clan. The elders did not know that Mr. somehow, it has been restored to the way it was when the clan first saw it. Oh, the elders were shocked and dumbfounded. If, according to the patriarch, Mr. had been out of the clan these days, it's indeed quite possible that it was Mr. That's right. Otherwise, it's impossible to think that. Who else could have that strength to instantly kill hundreds of demonic cultivators including the Phantom Fiend? The sovereign could certainly take down this crowd of demonic cultivators, but he could never do an instantaneous kill. Moreover, the concealment formations set up by the Devil Sect were very skillful and hard to discover. Just go and ask the gentleman then. Thinking about this, Lu Yunma couldn't help but ask. Patriarch, has Mr. returned? Nangong Yao shook his head. In these 2 days, this clan has not been to Handyman Peak, and I don't know if Mr. has returned. The elders are also curious in their hearts. Really want to know whether it is the means of Mr. Well, they've never seen Mr. Mysterious strike before. Nangong Yao took a light breath and said in a condensed voice. Alright, the immediate emergency is that Great Diffraction Demon Sect. Previously, it was because we didn't know what demonic sect was targeting my Tao Heavenly Sect and there was nothing we could do. But now that we know, we can't do nothing. At those words, the expressions of the elders became serious. Lu Xianyin asked. Sovereign, then what do we do next? Without waiting for Nangong Yao to speak, Zhang Bailu said angrily and sharply. What else can we do? Of course it's a direct hit on the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. How dare you bully our Tao Heavenly Sect's head? This time we will definitely bloodily wash the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. Lu Xianyin stagnated, and immediately said in a low voice. 3rd elder should not underestimate the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. In northern Xian, it is also a first-rate demonic sect, and if we of the Tao Heavenly Sect recklessly attack it, it will only end in a lose-lose situation. Moreover, now that Beixian is in great turmoil, if the sect suffers a great loss of vitality at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Bera's lips moved, sighed, and stopped talking. Nangong Yao helplessly glanced at the two, and immediately said, Grand Elder. Lu Yunma stood out and bowed. Nangong Yao pondered for a moment and commanded, prepare a covenant to the Great Diffusion Demon Sect immediately. The covenant will then be written. 3 days later, this clan will ask the Great Diffusion Demon Sect Patriarch to meet at the White Fox Ridge. Ryunma answered. Yes. The elders nodded, and they all understood what the Patriarch meant. If the Great Diffusion Demon Sect could hand over Jingyao and the other disciples, they would be spared a great battle. But if they were unwilling to hand them over, then they could only. A war. Noon. Handyman's Peak. Dining hall. Chen Sun punched a meal, came to sit down, and ate slowly and methodically. The crowd of miscellaneous disciples, on the other hand, looked on in shock. Is this still Chen Sun? It's not like they used to gobble up their meals and wind down their food. Does one person have to eat at least a couple dozen people's worth of meals? What's wrong with you today? Are you in a bad mood? But soon, the disciples were gradually shocked to realize that Chen Sun had become different from his impression. It seems to be normal. Chen Sun, a disciple with a rice tray came over, slightly respectful, and tentatively shouted. Although Chen Sun was immortal, no disciple dared to mess with him in the Handyman Peak. You'll be polite when you see them. Only because Chen Sun was Zhao Ting's friend all these years. Zhao Ting and Chen Sun's friendship was seen in the eyes of the miscellaneous disciples, and their hearts were envious. Chen Sun's chopsticks lurched as he inclined his head to look over and smiled gently. What's wrong? The miscellaneous disciple's pupils instantly shrunk, and he hurriedly waved his hands and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, nothing. The handyman disciple then went back with his tray of rice, and exchanged pleasantries with a group of handyman disciples. There was shock in the gazes that looked at Chen Sun. A crazy person who's been crazy for 3 years is suddenly sane. For God's sake, just eat. What are you muttering about? Finish eating and get to work. Just then, the fat deacon Xian Laifu arrived and drank. Many of the disciples were immediately frightened and finished eating quickly, putting down their rice trays and fleeing. Poof! Xian Laifu let out a cold snort. Then his eyes changed when he saw Chen Sun. Immediately rubbing his hands together, he came over and said in a low, respectful voice, Senior, how is this meal? Is it still to your liking? Xian Laifu. This look in the eyes of the handyman disciples is normal. They all thought that Xian Laifu was thinking of flattering Chen Sun and climbing up the ladder with his purple-clothed senior brother Zhao Ting. Chen Sun smacked his lips and used his chopsticks to point to the dishes on his dinner plate, saying, 6 dishes and 1 soup. This meal is great. Ah, Xian Laifu stumbled, his face full of shock. It wasn't because of Chen Sun's comment on the meal, but rather Chen Sun's gesture. This, Xian Laifu swallowed his saliva and carefully said, Senior, you. Chen Sun naturally knew what Xian Laifu was referring to, so he just smiled. He then picked up his dinner plate and put it in the wash sink before leaving Xian Laifu alone in his place, his face full of incredulity. Only in the end did he long hush in amazement. Yes. Lord Sovereign said that seniors play the world, so I guess it's normal for seniors to be unpredictable before and after. However, when senior is normal, he does have the aura of a stripped-down highborn. Waking up with a start, Xian Laifu hurriedly chased after him. Elder, I'll see you off. Chapter 44, Conspiracy of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. After Chen Sun returned to the grass hut, he brought out a stool from inside the house and placed it in front of the door, sat down, and, taking the wordless book out of his arms, he flipped through it. During this time, peace and quiet, with focused eyes and occasional slight nods of the head. It's a far cry from the frenzy of insanity. It went on until the hour of 5 o'clock, when the sun set and the sky darkened. Chen Sun Fong closed the wordless book. At that exact moment, a sound of feet on grass, rustling, rang out. Chen Sun was not surprised and looked up. Then they saw the 9 core elders, including Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma, arrive jointly. Nangong Yao was also carrying 2 jugs of wine brew and a roasted chicken in his hands. Nangong Yao and the others became pleasantly surprised when they saw Chen Sun. Hustling forward, the crowd bowed. Greetings, sir. If this scene was seen by those elder disciples of the Tao Heavenly Sect, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. This was the Supreme Patriarch and the 9 core elders, and it was such a respectful gesture. Chen Sun nodded. Sit. Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the other elders immediately responded, then sat down on the floor. And don't care if the floor is dirty. After sitting down, the 9 elders looked up at the smiling Chen Sun before hurriedly bowing their heads and, the mind marveled. How could they not see that Mr. was truly as the Patriarch had said, no longer looking that crazy? But that was precisely why the elders couldn't help but become much more restrained in the face of today's Chen Sun. It seemed to the elders that Mr., even as he sat there and smiled, the invisible aura of it was more powerful than even what the Patriarch had brought. Sir, Nangong Yao handed over 2 jugs of wine and roasted chicken. Chen Sun took it and laughed. I was just about to go to the dining hall. Your roast chicken came at the right time. It's still steaming and quite hot. Nangong Yao laughed. Nangong deeply knows that Mr. Nangong never misses his 3 meals every day. So I brought roast chicken for the gentleman's enjoyment. Lu Yunma hemmed and hawed and laughed. You don't know, sir, but this roast chicken is the Patriarch himself. Talkative. Nangong Yao rebuked. Lu Yunma stalled and hurriedly shut up, his face full of innocence. The rest of the elders wanted to burst out laughing when they saw the Grand Elder's appearance, but they held it in. People are, after all, great elders, and they can't be laughed at, lest they get their shoes worn in the future. Chen Sun picked up the whole roasted chicken and took a bite. After chewing and swallowing, he praised, not bad. The meat is flavorful, fatty but not greasy, rotten but not falling apart. Nangong Yao was delighted. It's good that sir likes it. Chen Sun took out a jug of human 100 flavors and handed it over. You invited me to eat roast chicken, then I will buy you a drink. This wine is called the 100 Flavors of the Earth. Not bad a wine brew. You taste it. Although this was the only pot of earthly flavors left, Chen Sun naturally did not mind sharing it with Nangong Yao and the others. And there are some wines that are good to drink, no doubt, but 1 or 2 is enough, and more is rather unattractive. That's how it is in the human world. Dare not dare not dare. Nangong Yao hurriedly waved his hands, but Chen Sun had already forced his way over and, only to accept it. Thank you, sir, for the wine. Chen Sun smiled faintly, then with his left hand on the wine and his right hand on the chicken, he ate with pleasure. Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but secretly gulp when they saw Chen Sun eating it. It's just that they've long been abstaining from food and haven't eaten these in I don't know how many years. In the immortal cultivation realm, cultivators would generally start taking the grain-preventing pills when they reached the middle stage of qi refining. It's reasonable to say that eating mundane food will only cause impurities to build up in the body, hindering cultivation. And yet, I wonder why it doesn't seem to have any effect when the gentleman eats it 3 times a day. Afterward, Nangong Yao and the others took out their wine cups and poured a cup with each of the 9 elders. A pot of earthly flavors has also bottomed out. The crowd tasted the wine with varying expressions. Honestly, this wine is fair and pure, but it tastes of many flavors, sweet, sour, bitter and spicy. And yet, it's a little inexplicably uncomfortable. But naturally, the crowd called the good wine back to back. Sir, in the Tianqing territory, hundreds of demonic cultivator corpses have been found, all decapitated. Before Nangong Yao could finish his sentence, Chen Sun lightly said, I killed them. At those words, the pupils of Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the others contracted. It was indeed the work of Mr. Instantly killing hundreds of demonic cultivators including the Phantom Fiend. Mr.'s realm was truly unfathomable. I didn't get to see that scene, but I'm sure it's pretty killer. After all, they had seen the horror on the expressions of those heads. I'm grateful to you, sir. If it wasn't for you, sir, the 9th elder and I would have been ambushed on our way back. It must be very dangerous. Wang Tianfu got up and bent down to sincerely say. Zhou Tong also got up in a hurry. Chen Sun waved his hand. No harm done. Originally I was passing by there and found someone hiding. It was also just a curiosity to go over and take a look. How could I have known that they wanted to drink my blood? So I had to kill them in pain. Crowd. What a pain in the ass. Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's really bad luck for the demonic cultivators to drink the blood of someone who is not good. How dare you be so bold as to drink Mr. Blood? No wonder your life is over. The Great Diffusion Demon Sect, 1,000-mile crane didn't enter. When a disciple got the Book of the Covenant tied to the leg of the 1,000-mile crane, he hurriedly sent it up. The Devil Sect's main hall. Patriarch, the Tao Heavenly Sect sent an appointment letter. The Tao Heavenly Patriarch has asked you to meet at the White Fox Ridge in 3 days. An elder bowed. On the temple, Ji Wutsong smiled coldly. What a Daotian sect. Patriarch, so it seems that the 4th elder and the others should have died at the hands of the Daotian sect. Right now, after the Tao Heavenly Sect realized that it was us, the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, who took its disciples captive. This covenant must be thinking of rescuing its sect's disciples, an elder said in a condensed voice. Snap! Ji Wutsong violently slammed a cup down on the Great Hall, startling the crowd of elders into bowing. He, Nangong Yao, killed the 4th elder of our sect, 2 deacons and a bunch of elite disciples. Want to save its sect disciples? It's a fool's errand. Ji Wutsong's fists clenched tightly as he said fiercely. Patriarch, then this White Fox Ridge, to go or not to go? An elder asked hesitantly. Go! Of course you have to go. Ji Wutsong said expressionlessly. All elders, listen to the order. The elders bent down. Yes. Ji Wutsong slowly showed a morose smile on his face and said, take advantage of the next. You guys immediately go to White Fox Ridge and lay a dragnet. Upon hearing this, the elders were secretly shocked and understood Ji Wutsong's intentions. Immediately, someone stepped forward and said, Patriarch, the Taoist Heavenly Sect chose the White Fox Ridge as the location for the meeting, probably because they are wary of us. The White Fox Ridge is in a dangerous location, plus Nangong Yao is sure to have preparations, so if we want to take him down, we'll be able to do so. It's not easy. Poof. Ji Wutsong coldly grunted. Even if we can't take Nangong Yao, we'll still have to seriously injure him this trip. Once Nangong Yao is seriously injured, we from the Dian Demon Sect will join forces with the other demon sects to go to the Daotian Sect. Isn't there a stalemate between North Xian and the Devil Sect? Since this Nangong Yao dares to kill the elders of our clan, let's start with his first-class Daotian Sect. Completely open up the situation. Deter Bei Xian. The hearts of the elders trembled slightly. Unexpectedly the Patriarch was actually this intention, and could not help but be excited and bloodthirsty again. This seems to work. Then the purpose of this trip to White Fox Ridge is clear. Even if we can't kill Nangong Yao, once Nangong Yao is seriously injured, the Daotian Sect will be without a leader. And then they will join forces with the other demonic sects. Go to the Daotian Sect and make the Daotian Sect fall into hell. Chapter 45, Top of White Fox Ridge. The grass hut on the west side of Handyman's Peak. Not long after Nangong Yao and the others left on the front foot, Zhao Ting came on the back foot. Brother Chen, Chen Sun yawned and was about to go inside to sleep. So he said, I'm all set to rest. You boys sure know how to pick your moments. Zhao Ting froze for a moment before returning to his senses and incredulously sizing up Chen Sun around him, before exclaiming, asterisk asterisk, Brother Chen, you're not crazy. Chen Sun looked at Zhao Ting's excitement and smiled lightly. Not crazy for a while. Where did Zhao Ting hear the word temporary at this moment? Looking Chen Sun up and down. Can't tell you how happy I am. Then he pulled Chen Sun and sat down, took out 2 pots of wine from his storage ring and handed Chen Sun a pot. He said, come, Brother Chen. I'm going to have a good natter with you. Gosh, I'm so happy that you've recovered. You take it easy, Chen Sun said. He was a bit helpless. What do you mean recovery? He wasn't sick. Chen Sun had just finished drinking, and now he was being dragged by Zhao Ting to drink again. However, seeing Zhao Ting's heartfelt happiness for him, Chen Sun did not refuse. Then, the two of them were chatting like this. And, during that time, Zhao Ting also proudly showed off that he was some kind of 100-day foundation builder, the first person with talent in the Tianqing, and that he was now a late-stage foundation builder cultivator. Said something about covering Chen Sun. Chen Sun just smiled and didn't say anything in response. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Ting had some drunkenness and said, Brother Chen, there's something to say that will definitely shock you. Chen Sun, tell me about it. Zhao Ting's expression was slightly serious as he marveled. You don't know, when we came back in the daytime, hundreds of decapitated demonic practitioners were found. Did you know? That bunch of demonic cultivators are very powerful. One of them is also the 4th elder of a great demonic clan. I heard that he is in the middle stage of the Yuaning cultivation. Hiss, my master is only in the middle stage of the Yuaning cultivation. I don't know which senior beheaded those demonic cultivators. It's too powerful. Brother Chen doesn't know. Those demonic cultivators set up an ambush. And if it weren't for that senior beheading them first, it's a toss-up whether we can return to the clan safely today. Chen Sun nodded solemnly. Hearing you say that, it really seems a bit impressive. Zhao Ting blankly glanced at Chen Sun and said, I don't like to hear this from Brother Chen. You call that a little bit awesome? That's quite impressive. I heard from Elder 5 that senior had destroyed that group of devil cultivators. It only took one move. One move. Chen Sun was given a headache by Zhao Ting's noise and rubbed his temples. Fine. One move is one move. Well, I'm drunk and want to go to bed, so we'll talk some other time. Zhao Ting was confused, and when he saw that Chen Sun had gotten up and gone into the grass hut, he hurriedly stood up and said with a bitter smile, Brother Chen, can you at least give a face and be shocked? Hearing the grass hut quiet down, Zhao Ting sighed, then reacted to the fact that Chen Sun was just a mortal. Where would he understand what he said? So he could only shake his head helplessly, pick up the empty wine bottle on the ground, and slipped away. 3 days later, White Fox Ridge. The mountain range is named after a white fox, but it is not that this place is a white fox's den, but that, from a distance, the mountain range then looked like a white fox lying on its back. The White Fox Ridge is surrounded by several immortal cultivation sects, big or small. Together with the White Fox Ridge itself, the terrain was treacherous, so it was off the beaten track. At this time, the top of the White Fox Ridge, 3 people from the Tao Heavenly Sect had already arrived, namely Patriarch Nangong Yao, 2nd Elder Lu Xianyin, and 3rd Elder Zhang Bailu. Lu Yunmai and Xuningshan were the 1st Elder and the 4th Elder. He then stayed within the clan to handle his affairs and did not follow. Hoo-hoo! The wind at the top of the White Fox Ridge was a bit strong, blowing Nangong Yao's trio's hair flying in their robes hunting. Patriarch, the people from the Great Diffusion Demon sect won't be coming, right? Zhang Bailu frowned in displeasure. To be honest, his disciple Jingyao was probably in the hands of the Great Diffusion Demon sect now, and he was a bit anxious. Nangong Yao looked at the spot and calmly said, It will come. Patriarch, devil sects are cunning, not to mention first-class devil sects like the Great Diffusion Devil Sect. I'm worried they'll pull a scam. Lu Xianyin scanned the surroundings and worried. Nangong Yao sighed. This clan naturally knows this. It's just a pity that Jingyao and the other disciples are in their hands. We don't have the initiative. And being able to set the appointment at this White Fox Ridge is already very beneficial to us. Lu Xianyin nodded gruffly, understanding this as well. Zhang Bailu sighed and muttered, if that day Mr. did not kill the Phantom Fury, it would be good to capture him alive, so that we also have room to bargain with the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. Slap your mouth. Nangong Yao suddenly drank low. Zhang Bailu was so shocked that she instantly slapped her own mouth. Poof. Nangong Yao coldly grunted. How does Mr. Since when do we need you? Zhang Bailu, to comment as well? Zhang Bailu's heart trembled. Nangong Yao squinted icily. If Mr. hadn't made a move to exterminate the Phantom Fury and the others who set up the ambush, how can the 2 elders and Zhao Ting and the others return to the clan peacefully? 3rd Elder, It's not once or twice that you've mouthed off in front of this clan. If there's a next time, this clan will no longer spare you easily. Jiang Bailu was busy bowing his head. Patriarch, rest his anger. It was my slip of the tongue. On the side, Lu Xianyin pursed his lips, and suddenly his heart felt a sense of sensation as he fiercely looked towards the sky, saying, Patriarch, the great diffusion demon sect is here. Aha! Nangong Yao looked in that direction, his eyes slightly condensed. Swish! Several streams of light swept from the sky, so fast that they reached the top of White Fox Ridge in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the stream of light transformed into 4 figures and landed in front of the 3 Nangong Yao people. It was none other than Ji Wozong and the 3 elders of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. Seeing this, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Baro and Lu Xianyin also had their heartstrings slowly tensed, their vigilance rising. The 2 clans met to deliberate. It has been a common practice in the immortal cultivation world for the patriarch to lead 2 elders to come, but the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, in addition to the patriarch, has 3 elders coming. What do you want? Sect leader Nangong. Goodbye. Ji Wuzong arched his hand and smiled kindly. It's just that as a devilish patriarch, his sinister face matched with this kind smile. It's weird how it looks. Nangong Yao arched his hand in return. Patriarch Ji. Ji Wuzong's eyes flashed as he laughed. Patriarch Nangong, you and I, the orthodox devils, seldom interact with each other on a regular basis. Now that you have asked the sect to come to this White Fox Ridge, next, let's open the door. Patriarch Ji is a refreshing person. Then this clan will speak frankly. I hope that sect leader Ji will hand back the 240 disciples of our sect, and that the Dao Heavenly Sect will not wish to have a grudge against the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. So this matter will end here. Nangong Yao calmly said. Ha ha. Ji Wuzong violently threw back his head and laughed, not knowing whether it was a sneer or a tease, and then suddenly and instantly converged. The road, handing back the Dao Tian sect's disciples is naturally possible, but before that, please also ask the Nangong Patriarch to hand back the 4 elders of our clan, the 2 deacons, and a cadre of elite disciples. How about that? So it can be fair and just? Chapter 46 Self-Explosion of Yuaning. This word, White Fox Ridge on the mountain, gusts of wind whistling sound are seemingly a stop. Nangong Yao's face was expressionless. Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu, however, had their pupils shrunk slightly and cursed in their hearts. The other party knew that the phantom fiend and the other demonic cultivators were dead, yet they still said these words. It was clear that he was unwilling to hand over the Dao Heavenly Sect disciples. Nangong Yao frowned. Since Patriarch Ji has known that the 4th elder of your clan and the others have perished, why do you say such things? Ji Wuzong's eyes narrowed as he coldly laughed. Patriarch Nangong's words are biased, aren't they? Is it possible that the lives of your Dao Tian sect disciples are lives, but the lives of my Dian Demon sect's elder disciples are not? How dare you want your disciples back? Delusional. Nangong Yao's tone heaved. Don't you dare confuse the matter of. My sect's disciples have never messed with your Great Diffusion Demon Sect, but it was you who took the lead in pillaging. As for the 4th elder and others of your clan, that's even more of an ambush in our clan's territory, so it's no one's fault if they're to blame. Ha ha, don't you talk to this clan about such useless reasoning and logic. This sect's words will be placed here today, so don't daydream about your desire to return to the Dao Heavenly Sect's disciples. Ji Wuzong laughed out loud, the grimness at the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. The wind whistled at the top of the mountain, getting colder and colder. Nangong Yao and Ji Wuzong glared at each other icily. The elders of the 2 parties were also staring at each other with unblinking eyes. It's like a full moon bow. One touch. A moment later, Nangong Yao took a deep breath and turned around with the 2 elders before preparing to leave. If you can't talk about it, then there's no point in continuing the conversation. Go back and calculate. Patriarch Nangong, do you think this clan will let you leave peacefully? At this time, Ji Wuzong laughed. Nangong Yao's footsteps lurched as he inclined his head. What does Patriarch Ji mean? Could it be that you want to do something out of the ordinary just because you think you've brought one more elder than the sect? Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu turned around and stared closely at Ji Wuzong and the others, wary, yet not afraid. That won't keep them. But in his heart, he couldn't help but curse. The demon sect was really shameless. The 4th elder of our clan, the phantom fiend, can't die in vain. Ji Wuzong laughed, following which he raised his hand and clapped it. A devil sect elder immediately sat down cross-legged, took out the formation flag, recited the mantra silently, and tapped in spiritual energy. Nangong Yao sensed something, his eyes changed slightly and he drank. Go! Lu Xianyin and Jiang Bailu's hearts tightened, so they swept up with Nangong Yao, wanting to fly away from White Fox Ridge. However, just at that moment, many dark and morose lights flashed up on the White Fox Ridge. The already gloomy White Fox Ridge is more and more oozing, just like hell. Mori light resembled swimming snakes, quickly snaking and sweeping away from all directions, and soon intertwined with, shrouding the entire White Fox Ridge. This sudden scene also caused some of the nearby immortal cultivation sects to be alarmed and rush towards the White Fox Ridge, wanted to see what was happening on the mountain. It was hard to believe that the White Fox Ridge had a foreign treasure present. In the meantime, Nangong Yao's trio stood in midair, their path blocked by the Mori ghost light shield. No good. Lu Xianyin let out a loud cry and said in a dignified manner, "Patriarch, the Great Diffusion Demon Sect has actually set up a large formation in advance." Nangong Yao's face was expressionless, only his fists slowly clenched together and his eyes became gloomy. The White Fox Ridge, which is relatively close to the Daotian sect, was purposely chosen to make the other side jealous. Still, he hadn't expected the Great Diffusion Demon Sect to dare to act so boldly. Even more so, he didn't expect Ji Wucong to be able to come here and set up a large formation in just 3 days. What a Great Diffusion Demon Sect! Excellent tactics. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to make peace today. Jiang Bailu violently turned around, pointed his finger at Ji Wucong, and shouted in a low voice, "Despicable and shameless." Ji Wucong didn't say anything. One of the elders behind him, however, laughed grimly. "What's wrong with us being despicable and shameless? We are a demonic sect. Don't even think about using that set of your righteous sects to look at us." Kang Shiro was furious, but he was also told to stay put. Suddenly, Lu Xianyin's tone became somewhat anxious. "Patriarch, third elder, have you guys felt that the spiritual energy in your bodies is slowly draining away? Slowly and slowly, but it's really draining away." Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu of course sensed it as well, tilting their heads to look at the grand formation, their expressions growing more and more grave. "I think it must be this magic formation that's messing things up. This devilish formation, when it was really bizarre, had never even heard of it before. Worthy of being a first-class Great Diffusion Demon Sect, it also had an extremely deep heritage. Humph. This is the Phantom Serpent Dragon Suppressing Formation, isolating everything, and when a cultivator is in this formation, if you can't get out of the trap, the longer you stay, the faster your spiritual energy will drain away, and the spiritual energy that is drained away, all of them will be added to the dragon subduing formation, and as they grow weaker and weaker, the formation will become more and more impregnable. At the end of the day, the great formation serpent spirit will appear and devour you." The demon sect elder who was sitting on the ground holding a formation flag sneered. Ji Wucong and the other 2 elders also revealed sinister smiles. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them, Nangong Yao, took a deep breath, and they didn't even need this Great Diffusion Demon Sect elder to say that. Through feeling in the changes in the large formation, they could also see the end of that formation. It's really an extremely destructive formation. Second elder, you break the formation. Third elder, follow this clan to stop them. Nangong Yao immediately shouted. Right now, it couldn't be delayed, and Ji Wucong and the others definitely couldn't sit back and watch them break the formation. So one person had to be allowed to break the formation while the other went to block it. Yes, Jiang Bailu took out a duster and said. Nangong Yao stared at the Devil Sex Plate Elder over there and transmitted. Second Elder, later on, if you have trouble breaking the formation, find a chance to seize that formation flag. Lu Xianyin nodded heavily. Seeing this, Ji Wucong sneered and laughed. Said, Third Elder, follow the sect to meet Nangong Yao and Jiang Bailu for a while. Fourth Elder, just guard the fifth Elder who is holding the formation. Don't let it be sneak attacked. The fourth Elder of the Devil Sect nodded and responded. Understood. Right now, what they had to do wasn't to defeat the Dao Heavenly Sects 3 at all, but rather, it would be enough if they could stall. After a long period of time, the 3 members of the Dao Heavenly Clan's spiritual power was overwhelmed, and they did not attack. Boom! In the next moment, both sides battled. All sorts of spells came out frequently and dazzled the eyes. The powerful Yuaning aura fluctuation shook the White Fox Ridge, and the ground shook in a 1,000-mile radius. Seeing this attack, Lu Xianyin was anxious and frantically speculated on the Phantom Serpent Dragon suppressing formation. This time it would have been good if the 6th Elder had followed. The entire Dao Heavenly Sect has only the 6th Elder who is the most skilled in the Dao of formations. And yet, I didn't expect this to happen. The battle at White Fox Ridge was incredibly fierce. The sky-rushing light of the spells and the pressure of the Yuaning caused the nearby sect cultivators who came to see it to directly return the same way in fear. What's more, having arrived first, a little closer, before they had a chance to run, it was then shaken into a mist of blood. This is not some exotic treasure appearing in the world. This is a Yuaning old monster fighting here. Time passes by breath by breath. At this moment in time, every breath was precious to the Nangong Yao trio. Both sides were engaged in a fiery battle, and both sides were injured to varying degrees. Lu Xianyin was breathing heavily, unable to find a way to break the formation. His heart gradually panicked. He couldn't help but look at the seated formation holding Demon Sect Elder. and when he saw that someone was guarding him, he was afraid that seizing the formation flag would be hopeless. Meanwhile, in the midst of the fierce battle and the action of the array, the spiritual energy in the Nangong Yao trio's bodies also drained quickly. At this rate, the consequences are unimaginable. While the smiles on the faces of Ji Wucong and the others were getting stronger and stronger, it seems that today, more than just being able to severely injure Nangong Yao, it's not unlikely that he will be able to directly leave him behind. Patriarch, you and the second elder go. Just then, the dust-stained and blood-stained Zhang Bailu roared lowly. Ji Wucong and the others stared at Zhang Bailu as their eyes stared at him. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were stagnant, but when they saw Zhang Bailu's abdomen gradually bulge, the pupils snapped shut. Third elder, no. At this rate, none of us will be able to leave. Zhang Bailu smiled. Patriarch, you said that I only cared about Jingyao and ignored the other disciples, but that was an unintentional remark made by Egret in his haste. Just now, Shiro said something wrong again without meaning to, although Mr. Can't hear it, but when you return to the clan, please help Shiro apologize to Mr. Your Highness. Shiro usually speaks out of turn, but for the sake of the clan, I'm willing to die. With those words, Zhang Bailu's abdomen rapidly bulged. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin's eyes instantly turned red and their bodies trembled. No, don't. At this moment, Ji Wucong and the others were also pale. Never expected this kind of thing. Ji Wucong anxiously yelled. Disperse the formation. Retreat. Swish. As the phantom snake dragon suppressing formation dissipated, Ji Wucong glanced at Nangong Yao unwillingly and the three elders then fled towards the outside of the White Fox Ridge. Although Lu Xianin was sad, he also pulled up the sluggish Nangong Yao and swept towards the outside. Next moment, rumble dash. A loud bang exploded on top of the White Fox Ridge mountain, and the White Fox Ridge was steeply level to the ground. Huge shockwaves swept in all directions, and for hundreds of miles around, everything withered and was destroyed. But Nangong Yao and Ji Wucong, who hadn't yet vanished far away, were affected by the waves, and their bodies shook in unison, spewing out a large mouthful of blood. All of them suffered more serious injuries. The self-destruction of a Yuaning regardless of the consequences was so terrifying. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, oblivious to their injuries, slowly turned around and, dumbfounded, he looked at the raised White Fox Ridge in the distance. Lu Xianyin's old eyes contained tears. Patriarch, third elder he. Nangong Yao's dull eyes slowly coalesced, his tone trembling and filled with killing intent. Return to the clan. Chapter 47, 9 Rings of the Dao Heavenly Bell. Put. On the other side, Ji Wucong and the four of them looked pale, looking back at the flattened White Fox Ridge with his heart in his mouth, a Yuaning blowing itself up, terrifying as it is. Ahem. Ji Wucong wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth and coughed. The three elders are also panting, shocked, just like walking in front of the ghost gate. Although not dead, they were all more seriously traumatized. They could never have imagined that Zhang Bailu would suddenly send Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to escape in this self-destructive manner. Who is Zhang Bailu? He is the third elder of the Dao Heavenly Sect, a mid-Yuaning powerhouse. Not only was he highly respected in the Dao Heavenly Sect, he also had a reputation in northern Xian. It just blew itself up. This Zhang Bailu is sentient. Ji Wucong tilted his head to look at the sky with some emotion, and with a complex heart, he suddenly asked, if today is the day we are caught in a trap and in a desperate situation, are the three elders willing to die to help the sect get out of the trap? Aha! The three elders froze, their eyes flickered for a split second, and they were busy saying, Sovereign, we are naturally willing. Yes, the Great Diffusion Demon Sect can still function without us, but it can never work without the Patriarch. How can Ji Wucong not see the clues? Unable to resist, haha, he laughed out loud. It's redundant for this sect to ask. The loyalty of all the elders can be clearly felt by this sect. At the same time, Ji Wucong sighed long and hard in his heart. At this point, he envied Nangong Yao. It's just a pity that a demonic sect is a demonic sect, and none of them are not self-serving people. Ji Wucong, as the head of the demon sect for a generation, certainly understood. Patriarch, I'm sure that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were also heavily injured in the explosion just now. What do we do next? An elder covered his chest and asked with difficulty. Ji Wucong didn't hesitate and directly said, immediately return to the sect to mobilize the disciples, and also summon the other demonic sects to go to the Dao Heavenly Sect and suppress it. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to kill him, and now is the opportunity of a lifetime. But Patriarch, we have also suffered considerable injuries. Is this really good? An elder hesitated. It's safer to take down the Daotian sect with the other demonic sects, and it's scary to be afraid of taking down the Daotian sect. When distributing the benefits, the four of them could not get the upper hand because of the injuries they had, and the devil sect is already cunning. Maybe other demonic sects will have other crooked thoughts when they see the senior members of the Great Diffusion Demon sect are seriously injured, so they have to be on guard. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutsong smiled faintly. This is not a problem. This clan has a spirit herb that I can temporarily hide my injuries, and as a first-class demonic sect in North Xian, I understand that they will not dare to think of anything else. This time, Nangong Yao and Lu Xuanin's heavy injuries as well as Jiang Bailu's death have caused the Dao Heavenly Sect's high-level battle power to drop by a large margin, which is 1,000 years of good opportunity. Hearing this, the three elders were instantly relieved. Still, the injuries on their bodies caused them to grimace in pain. By the way, Patriarch, can you disclose to us that why are you suddenly catching disciples of the righteous sect as blood slaves? All this time, we are really puzzled. Another elder was curious. Honestly, once it was all about catching mortals in secret, now it's blatantly about catching cultivators. They, too, did not know exactly why, but only knew to follow orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to target the righteous sects. After all, that was a difficult bone to chew on. Nangong Yao frowned and said in a low voice, "There's no harm in telling you that. That was an order given by the heaven-swallowing demon sect. As for what exactly they wanted this blood slave to do, it was unknown. Perhaps it's possible that the heaven-swallowing demon sect's patriarch is cultivating some kind of ghastly demonic skill, or perhaps, wants to unify Northern Xian. Heaven-swallowing demon sect." The three elders were dumbfounded. That was the towering, sole existence of the Northern Xian Devil Dao sect. If the Great Diffusion Demon sect was a first-class sect, then the heaven-swallowing demon sect, calling it a super demon sect would not be too much. Among the Northern Xian righteous sects, there was also a super immortal sect called the Heavenly Sword sect, but their devil's way was not the same as the righteous way. There's one main reason the devil's way is united. It was the fact that almost all of the devil Dao sects in Beixian bowed down to the heaven-swallowing devil sect. And the reason why the righteous path is not united is because the clans are free, and the Heavenly Sword sect won't care much about it, because once the Heavenly Sword sect showed that they wanted to unify the righteous path, they would be met with resistance and curses. After all, how was that behavior different from the devil's path? Seeing the three elders' appearance, Ji Wutsong shook his head and stared. In fact, the truth of the matter may be more than that, and it is speculated in the mind of this clan that this blood slave incident, there might be forces from the southern sky or eastern Xian interfering. Don't look at the sect in such shock. This is only the sect's guess. The three elders had been stunned. I can't imagine that this blood slave incident is so complicated. Ahem. Ji Wutsong coughed up blood again and said, "Hurry back to the clan." Yes, the three elders were also heavily injured, their bodies shaking and the sky spinning. Any later and I'm afraid I'll pass out halfway through the edge of the Dao Heavenly Sect's territory. Two streams of light crossed. It was Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin who were helping each other from White Fox Ridge to escape back. Sovereign! Just then, a shout rang out. When the weak Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin looked over, they saw Lu Yunma and a group of other core elders sweeping in. As early as before, a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect who was guarding the Soul Lamp Hall had urgently reported that the Patriarch and the second elder's soul lamp swing actually hidden signs of extinction. Moreover, the third elder's soul lamp extinguished. That's a big deal. Frightened, Lu Yunma and the others left the clan at the first opportunity, wanting to rush to the White Fox Ridge. However, he didn't expect to meet the returning Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin just after leaving the sect's territory. Seeing the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, the crowd, despite having been psychologically prepared, but still, his heart trembled and he rushed forward to assist him. Patriarch, let's return to the clan first. Ryunma and the others didn't bother to ask anything. With a gloomy face, he picked up Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin and turned back sharply in the direction of the sect. While Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin had support, their heads tilted and passed out. Upon returning to the clan, Lu Yunma couldn't hold back any longer, and at the first moment, his face grimaced as he yelled, "Give this elder the Dao Heavenly Bell." Shock, Dao, Heaven, Bell, bam, 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 bam. 9 consecutive bells that sounded as if they came from the flood resounded through the sky, and the Dao Heavenly Sect was instantly agitated. For a while, including the handyman disciples who did odd jobs at the handyman peak, even the disciples who were practicing at each peak stifled a grunt and were forced to forcibly withdraw from their cultivation, and even more suffered from backlash, but could not care less about it at all. They rushed out of their dwellings or caves and looked up in horror. 9 rings of the Taoist Heavenly Bell. What's going on here? The grass hut on the west side of Handyman's Peak. Zhao Ting stood up violently from the grass, muttering as his pupils contracted. The Dao Heavenly Bell rings 9 times. All disciples must stop what they are doing and stand by. Brother Chen, I've heard my master say that once the Dao Heavenly Bell rings 9 times, It means that something big has happened, and it's a matter of life and death for the clan. Chan Sun nodded, tilted his head back and drank a mouthful of wine painfully, wiped the corners of his mouth and said, "Well, you and go." "Yes." Zhao Ting took a deep breath and rose up with his sword, leaving the handyman peak. Chapter 48, A Gift from Monsieur. Is it not ordinary? Handyman's peak. More than 10,000 miscellaneous disciples stood in place, their faces tense. All of them are familiar with the articles of the clan, and the last page of the articles of the clan has it that the 9 rings of the Dao Tian Zone, where the handyman, they all stand in place and are not to be trespassed without orders, even if they stand until they die, including Qian Laifu, the deacon, who was also standing there with a big belly, with a worried look on his face. I don't know what serious things have happened, and after quite a few years of hanging out in the Daotian sect, even he was hearing the 9 rings of the Dao Heavenly Bell for the first time. Although he is only a small servant peak deacon, the status is equivalent to the outer disciples. But Qian Laifu asked himself, he was satisfied with the status quo and did not want anything to happen to the clan. Daotian Peak. A group of elders stood there with worried faces. In front of them, it was the 7th elder who was checking the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin. Lu Yunma said in an astringent voice, "7th elder, how are patriarch and 2nd elder?" 7th elder Jin Huashan is the elder of the Dao Heavenly Sect who was most skilled in the way of alchemy. Right now it was for him to help the Nangong Yao duo recover, only to see Jin Huashan feed Nangong Yao and the two of them a few pills each before getting up and shaking his head and sighing. The patriarch and the 2nd elder should wake up soon, but the injuries are too severe. I'm afraid it will be difficult to heal without a few years. The crowd took a deep breath. This result has been expected. Just the heart of the anger. More and more heinous. Thinking of the 3rd elder who had not returned together when the soul lamp went out, it was even harder for the crowd to hold back their grief. What the hell happened? Ahem. Ahem. At this time, when the crowd saw Nangong Yao coughing and slowly opening his eyes, they rushed to gather around. Sovereign. Nangong Yao was silent for a moment. Weakly, he said, the Great Diffusion Demon Sect had set up the Phantom Serpent Dragon suppressing formation in the White Fox Ridge beforehand, so it was difficult for us to get out of the trap, and the 3rd elder blew himself up, forcing Ji Wotson to withdraw the formation with his death. It took this clan and the 2nd elder to get out of the trap. What? Nangong Yao's words were simple and concise, but he heard Lu Yunma and the others' eyes turn red and tremble. They had thought that the 3rd elder had died in battle, but they had never thought that he had died by blowing himself up. Patriarch, the Great Diffusion Demon Sect first captured 240 disciples of our sect and, again, he forced the 3rd elder to perish. This revenge, we can't share a single day. Ryunma growled lowly. The rest of the elders also clenched their fists tightly, only feeling that their hearts were suffocating. Now that the patriarch and the 2nd elder are heavily injured, and the 3rd elder is no longer around, what to take revenge with the Great Diffusion Demon Sect? In the end it would only be a defeat. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth slightly and, he said, Ji Wutsong and his 3 elders' injuries won't be much lighter than this clan and the 2nd elder. At those words, the crowd's spirits lifted. Then he looked to Nangong Yao and waited for his order. Nangong Yao took a deep breath, and a stern light appeared in his eyes. Jing Yao and the other disciples must be saved. The 3rd elder's revenge must be avenged. 5 days. When this clan and the 2nd elder have a little rest, 5 days later, the sword will point at the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. Although the situation in Beixian is grim now, after the White Fox Ridge incident, after witnessing the 3rd elder's physical demise, Nangong Yao did not intend to hold back any longer. Nangong Yao, as the patriarch, had always been sensible and looked at the big picture, but this time, and yet, there was no way to rationalize it. This time, even if the fish is dead, he will still make a move. The 3rd elder is willing to die without regret for the clan. Then he, as the patriarch, would also be willing to give his all for the sake of the 3rd elder. Yes, the elders were moved. Some elders wanted to persuade, but the warmth in their hearts made them how they could not open their mouths. Since the sovereign's mind was made up, then they would accompany him. Even if I end up dying, I will do nothing about it. Grand Elder, quickly prepare the disciple elders and gather outside the mountain gate in 5 days. I'm sorry, Nangong Yao said. Yes, sir. Lu Yunmai nodded his head and just pulled out a talisman, ready to summon the peaks. And just then, a figure walked in slowly. The elders stagnated, turned around, and were about to yell at whoever dared to step into this place without authorization. But when they saw the visitor, their hearts trembled, and they were busy bowing one after another, shouting, Sir, the person who came was, naturally, Chen Sun. Seeing this, Nangong Yao was startled and folded his arms to get up to greet him. Chen Sun reached out and gently pressed it back down through the air, saying, It's like this. It will not be necessary. Nangong Yao smiled bitterly. Sir, please forgive me. Chen Sun laughed. There's no harm in it. Please sit down. Sir. Lu Yunma brought a chair from the side and placed it behind Chen Sun. Chen Sun nodded, sat down, and said, when I was outside just now, heard you guys discussing what demon clan you're going to sword fight in 5 days? The crowd emperor bowed his head and pursed his lips. Sir, here's the thing. Nangong Yao was about to say the whole story. Chen Sun then raised his hand and interrupted. There is no need for me to repeat what has happened as I have a general understanding of it. At those words, Nangong Yao and the others' eyes changed slightly. How did Mr. know? Oh yes, I'm sure what they just said was heard by Mr. Outside. Nangong Yao could only say in a low voice. What Mr. said was, in 5 days, the sword will point at the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. This revenge must be avenged. Chen Sun swept his eyes at the group of core elders. Once 9, now 8. Nangong Yao often brought these elders to the grass house, so Chen Sun naturally recognized them. For the death of Jiang Bailu, Chen Sun did not have many waves in his heart. After all, he had seen too much life and death. Chen Sun nodded slightly and said softly, in my opinion, you guys wouldn't need to go to that devil sect. The crowd was shocked. Nangong Yao sat up slightly and said astringently, Sir, but do you see that the situation in northern Xi'an is grim nowadays? You want Nangong to take care of the big picture? Sir, 214 disciples of the clan have been taken captive, and now the third elder has even perished. If Nangong continues to cower and look forward and backward, I'm sorry for the many disciples and elders, and I'll be born with a demon in my heart, and this great diffusion demon sect. It is necessary to go, and I beg you, sir, not to hinder Nangong. Chen Sun was happy and laughed. What am I stopping you from doing? Don't misunderstand what I'm trying to say. There's no need for you to travel to that what's-his-name demon sect. They'll come to your Daotian sect on their own, and it should be soon. Nangong Yao and the elders looked at each other in disbelief, but soon, their faces changed slightly as they realized something. Previously, they were so blinded by revenge and anger that they did not think so much about it. And now, after what Mr. React, seeing the crowd contemplating, Chen Sun yawned and slowly got up, flipping his hand over and handing over 2 pills, said, I have 2 pills here to save from serious injuries, and their medicinal effects are barely adequate, so I will gift them to you. Well, I'm a little sleepy, so I'm going back to bed. Nangong Yao received it blankly, wanting to get up to see him off, but his injuries were too severe, so he had to give up. Thinking of Jiang Bailu again, some words were eventually swallowed and said, Take care, sir. The elders bowed, wanting to send Chen Sun off. Stay back. Chen Sun, however, waved his hand and walked towards the outside with his hands behind his back, his figure taking one illusory step at a time. It gradually dissipated and disappeared. The crowd watched in shock at this scene that was like an exiled immortal. After a long time, he woke up with a start and said, Greetings, sir. Nangong Yao was fine, but the elders were seeing it for the first time and it was hard not to be shaken. Ahem. Nangong Yao let out a cough, causing the elders to return to their senses. We are in a state of confusion, and it is good to be reminded by Mr. Now that I think of it, Ji Wutsong's attack on us at White Fox Ridge was intended to weaken our clan's senior combatants, followed by the death of the Phantom Fury in one fell swoop. Even it is burning with rage, thinking that it should simply do neither and take advantage of this northern Xian chaos to take advantage of our Dao Heavenly Sect's blade. It's worthy of Ji Wutsong to have the courage, Nangong Yao said in a deep voice. The elders were enraged at the words, Patriarch, but didn't you say that Ji Wutsong and his 3 elders were also heavily injured? This, Lu Yunmo was puzzled. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and said, Ji Wutsong would definitely not want to miss such a good opportunity. It is expected that it will come in conjunction with other demonic sects. The elders were immediately startled. Their heartstrings suddenly tensed. Lu Yunma remembered that Mr. Fong had said that it should be soon, and immediately said with some urgency, Patriarch, so what do we do next? Facing the Great Diffusion Demon Sect is fine. We're fighting locally, so of course we won't be the slightest bit afraid to, but if it's not just the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, we in the Dao Heavenly Sect are afraid that we won't be able to withstand it. Nangong Yao didn't dare to be arrogant and said without hesitation, Spread the word about this matter to the other righteous sects, requesting assistance. Yes, Lu Yunma bowed in response, turned around and retreated quickly. Nangong Yao added, Grand Elder, in addition, you tell the elders and disciples of each peak to prepare for battle. Ryunma paused, said he understood and left. Only then did Nangong Yao spread out his palm in front of the elders, and on it was the elixir bestowed by Chen Sun. Patriarch, could you let me observe this elixir? 7th Elder Jin Huashan pleaded. In his opinion, the elixir bestowed by Mr. must be an extremely precious elixir. It could greatly minimize the healing time of the Patriarch and the 2nd Elder. As an alchemist, Jin Huashan was certainly unwilling to give up this opportunity. Seeing Nangong Yao nod his head, Jin Huashan immediately took the 2 pills over and took a look at them. The crowd didn't say anything when they saw this, and wanted to hear what Jin Huashan had to say about the elixir bestowed by Mr. It's not right. Jin Huashan held up his hand, looked left and right, sniffed left and right, and, frowning, he said, these 2 pills don't have any odor of spirit medicine, not to mention, they don't even have any dandelions. No matter how you look at them, they are the most ordinary pills. In the way of certain reasons, Jin Huashan had spoken very euphemistically, or else, in his opinion, these 2 pills aren't even in the top tier. Oh, Nangong Yao and the others were surprised. Quite unbelievable. How could the gift from Mr. be a mortal product? However, they were aware of Jinhua Mountain's attainments in pills, since it was given by a gentleman. Then this clan does not believe it to be a mortal product. Nangong Yao took the elixir back and added, even though it's a mundane product, it's still a gesture from Mr. After saying that, Nangong Yao sat up and coiled his legs under the assistance of the elders. Delivering an elixir into his mouth, he clasped his hands around Yuan, and was about to apply his energy to refine it, when he mistakenly discovered that the elixir was different from what he had taken in the past. It actually melts in your mouth. Nangong Yao was still dazed, and the power of the elixir had already spread to all of his limbs and bones. With an incredible speed, it began to repair the wounds everywhere, and Nangong Yao's pale face and the gazes of the elders slowly becoming shocked. The flesh became red and moist. Nangong Yao felt everything within his body like a miracle, and his heart trembled. The elixir. Suntan Na. There was a snap. Nangong Yao pushed away the elders who were assisting him and stood up violently, clenching his fists, his face full of shock. The elders, on the other hand, were directly dumbfounded. Wasn't it hard for the sovereign to turn over just now? Why all of a sudden? Patriarch, you. P.S. Asking for free power with love. Thanks guys. Chapter 49, Sect Preparation for Battle. The teenager from 3 years ago. Nangong Yao turned back to his senses and saw the elders staring at him in shock. He couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? However, very quickly, Nangong Yao reacted that it must be because he had suddenly become alive and well. The contrast between before and after scared the elders. Thus, Nangong Yao spread out his hand and displayed the only remaining elixir. Marveling, this elixir melts in the mouth and spreads through all the limbs and bones without even needing to be refined. It infiltrates the internal organs at a terrifying speed, healing all wounds, even the dark wounds of our clan. They are all cured together. The effectiveness of this elixir is unheard of. Calling it an immortal elixir is no exaggeration. First, is Mr. really an immortal who has descended to earth? Towards the end, Nangong Yao's heart trembled within him, and Mr. became more and more mysterious in his mind. At this time, a needle had already fallen in the hall, and all the elders were shocked by what Nangong Yao said and gulped furiously. Is there really such an elixir in the world? They had seen with their own eyes that the heavily injured patriarch had gone from taking the elixir to looking flushed. The whole process was not even 5 breaths. It's damn scary how ridiculously fast it heals. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have just assumed the sky was the limit. You must know that the 7th elder Jin Huashan had said that Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin wanted to be cured. It takes a couple of years, and in the process, you have to get high every day. But now, Nangong Yao saw that the crowd was stagnant, took a deep breath and stopped talking. Instead, he turned around and wanted to press the elixir into the still unconscious Lu Xianyin's mouth. No, Patriarch, wait. Suddenly, the elders rushed to speak to stop them. Nangong Yao's movements lurched as he looked up at them. What, Patriarch? This Dan is too precious. You'd better keep it for yourself in case of emergency. Yes, Patriarch, the 2nd elder is fine. The elders spoke out one after another, all of them feeling that the elixir was too precious and it was better to keep it. If Lu Xianyin were conscious at this moment, he would definitely say, I thank you. Nangong Yao heard this, but he shook his head and pressed the elixir into Lu Xianyin's mouth without hesitation. The hearts of the elders jumped as they watched. There were actually a few elders who were so anxious that they quickly stepped forward and broke open Lu Xianyin's mouth, trying to take out the elixir. How come the elixir had melted? What are you elders doing? Nangong Yao raised an eyebrow and drank lowly. The elders snapped, only sighing in their hearts, still feeling pity. Nangong Yao said, even if the one lying at this moment is not the 2nd elder, rather, in the place of any one of you, this clan would also not hesitate to press this elixir into your mouth. At those words, the elders' hearts warmed. In fact, they were not selfish. It was purely felt that it would be best for the patriarch to keep that elixir as a spare for himself. Nangong Yao added, besides, this is from Mr. That one was originally given to the 2nd elder. How dare you keep it? The elders were then startled and repeatedly said that they did not dare to dare. At this time, Lu Xianyin turned awake and felt his situation, horror and confusion appearing in his eyes. Second elder, you finally woke up. We were worried sick. The elders rushed to gather around, looking a million times more worried. Wait, let me slow down. Lu Xianyin raised his hand as he looked towards Nangong Yao, somewhat confused. Wasn't he badly injured? What? And what about the patriarch? Lu Xianyin even suspected that he was dreaming. Fortunately, after all the people explained, Lu Xianyin realized that it was saved by the immortal elixir of Mr. Cannot help but feel shocked. At the same time the heart said, the third elder indeed perished. Elders, please step back, each in their own way, and make all preparations for the arrival of the demon sect. Nangong Yao waved his hand and said, yes. The crowd retreated. The next 2 days, the atmosphere of the Dao Heavenly sect is unusually cold. The whole sect, everywhere there are disciples walking back and forth in a hurry. An elder went to the resource library and unlocked the hidden resources so that they could be utilized at any time. There are also quite a few elders leading groups of disciples, going out of the clan. Within thousands of miles of the clan's circumference, formations were laid down in advance at various places, either illusion formations, killing formations, or trapped formations, etc. This scene caused the hearts of the always comfortable handyman peak disciples to become very worried. You can't concentrate on work or practice. I don't know exactly what's going on yet, but I can tell something about it. Perhaps it was going to be war. The 9 rings of the Dao Heavenly Bell 2 days before would tell you a lot. This time, it may be the time of the clan's survival. Handyman's Peak, dining hall. It was lunchtime, and Chen Sun paced here, taking a rice tray to get his meal. Chen Sun, seeing that it was Chen Sun, the rice-beating disciple took the rice tray and greeted him, all quite familiar with it. Chen Sun nodded slightly and swept his eyes over the empty dining hall, saying, there are so few disciples eating today. Aren't they all hungry? The rice-beating disciple paused in his movements and laughed bitterly. It is not that he is not hungry. Rather, most of them can't eat their meals. I'm sure you've heard the 9 bells ringing 2 days ago, and the next estimate is that there will be a great clan war. In this situation, one is so worried and bad that one can't eat. Chen Sun laughed. In that case, but there's no need to worry. If a clan war occurs, there's no need for the miscellaneous disciples to make a move either. Just stay at ease. AI. The rice-beating disciple sighed, handing over the rice tray filled with rice. That's the reasoning, but it seems grim this time. Let's hope the clan will be alright this time. Nah, your meal. Thanks. Chen Sun took it and turned around, wanting to find a seat. Behind him, the rice-beating disciple suddenly said, Chen Sun, at that time, if the battle starts, you'd better stay in your place and don't come out. When monks fight, the sky crumbles and the earth breaks apart. Even we odd-job disciples can't stop it. You have no cultivation. If you are spared by the battle fluctuations, I fear it will be difficult to survive. Aha. Chen Sun nodded and found a seat. Before Chen Sun picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites, a disciple came over with a rice tray and sat next to him. Laughing, he said, hey, brother Chen, do you still recognize me? Chen Sun inclined his head and said, I don't recognize it. The disciple's face was embarrassed. Brother Chen, I'm Yu Zhang. 3 years ago, I came from Tianqing city along with you and senior brother Xiaoting. It turned out that this disciple was one of the 4 teenagers who had been brought to the Dao Heavenly sect along with Xiaoting by Shenhe 3 years ago. Chen Sun smiled and said, so it's you guys, how is it now? Yu Zhang waved his hand and sighed. AI, brother Chen doesn't know. The other 3 reached the cap not long ago and left the clan to go back to Tianqing city. Chen Sun, looks like you're good then. Still able to stay in the sect. Yu Zhang shook his head despondently. No, it's been 3 years, and today I'm still at the first level of qi refining. If we don't break through the realm again this year, we'll have to leave the clan at the end of the year as well. Chen Sun nodded his head in silence. Yu Zhang put down his chopsticks, hands resting on his chin. Once a teenager compared to 3 years ago but also a lot of maturity. He lamented, I am truly envious of senior brother Xiaoting, building his foundation in 100 days, and it's been 3 years and yet I can't break through to the second level of qi refining. I have to say, there really is a big gap between people. Yu Zhang suddenly turned to smile again, but even if I leave the clan at the end of the year and return to the mortal world, but with the slightest cultivation, I think I can also make a living. Brother Chen, do you think it's right? Although people are born differently, but to each their own wonderful way of living chanting. I'm still in a good frame of mind in that regard he. Chen Sun smiled. Right. Yu Zhang grinned and said, Brother Chen, are you Lu? Do you want to stay in the Dao Heavenly sect all the time? Though the mortals can gain a little age by staying in this fairyland for a long time, you won't feel out of place with them. Won't you feel lonely? With the relationship between Big Brother Chen and Senior Brother Xiaoting, Senior Brother Xiaoting only needs to say one word, When Brother Chen returns to the world, he will be able to become a big official, and then he will have a few concubines, so he will be very happy. I'm drooling with envy just thinking about it. Chen Sun shook his head helplessly, but casually laughed. Not to mention, your idea sounds good. Looks like I'll have to think about it. Chapter 50 Brother Chen. I'll send you out of the clan. Daotian Peak, Cabinet. Nangong Yao and the 8 core elders were gathered here, all of their faces unsightly. Patriarch, other than the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion, which are already on their way here. None of the other sects have replied. Lu Yunma said in a deep voice. It's really hateful. Before Nangong Yao could speak, Lu Xianyin whisked his sleeve and said angrily, now that Northern Xian is in chaos and the Devil Sect is running rampant, I don't know that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Xu Ningshang said. Second elder, don't be angry. As far as I know, among the neighboring righteous sects, only the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion have disciples taken captive by the Devil's Way, and some of the other sects are safe for the time being, so perhaps that's why they're unwilling to take the risk of coming. Sooner or later, it'll be this bunch of S turn. Lu Xianyin said angrily. The elders sighed and didn't know what to go and say. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunma said, Patriarch, this time the demon sect is bound to come in force. Should we ask the Heavenly Sword Sect for help? Nangong Yao shook his head and said, this clan believes that the Heavenly Sword Sect would be willing to come to support if they knew about this matter. It's just that the Heavenly Sword Sect is far away from my Daotian sect, so it's simply too late. Ryanma had no choice but to stop when he heard that. Patriarch, our clan is at war in the homeland, and there are many formations secretly laid out in a 1,000-mile radius. Now that we have the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion chiming in, I'm sure that the Demon Sect won't be able to curry much favor even if they come raging again. Xu Ningshang said in a condensed voice. Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the others couldn't help but nod their heads when they heard that. It was so true that, but what they wanted was far from holding off the Demon Sect, but to take down the Great Diffusion Demon Sect and avenge the Third Elder. This clan is now. That's not what worries me the most. Rather, Jing Yao and the other disciples are still in Ji Wuzong's hands, and this clan is worried that with the Devil Sect's deviousness and cunningness, they will use Jing Yao and the other disciples as hostages and threats. Nangong Yao said heavily. The pupils of the elders shrunk. If not for the Patriarch mentioning it, they almost forgot about it. Patriarch, if Mr. makes a move, those demonic sects should not be enough to worry about, right? At this moment, Fifth Elder Wang Tianfu carefully said. The air froze. How dare you? Nangong Yao angrily shouted. Following that, he said in a cold voice, Mr. Previously, he first destroyed a group of demonic cultivators set up an ambush by the Yue Fury, and then he gave 2 immortal pills as a great gift to save the sect and the second elder, and if it wasn't for the immortal pills to save them, this battle will be completely up in the air. How dare you speak such words now? You have no face, but this clan still needs some face. Tianfu knows his mistake. Patriarch rest his anger. Wang Tianfu's heart trembled and he bowed busily. The elders also coughed dryly and remained silent. Nangong Yao had wanted to teach Wang Tianfu a few more words, but suddenly remembered the third elder who had only just died. Previously, the 3 elders then the king of Tianfu also mouth, but when it comes to the key time, our practical love clan and so it was that he shook his head to not tolerate any more drinking and cursing. 2 more days passed. The people from the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion had arrived at the Dao Heavenly Clan. The Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion, among the northern Xian clans, were not considered first-rate, and were located in the second-rate only. Each of the 2 came personally led by the Sect Master and the Pavilion Master, with 3 elders each in addition. Adding the hundreds of disciples in each of those bands, it was clear that the importance of this trip had been emphasized. For the Heavenly Puppet Sect Master and the Green Sword Pavilion Master, Nangong Yao received them personally. Tianqing Peak, welcome residents. In an elegant courtyard, 3 people were sitting opposite each other. It was none other than Nangong Yao, Heavenly Puppet Sect Master Pang Yin, and Green Sword Pavilion Master Parkidao. Pang Yin was old, with many folds on his face, and every smile that he showed, the creases on his entire face then moved with him, looking a little creepy. Parkidao is a middle-aged man, very strong, blind in one eye, but his other eye is shining. Hidden blade intent, quite harsh. You 2 have had a hard road. Nangong Yao helped the 2 of them pour drinks and laughed. Pang Yin forced a smile and said, there is no need for Patriarch Nangong to say this. Only what made this sect master not expect is that, only the sect master and Pavilion Master Park have come. Could it be that Patriarch Nangong only? Before his words were finished, Nangong Yao said helplessly, nonetheless, this clan had previously summoned 10 clans to look for assistance, yet 8 of them didn't reply. Pang Yin and Parkidao instantly understood and looked at each other without saying anything more. To be honest, If it weren't for the fact that some of their clan's disciples were also taken away by the demon sect, I don't know if they'll come to support us. Rather, Pang Yen and Parky Dao had decided to come only after heavy deliberation. After all, in their opinion, the Dao Heavenly Sect was a first-class sect after all, and it was in the Dao Heavenly Sect itself. This time, they might be able to unite with the Dao Heavenly Sect to rescue the captive disciples. Parky Dao said gruffly, "Can Patriarch Nangong tell us in detail what happened?" "Good." Nangong Yao nodded his head, and then he whirled around to tell the story about the recent strife with the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. During this time, upon hearing about the White Fox Ridge, Pang Yen and Parky Dao's pupils shook. The third elder of the Daotian sect has fallen? Suffering the loss of an elder, Patriarch Nangong is in mourning. The two sighed archly. At the mention of Jiang Bailu, Nangong Yao pursed his lips and was in no mood to say anything else for a while. Then he got up. "The two of you will stay here first, and if you can't stay, you can stay here. You can also walk around the clan and take a look around. Before the arrival of the demon sect, this clan still needs to deploy some things, so I will take my leave." Pang Yen and Parky Dao stood up and arched their hands. "Take your time, Patriarch Nangong." After Nangong Yao left, Pang Yen clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Pavilion Master Park." After hearing Patriarch Nangong say that just now, this sect master is always a bit unsettled and inexplicably flustered in his heart. "I'm just afraid that we've waded into this muddy water by mistake." Parky Dao's eyes flickered. Sect Master Pang doesn't need to worry too much, although the Great Diffusion Demon Sect is strong. However, the Dao Heavenly Sect is also a first-class sect and has its own heritage, so the final outcome of this battle is a toss-up for now. The next day, in the sky above the Daotian sect's territory, the originally peaceful sky suddenly flashed with electricity and thunder. There was a lurid cloud drifting from the sky. Beneath the cloudy sky was a devil boat flying, a blood-red flag flying, and at first glance, more than 100 ships. On each of them, there were demonic cultivators above Foundation establishment standing, each with bloodthirsty and cold eyes. At the very front, there were 10 huge navigating devil boats, each of which represented a devil sect. Right now it's like 10 whole demonic clans. Lower empty floors. It was the thousands of chi refining stage demonic cultivators brought by the 10 demonic clans either running or jumping wildly across the Dao Heavenly clan's territory. For a while, in the Daotian sect's territory, the demonic aura was so vast that it rolled to the heavens, and countless birds and beasts were frightened, running around. At this time, the Dao Heavenly sect, all the disciples and elders above the Foundation establishment stage swept up in the air and looked at the cloudy and demonic aura in the distance. The mind couldn't help but tremble. 10 demonic clans joined forces, cultivating until now. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying battle today. Zhao Ting's legs were a little weak and panicked. He was numb, and for the first time he had a chance to fight the devil's way. That's the lineup. Soon, on the peaks, the entire sect's disciples saw the scene in the distance, dumbfounded, and a great depression and palpitations instantly swept through his body. The faces of the Sky Puppet sect and the Green Sword Pavilion crowd swished pale, and they regretted it in their hearts at the first moment. 10 demonic clans. This time, it really shouldn't have come. Coming to the aid of the Dao Heavenly sect was tantamount to being tired of living. But now, it's too late for regrets. Patriarch, they're here. Ryunma murmured. Nangong Yao was also intimidated by the aura of the 10 demonic clans and returned to his senses. In a deep voice, he said, "When they enter the formation territory, immediately activate the formation that was set up in advance." "Yes." Lu Yunma gritted his teeth and answered. "Devil sect, this monstrous momentum. Dao Heavenly sect this time has really arrived at the realm of life and death." At this moment, the tension in the Dao Heavenly sect was at an unprecedented level. Zhao Ting returned to his senses, as if he had remembered something, and fiercely headed towards the Handyman Peak to imperialize his sword. The grass hut on the west side of Handyman's Peak. Shen Sun was looking at the 10 demonic clans in the distance with one hand on his back, stroking his chin. Zhao Ting suddenly imperialized his sword and arrived in sight. Shen Sun then saw Zhao Ting quickly stretching out a hand towards himself and said with 100,000 urgency, "Brother Chen, I know there's a secret passage in the back of the mountain that can stagger through the demon sect to leave the Daotian sect. Quick, I'll send you out of the clan." Chapter 51, Shen Sun's mentality. Zhao Ting thought that Shen Sun was stunned by the demon sect arriving from afar, so he said, "Brother Chen, hurry up." He said that he was about to go forward and pull Shen Sun up, but he was dodged by Shen Sun with a slight sidestep. "Brother Chen, what do you mean by that? It'll be too late if we don't leave now," Zhao Ting said anxiously. At this moment, Zhao Ting was so anxious that he didn't notice that he was at least in the late stage of Foundation establishment. How was it dodged by Shen Sun just now? "Shen Sun, aren't you leaving?" Zhao Ting stalled and said in a low voice. "I'm not leaving. 3 years ago during the ceremony of adding the purple clothes, I have said that I am a member of the clan in life and a member of the clan in death. If the clan does not abandon me, I will live and die together. Over the past 3 years, the clan has poured countless resources into me, and now that the clan is in danger, I would look down on myself if I were to flee. Shan Sun nodded, but if you don't leave, you might die. Aren't you afraid of death? If you are unfortunate enough to die, what will happen to your parents who are far away in Flowtown? Fear of death. Of course I fear death, but I can't leave either, Zhao Ting said, becoming slightly agitated, and he said, Brother Chen, so you have to leave even more. Hope that you remember our friends for a time. When you go to a trip to the town of Fulu, when you give this to my parents, tell them that everything is fine in the Dao Heavenly Sect and there's no need to worry. With that, Zhao Ting pulled out a jade pendant and shoved it hard to Chen Sun. Chen Sun had no choice but to put the jade pendant away and said, Alright, I'll follow you out of the clan. There's really nothing you can do about it. Zhao Ting was pleasantly surprised. Chen Sun shook his head and then whirled around to stand on the sword with Zhao Ting's assistance. Brother Chen, don't be afraid. I'm already very skilled in the art of sword riding. Just hold on to my sleeve. In the next moment, the flying sword swooshed towards the back of the Dao Heavenly Sect's mountain. Soon, it reached the back of the mountain. After Zhao Ting stopped and stabilized, he laughed. Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly with a sword? Exciting, isn't it? Chen Sun, exciting. Although Chen Sun had said it was irritating, no matter how Zhao Ting looked at it, neither could see Chen Sun feeling any excitement. Strange, Zhao Ting quickly thought to himself. I guess Brother Chen has been in the clan for a long time and has seen more. Naturally, it's not uncommon, is it? Ahem. Zhao Ting coughed dryly, and then walked over towards an inconspicuous recess in the stone wall of the back mountain. Pressed the mechanism. Rumble. Only to see the plain stone wall suddenly open up towards both sides, one with luminous stones placed on both sides. The deep, bottomless stone staircase came into view. This secret passage leads straight to a dense forest outside the clan. Brother Chen only needs to keep walking and he will be able to reach that dense forest. Brother Chen, do you see the luminous stones on both sides? Take a few at random in the middle, and when you return to the mortal world, it will also protect you for the rest of your life. Chen Sun smiled and arched his hand. Brother Zhao, then I will see you again. Hearing this, Zhao Ting sighed in his heart. This time the demon sect is coming aggressively, so it is not possible to say that it will be very dangerous. I'm afraid it's difficult to meet again. But I still arched my hand and said, Brother Chen, I'll see you again. Chen Sun nodded and entered the secret passage with his hands behind his back, stepping on the stone ladder and heading down the mountain. Seeing this, Zhao Ting pursed his lips, and then went to the side and pressed the organ that. This side of the stone wall then slowly closed in and returned to ordinary. In the secret passageway, Chen Sun walked quickly and slowly, his expression calm and without any unnecessary emotional fluctuations. Since we're leaving, let's go. Although Chen Sun had been eating and drinking in the Dao Heavenly Sect for 3 years, but Nangong Yao and the others benefited more from Chen Sun. Whether it was the realization of those verbal teachings or the casual extermination of a group of demonic cultivators who had set up an ambush, or maybe those 2 pills. Truly speaking, it was the Dao Heavenly clan that owed him Chen Sun. Zhao Ting, alone, was a slight cause of hesitation for Chen Sun. This son, Zhao Ting, is of good character, and as a purple-clad disciple, for 3 years, there's really no excuse for treating Chen Sun that way. Zhao Ting's good deeds were far beyond those of Nangong Yao and others. Nangong Yao and the others were aware of Chen Sun's uncomplicatedness and did that, while Zhao Ting, on the other hand, was unaware of any of the circumstances. Now, Zhao Ting, however, was a disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect and lived and died together. Just as well. Remembering Zhao Ting, I will help slightly if I can. Chen Sun laughed. Chen Sun's intention, on the other hand, was not to go and exterminate all the demonic cultivators that had come to this place. Moreover, in addition to the previous group of ambush-setting demonic cultivators of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, the other demonic sects were the ones that had no grudges against him. Although Chen Sun is a handsome young man in his 20s in terms of appearance, strictly speaking, but he is also an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. Having lived for a long time, Chen Sun's mentality had long been different from that of normal people. The way you look at things is also very different, since it is not full of enthusiasm, thinking of ridding the world of demons, punishing evil and promoting good kind of immortal. In Chen Sun's opinion, everything had a reason for existence, and there was no real distinction between good and evil. In the world, there is yin and there is yang, there is good and there is evil, and this is the way of balance. It's like day and night, each has its own advantages and disadvantages, and you can't have one without the other. No one wishes for eternal day, no one wishes for eternal night. In other words, that is, quite a lot of things in the world, in the eyes of Chen Sun, are more bland, hardly worth mentioning. Afterward, Chen Sun moved his body and went back into the grass hut. In the meantime, in the Dao Tian-sect's territory, 10 demonic sects have already pressed in. The hearts of the many elder disciples of the Dao Heavenly Sect trembled as they watched, and it was not long after the 10 demonic clans had arrived at the area that was 1,000 miles away from where the Dao Heavenly clan had set up their formations in a radius of 1,000 miles. Grand Elder Lu Yunma then shouted in a low voice, "Start the formation!" Buzz. In an instant, in a 1,000-mile radius of the area, many flashy colors shone. The countless chi-refining cultivators of the 10 devil sects were violently ambushed by the formation. Or in a trapped formation spinning in place how can't get out of the formation. Or in an illusionary formation with a wavy smile on his face licking his tongue, stretching out his hands, grasping his tits. What? Or if you are caught in a killing formation, the flames will burn your body, poisonous gas will enter your body, and an ice pick will pierce your heart. For a while, there was a lot of screaming. At the same time, there were also killing formations in which thousands of light swords erupted and stabbed at the many devil boats in the sky. However, they were blocked casually by the various demon patriarchs with a cold snort. For the heavy losses of the chi-refining cultivators below, the faces of the various demon patriarchs didn't have much of an angry expression on them. After all, gas-refining cultivators are just cannon fodder to support the scene, the real combat power. But the foundation stage cultivators above. Only what was never expected was that the Dao Heavenly Sect had actually learned that their demon sect was going to attack, and many small formations were laid in advance. The people of the Dao Tian sect saw that although the array setup had exterminated a number of chi-refining devil cultivators, however, it did not cause any damage to the cultivators in the sky above, and there was nothing in his heart to be upset about. After all, there were too many strong people. Trying to inflict large battle damage on the demon sect just by relying on these formations was tantamount to fantasy. Swish! A few moments later, the 10 great devil sect had swept outside the Dao Tian sect, but did not continue traveling, because they could all see that there were already vague ripples rippling on the holy mountain where the Dao Heavenly clan was located. This was the first time the Dao Heavenly clan had activated the clan protection formation. Nangong Yao, do you think that just with your Dao Tian sect's protector formation, will you be able to stop the 10 sects of the devil's way? Do you believe that this clan will be able to break the formation later without any effort? In the devil boat in the center, Ji Wutsong stood at the bow and smiled grimly, and behind Ji Wutsong, there stood, after all, Ji Mengli, who had a drink with Chen Sun that day. Chapter 52, Ask Mr. Break the situation. Outside the mountain gate, the demonic aura was monstrous. The crowd clenched their teeth, but they were vaguely unimpressed. Patriarch, what about this Ji Wutsong and its 3 elders? On the side, Lu Xianyin's pupils contracted and said. Lu Yunma and the other elders were also incredulous. Wasn't it said that Ji Wutsong and a few of its elders had also suffered serious injuries? How come now it looks like it has a rosy face and abundant blood chi? Where does it have half a bit of an injured look? The patriarch and the second elder had the immortal pills given by Mr. What was the matter with this Ji Wutsong? Nangong Yao's eyes flickered, and his heart was in a state of shock, having originally thought that fighting in the native, the chance of winning is at least 60%, but right now, the entire 10 clans have descended, not to mention that Ji Wutsong and the others' injuries have actually healed as well. This battle, how else to fight? Nangong Yao's heart continued to fall to the bottom, originally thought that 60% of the chances of victory to this moment. There was less than 10% left. In other words, there was almost no chance of winning, but fortunately, there was still the protector formation. However, Nangong Yao, as the patriarch, naturally could not show the slightest hint of timidity and faintly said, Ji Wutsong, your demon sect captures disciples of the righteous path as blood slaves. It's the life and death enemy of all the righteous sects in North Xian, and you guys don't hide, but you even dare to attack the door. A great enemy in life and death? Is your so-called righteous sect worthy? With a casual summons from this clan, 9 clans are willing to join forces. And you, Nangong Yao, look at you, only 2 second-rate sects, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion, are willing to come to your aid. Dao Tian Sect? You righteous sects have such a greedy and fearful demeanor, and you want to make us, the Devil Sect, afraid of death? Ji Wutsong mercilessly mocked. Nangong Yao's eyes narrowed, but there was nothing to say, simply because Ji Wutsong was telling the truth. On the other hand, the Sky Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion, which came to their aid, all of them also had a change in color at this time. Pang Nian and Parkidao had already had the intention of retreating in their hearts. Oh yes, Nangong Yao, this clan will show you another good-looking. I think it will make you happy. Ji Wutsong smiled and clapped his hands. In the next moment, on the devil boat, a group of disciples who had been tied up were escorted out to the bow of the boat. However, They were all disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion. These hundreds of disciples with dry, thin figures and hollow eyes, when they saw Pang Nian and Parky Dao, all of them were shaken in spirit and cried out in tearful excitement. Sect Master Sama, Pavilion Master. Wow! Inside the Dao Heavenly Sect, there was an uproar. The pupils of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion shrank. Pang Nian and Parky Dao also clenched their fists violently. These were actually all the disciples of their clan who had been taken captive by the Devil's Way. At this moment, Nangong Yao looked at these disciples, and then united with Ji Wucong's words just now. The heart had a bad feeling. Never in a million years did I expect Ji Wucong to be so well prepared. Is it possible that everything is as it should be? Sure enough, Ji Wucong smiled grimly. The sect can make the decision to release these disciples, but the sect has one condition. That is, both of your families will leave the Dao Heavenly Sect immediately. And this sect will not stop you and let you leave peacefully. Pang Nian and Parky Dao's hearts trembled with surprise. Is there such a thing as a good thing? They would have backed out a long time ago. My Sky Puppet Sect is willing to retreat. I also hope that sect leader Ji will be true to his word and hand the disciple back, Pang Nian said without hesitation. Ji Wucong smiled faintly. That's natural. This clan has always said one thing and kept its word. Parky Dao immediately chimed in. Patriarch Ji, my Green Blade Pavilion is also willing to retreat. You guys. The faces of the Dao Heavenly Sect's elders were blue. The crowd of disciples also turned pale, not expecting the two clans that came to their aid to. It was sidetracked by the Devil's Way in a few words. Pang Nian and Parky Dao ignored those many gazes and headed towards the expressionless Nangong Yao. Archly ashamed. Patriarch Nangong, forgive Mr. Pang for saying something unpleasant but true. Today the demon sect is powerful and the Dao Heavenly Clan has almost no chance of winning. And Mr. Pang doesn't want the elder disciples under his hand to follow along and make unnecessary sacrifices. So please understand. Patriarch Nangong, please also open a corner of the grand formation for our two clans to leave. Nangong Yao, does this make you happy? You should be very happy in your heart right now, right? Ji Wucong laughed out loud at the sight. And the many patriarchs and demonic cultivators on the demonic boat were also thirsty for laughter. Full of ridicule, Nangong Yao acted as if he hadn't heard, only staring at Pang Nian and Parky Dao as he said, if the two of you want to leave, the sect will not force you to stay, but the Devil's Sect has always been cunning and, do you two really want to believe Ji Wucong's bull ********? Pang Nian smiled. Patriarch Nangong is overly concerned. The two of us have a scale in our hearts. Are you kidding me? It's time to think about what the hell is going on. If we continue to stay in the Dao Tian sect, certain death, it's better to take the risk. There's still a chance of survival. Besides, in front of so many people, they wouldn't believe that Ji Wucong, the great diffusion demon sect leader, would miss his words. Nangong Yao nodded and said nothing more, faintly saying, the two of you, please go ahead. Go! Pang Nian and Parky Dao turned around and waved their hands, then led their respective men towards the outside. Nangong Yao took out the Great Formation compass and opened a corner of the Great Formation for the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion to go out. After leaving the clan, Pang Nian and Parky Dao arched their hands towards Ji emotionless as Pang Nian said, Patriarch Ji, please also hand back the disciple. Our two families will leave now and not get involved in this matter. Good. Ji Wucong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Release them. On the magic boat, a group of bound disciples were thrown down. Pang Nian and Parky Dao were elated and hurriedly whisked their sleeves to spread their spiritual energy and catch their own disciples. However, right at this moment, Ji Wucong's stern cry abruptly rang out. Kill them quickly. Don't give them the chance to blow themselves up. With White Fox Ridge's Zhang Bailu's previous lesson, Ji Wucong learned the hard way this time. Pang Nian and Parky Dao's faces changed drastically. Patriarch Ji, you went back on your word. Ji Wucong laughed coldly. You want to talk about integrity with this devilish patriarch of our clan? Naive. In the next moment, monstrous pressure descended from the demonic boat, and the heavens and earth shook. Patriarch Nangong, quickly open the big formation and let us in. We're not leaving no more. Before Pang Nian could finish his words, his Heavenly Puppet Sect and Green Sword Pavilion were flooded by an infinite number of demonic artifacts. The screams came and went. It was really a speedy kill, not giving the slightest chance of resistance or even self-destruction. Looking at the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion centaurs that were exterminated in the blink of an eye, the hearts of the Dao Tian sect's crowd trembled. On the magic boat, Ji Mingli looked at this scene, a little heartbroken, but it was okay. They're all just monks. Good thing there are no mortals. After the extinction of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Green Sword Pavilion and the others, there was silence inside and outside the Dao Heavenly Sect. Ji Wucong shouted, Nangong Yao, withdraw the grand formation. or else this clan will have to continue the show for you. After saying that, he clapped his hands again and saw 240 disciples being escorted out. It was the purple-clothed disciple Jingyao as well as those inner and outer disciples. The disciples were also withered and confused, as if they were no longer able to think independently. It was even less human, as if the blood had been drained. Wow! The Dao Heavenly Sect was in an uproar. Everyone's face changed completely. Senior sister Jingyao, senior brother Ma Liang. The disciples covered their mouths and cried out in shock and extreme indignation. Xiaohe also looked at the woman in front of the group of disciples with contracted pupils, his heart about to explode with rage. Previously, how gentle senior sister Jingyao was in his impression. Now it has been spoiled by the devil's sect into this inhuman appearance. Nangong Yao's breathing gradually shortened. He was also a bit unable to hold back, just as he expected. The Ji Wutsong would take out his disciples as blackmail and said in a deep voice, Ji Wutsong, what do you want? Ji Wutsong laughed quietly. This clan is not how. As long as you remove the big formation, I won't move them, but if I don't, I'll kill one of your disciples for every breath that passes. It's as simple as that. Oh, let's just start with this purple-clad disciple. You have 5 breaths to think about it, and after 5 breaths, it's on. The cruelty was before us, and the situation was almost insurmountable. What to do? What to do? Nangong Yao's face changed crazily, and the depression in his heart made him feel uncomfortable. It was certainly impossible to remove the big formation. But Jiang Bailu has only just died, and his disciple Su Jingyao if also. Nangong Yao felt like he was suffocating. In the many years since the establishment of the sect, it was the first time that they had encountered such a cruel situation. 3 breaths. Ji Wutsong laughed grimly. Nangong Yao's pupils violently contracted into pinpoints. Patriarch, patriarch. All the elder disciples also looked at Nangong Yao with hardship, deeply aware of Nangong Yao's incomparably complex state of mind at this moment. 4 breaths now, O Nangong patriarch. Ji Wutsong smiled faintly. At this moment, there was already a demon sect elder who had placed a dagger against Su Jingyao's neck. As long as the 5 breaths of time were up, he would not hesitate to cut off Su Jingyao's head. Who? Sparingly, Nangong Yao, as the patriarch, faced with this unprecedented pressure, at the moment were forced to breathe heavily. Sweat soaked his back. His head became muddled, as if floating in the clouds. Again, it was like being crushed by a mountain, almost losing the ability to think. In this situation, a figure uncontrollably surfaced in Nangong Yao's mind. That figure seemed to be the only straw that could save him from the dilemma of indecision at this moment. Last breath. Nangong Yao's face turned pale, turned to face the direction of the handyman peak, closed his eyes, bowed deeply, and trembled. Forgive Nangong, brazen, please break the game. Sir, these words echoed within the Dao Heavenly Sect, causing the heavens and earth to fall into silence. The disciples were bewildered. The hearts of the core elders tightened, and just as the eyes of Ji Wutsong and a host of other demon sect members narrowed, as he looked in the direction of the handyman peak in his heart in disbelief, then a calm voice rang out from the handyman's peak, resonating through this part of heaven and earth. Then I will help you. The voice rang out instantly. Zhao Ting's eyes then snapped open. Ji Mengli on the magic boat also frowned deeply. Inexplicably some familiar sound. Chapter 53, Shock. Inverted Big Dipper. Handyman's peak. All the miscellaneous disciples looked in the direction of the grass hut to the west in astonishment, their pupils trembling and full of incredulity. How could the disciples not hear this voice in response to the patriarch? Chen Sun? The patriarch said that he would ask a gentleman to break the situation, and the gentleman in his mouth was actually Chen Sun, who was responsible for sweeping the floor. Why? Isn't Chen Sun immortal? The miscellaneous disciples' minds were muddled, feeling incredulous at the same time. The usual impression of Chen Sun in his heart began to gradually collapse. It's as if, in the mundane world, an ordinary friend who spends a lot of time together, suddenly, swinging into a noble status as an emperor. The rice-beating disciples and even Zhang and so on, also looked to the west in the direction of the grass hut, their hearts and minds trembling. The one with the lovely smile, treating people kindly, and anyone willing to say a few words of the green-clothed scholar in the memory gradually become fuzzy, become mysterious. In the miscellaneous peak, also only Qin Lai Fu this deacon stunned, only the heart is still vibration. Previously, the patriarch had also called Senior Chen a senior, but now that he had become a gentleman, the patriarch's to the bone deference. Who in the entire clan couldn't see that? At this moment, a green-clothed figure stepped out from the handyman peak in the midst of countless gazes, and with a single step, then he arrived at the gate of the mountain. Sir, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the other core elders respectfully saluted. Sir, Nangong is ashamed, Nangong Yao said with extreme bitterness, but his suffocating mind when he received Chen Sun's response in the square. Suddenly it loosened up. Chen Sun's face was calm and he did not say anything. 10,000 gazes looked at the respect that Nangong Yao and the others had for the visitor, and their scalps tingled. As soon as Chen Sun showed his face, the eyes of many people in this room shook, and waves of shock were set off in their hearts. Even those disciples and elders who had not interacted with Chen Sun were dumbstruck. And how could he not recognize that this person was the same madman who had appeared to cause trouble during the ceremony of adding the purple coat 3 years ago? Unexpected. No wonder the patriarch had simply brushed the matter aside at that time. It turns out that it has such an extraordinary status, including Xiaohe, the Inter-sect elder who had once brought Chen Sun to the sect, as well as those outer-sect disciples. All of them were pale, their mouths wide open, and their pupils seismic as they looked at Chen Sun. It felt like a worldview collapsed. In his heart, he kept muttering, "How could this be? How could this be? I can't help but feel nervous." Recollections may have previously offended. The crowd had originally lamented and envied that Chen Sun had a purple-clad disciple friend like Xiaoting, but it was Xiaoting who should be envied. "Chen, brother Chen." Bang! Xiaoting's figure stumbled and sat on his butt, staring at Chen Sun in a daze. Previously, from the moment Chen Sun's voice resounded, Xiaoting's eyes had been dull. Over the past 3 years, all sorts of memories have swept into my mind. I'm afraid that Brother Zhao is taking things a bit for granted. The immortals might not be as wonderful as Brother Zhao thinks. In my opinion, Brother Zhao is filled with aura and has his own spiritual essence. I can't say that I have a spiritual root. Zhao Ting, then you don't need to worry about your friend. Have you ever thought that? Your friend isn't a normal person? Brother Chen, how does it feel to fly with a sword? Exciting, isn't it? Exciting. The more he thought about it, Zhao Ting's face became paler and paler. His eyes gradually focused, but his pupils trembled terribly. I only felt the sky spinning and my surroundings becoming cloudy. Nangong Yao and the group of elders couldn't help but look at Zhao Ting, and after seeing his state, they all secretly sighed. Immediately Chu Ningxiang vegetative hand while Zhao Ting spaced out to help up. This situation did not say much. Let Zhao Ting own calm good. On the magic boat, Ji Mengli looked at Chen Sun with pursed lips after her shock, sighing with sorrow in her heart. I can't help but laugh bitterly at Brother Chen, who met in the spirit square in a ping-pong fashion. Even in today's situation to see, even this status position, even this high. Previously, I had felt that Brother Chen was extraordinary, but now, he is truly extraordinary. And on the opposite side, Ji Mengli suddenly reacted. That day why she wanted to gift every pot of earthly flavors Brother Chen had to spend spirit stones to buy, but also understand the meaning of that sentence, I do not want to owe you. It turned out that everything, from the very beginning, Brother Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, Ji Mengli's heart is unsettled, but it's okay. I think in Brother Chen's heart, he was only a drink away from himself, and really, he wasn't even a friend. Who is the visitor? State your name. Ji Wutsong's eyes flickered as he droned down. The rest of the demon patriarchs and a group of demonic cultivators were also staring at Chen Sun with dead eyes, constantly sizing him up. The respect that Nangong Yao and his elders had shown to this green-clothed scholar was something they all saw in their eyes. Surprise in the heart. I never expected that in the Tao Heavenly Sect, there was actually such a character. Looking at his appearance, he had never been seen before in Beixian. This could not help but make the devil cultivators, who had always been cautious, more and more cautious. Chen Sun carried his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. Mr. Chen is nothing more than a sweeper on the Dao Tianqing's handyman peak. Nothing sacred. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others sweated and trembled at the same time, thinking that Mr. was pointing at them, scared and wanting to say, "Sir, we never wanted you to sweep the floor." Handyman peak sweeper? Ji Wutsong stagnated and looked at each other with a group of demon sect lords. Ji Wutsong surveyed Chen Sun's attire for a glance and said in a deep voice, observing senior's attire, "It shouldn't be the Dao Tian sect, right?" Nangong Yao and the others' eyes flickered, wondering what Ji Wutsong was up to again. Chen Sun, no, yes. In the next moment, Ji Wutsong clapped his hands and exclaimed, "How dare the Dao Heavenly Clan allow Senior to sweep the floor here? It really doesn't know how to be courteous. Elder, this Dao Heavenly Sect is not to be treated. Senior, Wutsong is the lord of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, and today, you are specially invited to be a guest of Wutsong's Demon Sect. Clothing, food and living in all aspects to ensure that the seniors will be served comfortably. There are all kinds of beautiful women. Please move." When these words fell, the Dao Heavenly Sect was in an uproar. Nangong Yao and the others were dumbfounded. This Ji Wutsong is also too despicable. Nangong Yao immediately said in a cold voice, "Ji Wutsong, you mustn't talk nonsense. As a first-rate sect in North Xian, what you, the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, have, I, the Dao Heavenly Sect, have as well. It's just that Mr. Dao is unwilling to do so. Ji Wutsong mocked. He, what's willing or not? In the view of this clan, your Dao heavenly sect is just not sincere enough. If the sincerity is truly there, this sect doesn't believe that senior will continue to sweep the ground. You? What kind of person is the senior? How dare you let him sweep the ground? And today, you will definitely not be spared by the Dao heavenly sect, and this sect will seek an explanation for our predecessor and exterminate your entire clan. The heavens and earth were silent. Only Ji Wutsong and Nangong Yao were sniping, and the style of painting changed suddenly for a moment. This Ji Wutsong is worthy of being the devil Dao sovereign, but he is also cunning, seeing that things are going in an uncontrollable direction, and that they're actually going directly against the Big Dipper, forcing his heart with every word. It was as if everything he did next was for Chen Sun's sake. Ji Wutsong looked at Chen Sun, arched his hand, and said with great earnestness, Senior, this Dao heavenly sect is treating you so well. How about Wutsong help you destroy them? Don't worry, I don't need your help. Elder, just watch from the side. Leave everything to us. Chen Sun. Chapter 54, The Power of a Sword. Nangong Yao was slightly flustered in his heart and said, Sir, Ji Wutsong is insidious and cunning. You must not listen to his nonsense. What he said, it's all fake love. Fart. Nangong Yao, you'd better not slander the sect in front of the seniors. This sect is the most honest person. Ji Wutsong said angrily. Nangong Yao sneered. You Ji Wutsong are the most honest? Then what explanation do you have for the heavenly puppet sect and the green sword pavilion? Ji Wutsong coughed dryly. Humph, what do you know? How can that bunch of goods be compared to senior? At this time, Chen Sun said, Stop saying that. You and I have no grudges against Mr. Chen. There will be no difficulty today, so you only need to put down the Dao heavenly sect disciples and then withdraw. The words fell, and silence returned to this room. Nangong Yao and the elders felt some regret in their hearts when they saw Chen Sun say so, but it is not good and dare not say anything. Mr. was not originally from the Dao Tian sect, plus, true to form. On the contrary, they have benefited a lot from Mr. Over the years, there is no reason for Mr. to help them exterminate these demonic sects. If you, sir, can save your disciples, drive the 10 demonic clans away, and protect the Dao heavenly clan this time, it is a great favor that cannot be returned. And, above all, it was vaguely evident from the various tones of Mr. For the righteous and the devil, it seems that they are treated equally and there is no favoritism. Hey, outside the Dao Tian sect, the crowd of demonic cultivators' demonic chi was turbulent and their eyes were low. Ji Wutsong tightened his smile and said in a deep voice, Senior, if you want to preserve the Dao heavenly sect, naturally you can, but please give us a reason to be convinced. Chen Sun was about to open his mouth, when his eyes suddenly became hazy for a moment, and in his heart he said that it was not good, and he could not help but smile bitterly. It's only been a while. Again, what a drunk. In the next moment, Chen Sun's eyes gradually lost their clarity, and a familiar epileptic smile gradually hooked up at the corner of his mouth. Chen Sun felt the sky spinning. Taking advantage of the last moments of clarity, he reached out and slowly gripped his hand onto the hilt of the sword behind his shoulder, and fiercely drew his sword. To the far side, a random sword chop was made. Everyone's pupils contracted violently. Clang! Next moment, a loud and piercing sword sound resounded through the heavens and earth. The moment Chen Sun had struck his sword, the Dao Tian sect's grand formation shattered with a loud bang. Everyone's eardrums were instantly torn apart by the sound of the sword, and blood flowed. Boom! One sword came out. An infinite sword chi burst out from the wooden sword. The sky shook like the end of days. Swish! The invisible sword chi wreaked havoc for hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius, raising peaks to the ground and chopping up mountains and rivers. When the sword chi dispersed and the dust fell, outside the Dao heavenly clan, there was a mess as far as the eye could see. A bottomless, terrifying gully began from outside the Dao heavenly sect, spreading into the unseeable distance. As if connected to the other side of the world, the heavens and the earth are silent again. Everyone looked at the destruction caused by the sword in stupefaction, and their souls trembled. What a strong sword! Ridiculously strong! Bang bang! Everyone in the Dao heavenly sect's legs went limp and fell to their knees, gulping frantically. The 10 devil sects had also long since fallen to the ground, kneeling and crouching, hugely. Ji Wutsong's face was pale and shivering as he said in a trembling voice, Former senior, let's retreat, let's retreat. Many thanks to senior for not killing me. The crowd of demonic cultivators were terrified to the extreme in their hearts at the moment, and had never been so afraid in their lives. The power of that sword. At the same time, the crowd of demonic cultivators were grateful while fearing and revering Chen Sun, because all knew that if Chen Sun really wanted to kill them, in the supreme power of that sword just now, one of them here and there is going to die out in an instant. When exactly did North North Xian produced such a number one powerful sword cultivator. That sort of Fong's, even if it was at the god transformation stage, the conjugation stage shouldn't be able to do it. Could it be that this senior is a Mahayana stage sword cultivator? Ah, the Mahayana stage. That had reached the peak of the mortal realm. It was too terrifying. Nangong Yao and the others were also shocked. The first time I saw you fight, it was so thrilling. You are really too strong. Hey, I'm sleepy. I'm going back to bed. La la la. Hush, keep your voice down. Chen Sun inserted the wooden sword back into the cloth cover on his back and ran wildly back to the handyman peak, disappearing in a flash. The crowd was bewildered, but they also hastened to shout, "Greetings, Elder!" Nangong Yao and the others, however, were familiar with it and secretly sighed that Mr. seemed to have changed back again. Patriarch Nangong, everything is a misunderstanding. This clan will return all of your clan's disciples today. Also the death of the third elder of your clan. Our clan is deeply sorry, but our clan also lost the fourth elder. So to put it mildly, we have our own damages. How about we just shake hands and make peace? This clan will immediately retreat and never come back to violate your Dao Heavenly clan's territory again. Ji Wutsong arched his hand and stared. Upon hearing this, the other demon patriarchs naturally didn't dare to have an opinion. In their opinion, there was no problem at all with the way Ji Wutsong handled the situation. After all, there was such a great god in the Dao Heavenly sect, so how would they dare to have the slightest mischievous thought? Not to mention them, it was estimated that when the time came to report it, the heaven-swallowing demon sect would be scared to death. Nangong Yao's eyes flickered, but he sighed in his heart. The matter of the third elder would never be let go like this. When the time is right later, it is still to be reported. But right now, it's all about shaking hands and making peace on the bright side. It has been for the best. If it wasn't for Mr. stepping in to deter Ji Wutsong and the others, the Dao Heavenly sect would be in danger this time. Okay. Afterwards, Ji Wutsong returned Su Jingyao and the other disciples to the Dao Heavenly sect. Ji Wutsong bowed distantly towards the utility peak and said, "Senior, the door of the Great Diffusion Demon sect will always be open for you. If Senior can come down and be a guest at any time, then Wutsong will certainly rejoice in his heart and listen to Senior's teachings. Today, Notsong takes his leave. Go!" The 10 demonic clans left without daring to return, come in with a great deal of excitement, and go away with a shrunken head. As the crowd of demonic cultivators left, their eyes were still moved as they viewed the gully that had been cut out by a sword. How could Bei Xian have such a powerful sword cultivator like Senior? Fortunately, this sword cultivator Senior does not loathe the devil's way, and did not really stand on the side of the righteous path. Otherwise, the northern Xian devil Dao is in danger. Before Ji Mengli left, her eyes were incomparably complicated as she glanced at the Dao Tianqing's handyman peak. The magic clan is gone. Everyone in the Dao Heavenly sect, however, remained frozen in place, feeling that everything was so unreal. Today, it was like a big dream. Master, Brother Chen, Zhao Ting muttered in disbelief. Xuningshang's heart jumped and her eyes were stern as she said, "Pay attention to etiquette." Zhao Ting shuddered. His head lowered and his lips pursed, not knowing what to say, and with what had happened today, it was too much of a shock for him. Since Chen Sun had gone crazy again, he stayed in this Dao Heavenly sect for another 3 years. Early in the first year, as usual, Chen Sun was at the utility peak every day, eating, drinking, sleeping, and sweeping the floor. Any disciple who saw Chen Sun was so frightened that they immediately performed a kneeling ceremony, respectfully honoring a senior. Even though Chen Sun had become crazy and nonsensical again, in the eyes of the disciples, it has become a kind of big brother unfathomable, game-playing behavior. Nangong Yao and the others would also often visit the handyman peak to pay their respects to Chen Sun, leaving behind drinks and food. After accompanying Chen Sun for a while, he would bow and retreat. And after that day, Zhao Ting never went looking for Chen Sun again. The disciples and elders in the sect all rarely saw Zhao Ting as well, and it was only later that they learned that Zhao Ting was in seclusion. At the same time, the news that the 10 devil clans had withdrawn from the Dao Heavenly clan shocked the northern Xian immortal cultivation world. Both the righteous and the devilish have been prying for news from all directions, wanting to know what exactly happened that day at the Dao Heavenly sect. How could 10 demonic sects join forces and withdraw for good without any success? But from many inquiries, the news is blocked, and nothing has been found out. So far, the matter is a mystery. And Ji Wutsong wasn't idle when he got back. The first thing that happened in the Dao Heavenly sect was reported to the Heaven-swallowing demon sect. When the Heaven-swallowing demon sect heard this, they were silent for a long time before giving the order that the matter of capturing the disciples of the righteous path as blood slaves has been put on hold for the time being. Ji Wutsong was greatly relieved to receive the order, as it should be. Although that sword cultivator predecessor of the Daotian sect was not averse to the devil's way, but it's better to be honest at this juncture. And so, the northern Xian immortal cultivation world returned to peace, and for a short time, there was no more news of the disciples of the righteous sect being taken captive. End of the first year, miscellaneous peaks and a number of disciples to the upper limit, leaving the clan to run to that mundane. Among them is that teenager called Yu Zhang, who's ultimately failed to break through. Said regret, but not regret. Only Yu was standing at the foot of the hill before he left, lost in thought, looking westward in the direction of the hayloft that, Ryoga. Early in the second year, 3 uninvited guests arrived at the Dao Heavenly Sect, a middle-aged, a woman, an old man. The middle-aged man is Ji Wutsong, and the woman is Ji Mengli, and the old man at the head is the patriarch of the heaven-swallowing demon sect. The old man came all the way over and his face turned pale when he saw that sword gully, outside the mountain gate. The old man arched his hand and smiled. Patriarch Nangong, I am Xiaohe of the heaven-swallowing demon sect. Please introduce me. Take old me to pay my respects to that senior. Chapter 55 Dinner. The sudden sound outside the mountain gate caused the Dao Heavenly clan to tremble. Heaven-swallowing demon sect. That was the true overlord of the northern Xian devil Dao. In northern Xian, if they were to be singled out, I'm afraid that only the Heavenly Sword sect would be able to compete with them. At this moment, both the disciples and the elders, all of them knew who that senior was that this devil Dao patriarch said he was going to visit. At the mountain gate, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders arrived quickly, and when they saw Injie in the center with their own eyes still shifted slightly as he bowed. Greetings, Patriarch Yin. Although there were many contradictions between the righteous and demonic paths, the other party, whether it was their realm or their status, was there. Basic courtesy can't be understated. Injie smiled faintly. There is no need to be polite. Patriarch Nangong, the old man has taken the liberty of coming here this time too. Please don't take it personally. Patriarch Nangong. Nangong Yao pursed his lips. I wouldn't dare. On the side, Ji Wutsong and Ji Mengli were not surprised to see Nangong Yao's attitude as the reverse of a. If they met the lord of the Heavenly Sword sect of the righteous path, they would also be respectful, which was related to the cultivation realm and identity qualifications. Injiching smiled and swept his eyes over the many peaks of the Dao Heavenly sect. The line of sight quickly settled on the handyman peak and once again said, Please trouble Patriarch Nangong to take me to pay my respects to that senior. Nangong Yao didn't agree immediately, but said, Patriarch Yin, this matter is not up to this clan to decide. Please also wait a moment. This clan will go and ask for the opinion of the gentleman. Injie Mei, the old man will wait here. Nangong Yao glanced at Lu Yunma and the other elders to signal, then flew and swept towards the handyman peak. It wasn't long before it came back. Injie's eyes were expectant. How? Is senior willing? Nangong Yao apologized. Mister is still sleeping. Nangong dares not disturb. Sleep? Jedi froze. To the side, Ji Wutsong hurriedly transmitted his voice. Patriarch Yin, when he left a year ago, this clan then discovered that Senior Chen became erratic in character, not comparable to an ordinary cultivator. Injie snapped, remembering the terrifying sword gully outside the Dao Heavenly clan, and immediately expressed her understanding. After all, strong people are unusual. It doesn't matter. Old me is willing to wait here until Senior awakens. Jedi nodded. Nangong Yao had wanted to invite Injieching to wait at the guest house. After all, it was not proper to let such a large demon patriarch wait here, but it was rejected by Injiechi, and in response, Nangong Yao naturally wouldn't force himself any further. So off they went with the elders. Injiechie and the others came at noon, which waited outside the mountain gate, and waited until the evening. Nangong Yao finally arrives and says that Mr. Wakey is awake. It was only then that the three Injie followed Nangong Yao up to the handyman peak. After reaching the halfway point, make your way towards the grass hut on the west side. Road. Injie's three faces changed as they saw the grass hut from afar. Ji Wutsong said with a smile on his face, previously, it was just a matter of hearing that Senior swept the ground. I can't imagine that Patriarch Nangong would let Senior live in such a shabby place. Nangong Yao stagnated. His face sunk slightly, but he didn't bother. What can he do if Mr. wants to live here? Soon, Nangong Yao led the three of them, Injie, to the front of the grass hut. At that exact moment, Chen Sun yawned and shook his head as he walked out of the grass hut. Standing in front of the door, he stretched comfortably. Mister, meet your seniors. The four of them hurriedly bowed their heads in salute. Chen Sun smiled insanely and surveyed the crowd, then hummed a little song and bounced away like a monkey. Nangong Yao slapped his palms and said, I had forgotten that it coincided with mealtime. Sir should be going to the dining hall for supper. What? Dinner? The three of them, Injie, were dumbstruck. A great cultivator like Senior still needs to eat dinner? Nangong Yao was slightly embarrassed and smiled bitterly. Patriarch doesn't know. Mr. has been residing in my Tianqing for more than 4 years now, and he almost never misses 3 meals a day. At those words, Xiaohe and the others couldn't help but be alarmed. If you don't open up your grain, won't you build up impurities and have a hard time cultivating or even stagnate? But Senior's realm strength. It doesn't fit in with common sense. Dining hall. When Chen Sun arrived, the handyman disciples who were eating dinner in the dining hall were startled and put down their chopsticks violently. Swish stood up and shouted neatly, Senior, evening, on, good, nervous. Chen Sun muttered a sentence and ran to the dining table to get a plate for his meal, and one of them who was in charge of the meal, but not a disciple, was actually Qian Laifu the deacon. Ever since that incident a year ago, Qian Laifu has been personally serving food in the dining hall for a whole year now. Of course, Qian Laifu looked forward to Chen Sun's arrival every day and helped him with his meals, and as for the other disciples, naturally, the other disciples who beat the meal were in charge of it. Elder, you're here. Qian Laifu smiled fawningly and took the rice tray from Chen Sun's hand with a quick eye. With a swish, he hit a full plate and respectfully handed it back. Chen Sun retrieved the rice tray and went to sit down on the side to bury his head in dry rice. It's a well-known fact that Chen Sun has a big appetite. That's why Qian Laifu thoughtfully placed Chen Sun's seat closest to the place where the food was served, so that he could add more food in dishes at any time. When the handyman disciples saw that Chen Sun was eating now, they carefully sat down. One by one, they ate quietly, not daring to gossip anymore for fear of making some noise to upset Chen Sun. Qian Laifu stood there with a rice spoon. His eyes kept staring at Chen Sun's rice plate. As soon as Chen Sun finished eating, he was the first to rush over to help him add more food. Just then, 4 figures entered the dining hall. One of the beautiful women looked dumbfounded at the crowd of disciples, but quickly noticed Nangong Yao. One by one, they were so scared that they stood up in a hurry and wanted to, but Nangong Yao waved his hand and said, "No need to be rude. Eat your food." Only then did the disciples sit down with trepidation. Qian Laifu's face changed as he quickly came over and saluted. Sect, Sovereign Lord. Nangong Yao ignored it and led the 3 of them, Xiaohe, over to Chen Sun's side. Fight for food, fight for food, fight for food. At this time, Chen Sun finished eating and yelled in dissatisfaction. "Oh, seniors, here comes the little man." Qian Laifu's heart trembled and he wanted to run over, but he was stopped by Nangong Yao crossing his arms. This clan will come, only to see Nangong Yao come to the dining table, pick up a rice spoon, and respectfully give Chen Sun his meal. Qian Laifu and the many miscellaneous disciples watched this scene with their after-images, shocked and emotional. In the entire Dao Heavenly Sect, the only one who could reduce the Patriarch to beating rice would be Senior Chen. Right, Patriarch Nangong? Seeing that Senior is eating joyfully, I'm sure that your handyman peak meal tastes good. Would it be possible for the 3 old men to have a meal here? Jedi laughed. Ji Wutson's face changed slightly. Eating grains? But also reacted. Patriarch was thinking of drawing closer to Senior Chen. Although there are impurities that are not beneficial to cultivation, it is not a big problem to eat at once. Nangong Yao laughed. Naturally, it's fine. Just in time for this clan to have a bite. Subsequently, Nangong Yao and Xiaohe each typed up a portion and served it to Chen Sun as he came to take a seat across from him. The dining hall was quiet, and the only sound was the sound of Chen Sun taking a large mouthful of dry rice. The hearts of Qian Laifu and the disciples turned over in shocking waves, and only then did they react to the fact that, in addition to the Patriarch, that old man must be the heaven-swallowing demon sect's Patriarch who had loudly visited outside the mountain gate at noon. Chapter 56, Funny Conversation. Ji Wutsong's thoughts. The dining room table. Nangong Yao and Xiaohe and the others ate slowly, but each had their own thoughts. Chen Sun buried his head in brainless dry rice. Already do not know how many plates to eat. Look in the eyes of the Xiaohe several people. Surprise in the heart. How much is this meal for Senior? Is it true that the meridians won't be clogged with impurities if you eat like this? Ji Mengli's afterglow kept looking at Chen Sun, her eyes flickering. The Chen Sun in front of her made Ji Mengli feel incomparably unfamiliar. That look of insanity was a far cry from the previous encounter at the spirit place. How can people be so different from each other? After careful thought, Ji Mengli shook the idea out of her head in a hurry. Today is not the same as in the past. Ji Mengli knows the powerful strength of the man in front of her, but she doesn't dare to speculate. Gradually, in the dining hall, there were fewer and fewer people, and after the handyman disciples had finished eating, then he quickly bowed and left, not daring to stay any longer. In the end, in the entire spacious dining hall, apart from Chen Sun and the others, only Qian Laifu had not left. Kneeling and crouching, he was saved for the meal. Xiaohe slowly put down his chopsticks and arched his hand towards Chen Sun. finally opening his mouth in a respectful voice. Elder, old, I am the heaven-swallowing demon sect, Inter-sect, and I have taken the liberty of coming to pay my respects to you. Please forgive me, senior. Seeing that Inter-sect had spoken, Ji Wutsong and Ji Mengli also put down their chopsticks. Carefully, he looked towards Chen Sun. Nangong Yao, on the other hand, was still sending food to his mouth. Only his ears perked up, knowing that the Inter-sect came and definitely did not just pay her respects. On the side, Qian Lai Fu, who was kneeling and crouching, saw that even Inter-sect had such respect for Chen Sun, also couldn't help but feel shivering and tingling, and didn't dare to listen to the next one. North Xian Super Demon Sect, Heaven-Swallowing Demon Sect. Who doesn't know who doesn't know? The head of one of his clans was so respectful to Senior Chen. It can be imagined that Senior Chen, I'm afraid, is already the #1 person in the Northern Xian immortal cultivation world. Qian Lai Fu himself is just a district chi refining middle stage, can be said to be as tiny as dust, in front of any of them. For him, they are all like the green sky. Chen Sun continued to bury his head in his dry rice without paying any attention to it. Inter-sect was slightly embarrassed by the situation, but she also stayed silent and still. Hiccup. Not long after, Chen Sun finally ate his fill and burped contentedly. It was only then that he suspiciously looked at the Inter-sect few people and said suspiciously, "Who did you old man just say you were?" Ji Wutsong and Ji Mengli swallowed their saliva and looked at Bei Xian. I guess it's only Senior Chen who calls patriarch an old man? Anyone else would probably have died an unknown number of times the moment they opened their mouths. Inter-sect coughed dryly and said once again, "Back to Senior. I am the heaven-swallowing demon sect, Inter-sect." Chen Sun's eyes brightened with interest, and his body leaned forward violently, slapping the table in excitement. Wow, the heaven-swallowing demon sect, so powerful. Aha! The crowd froze. Inter-sect smiled bitterly and said in shame, "Senior is flattering. The heaven-swallowing demon sect is in the eyes of Senior. I'm sure it's just a small sect." Chen Sun's face flushed red as he said excitedly, "Old man, you fart. You can swallow the heavens and you're still not powerful? That's awesome." With that, Chen Sun got up, spun exuberantly in place, sat back down, and, in an urgent voice, he said, "Old man, tell me quickly, how is it swallowing the sky? Is it that your clan opens its abyssal mouth and, Wu just swallowed the sky in one go? Gosh, that's so cool." The three of them, Inter-sect, were dumbfounded as you looked at me and I looked at you. What clan opens its abyssal mouth and swallows the sky? Is that something a normal person could say? Finally, Inter-sect looked at Nangong Yao. Patriarch Nangong, what is this about Senior? Cough. Nangong Yao wanted to laugh a little in the bottom of his heart, but his face was expressionless as he solemnly said, "Patriarch Sir, his thinking has always been heavenly. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning in it. It's just that we won't be able to penetrate it anytime soon." Okay. Inter-sect looked at Chen Sun. Even though he had experienced many great storms, at this moment, he also couldn't help but gulp. His mouth and tongue were dry and he didn't know how to reply. Chen Sun became anxious and urged, "Speak up, little Sheng is asking you. Are you deaf, old man?" Inter-sect busily said, "Senior, the heaven-swallowing demon sect is just the name of the sect, but there is no ability to swallow the heavens by any means. Elder is mistaken." Chen Sun made a jump and popped up to the dining table, pointing condescendingly at the clueless crowd. "Drinking, impossible. You old man had better tell the truth, or I'm going to get mad at you. The consequences are crunchy and serious." As he said that, there was actually a mite if nothing else that slowly emerged from Chen Sun's body. This ethereal might caused a jolt in the hearts of several people. Inter-sect and Nangong Yao, inexplicably terrified. Inter-sect's face turned pale as she hurriedly said, "Senior, wait, Senior is right." Then, holding back his shame and lowering his voice, he said, "The heaven-swallowing demon sect does have the ability to swallow the heavens, Senior." After saying that, Inter-sect glanced fearfully at the sky beyond, fearing that at this moment a thunderbolt from heaven would strike him down. "Oh," Chen Sun was delighted and crouched down. Expectantly, he said, "Then you quickly describe the spectacular scene to little life." Inter-sect looked at Ji Wutsong and Nangong Yao. Pursing her lips, she smiled forcefully, just as Senior said in general. The clan opened its abyssal mouth and swallowed the sky in one go. In order to appear a bit more vivid, Inter-sect even opened her hands to show her gesture. Chen Sun smiled madly at his words. Awesome. Yes, extremely Jia. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Inter-sect glanced at Nangong Yao, then took a light breath and took the opportunity to ask, "Elder, if the righteous and demonic paths of Bei Xian were at war, would you care?" Nangong Yao's eyes changed slightly. Chen Sun shook his head and muttered, "What does a young student care about this idle matter? The way of the world, own its own development law. If all tube, small student where to manage over old man, do you think I'm right? Jiaqing and Ji Wutsong looked at each other, and the two of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then he laughed respectfully. What senior said is very, very true. Bang! Chen Sun jumped down from the dining table. Well, I'm going back to bed, so get lost, and don't bother me. After Chen Sun finished speaking, he took an arrow step and rushed out of the dining hall with a yo-yo. Out of sight. Greetings, seniors, sir. The crowd was busy getting up and bowing. Afterwards, Nangong Yao sent the Jiexia trio out of the sect. Patriarch Yin, Patriarch Ji, this clan will see you off here. After Nangong Yao finished arching his hand, he wanted to turn around and go back. Patriarch Nangong. At that moment, Jiexia shouted. Nangong Yao gave a beat, but did not turn around, saying, what else does Patriarch Yin have to teach us? Jiexia arched his hand in the direction of the handyman peak before saying, Senior, he resides in your Daotian sect. So next, my devil's sect will not come to violate your Daotian sect's territory, so as not to disturb Senior. But this clan is to make it clear that everything is on the face of Senior. If Patriarch Nangong is bent on having his own way, interfering with my demon sect's actions or coming to the aid of other righteous sects, then at that time, then I won't blame the magic weapon for being blind and accidentally harming your Dao Heavenly Sect's disciples outside. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao tilted his head and looked at the darkening sky, and without replying, he left without looking back. Patriarch Yin, this Nangong Yao doesn't know what to do, Ji Wutsong said in a cold voice. Jiexia, however, shook her head and sighed. It can't be helped, even though Senior doesn't target us in the devil's path, nor favor the righteous, but Senior resides in this Dao Tian sect. But it is an indisputable fact. Dao Tian sect obstinacy is not false, but Senior's face, old man doesn't dare not give it. But the result of this trip has been excellent, and the former does not interfere with. Then the next operation will continue, and during the operation, just bypass the Dao Heavenly Sect for the time being. Ji Wutsong nodded his head heavily, but his gaze looked towards the handyman peak from time to time, his brain pondering, what exactly was the way to get the Senior to move to his great diffusion demon sect? As long as Senior moves, then this Dao Heavenly clan will then be able to move. It's just a pity that the Seniors seem to be more casual about food and shelter. But what about beauty? I don't know if the Seniors will fancy it. Thinking about it, Ji Wutsong only felt that it was incredibly difficult. Chapter 57, Elder Terrifying as Hell. Middle of the second year, Bei Xian was in chaos again, and the Devil's Path began to go on a rampage to capture the disciples of the Righteous Path. In the process, many third-rate sects were destroyed, and there were even 2 second-rate sects that were destroyed. It was the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Green Sword Pavilion. Previously, Pang Nian and Parky Dao, among others, were exterminated by the Devil Dao in the Dao Heavenly clan's territory. This led to the 2 clans being devastated and unable to face the demon sect, which was not able to fight back. If not, as a second-rate sect it wouldn't have been easily overthrown. The righteous clan sensed the ferocity of the devil's way this time, and were unable to endure the palpitations of their hearts. Finally a joint letter was sent to the Heavenly Sword sect, a super sect of the righteous path, in order to request the Heavenly Sword sect to step in and stabilize the situation, and the Heavenly Sword sect naturally agreed, just taking this opportunity to unify the northern Xian righteous sects. In the past, many righteous sects would naturally be unwilling to do so, but at this time of emergency, there was no choice but to bow down with the Heavenly Sword sect. Since then, with the constraints of the Heavenly Sword sect, the devilish sect's flames had dropped some more in the short term, but this does not mean that the devil is afraid. On the contrary, anyone can smell a different flavor from it. It was as if a violent storm was brewing in the magic path. Time went on until the end of the second year. Still not seeing Zhao Ting, I heard he was still in seclusion. Whether it was really in seclusion or afraid to face Chen Sun again, no one could say. And at this tense juncture, the father and daughter, Jiaqing and Ji Wutsong, had actually come to the Dao Heavenly clan to visit Chen Sun again. This time it's different from last time. Ji Wutsong had brought 20 stunningly beautiful-looking women along with him. Outside the mountain gate of the Dao Heavenly sect, Jiexia stroked his beard and looked in the direction of the miscellaneous service peak and smiled. In these half a year of fighting with the righteous path, Elder really is true to his words. No matter is no matter. Good, really good, huh? Ji Wutsong smiled at his words and looked behind him again, wondering, Patriarch Yin, this clan reckons it's hanging by a thread. Can Senior really look at these beauties? To be reasonable, these 20 beauties were all picked out from the Great Diffusion Demon Sect. All of them are in top form. Apart from the fact that most of them are foundation stage disciples, 2 of them are even Inter-sect elders at the Jiedan stage. In order to make Chen Sun happy, Ji Wutsong had gone to great lengths to be sincere. On the side, Ji mainly skimmed her lips and glanced at the crowd of female cultivators behind her and I don't know what I'm thinking. You don't have to worry. Sending these female cultivators. If senior doesn't like it, there's no harm. When senior can feel our thoughts, it will be considered a done deal. In Jie laughed. Ji Wutsong felt justified and then turned around, scanning the crowd of Devil's Way female cultivators and said in a cold voice, when we arrive in front of senior later, all of you will cheer up this clan. I might as well tell you, Elder is a living dragon, a great cultivator who has crossed the threshold. If any of you can be spotted by Elder, it will be a step to heaven. It's not surprising that in the future, when this clan sees them, they will have to bow. At those words, the 20 female cultivators' eyes were shocked and their hearts grew hot and excited. Humph, Ji Wutsong faintly said, but this clan will also say the ugly words in advance. Anyone who displeases senior by being ungrateful, this clan will tear her apart alive on the spot. The female cultivators immediately trembled and bowed in fear. Yes, patriarch. At the same time, Nangong Yao arrived at the mountain gate, and although there was a forced smile on his face, his heart was not happy. After all, In Jie and Ji Wutsong were here again. If the other righteous sects see it, wouldn't the Dao Heavenly clan be innocently labeled as colluding with the Devil's Way? At that time, he would not be a good person inside or out. In fact, Nangong Yao had thought about leaving the two of them behind. Once something happened to this In Jie, the Northern Xian Devil Dao will be insufficient without a leader. It's just a pity that, in the face of this Northern Xian's Devil Dao leader, Nangong Yao didn't have much confidence that he could leave him behind. And Ji Wutsong always came with In Jie, so he also took this into consideration. Otherwise, Ji Wutsong came alone, fearing that Nangong Yao would lay his hands on him. Patriarch In, Patriarch Ji, Yufeng came here at the beginning of the year, but I can't imagine that you're here again at the end of the year, Nangong Yao said with a leathery smile. In Jie raised an eyebrow and said, is Patriarch Nangong not welcoming me? Nangong Yao, what a thing to say. Patriarch In, this clan is certainly not welcome. Nangong Yao simply didn't bother pretending and showed his cards straight. In Jie laughed, unimpressed, and said, I've come to pay my respects to senior. Nangong Patriarch, welcome or not, feel free to do so. With that, he went in towards the mountain gate. Go! Ji Wutsong waved his hand and brought Ji Mengli and a group of female cultivators to follow. Seeing this, Nangong Yao took a deep breath and had the intention to stop it, but gave up and, people have said to come to see Mr. He has no reason to stop, so he can only be angry and brush his sleeve. Followed, Nangong Yao's line of sight locked onto a group of female cultivators of the Devil's Way, his eyes flickering and, doubtful about what In Jie and Ji Wutsong were up to this time. Nah, come on, all crouched down with the little man. What are we now? Back to Elder. We are saplings. Jie, very good. We have to grow into a big tree. The next are not allowed to move, not to talk. Oh, the grass hut on the west side of Handyman's Peak. In Jie and the others stood dumbfounded. Before his eyes, he saw Chen Sun with 20 female cultivators squatting on the grass, each hugging their knees, and, not a single movement. The female cultivators lowered their heads, their expressions strange, but they didn't dare to squeak. Only those two female elders of the Inter-sect among them looked at Ji Wutsong with the rest of their eyes begging for help, but they were all glared back by Ji Wutsong fiercely, as if to say, do whatever Elder tells you to do. The old man understands. Suddenly, In Jedi marveled. Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong's father and daughter looked at In Jie in shock. What do you understand? Ha! In Jieqing stroked his beard and laughed. Senior's move is the method of integrating into heaven and earth, taking the form of a tree, feeling the Tao of nature. Wonderful, wonderful, worthy of being a senior. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao's few people were secretly shocked, and actually felt that it made sense. After all, In Jieqing was the leader of the North Xian Devil Dao, and his cultivation realm was higher than theirs. The perspective on things is also more penetrating than theirs. Old me would like to follow senior for a while, so I might be able to gain some insight. In Jie said and walked over, also crouching down with her knees clasped, not moving a muscle, and in her mind she mumbled, old man is a sapling, old man is a sapling. Ji Wutsong nodded and also pulled the embarrassed looking Ji Mengli over to him, crouched down with a holy face. When Nangong Yao saw this, his heart was startled, fearing that the creation had been comprehended by In Jie and the others. Then he hurried over as well and crouched down in a similar fashion. So there was silence in this part of the hayloft. A group of people crouched there, from day to night, from night to day. This squatting took place at the beginning of the third year. During this period, it was only Chen Sun who got up from time to time and thundered off to the dining hall to eat. At the end of the day, you'll also grab a spray can, every day, shaking his head and humming a little song to sprinkle water on the crowd of In Jedi, really just like a tree. In Jie and the others were almost numb, but they didn't dare to get up without authorization. Until one day, the crowd sensed a vague loosening of the realm. One by one, their faces changed drastically. Waves of shock rippled through his brain, transforming into a tree and communicating with the heavens and the earth. This dharma of the senior that integrates into the nature of the heavens and the earth is as terrifying as it is. Chapter 58, Cunning Ji Wuxong, Shameless Nangong Yao. Middle of the third year, Yin Jieqing and the others finally left the Dao Heavenly Sect with a group of female cultivators. In their opinion, the crowd of female cultivators brought on this trip had benefited greatly even though they hadn't been looked upon by their seniors. At their level, every time they want to break out of their realm, are to 10 years 100 years as a unit or even may not have results, but in the seniors but more than half a year, the realm has been loosened. This is simply a heavenly creation. And during this time, with less Yin Jieqing, the leader of the demonic path, the demonic path had been peaceful. Originally, it was a good thing for the devil's way to be peaceful, but it made the righteous sects more and more nervous. I don't know what the devil's way is actually plotting. God will be a ghost for a while. Suddenly word got out that some cultivators saw the two patriarchs of the heaven-swallowing demon sect and the great diffusion demon sect coming out of the Daotian sect's territory. This is good. All kinds of suspicion and name-calling ensued. Good. No wonder the devil's way has been quiet lately. So it's gone to your Daotian sect, now that I think about it. Also finally woke up why back then the 10 devil sects led by the great diffusion devil sect besieged the Dao Heavenly Sect and the Dao Heavenly Sect was still safe and sound. This mystery was finally solved. Mother As a result, rumors of the Dao Heavenly Sect colluding with the Devil Dao rose in all directions in the northern Xian immortal cultivation world. For a time, the Dao Heavenly Sect situation once again became hot and watery. As for this matter, Yin Jieqing and Ji Wuxong naturally learned about it, but they did not speak out to declare anything. Keeping silent was fine. If he spoke out to clarify, then the collusion of the Dao Heavenly Sect with their demonic path would be even more unexplainable. The two could only mourn for Nangong Yao in their hearts. What a pitiful drop of a child nah. It really pisses off this clan. In the inner cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao was so angry that he slammed a teacup onto the ground, his face turning blue. Originally, he was still rejoicing, and after incarnating as a tree and sensing the Tao in nature, his realm loosened up. He was ready to think about breaking through to God transformation. How could he have expected this to happen at this juncture? Lu Yunma and the other elders were also worried, not knowing what to do. How is it that the Daotian sect is so plagued with disasters nowadays? It's only been a few years since the 10 great demon sects came to violate the law. Now it was saddled with the name of colluding with the devil's way. Patriarch, there is news that after a while, the Heavenly Sword sect will then send someone in conjunction with some other righteous sects to come and ask for punishment. How can this be? Ryunma said sadly. One must know that their Dao Heavenly Sect couldn't afford to be tossed around nowadays. A few years ago, after the clan protection formation was shattered by Mr. Sword, it hasn't even been fully repaired to this day. Nangong Yao has always been more calm and collected, but right now, he was really mad and couldn't stand it at all. Gritting his teeth, it's all the fault of that old pikerine, who had to come and visit Mr. Several times. The sect was worried that it would be exposed and attract gossip, but now it's fine. Old Pimpine is really pushing my Dao Heavenly clan to the brink of extinction. The elders were silent. Of course they knew who the old Yin Piker was that the patriarch was talking about. It was that North Xian Devil Dao leader, Yin Jieqing. Lu Yunma murmured, Patriarch, in fact, at that time, as long as we talk things out, just explain it clearly, and say that Yin Jieqing and Ji Wuxong are here to look for Mr. Not for our Dao Heavenly Sect. AI. Nangong Yao sighed heavily and said, how could this clan not understand the reasoning? But someone has to come forward to prove it. That old man Yin and Ji Wuxong are still silent. How can we prove it? We can't have Mr. Prove it, can we? There was also the most important sentence, but Nangong Yao did not say it. That is, you can't prove it at all by looking at the state of Mr. Today, Sovereign. Suddenly, the always silent ninth elder Zhou Tong spoke up. Nangong Yao was stunned and said, did the ninth elder think of any method? Zhou Tong hesitated. Patriarch, if we can't prove it, we don't even need the devil's way to make a move. Our Dao Heavenly Sect would then be innocently ruined at the hands of a bunch of righteous sects, or else we'll do neither. Abandon the light and turn to the dark side, and turn to the devil's way. The cabinet fell silent. The crowd stared blankly at Zhou Tong. Lu Yunma angrily said, Ninth Elder, don't talk nonsense. Our Daotian sect cultivates the right way, and how can you turn to that cruel demonic path? Are you still speaking human words? Zhou Tong awkwardly said, Great Elder, don't be angry. I'm just suggesting it. If I don't make plans earlier, if you sit back and wait for the clan to be destroyed, you'll be happy? There are so many disciples and elders in our clan, always responsible. Ryunma whisked his sleeves away. Nangong Yao suddenly said. Ninth Elder has a good point. If those righteous sects really push people too far, then our Tao Heavenly Sect will just turn to the devil's way. Aha! The elders were dumbfounded. Zhou Tong's suggestion was just that. How come the patriarch even had the intention of adopting it? When Nangong Yao saw that the faces of the people had changed, and that they wanted to speak, he waved his hand and said, Mr. once said that righteousness is not righteousness, and devils are not devils, and that the path of righteousness or the path of devils, it's all just a superficial name, and whether it's a demon or not is not determined by the name, but by what is done. I, the Daotian sect, cannot for the sake of a righteous name. And then they dragged the entire sect's elder disciples to their unjust deaths. The elders sighed at this and said no more. It was only some years ago that the third elder died at the hands of a demonic sect. Now they actually have to ask for help from the devil's sect. It's really ironic how things change in the world. Nangong Yao looked sullen. He also thought of this and sighed in his heart. He couldn't help it. As the patriarch, for the sake of the safety of the entire clan's elder disciples, one could only put the third elder's grudge on hold for now. Sometime later, the righteous sect led by the Heavenly Sword sect trooped outside the Tao Heavenly Sect, in order to prevent the devil's path from stealing their homes. It's natural that not all of the clans are out in force. Instead, they sent some elder disciples. The Heavenly Sword sect's visitor was also just an elder, but nonetheless, it was enough for the Daotian sect, which didn't have a protective array, to eat a pot. However, when they arrived at the Tao Heavenly Sect's territory, a group of righteous sects were stunned and scared. There was no other reason than the terrifying sword gully on the ground. Until now, all the clans could feel the stern sword intent in it for a long time. What's going on? Where did this sword come from? The crowd of righteous sects that had originally come raging to judge the Daotian sect, when they saw the sword gully, suddenly, he lost his temper. Can't help but associate it with a lot. I can see that the gully has been there for some years. It almost managed to just coincide with the time when the 10 demonic clans retreated some years ago. Could it be that there is someone high up in the Daotian sect? The situation at that time was that senior person forced back the 10 demonic clans with a single sword? Then rumor has it that In Jiexe and Ji Wuzong were seen going in and out of the Tao Heavenly clan's territory. Does it also have something to do with this higher power? Ho ho! When you think about it like that, it's quite possible. Outside the mountain gate of the Tao Heavenly sect, all the righteous clans hung in the air. The atmosphere was solemn as he confronted Nangong Yao and the others from afar. Just when Nangong Yao thought that Heavenly Sword sect elder was ready to give the word to start the trial, that Heavenly Sword sect elder, however, clasped his fists and smiled. Patriarch Nangong, we are guests from afar. Are you just going to turn us away from the clan like this? The other party's attitude caused Nangong Yao to be greatly surprised. His eyes flickered, but he did not reply at first. Without knowing what the other side of the gourd is selling, this can be easily let in. Lu Yunma frowned. Elder Li, you think that our Daotian sect is colluding with the devil Dao, specially come to conduct the trial, and as such, how dare we let you in? The Heavenly Sword sect elder's name was Li Zhao, and he laughed. He, you guys don't pretend. At those words, the pupils of Nangong Yao and the others shrank. Just know, but it's a good thing that in the territory of the Taoist Heavenly Sect, having already contacted Ji Wuzong in advance to bring some devil sects into hiding, as long as these righteous sects dared to make a move, those devil sects would come out to help. Nangong Yao has made a deal with Ji Wuzong that if we don't have to do this, the hidden demon clan must not be exposed, just to be on the safe side. Nangong Yao even had Ji Wuzong make a heavenly Dao oath. Ji Wuzong immediately made a serious vow, saying that if he came in vain, he would lose 100 years of his life. Only then did Nangong Yao feel quite relieved. He was aware that Ji Wuzong's lifespan had already bottomed out. These 100 years were enough to make him not dare to mess up in the slightest. Li Zhao continued. Pretend. Keep pretending. Just as Nangong Yao and the others clenched their fists, Li Zhao coldly snorted. Don't pretend. I can't imagine that there's a high-ranking person hidden in the Daotian sect. Patriarch Nangong. We're all in the same righteous sect, so it's unkind of you to hide it like that, isn't it? Nangong Yao and the others stalled. So he means Mr. Got it. Think it must have been associated with seeing the sword gully. The crowd was instantly relieved that things were moving in a good direction for the time being. Since this group of people have learned of the existence of Mr. I think they should be afraid in their hearts and not dare to mess around. Li Zhao said. Patriarch Nangong, it seems that there is indeed some kind of misunderstanding. I will not judge your Tao Heavenly clan today, but I also ask that you quickly bring us to meet that senior. Nowadays, the North Xian demonic path is rampant. That senior also has such a profound cultivation. If we can invite him to come out, he will definitely be able to help us in the righteous path. When Nangong Yao heard this, the heartstrings that had just been loosened tightened up again, and he waved his hand with an iron face. Don't even think about it. You guys, Mr. won't come out to help. Li Zhao's eyes sank as he stared at Nangong Yao and said, "What do you mean? Still want to hide that senior from us? Kill." However, at that moment, the sounds of killing rose from all around. Those many demonic cultivators who were hiding withdrew their formations and revealed themselves. Viciously, it came at the crowd of righteous sects. For a while, the demonic aura was monstrous. The crowd of righteous cultivators were immediately agitated by this sudden scene. There's actually a demonic sect setting up an ambush in advance? Then one by one, they looked at Nangong Yao with incredulity and hatred. Li Zhao's pupils contracted as he roared, "Nangong Yao, your Dao Heavenly Sect has indeed colluded with the devil." At this moment, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the others were dumbfounded. Nangong Yao's face turned pale as he fiercely looked at Ji Wutsong in the distance and transmitted, "Ji Wutsong, what are you doing?" Only Ji Wutsong suffered the backlash of the heavenly Dao oath. His body shook and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Ji Wutsong casually wiped the scarlet from the corners of his mouth and smiled morosely, saying, "He, have you forgotten that previously, our clan was also enlightened by the tree of enlightenment of our predecessor, and now our clan is about to make a breakthrough. A mere 100 years of lifespan is not enough to worry about. If I can use this as a price to force your Daotian sect to fall into the devil's way, then it's worth it. Ha ha." At the end of his words, Ji Wutsong threw back his head and laughed, displaying the rampant style of a devil Dao sovereign. Nangong Yao's pupils contracted infinitely. There were too many things going on recently. In a moment of negligence, he had forgotten that Ji Wutsong had also been enlightened at Mr. Nascent Tree. Damn! Nangong Yao's eyes turned sharply, and with a flash of light, he thought of something, so he gritted his teeth and secretly said, "You, Ji Wutsong, are messing with this clan about this, so don't blame this clan for returning the favor. You were first." So it was that Nangong Yao had a stunned look on his face and, loudly, he said, "I can't imagine that there is a demonic sect ambushing my Dao Heavenly Sect's territory. Elders, join the sect in eradicating the devil cultivators." Aha! Ji Wutsong's laughter came to an abrupt end and his face quickly turned gloomy, cursing Nangong Yao for actually becoming so shameless even one day. Chapter 59, A Visit from the Heavenly Sword Sect Master. Withdraw. Ji Wutsong was also very decisive. Seeing that things didn't work out, he withdrew at the first opportunity with his many demonic cultivators. Just before leaving, he said hatefully, "Nangong Yao, count yourself shameless." After the devil sect left, a group of righteous sects counted the number of people and were glad that the short battle didn't cause many casualties. It was only because the Dao Heavenly Sect made a timely move and joined together that they were able to drive out the demon sect. Nangong Patriarch, I'm sorry, it's us who misunderstood you. Li Zhao was ashamed. Nangong Yao waved his hand and solemnly said, "How could my Dao Heavenly Sect possibly collude with the devil Dao?" Yeah. The crowd grew more and more ashamed. What a big misunderstanding. It's a good thing that the Taoist Heavenly Sect didn't collude with the devil's way, or else the Taoist Heavenly Sect would have joined forces with the devil's sect. I'm afraid their gang will end up in a bad way. Li Zhao mused. "Patriarch Nangong, please also let us meet that senior." Nangong Yao's eyes narrowed as he said, "Seeing or not seeing is not up to this clan." Li Zhao, then please trouble Patriarch Nangong to ask? Seeing this, Nangong Yao turned around and flew to the utility peak, and soon after, he flew back to the mountain gate. "Elderly, gentlemen, this clan has already asked for permission from Mr. And Mr. said he wouldn't see it." When Feng went to ask for instructions, Nangong Yao saw that Mr. was still sleeping, so he immediately turned back. Nangong Yao, however, knew that it was most taboo to be disturbed when Mr. was sleeping. Li Zhao and the others heard this and left with regret. In Li Zhao's thought, perhaps he is not qualified. After this return, let the patriarch come is. Only after Li Zhao and the others left did Nangong Yao and the elders' faces darken. Humph, this Ji Wutsong is really cunning to the extreme. It's a good thing that patriarch improvised and defused this crisis. Ryunma scolded drily. The elders also nodded their heads in succession, their hearts palpitating. The reason for inviting the devil's way was just for insurance purposes, but I never expected this to happen. It's almost really hard to tell, to not say that people are magic practitioners. Nangong Yao shook his head, but he was used to it and said, "Well, no matter what, the matter of our Dao Heavenly Sect colluding with the devil's way is considered to have come to an end for the time being." End of the third year. As more and more disciples of the righteous path were taken captive by the demon sect, things were getting too urgent to wait. The Heavenly Sword sect gave the order. United with the North Xian Orthodox sect, they marched south to the heaven-swallowing demon sect, and the heaven-swallowing demon sect had long since gotten the news. He then summoned a group of demonic sects, including the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, in advance. When the two sides fought, the sky and the earth changed in color, just like the end of the world. And for many years in Beixian, for the first time, There was a war of this scale between immortal cultivators, and this scale of war, of course, inevitably affected many towns and cities in the mundane world. It caused a lot of deaths. In this battle, the righteous cultivators perished about 100,000. The number of people with injuries of varying degrees of severity is even greater. Among them, 10 Yuaning cultivators fell, hundreds at the Jidan stage, and no statistics were kept for the foundation establishment stage. On the other hand, the demonic sects, the total number of demonic cultivators who perished was only 20,000, of which 3 Yuaning cultivators fell. There are no more than 100 at the conjugation stage. The gap between the two parties is obvious. In addition to the fact that the devil-swallowing sect is a homegrown organization, the reason for the loss of this battle is that the righteousness of the Tao has lost the battle. Most importantly, the righteous cultivators realized that it could be more than just being involved by Beixian cultivators in this war. There were even sect powers in the southern sky that secretly helped the heaven-swallowing demon sect. Time was like quicksand, and in a flash, the third year of Chen Sun's madness had finally passed as well. Outside the Daotian sect, there were two figures standing. Patriarch, that senior resides within the Dao Heavenly Clan. Li Zhao stared. It was evident that Li Zhao was pale and should have been traumatized by the war as well. The other, naturally, was the Heavenly Sword Sect's Patriarch, the leader of the northern Xinjiang Dao, an existence in the middle stage of God transformation. Duan Sunhai nodded his head gently, but he kept looking at the sword ravine for a long time, making it difficult to return to his senses. Duan Sunhai had thought that there was absolutely no one who could compare to him in terms of his sword Dao throughout northern Xin, but this longitudinal and unseen sword gully, however, it mercilessly broke Duan Sunhai's confidence in that sword Dao. The long-lasting sword chi on the sword gully caused even Duan Sunhai's heart to tremble. Bei Xian, there is actually such a sword cultivator. Duan Sunhai returned to his senses, exhaled a cloudy breath, and said, the loss of this battle was also unexpected by this clan. Who would have thought that Injieqing, who was originally in the same realm as this clan, would have broken through to the late stage of transformation? Who would have thought that? There are actually southern heavenly clan forces secretly assisting the heaven-swallowing demon sect. It's not a pity to lose. Ha! Li Zhao pursed his lips. Duan Sunhai continued, if we can invite the senior to come out this time, I can't help but stabilize the situation in North Shen. Otherwise, if this continues, this North Shen will be unified by the Devil Dao. Li Zhao sniffed, raised his eyebrows, and said in a low voice, Patriarch, I heard that Yin Jiexie and Ji Wuzong came to the Dao Heavenly Clan to visit this senior long ago. Those of us who came later, I'm afraid we're hanging by a thread. Li Zhao recalled that previously Nangong Yao had told him with unparalleled certainty that Mr. is not going to be able to help. Among them, there was the reason of Yin Jiexie and Ji Wuzong. Duan Sunhai was silent, and then he said, no matter what, let's talk about it when we see it. At the same time, Nangong Yao led the elders to welcome them out. Greetings, Patriarch Duan. Patriarch Duan has descended. Please forgive the Nangong for having missed the welcome. A smile appeared on Duan Sunhai's face as he waved his hand and said, Nangong doesn't need to say this. It is the sect that came without prior greeting, so don't mind. Nangong Yao smiled. Patriarch Duan speaks highly of himself. Nangong wouldn't dare to mind. Facing Duan Sunhai, Nangong Yao's attitude was obviously very different from when he faced Yin Jiexie and Ji Wuzong. Much more polite. After all, they belonged to the same righteous sect. Duan Sunhai nodded and opened the door. Nangong, this clan will be straightforward. This time we came to, it is to pay a visit to senior. Please also introduce me. Nangong Yao and the elders glanced at each other. This they had naturally expected. Nangong Yao sighed lightly. Patriarch Duan, there's something Nangong said up front. I hope you are prepared. Duan Sunhai's eyes moved slightly as he said, Nangong, but there's no harm in saying it. Nangong Yao nodded and said, if Patriarch Duan has come here to ask Mr., then please prepare Patriarch Duan to be rejected by Mr. Duan Sunhai glanced at Li Zhao, then turned to Nangong Yao and said, but is it related to Yin Jiexie? Nangong Yao shook his head. No, it has nothing to do with anyone. Mr. His person is like this. Duan Sunhai sighed in his heart and said, this clan understands, but still wants to see senior. Alright, Patriarch Duan and elderly please come. Thus, Nangong Yao and the elders led the two of them, Duan Sunhai, towards the handyman peak. It stopped until it was halfway up the hill. Patriarch Duan, wait a moment. Nangong will go and ask for permission, sir. Nangong Yao said a word and then went over towards the western grass hut. From this detail, it was easy to see that Nangong Yao was indeed more polite to Duan Sunhai than Yin Jiexie. Even if they were to ask Chen Sun for instructions, they all first brought Duan Sunhai directly to the handyman peak to wait. Chapter 60, A Cry for Brother Chen. When Nangong Yao arrived at the grass hut, he saw Chen Sun sitting there leisurely drinking. Observing Chen Sun's demeanor, Nangong Yao was secretly shocked. Mr. Not crazy again? Right now, because of the short time available, Nangong Yao had yet to feel the pattern of the transition between Chen Sun's insanity and normalcy, but if time passed, and there were one or even two more times, it was expected that the pattern would be felt. Sir, the Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch wishes to pay you a visit. Will you see him or not? Nangong Yao bowed and asked carefully. At the same time the mind was still uncertain, not knowing whether Mr. was still in a state of madness or not. Chen Sun picked up his glass of wine and took a sip. Softly, he said, didn't you bring him halfway up the mountain? Then meet him. Nangong Yao was shocked in his heart and also knew that Sir was no longer crazy, so he hurriedly said, Sir, forgive me, if you don't see it, Sir, it's just for Nangong to go ahead and ask Patriarch Duan to leave. It's not about whether or not it's brought to halfway up the mountain. Chen Sun smiled. Then there's no need to bother. Lead it to the grass hut. Yes. Nangong Yao bowed and retreated. A few moments later, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders brought the Duan Sanghai duo to the straw hut. Greetings, sir. Lu Yunma and the other elders hurriedly bowed and saluted. Chen Sun waved his hand and smiled. No need to be polite. The elders only then straightened up slightly, each with astonished eyes. Mr. This is another. I can't help but feel in my heart that Mr. is truly a strange man. Sir, this is Patriarch Duan and elderly. Nangong Yao bowed and introduced himself. At this moment, Duan Sanghai and Li Zhao looked at the green-clothed man in front of them, their mouths slightly open, eyes slightly dull. The two had thought about the sword cultivator senior who cut out that sword, either a spirited old-timer with white hair and beard, or a middle-aged senior with a stout figure, but I never thought that it would be such a handsome-looking man. Otherwise, it's just a mediocre, green-clothed scholar. Under my name, Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch Duan Sanghai, I've met Senior. Duan Sanghai returned to his senses and bowed. Li Zhao also hurriedly bowed. Second elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Li Zhao, meet Senior. Chen Sun shot the two a glance and said bluntly, what is it that you are seeking me for? The Duan Sanghai duo's brains paused for a moment at the words, and they didn't expect Chen Sun to open the door directly. For a moment some of the compliments he had just prepared stuck in his throat. Duan Sanghai's mind turned quickly, and he said, Sanghai is also a sword cultivator, and Senior's sword is divine. He said, Sanghai has come here to admire the elegance of his predecessor. Li Zhao, yes, Senior, Patriarch and I are here to honor you. Chen Sun nodded his head and smiled. Admiring? Then you should be done by now, so you can leave. The Duan Sanghai duo was in a hurry, not being able to think of anything else. Duan Sanghai bitterly said, Senior, the situation in northern Xi'an is chaotic, and the devil's way is rampant. Now there is even more help from the southern heavenly sect. It is difficult for us, the righteous sects, to defeat them, and we would like to ask Senior to make a move. As long as Senior is willing, we are willing to offer 5 Earth-grade spirit veins, and we are willing to send people to help Senior mine them. 5 Earth-grade spirit veins. Nangong Yao and the others looked shocked. You have to know that their Dao Heavenly Sect only possessed 1 Earth-grade spirit vein. It was a pity that mining was difficult, and after many years of mining, only 20% had been mined. If spirit vein mining was simple, there would have been no need to worry about resources previously. Chen Sun was happy. What do I need that spirit vein for? This question, however, was asked to stun the crowd. Spirit veins are a good thing, not to mention that they're Earth-grade spirit veins. Who's a good person who still doesn't mind having too many spirit stones? Duan Sanghai frowned sadly. Chen Sun stood up and said, you guys can go back. I'm not interested in that between you guys, the righteous and the devils. Not interested. Li Zhao was a bit anxious and said, Senior, you don't know. Some time ago, the righteous and the devils were at war. A number of towns and cities have been spared and lost their mortals. Chen Sun raised his hand to interrupt. As I said before, you may leave. Li Zhao took a deep breath. Straight nature of him still want to say something, but was Duan Sanghai pulled a hand. Warning glance, sighing afterward. Elder, then we'll take our leave first. Chen Sun nodded. Sir, then we will also leave first. Nangong Yao and the others bowed. They didn't have much of an expression, and were not at all surprised by the outcome. Chen Sun, however, said, Nangong stays. Nangong Yao hastily paused, signaling Lu Yunma and the others to see Duan Sanghai off, so he himself stayed behind. Sir, Nangong Yao bowed and waited for Chen Sun to follow. He knew that the gentleman had left him, naturally, for something. Chen Sun tilted his head slightly and looked at the sky above for a long time before sighing and, in a soft voice, he said, take a message to Yin Jie for me. I won't care about the trivial matters of the righteous and demonic paths, but don't bring harm to a large number of mortals in the future. regardless of whether they are righteous cultivators or demonic cultivators. There is one commonality. Each one comes from mortals and should be embraced. Nangong Yao was stunned. Yes, Chen Sun continued. When you go back, have Zhao Ting come to the utility peak to find me. Yes, and wait. Nangong Yao bowed and wanted to leave, but Chen Sun called out to him again. Chen Sun handed over an elixir and said, this elixir is gifted to you. It might be able to help you in the upcoming God transformation thunder tribulation. Nangong Yao froze. He understood very well the terror of the elixir given by Mr. Following that, without any pretense, trembling hands took it. Much. Thank you, sir. Nangong Yao received the elixir and was stunned for a long time before he said, Mr. Is it time to leave? Chen Sun nodded slightly and smiled. Yes, it's been 6 years since I stayed in your Tianqing. It was supposed to go away 3 years ago. I'm a man who can't be bothered when I'm awake, so I like to walk around. Receiving the answer, Nangong Yao was disappointed and whispered, when will Mr. leave? Mr. has been in the clan for 6 years and has benefited from Mr. in countless ways, so Nangong Yao naturally wanted to give a grand send-off. Chen Sun, however, did not reply, but smiled warmly. If you want to go, you can go. Chun, Senior Chen, in front of the grass hut, a purple-clothed disciple bowed. This person was none other than Zhao Ting, who he hadn't seen in 3 years. Chen Sun smiled and joked, I haven't seen you in 3 years. Brother Zhao still has the same style. Zhao Ting's heart trembled and his face went white, bowing and looking at his toes as he busied himself. Elder Chen, you can just call Zhao Ting. Once upon a time it was Zhao Ting who didn't know. Patriarchs, elders, masters, etc. have to respectfully call out Mr. Even the head of the northern Xian devil Dao bowed down. Zhao Ting he dared to call him brother again. Chen Sun smiled, got up and pulled the 10,000 constrained Zhao Ting to sit down and said, Brother Zhao, I'm not that particular. I can be of the same generation as anyone, so don't be formal. I still miss the old you. Zhao Ting sat down, picked up the wine pot, and carefully poured wine for Chen Sun. He said in an astringent voice, Elder's words are very important. Zhao Ting is only a purple-clothed disciple in the district, but elder in Zhao Ting is like the blue sky. He said, Zhao Ting and dares to disrespect. If master teacher learns of this, he will certainly chastise Zhao Ting. The corner of Chen Sun's mouth slightly hooked as he grabbed the wine pot from Zhao Ting's hands and personally poured wine for Zhao Ting as he softly said, but once, I was just a mortal with madness, and brother Zhao is a lofty purple-clothed disciple of the Dao Heavenly Sect. Between you and me, there's no need to talk about that. Zhao Ting slowly raised his head, staring blankly at the smiling Chen Sun in front of him. As his eyes vaguely became blurry, a smirk finally rose from the corners of his mouth and said, Chun, Brother Chen. Chapter 61, Southern Heavens Transition Major Cultivator? The wine is over. Chen Sun took out the jade pendant and handed it back. This jade pendant is returned to you. 3 years ago, 10 demonic clans attacked the Daotian sect. Zhao Ting wanted to ask Chen Sun to bring this jade pendant to his parents before sending him out of the sect through the secret passage in the back of the mountain. I'm sure this jade pendant has a special meaning for Zhao Ting and his parents. Zhao Ting respectfully received it and said, Thank you, Senior. Chen Sun smiled at his words, but he didn't care anymore. As a matter of fact, apart from Zhao Ting calling him Brother Chen before the wine, and then becoming respectful again, calling seniors now, once there's a huge gap in status between people, then there is a disconnect that is inevitable and normal. Not to mention, still a cloud of difference. Zhao Ting's master teacher had to be respectful when facing him, so how could Zhao Ting do anything to keep his normal mind? That could never be done. Chen Sun and Zhao Ting were still sitting and drinking together, as if they were in the past, and nothing had changed. But really, everything has changed. Zhao Ting, 6 years ago in Tianqing City you said that you didn't want to be immortal and wanted to cultivate immortality, wanting to travel the heavens and earth and see the scenery that only immortals can see. What do you think now? Chen Sun laughed. Zhao Ting was silent for a moment and said, what Senior said back then was that the immortal family isn't as wonderful as Zhao Ting imagined it to be in the first place. In the past 6 years, a lot of things have happened in the sect. If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid that the Dao Heavenly Sect would have long since ceased to exist. Chen Sun shook his head slightly. In fact, you are already considered fortunate to have something to fall back on. North Xian has been in turmoil all these years. Many casual cultivators have a much tougher time surviving. Senior said yes. Zhao Ting made a bow before laughing. In a few more years, it was hoped that when Beixian settled down after a while, Zhao Ting would make a trip back home to visit his parents. Growing up, still the first time to be away from home for such a long time. Zhao Ting later realized that his predecessor had spoken the truth in every sentence. Chen Sun shook the wine in his cup and said, Beixian won't be able to settle down anytime soon. You're afraid this hope of yours is going to be dashed. Zhao Ting stalled and lowered his head. Chen Sun drank the wine in his cup and got up. It's getting late, so go about your business. Zhao Ting quickly got up and respectfully said, yes, then senior rest. Zhao Ting will retire first. After Chen Sun watched Zhao Ting leave, he looked at the growing evening sky and headed towards the dining hall. Thought, before I leave, I'll go to the dining hall for another meal. Heaven-swallowing demon sect. Injie was discussing something with the two Southern Skies clan power masters when he suddenly felt warmth in his arms. Then he took out the summoning talisman and saw that it was Ji Wutsong summoning. So he didn't turn his back on people and wanted to hear what Ji Wutsong had to say. Patriarch Nangong Yao just sent a message to our clan, asking us to convey a message to you. Upon hearing the first sentence, Injie's face sank as she said, he, Nangong Yao, has such a big face. I can't believe. Just before he could finish, Ji Wutsong hurriedly said, Nangong Yao is relaying this for senior. Injie's face changed instantly and laughed. Oh, it's to bring word for seniors. Quickly say it. At the same time, Injie was a little apprehensive in her heart. Secretly thought that could it be that the senior has changed his temperament and wants to take care of the matters between the righteous and the devil in Beixian? On the side, the eyes of the two southern heavenly power lords became suspicious. There are still experts in Beixian? Even Injie called him a senior? That Nangong Yao, they knew, was the patriarch of a first-class righteous sect in North Xin. Since it was Nangong Yao who sent the message, wouldn't it mean that the senior that Injie was talking about was very close to the righteous path? Elder said that he would not meddle in the trivial matters of the righteous and the devilish, but don't let a lot of mortals suffer in the future. No matter whether they are righteous monks or demonic monks, they have one thing in common. Every one of them comes from mortals. It should be embraced. Ji Wutsong's careful voice rang out from the summoning talisman. Hearing the first sentence, Injie breathed a sigh of relief, but hearing the latter, her heartbeat gradually accelerated. I knew that the matter of the war between the righteous and the devil spilling over to many mortals some time ago had reached the ears of the seniors. Injie did not hesitate and solemnly said, got it. After saying that, he cut the connection. The two southern heavenly power lords immediately couldn't wait to stand up. Patriarch who is this senior? Injie pursed her lips and said, you too. Regarding the seniors, it would not be good for this clan to disclose that. I hope to see you. The two southern heavenly power lords looked at each other, their eyes flickering. Well, then, we will not ask more questions about this so-called former. However, there will be successive battles between the two paths, and it is unavoidable that they will spill over to the mortals. So Patriarch agreed so readily to the, what about future operations? One of them said seriously, with even a questioning tone in his voice. Injie closed his eyes and said faintly, carry on as you should. The two of you should be glad that Elder doesn't get involved in the strife between the righteous and demonic paths in Beixian, or else, we wouldn't even have a chance to carry out. So exaggerated? The two looked at each other again, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. You speak of seniors on the left and seniors on the right, and neither wish to disclose the identity of their. That has to give us a reason. Precisely. We traveled 10,000 miles from the southern sky to the northern Xian to help you unify the northern Xian. Yet you have no sincerity. Injie frowned and said with some anger, don't put words in my mouth. Whether it's to help the sect or the one in your southern sky, you know best in your hearts. You guys want a reason? Fine. Senior is a great cultivator of the transition. Is this reason enough? What? The stage of the apocalypse? The two southern heavenly power lords' faces changed in a flash. What's the name of that transitional great cultivator? One of them immediately followed up. In the mortal realm, there are only a total of how many great cultivators who have crossed the threshold. Right now Beixian, this could it be that he is a reclusive one? Injie said, no comment. This clan can only tell you that the Elder is not any of the transitional great cultivators you've heard of. The air was silent for a moment. One said in a deep voice, I'll go back to the southern sky and ask for instructions from that one. You guys continue to collect blood slaves. As for the battle with the Orthodox Road, let's put it on hold for now. The Orthodox Road can't afford to make any waves nowadays anyway since they've been greatly injured. After saying that, this power master flickered and disappeared, and was actually also at the god transformation stage cultivation. Humph. Patriarch let's not mention whether or not the senior in your mouth is a great cultivator of the transitional succession or not, but the one in Nantian is a real ascetic. You'd better have a scale in your heart. If you make him unhappy, you, the leader of the northern Xian Devil Dao, must not have long to live, so this seat will go down to rest first. The other southern heavenly power lord flicked his sleeve and arrogantly left the hall. Hey! Injie let out a low sigh and inclined her head to look at the sky outside the temple for a long time. There was a saying that he was very grateful to his predecessor in his heart of hearts, and if it hadn't been for his predecessor, the He didn't know how many years it would take for him to break through to the late transformation god stage. If the one in the southern sky doesn't relent, he was really afraid that that person would go up against the senior. At that time, it is not yet known who will die, but through several previous encounters with the seniors, that horrific sword gully, as well as senior's Dao method of transforming into a tree, in In Jiexie's opinion, even if the one from the southern sky, in the hands of senior, I can't say that I'm not going to be able to get anything out of it. Chapter 62, Visiting the Creek Again. Things are different. 3 days later, early morning, the grass hut on the west side of Handyman's Peak. Nangong Yao and a group of core elders stood there. The difference was that Nangong Yao was more silent. Patriarch, Mr. isn't here. At this hour. I'm sure Mr. is in the dining hall. Ryunma mused. The rest of the elders nodded and felt the same. Mr. left. Nangong Yao said. Aha. The elders froze. Nangong Yao sighed. 3 days ago, Mr. told the sect that he was leaving. At that time, Mr. I didn't tell you the exact time, so for the first 2 days, I came here, but I didn't see Mr. I didn't see Mr. I didn't see Mr. I didn't see Mr. I didn't see you at all. I believe that Mr. Zhaoti left without a word shortly after seeing Xiaoting that day. At those words, the elders were stunned. Mr. had stayed in the clan for 6 years, and he couldn't imagine that he would just leave when he said he would. But that's in keeping with the gentleman's personality, who has never been one to squirm. In a few days, the sect will begin to prepare for the transformation of the gods, and at that time, I will trouble all the elders to protect the law. Nangong Yao turned around and walked towards the outside. The elders were shocked. They couldn't imagine that the patriarch was progressing at such a rapid pace, that he was unknowingly about to transform into a god, so it was a rush to follow. What a thing to say. Sovereign, it is only right for us to protect you. Patriarch, the god transformation Thunderjack is difficult to cross. Are you already prepared for everything? To gain the creation of Mr. This clan has confidence. Nangong Yao said. His figure lurched, took a deep breath, and said, seal off 100 feet around the western grass hut. Anyone from the Daotian sect can only see from afar. No closer. Yes. Deja vu. A stallion jogged along the wild road. On the back of the horse, a green-clad scholar lay on his side, flipping through a wordless book. The wind brought up the green-clothed scholar's hair flying. When it was leisurely and reckless, the green-clothed scholar was naturally Chen Sun. As the steeds ran, the wilderness trails became narrower and narrower. Not long after, a small town loomed from the distance and gradually became clear. A few moments later, to the front of the town, Chen Sun glanced at the plaque on the town gate, smiled and dismounted, leading his horse towards the middle of the town. On the streets, many people were curiously sizing up Chen Sun. Some of them felt that the man in green clothes in front of them was vaguely familiar, thinking that it was perhaps an illusion, so they shook their heads and walked away. At this time, 3 officials passed by, and the middle-aged man at the head was not amused upon seeing Chen Sun, thinking only that it was an outsider passing through into town for a nap. He was ready to leave. The next moment, however, the middle-aged man's footsteps stopped violently and, with 2 unknown officials, he quickly stepped in front of Chen Sun. Chen Sun? The middle-aged man stared at Chen Sun and said incredulously. Chen Sun smiled faintly. I can't believe that after 6 years, Sheriff Ji still remembers me? The middle-aged man in front of me is naturally the magistrate's arresting officer, Ji Ba. 6 years ago, he had invited Chen Sun to the court for the case of the Black Tiger. Only compared to 6 years ago, today's Ji Ba, however, has black and white hair. The temples are even more tinged with gray frost, and the lines at the corners of the eyes are even more profound. Ji Ba was overjoyed and fiercely pulled Chen Sun's hand. Hey, I said it looks familiar. It's really you. I can't believe you came back to Little River Town. Chen Sun said, just passing by. Came in to take a look. Ji Boswell looked at Chen Sun, looking left and right, and suddenly realized something and marveled. It's been 6 years, but your appearance has not changed at all. Chen Sun casually laughed back. For one of my age, in just 6 years the appearance shouldn't change much, but it's the fact that Constable Ji has worked so hard over the years that his hair is gradually going gray. Also, Ji Ba did not doubt it, but said, however, one of your sentences is incorrect. 6 years is not a short time. Chen Sun was slightly stunned and gently nodded his head. Yes, 6 years really isn't that short in mortal terms. Ji Ba then thought of something and sighed again. Chen Sun, it's just as well that you've come all these years. The old Li family has changed quite a bit. Things are different. In the 3rd year after you left, this niece Li Yuan lost her eyesight, said to have inherited it from her grandmother. But it is strange, this niece's parents have not been hereditary before even a generation apart seizures. Last year, old Li died again. and the town master thought of Li Yuan as a poor man, inconvenienced in many ways. Let me arrange for Li Yuan this little girl to find a marriage. But this little girl how do not agree. I took the matchmaker every day to the past is to eat the door. It can worry me to death. Hey. Chen Sun was silent for a moment and said, alright, Sheriff G should get busy first. I'll go take a look. Okay. I'll go back to the courthouse and tell the town master about your return. The town master has talked about you a lot over the years too, huh? Jiba greeted him and left with 2 of his men. Chen Sun didn't know what he was thinking after standing in place for a while. Then he led his horse toward the west side of the town of Little River. In front of the familiar small compound, Chen Sun stood, his horse tethered to the side. Boredom stomped the horse's hooves. Chen Sun walked over and gently knocked on the courtyard door. A few moments later, a sound of groping for the door rang out from within the courtyard, and after a creaking, a slightly panicked voice rang out. Is it Uncle G? Outside the courtyard, Chen Sun said softly, it's Big Brother Chen. The air was silent. Then I heard footsteps, and in my haste it seemed as if I had knocked over something, and soon the courtyard door in front of Chen Sun was slowly opened, and a pretty face came into Chen Sun's eyes. 6 years had passed, and Li Yuan no longer looked like a teenager and looked much more mature, especially those once large eyes, which now seemed unfocused. Chen, Brother Chen? Li Yuan leaned against the courtyard gate and shouted in a trembling voice. Chen Sun said warmly, it's me. Inside the courtyard, Chen Sun stood there with a cup of hot tea, scanning everything in the courtyard. The bundle of dusty hemp rope and the rusty wood knife in the corner stood out. Seemingly sensing something, Li Yuan on the side softly said, Brother Chen, Grandpa passed away last year. Grandpa lived 69 years, a long life in the town of Little River, and he had no regrets about it. His only regret, that is, Grandpa missed you and wanted to see you but failed to do so. Chen Sun sighed in his heart. Originally he was going to make a trip to Xiaohe town 3 years ago, but it was not expected that sobriety would be so brief at that time, and that madness would come so quickly. In this world, Chen Sun boasted that he could master countless things, but he alone could not master himself. Chen Sun inclined his head towards Li Yuan and said, I met Sheriff G just now. He says he wants to make a marriage for you. Brother Chen. Before Li Yuan could finish, Chen Sun said, I know it, you have always been good, and thought of others, you were not unwilling to. Rather, I don't want to involve others. Yes or no? At these words, crystal slipped from the corners of Li Yuan's eyes, and she nodded heavily, choking back sobs. Aha! I can't see anything. I can't do anything right. Chen Sun stepped forward, as if he were an elder gently touching Li Yuan's head and looking into her eyes, laughing. Do you have any wishes at the moment? Brother Chen will try to fulfill what he can fulfill for you. Li Yuan inclined his head. His empty and lifeless gaze seemed to have some faint light at the moment, and said, 20 miles east of Little River, there's a sea of flowers. Once upon a time when it was spring Grandpa would sometimes take Rim over there, and now that it's spring, it must be beautiful there. Can Brother Chen show me around? Chen Sun's eyes stagnated. Is that what the wish is? And then he said, the sea of flowers is beautiful, but you can't see it. A smile appeared on Li Yuan's face as he said, being in a sea of flowers, even if you can't see it, I also know that it must be absolutely beautiful. Chen Sun shook his head and smiled. Okay, Big Brother Chen will take you there. Chapter 63, The Money Bag of that year. Chen Sun led Li Yuan out of the courtyard and said, how do you want to get over there? Li Yuan playfully said, naturally ride a horse over. We mortals can still fly over it, he. Chen Sun, it's not impossible. Li Yuan was silent for a split second and forced a smile. Brother Chen, you are joking, right? Chen Sun laughed. Big Brother Chen has not joked with you. After saying that, Chen Sun pulled Li Yuan's wrist, and then swept up in the air, flying towards the eastern side of Xiaohe town. During that time, Li Yuan let out an and his expression swished and changed, becoming unbelievable. At the same time, Ji Ba, who happened to be here, had his pupils contracted violently, eyes wide open. He watched as Chen Sun brought up Li Yuan across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Sun is an immortal, 20 miles east of the town of Little River. This is the valley. Up and down the valley, flowers bloomed in colorful, bird-like patterns. When the spring breeze passes by, the flowers and plants ripple with the wind. So it is like a sea of flowers. Not long after, a stream of light swept in, transforming into 2 figures that landed in this sea of flowers. Chen Sun let go of Li Yuan's wrist, took a few steps forward with his hands facing the spring breeze, looked around and laughed. The scenery is indeed good, worthy of the name Sea of Flowers. Li Yuan, however, lowered his head at the moment and trembled. Chen, Big Brother Chen is an immortal. Chen Sun turned around and said softly, this is not important. What is important is that the sea of flowers has arrived. Li Yuan's body trembled. As if he had put down all of his heart, he raised his head, and a smile reappeared on his face. Smelling the fragrance of the flowers and opening her arms, she said, "Brother Chen, thank you. Yuan hasn't come out for a long time. Today is the happiest day for Edge in the past 2 years." Chen Sun walked up to Li Yuan and said with a smile, "Do you want to welcome the warm spring breeze and running wild in a sea of flowers?" Li Yuan stiffened. But Rim. Chen Sun shook his head. "Just say you want to, and Big Brother Chen will help you." Li Yuan's lips moved and trembled. Want. Chen Sun nodded slightly and reached out to gently stroke his hand over Li Yuan's eyes. At this point, Li Yuan's eyes twitched and struggled to stay open as the long-lost light loomed before him. It was accompanied by her increasingly accelerated heartbeat. In blurred vision was a figure whose face could not be seen, and behind the figure, it's the sparkling ocean. As his vision became clearer and clearer, the young man's face finally became visible. And the shimmering ocean is also visible, a sea of flowers illuminated by the sun. "Brother Chen, Yuan saw you." Li Yuan's eyes became bright and, gazing closely at the young man in front of him, who was both strange and familiar, as if he wanted to carve that face into his heart. Unconsciously, teardrops of joy fell from the corners of his eyes. Chen Sun smiled, reached out to the sea of flowers, and said, "I'm sure you've had a lot of repression in your heart these past 2 years. Go ahead and vent." "Aha!" Li Yuan nodded heavily, not bothering to wipe away his tears. With open arms, he ran wildly through the sea of flowers. Chen Sun then stood quietly with his arms folded, a warm smile on his face as he looked at the sea of flowers. Listen to the laughter that comes with the wind. In the evening, Li Yuan made a large table of food. Chen Sun and Li Yuan were about to start their meal when the voice of the town lord, Ji Buchang, rang out from outside the courtyard. "I, Ji Buchang, have come to pay my respects to the immortal." Li Yuan received a signal from Chen Sun and hurriedly ran to open the courtyard door to welcome Ji Buchang in. Accompanying him was the constable Heba. Ji Buchang and his duo were also shocked when they saw Li Yuan's bimanual reordering. However, upon associating it with Chen Sun's presence, he nodded. At the same time, he secretly lamented that the immortal was worthy of being an immortal, and was able to cure Li Yuan's eye disease with a single strike. "You know, it's not as if you hadn't been to a healer before and were unable to do anything about it." Soon, the two Ji Buchang entered the house, and when they saw Chen Sun, the first time he saluted, "Greetings, immortal." Chen Sun didn't take it personally and wasn't surprised that the two of them were addressed in such a manner. Laughing, he said, "Tonight the dishes are plentiful, so let's sit down and have a drink together." Ji Buchang was startled and busily said, I dare not. How could I dare to share a seat with an immortal?" "Chen Sun, Mr. Chen doesn't talk about those. No need to be polite," said he, glancing at Li Yuan, who instantly understood and, hurriedly, he pulled Ji Buchang and Ji Ba to sit down. After being seated, Ji Buchang and his team were very formal, and from time to time, their afterglow sneaked a look at Chen Sun. The mind is secretly overwhelmed with emotion. An immortal is an immortal, and time leaves no trace on an immortal. On the contrary, they're all old. 6 years had passed, and Ji Buchang had aged a lot, estimating that in a few more years, he would be in the ground. Ji Buchang and Ji Ba suddenly looked at each other in unison, both remembering the previous Black Tiger case, the 3 hunters who died in that jail. It was once thought to be haunted. Now the duo is finally getting it, where it's some kind of ghostly haunting. Those 3 hunters had messed with Chen Sun, an immortal, so how could they still be alive? Regarding that unsolved case, the two of them had basically realized that it was Chen Sun's doing, but the two naturally buried it in the bottom of their hearts and didn't dare to bring it out. After a long silence, Ji Buchang bowed his head and arched his hands. "Previously, I did not know that it was the immortal that, if there is anything that is not polite, please forgive me." "Immortal." Chen Sun waved his hand. "No harm done. Drink." Yes. Next, the 3 of them drank wine, and Li Yuan was the only one who ate in silence. After 3 rounds of wine, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba had the feeling of drunkenness and gradually relaxed a lot. "Li Yuan, now that your eye disease is cured, you should start a family as soon as possible, so that old Li in heaven's soul to rest assured. The town is your age. Dolls can all walk," Ji Buchang said with a smile. Li Rim picked at his rice and nodded his head silently. Ji Buchang glanced at Chen Sun, and then solemnly said, "You can rest assured. I'll have Jibadin find you the best marriage." With Chen Sun as a connection, Ji Buchang naturally wanted to do his best. Chen Sun laughed. "Then I'll trouble the town lord to worry about Rim's happiness for the rest of his life." Ji Buchang hurriedly said, "What did the immortal say? This is what I should do." Chen Sun nodded slightly before looking at Li Yuan. "The town lord is right. You are not young anymore. You need to start a family as soon as possible, so that the late Grandpa Li can rest assured. You know? Li Yuan's lips moved and he bowed his head. I know, Brother Chen. After the meal, the two gibalists left. Chen Sun stood in the courtyard and looked at the night sky. Li Yuan came over and suddenly handed over a money bag with some signs of age. Chen Sun was stunned. Li Yuan said, Brother Chen, have you forgotten? This 100 gold. You said at the time that Grandpa would help you save. Over the years, Grandpa did not spend a penny, and before he passed away, he told Rim 1,000 times that he would help you save up. If you return at any time, it will be returned to you. The knot in Chen Sun's throat moved slightly, stalling his voice for a moment. He hadn't had much of an emotional turmoil about old Li's death, but this sudden appearance of the money bag in front of him caused his heart to ripple and become complicated. Chen Sun took the money bag and held it tightly in his hand. Aha! The next day, Chen Sun made a trip to old Li's grave. In front of the grave, Chen Sun opened 2 jugs of wine, poured one on the grave, and drank one for himself. Stayed for a full day. The entire time, Chen Sun did not say a word. The only thing I could do was to whisper, Grandpa Li, I'm leaving, before finally leaving. Brother Chen, let's eat. In the small courtyard, Li Yuan ran out from the kitchen and searched the small courtyard without finding Chen Sun's figure. A bad feeling surfaced in his heart, and he glanced at it in a hurry. Then I saw the twine in the corner of the yard made neat, and the wood chipper sharpened to a smooth finish. No more rust. The twine and the wood chipper then lay there quietly, and the man who sharpened the knife is missing. Chapter 64 Ethereal Snowplains. Taoist Heavenly Sect. Yin Jieqing and Ji Wutsong stood outside the mountain gate. On the opposite side was Nangong Yao. Patriarch Nangong, I have something important to tell Senior. Yin Jieqie said with a serious face. Nangong Yao frowned and said bluntly, Patriarch Yin has come too late. The gentleman had left without saying goodbye some days ago. What? Yin Jieqie and Ji Wutsong were shocked. Seeing this, Nangong Yao could not help but be alarmed and asked, I wonder what important matter Patriarch Yin has in mind. Yin Jieqie looked deeply at Nangong Yao and said in a low voice, Patriarch Nangong, next, I'm afraid there's a great calamity for your Daotian sect. Nangong Yao's face changed. He knew that Yin Jieqie wouldn't be aimless, but what about the Great Tribulation? Nowadays, Beixian is not just the two paths of righteousness and devilry fighting each other. And why did he say that the Dao Heavenly Sect has a great calamity? Yin Jieqie was silent for a moment and sighed. For the sake of Senior, I might as well tell you directly that the conflict between the righteous and the evil in Beixian is not led by me at all, but from the southern sky of a big repair. Didn't your predecessor ask you to send word to me not to harm the mortals? I won't dare to disobey you. However, it has touched the interests of that great cultivator of the southern sky, and if I'm right, that great cultivator of the southern sky will come to Beixian after some time. Came to seek justice from the seniors, yet you say the seniors are gone. So you say, will the transitional great cultivator target your Daotian sect? Boom! Nangong Yao's pupils shrunk heavily, and his face swished white. So, what should we do? Yin Jieqie and Ji Wutsong looked at each other and both shook their heads with pitying eyes. There's one thing to say, this Dao Heavenly clan is really ill-fated. This is too pathetic. Yin Jieqie gently said, the old man does have 2 proposals. Nangong Yao hurriedly said, Patriarch Yin, please speak. At this moment, it was as if there was no longer a distinction between good and evil. For one thing, it is natural to find the seniors, and if the seniors are in that ferrying great cultivator definitely won't be able to get much benefit. Just as Yin Jieqing finished speaking, Nangong Yao bitterly shook his head. Patriarch Yin is joking. Mr. Ethereal and Traceless, where can this clan go to look for it? Knowing that this was of course extremely unlikely, Yin Jieqie added, second, that is, Patriarch Nangong will immediately make a trip to the ethereal snowy plains north of Beixian to see if he can ask the palace master of the Wuji Immortal Palace to help him. If the southern sky had a transitional cataclysmic great cultivator, then they naturally had one in Beixian as well. Although the ethereal snow plain was not technically within the boundaries of Beixian, on the map, it is so labeled. Master of the Wuji Immortal Palace? Nangong Yao quickly shook his head and said with difficulty, Patriarch Yin is afraid that he's joking. How can I, a tiny Yuaning, invite that kind of character? Besides, there's one more thing Nangong Yao can't say. That is, he was about to be unable to suppress the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation right now, so he simply didn't have the time to go to that ethereal snow plain. Then I don't know. Sect leader Nangong will make his own decision, so I will take my leave first. Yin Jieqie shook her head and swept up as a black mist and disappeared. Ji Wutsong teasingly looked at Nangong Yao and said, Nangong Yao, what are you going to do with this one? Too bad, haha. After saying that, seeing Nangong Yao's face becoming more and more gloomy, he couldn't afford to fan the flames any further. flew up and went after Yin Jiexie. Phew! Nangong Yao's eyes flashed sharply, and he immediately summoned Lu Yunma. Sovereign. Nangong Yao quickly told Lu Yunma about the matter, and Lu Yunma listened with a pale face. Grand Elder, go to the Netherworld Snowplains and see if you can invite the palace master of the Wuji Immortal Palace. This sect's thunder tribulation is approaching, so I really can't spare the time, Nangong Yao gruffly said. Lu Yunma was dumbstruck. Patriarch, how could Yunma invite the lord of the Wuji Immortal Palace? If Yunma goes to the Snowplains, it's a toss-up whether or not he'll have a chance to see it. Nangong Yao sighed. There's really no way out right now, so let's give it a try. And if it really doesn't work, one can only say that our Daotian sect's chi has run out. Ryunma, yes. The only thing our Daotian sect can hold is that Earth-grade spirit vein. If you can meet the lord of the Wuji Immortal Palace, then say that the heavenly clan is willing to offer the spirit vein, Nangong Yao said in a low voice. Lu Yunma pursed her lips. Patriarch, a transcendent power like the Wuji Immortal Palace. I'm afraid I can't look at an Earth-grade spirit vein. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth and said, if a single Earth-grade spirit vein doesn't work out, then you can go on and say that. As long as you are willing to help our clan to survive this calamity, our Daotian sect is willing to subordinate to the Wuji Immortal Palace, and we will say that there are 15 purple-clothed disciples in our clan. Among them, there are 4 heavenly spiritual roots and 11 top-tier earthly spiritual roots, so this sect doesn't believe that the Wuji Immortal Palace won't help. Lu Yunma's heart was shaken. It also understood how terrifying this calamity was, definitely the most terrifying one in all times. In order to get through it peacefully, the patriarch had sort of gone out on a limb. Understood. Hoo-hoo. The wind is howling and the snow is heavy. On the boundless snowy plain, a green-clothed scholar walked step by step. In the wind and snow, Chen Sun took out the map, looked at it and laughed. Ethereal snow plains. Not bad. When you're done wandering around here, you'll check out the opposite side of the southern sky. Chen Sun put away the map, took out a jug of wine, and drank freely while walking, when it was a pleasure. Ow dash. Suddenly, the vague howl of a wolf entered his ears with the cold wind. At some point, Chen Sun had been surrounded by hundreds of white wolves. Each of the white wolves was larger than a fine young man, and their scarlet gazes were fixed on Chen Sun. And these white wolves were no ordinary wolves, or wolf demons with cultivation. Each one was about at the middle to late stage of chi refining. That wolf king in the lead, however, was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Looking at the wolves that surrounded him, Chen Sun rubbed his stomach and said, what a sleepy head. In the next moment, the wooden sword behind him swept out, like a meteor sweeping through the wolves, and in less time, swept back, into the cloth cover. Fragrant, so fragrant. Chen Sun sat on the ground and grilled, and said beautifully. After Chen Sun cleaned a white wolf, he directly roasted it on the campfire with a wooden sword stuck in it. The wooden sword was tough as hell. That wolf meat was almost cooked, but the wooden sword was not damaged at all. The wind nearby was blowing heavily. Only the space of 10 feet around Chen Sun was as if it was standing still. There wasn't the slightest hint of flying snow or gale force winds, and it was spooky as hell. The snowy plains were dangerous, and during Chen Sun's barbecue, many more demonic beasts were attracted by the smell. However, when they saw the white wolf corpses all over the place near Chen Sun, those demonic beasts were scared and ran away. Meaty and flavorful. Nice. Chen Sun picked up the wooden sword and directly bit off a piece of wolf meat, after chewing and swallowing it. Then he grabbed a jug of wine and took a painful sip. Cool. Senior sister. Look there. At the same time, a shout rang out nearby, and a group of men and women dressed in clan attire came. The crowd looked at the white wolf corpses all over the place in shock. Finally, he looked at the cozy youth who was eating meat and drinking wine, and his eyes gradually became unkind. Chapter 65. Which direction is your clan in? Chen Sun was just eating the roasted wolf meat when a group of sect disciples came rustling up to him. 15 in total. Each one has a bad face. Fellow Daoist, do you know that these many ice snow white wolves that were killed were bred by our clan? The head female disciple, Yang Qing, said coldly. The rest of the disciples also stared at Chen Sun with hatred. At this moment, no one had noticed a strange phenomenon. That is, after approaching Chen Sun, the wind and snow in this place had stopped. Chen Sun was surprised and took another bite of the wolf meat, chewing as he did so. You bred them? Yang Cheng nodded gravely. Exactly. This place is close to my Wuji Immortal Palace. All the demonic beasts in a radius of tens of thousands of miles are bred by my Wuji Immortal Palace. After saying that, Yang Cheng stalled, having thought that by uttering the name of the Wuji Immortal Palace, will make the youth in front of the chills, but I did not expect it's actually half a reaction or not. The face is still flat. Chen Sun nodded. In that case, that's fine. I'm a person who doesn't like trouble. Since it was bred by you, then you and tell me how many spirit stones are needed. I'm willing to compensate. Just as Chan Sun finished speaking, a disciple droned. Compensation for spirit stones? No amount of compensation is enough for you. Do you know how precious the ice white wolf is? In this ethereal snow plane, one kill is one less, and you've exterminated hundreds of them. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun's meat-eating movements gave a start and laughed. Since no amount of compensation is enough, then I won't pay for it. Next, I'm going to ask you for compensation. Yang Qing and the others? Chen Sun inserted the wooden sword with the wolf meat into the fire, reached out to roast the fire and said, do you know that when I was surrounded by this pack of white wolves, I was so scared inside that I almost perished, and the white wolves were bred by you. So it's not too much to compensate for some spirit stones to console my spirit that's still tense even now, right? Yang Qing and the others' faces changed as their eyes grew more and more gloomy. One of the disciples snapped, you should be from northern Xian, right? Misty Snow was not a place you should have entered in the first place, and this time there was already a lot of crises, so you are to blame for being surrounded by ice snow white wolves. That's right. How dare you shamelessly ask us for compensation? You didn't hear that before. We are disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace. If you ask me, I'd say we should just arrest him and take him back. Let the forces behind it ransom the man. The disciples spoke to each other. Chen Sun wasn't angry in the slightest, but instead laughed. I see. Listening to what you guys are saying, it's that when I'm surrounded by white wolves, I can't fight back, so I should just take it? Or else, is your life still more precious than hundreds of ice white wolves? Let me tell you, killing a demonic beast in our Wuji Immortal Palace's territory, then this matter cannot be settled. You're finished, a disciple coldly said. At this moment, Yang Qing's pupils were slightly contracted as she suddenly noticed that something was wrong. It is that this place is quiet, while not far away from the surrounding area is a blizzard of wind and snow. Chen Sun laughed. Looks like you guys are being unreasonable. Ha, naive. One of the disciples mocked. Don't say it. Suddenly, Yang Qing interrupted. The disciples, however, were overjoyed, thinking that Yang Qing was unwilling to talk any more nonsense. However, right at this moment, Chen Sun inserted the wooden sword back into the cloth cover on his back, clapped his hands and stood up, laughing. Is the Wuji Immortal Palace? Good. You juniors are unreasonable. Then I'd like to see if the elders of your clan are reasonable. Yang Qing frowned while the disciples sneered and laughed with disdain. It seems that their Wuji Immortal Palace has been hidden in the netherworld snowplains for too long, and this cultivator has never heard of it. But it was also more than evident that this cultivator was not a strong person, who in North Xian, above the Jiedan level, does not know the fame of their misty snowy plains Wuji Immortal Palace? Just then, Chen Sun casually waved his hand. The snow on the ground is swept up, melted into a rope of ice crystals, like a swimming snake swept away, instantly binding Yang Qing and the other disciples. The crowd came back to their senses, alarmed and struggling, but no matter what means they used, using all their strength, this ice crystal rope was not moving. It even got tighter and tighter as they struggled. For a while, Yang Qing and the others panicked. The disciples finally realized that the youth in front of them was a strong person, above Jiedan. At least it wasn't something that their group of foundation stage could resist. After all, even Yang Qing, the senior sister who was about to break through the Jiedan, was at her wit's end. What do you want? A disciple was painfully bound by the ropes and said angrily, you've really eaten your heart out. Dare to make a move against us. The disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace, in the misty snow plains. Chen Sun, however, was too lazy to respond to this and laughed. Pointed direction to your clan? At those words, the crowd was shocked. What did this person mean? Do you really dare to go to the Wuji Immortal Palace? Spinning around, they all sneered and laughed. Very well. To be honest, just now they were a bit worried that this person was a rash person who killed them and then fled. But now it seems, Yang Qing said in a condensed voice, fellow Daoist, you let us go and leave on your own. How about we pretend nothing happened today? Chen Sun said softly, things have happened, so how can we pretend they didn't happen? I said earlier that I would seek out your clan elders to reason with them. Yang Qing stagnated and simply did not want to say more, although he knew that this person had a high level of cultivation. However, it didn't seem to understand what the Wuji Immortal Palace stood for at all. Our clan is in that direction. You go if you can. If you don't go, I despise you from the bottom of my heart. One of the disciples raised his chin hard in one direction and teased. Upon hearing that, Chen Sun waved his hand and brought up a group of disciples, and they headed in that direction through the wind and snow, a step of 1,000 miles. At this terrifying speed, the wind and snow scraped raw on the faces of the crowd, cutting right through their mouths. The blood was flowing and they couldn't even breathe. Their faces finally changed. It was the youth's unfathomable strength that surprised him. What was even more shocking was that the youth actually did dare to go up to the Wuji Immortal Palace. A bad premonition actually gradually surfaced in the hearts of the crowd. However, when they thought of their elders, who were harmonization realm cultivators, and the palace master, who was a great cultivator of the ferrying, then he relaxed again. This man, who seeks his own death, will not live long. The Wuji Immortal Palace was located at the top of a 10,000-foot snowy mountain in the center of the ethereal snow plains. The magnificent building at the top of that mountain could be vaguely seen in the snow and wind. Swish! A crowd of figures swept in. It was Chen Sun who arrived with those 15 disciples. At this time, under that terrifying speed, a group of disciples had long been heavily wounded. Flesh and blood on all 5 senses. Chen Sun stood in the air, one hand behind his back, and laughed. Is this your clan? It does look imposing. After saying that, Chen Sun inclined his head and said, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to call out to your clan elders to come out, or you'll be dead soon. Tianqing and the other disciples looked at the green-clothed back with trembling eyes. At this moment, he had long been bowled over by his unhurried demeanor. This person was still breezy even though he had already arrived outside the Wuji Immortal Palace. Can't see even the slightest bit of trepidation. Although Chen Sun used to be gentle and treat people kindly, he was also a reasonable master. But once you're really upset, it's also extraordinarily frightening and appalling. For example, it is true that I am a good talker, but if I am displeased, it is your bad luck. Elder, help! A disciple cried out violently, his pleas for help echoing endlessly in the white world. Chapter 66, I'm sorry for you guys. Elder, help! This cry resounded through the heavens, startling the Wuji Immortal Palace. In the Infinite Immortal Palace, no matter what they are doing, they all stagnate at the same time. Incredulously, he looked out at the sky outside the palace. At the same time, many streams of light swept out from the Wuji Immortal Palace and swept across to the opposite side of Chen Sun's crowd. Or Foundation Cultivator soared in the air, or Jiedan Cultivator feet in the air. There are 3 or 2 Yuaning cultivators stare at the eyes like electricity. And these few Yuaning cultivators were nothing more than the Inter-sect elders of the Wuji Immortal Palace. On the contrary, in the Tao Heavenly Sect, the cultivation realm of the Inter-sect elders was only at the Jiedan stage. The difference is obvious. At this time, more and more streams of light swept out from the Wuji Immortal Palace, and those who came to this room. Anyone who saw the 15 heavily wounded and disfigured disciples behind Chen Sun had anger rising in their hearts. In the misty snowy plains, it was unthinkable that anyone would dare to touch their Wuji Immortal Palace disciples. What is even more infuriating is that this person actually dared to come to the Wuji Immortal Palace alone. How wanton! What audacity! Behind Chen Sun, Tianqing and the other disciples saw more and more disciple elders arriving. In Chen Sun formed an oppression like 1,000 armies, and could not help but feel a great relief in his heart. The hatred in his heart spread infinitely. Aren't you crazy? Didn't you dare to climb the Wuji Immortal Palace alone? Now what? Chen Sun scanned the disciples and elders of the Wuji Immortal Palace in front of him and smiled faintly. You and the others aren't qualified enough. Let the strongest of your palace come out and face Mr. Chen. For a time, the sky dome outside the Wuji Immortal Palace was plunged into silence. Only the wind and snow drifted in the sky. Who is outside the palace? Inside the Infinite Immortal Palace. In a hall, a clear and cold voice resounded. Back to the palace master. According to the rumors, it seems to be a young cultivator who captured a disciple of our palace and came to. I don't know what the reason is at the moment. A core elder respectfully returned. At this moment, inside the temple, a veiled and stunning woman sat on the upper seat. On either side of the bottom, there were a total of 6 core elders, and the one who bowed and knelt in the center was the Tianqing's grand elder, Lu Yunma. It's also without resting, all the way either by boat or through the teleportation array. To the Wuji Immortal Palace. Lu Yunma was shocked in his heart at this moment, wondering why there was still someone who dared to come to the Wuji Immortal Palace to call the shots. Which one of you is not afraid to die? Palace Master, but do you need me to go out and take a look? A core elder bowed and asked for instructions. Qingran said indifferently, no need, just leave it to the people below to deal with it. Let's continue to discuss the matter of the Tao Heavenly Sect. Yes, that core elder responded. Observing this situation, it can be seen that both Qingran, the palace master, and a group of core elders, neither had taken to heart what was playing out outside the palace at the moment. Lu Yunma, what you said just now, is every word true? Qingran asked. Lu Yunma was busy saying, back to Palace Master Qin, every word is true. The sovereign has said that, as long as Palace Master Qin is willing to come to Northern Xian to help my Tao Heavenly Sect survive this calamity, my Tao Heavenly Sect will be willing to depend on the Wuji Immortal Palace from now on. Qingran sniffed without saying a word, unable to see any expression under her veil. A core elder perceived the situation and immediately stood out. Drinking, why didn't you, Daotian Patriarch, come in person? Instead, he sent you, an elder? Is this the sincerity of the Taoist Heavenly Sect? This junior Nangong Yao is nothing more than a late-stage yuaning, but he doesn't have a small frame. Humph. Lu Yunma's heart trembled as he said in a hard voice, misunderstanding. I pay my respects to Palace Master Qin and the elders. The patriarch has wanted to come personally since, but there's no way patriarch his god transformation thunder tribulation is coming, so he really can't get away. AI. Hearing this, the faces of the core elders were slightly eased. If that is the case, it is justifiable. Qin Xinran opened her mouth and said, Lu Yunma, this palace is willing to make a trip to northern Xian. Help your Daotian sect to survive this calamity. Lu Yunma was overjoyed and was about to kowtow. Qin Xinran then waved his hand and said, don't be in a hurry, but in addition to your Daotian sect's dependence on I have one more condition, and that is that 2 of the 4 heavenly spirit root disciples of your clan should join my Wuji immortal palace. Forever a disciple of my Wuji immortal palace. Lu Yunma's face changed, and he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. The heavenly spirit root disciples are so precious that the Dao heavenly sect has only had 4 of them over the years. Qin Xinran did not say anything more. She knew that the Dao heavenly sect was able to carry the weight between destruction and the loss of 2 heavenly spirit root disciples. Moreover, entering the Wuji immortal palace, to put it bluntly, was considered to be sending the 2 heavenly spirit root disciples a piece of creation. It's up to the Daotian sect to recognize it or not. Lu Yunma smiled forcefully. Okay, no problem. 2 heavenly spirit root disciples can enter the Dao heavenly sect. It is also considered their creation, so how can I not comply? Just then, a core elder's face changed drastically as he said, Palace Master, that young cultivator from the outside world has already killed 1 yuaning and 2 jiedan in our palace. What? The crowd's bodies shook. Even Qin Xinran slowly stood up, raising her eyes to look out of the palace icily. Outside the infinite immortal palace, more and more immortal palace cultivators converged. The number even reached tens of thousands. And yet, dead silence. The disciple elders looked at the green-clothed cultivator in front of them with pale faces. Just a few moments ago, they did nothing more than call out a few warnings. Without saying a word, this person killed an Inter-sect yuaning elder and 2 Jedan deacons on their side. And it's an instant kill. Behind Shen Sun, Yang Chang and the others were trembling in their hearts and minds, not daring to look at the green-clothed back with disbelief. After seeing the killing, they were also too scared to squeak. Shen Sun swept his eyes and laughed softly. What's wrong? Are all of you mute? Where's that hooting and hollering just now? The space was quiet, countless eyes averted, before the arrival of the top brass of the Wuji immortal palace. No one dared to say another word for fear of the reaping of death scythe. Seeing that the crowd didn't speak, Shen Sun was slightly bored. He said, your Wuji immortal palace executives are quite the racket, making Mr. Chen wait. Well, so be it. I will kill 1 person if they come a breath later next. The words were just finished. There was just a sword chi swept up from nowhere. Swish! Another Jiedan stage deacon was split in half from the sky's spiritual cap and fell into the sky. Su, Deacon Su. The elder disciples were restless and watched the scene in horror, but none dared to come forward. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the Wuji immortal palace were shocked by the green-clothed sword cultivator alone. As breath after breath passed, 1 disciple elder after another was split in half by the sword chi. Fallen. Extreme depression swept over the hearts of the people. Their faces were white. And, in spite of the extreme cold, each one is cold and sweaty. For the first time in many years, this kind of appalling thing had happened in the Wuji immortal palace. However, although the cultivators were afraid in their hearts, they thought that when the core elders or even the palace master arrived later, after this person would surely be sanctioned. Each of their eyes were hardened. Stop! Where are the youngsters from that dare to come to the Wuji immortal palace to act recklessly? Right at this moment, first a core elder's stern cry rang out, followed by 7 figures emerging. It was none other than Palace Master Qin Xinran and the 6 core elders. Came a step too slow. Another breath has passed. Chen Sun lightly laughed, and then another disciple was killed by the invisible sword chi. The disciple was still beheaded in front of a group of executives from the Wuji immortal palace. Palace Master, Elder. When the many cultivators saw the arrival of Qin Xinran and the core elders, their hearts plummeted with relief. They have worshipped very sadly and are truly frightened. Behind Shen Sun, Yang Chang and other disciples also cried out, never expecting that. A cultivator that he had randomly encountered on the snowy plains was actually such a ruthless person that he dared to come directly to the Wuji immortal palace to go on a killing spree. Palace Master, help! Yang Chang and the other disciples begged for help in fear. They didn't dare to continue staying on the green-clothed cultivator's side for even a breath. It was too scary. You, very well. Qin Xinran stared at Chen Sun and faintly said. The group of core elders were also so infuriated that their chests rose and fell. And just now, even if they had appeared, this man had the audacity to kill a man to his face. For many years, this had never happened to the Wuji immortal palace. It was simply a disgrace, plus the dead elders, deacons, and disciples, also a loss never seen before. Chen Sun smiled. Since you guys are here, then it's just right that Mr. Chen and asked, how does your sect discipline its disciples? Going so far as to discipline such a group of sightless and unreasonable people. Qin Xingran's eyes condensed slightly as she said, it's not your turn to judge how my palace disciples are disciplined. Is your excellency minding a little too much? Chen Sun nodded. So you don't want to know the ins and outs? Qin Xingran, this palace doesn't have that kind of leisure. Nor does it want to know about the conflict between your excellency and my palace disciples. Even more so, I don't want to fight for that reasoning, only knowing that I, Wuji Immortal Palace, am the reasoning. When the elders and disciples heard this, their hearts were filled with passion. Yes, this was their Wuji Immortal Palace. Yang Cheng and the others were also no longer terrified in their hearts and looked at Chen Sun with pity and hatred. It's time to pay the price. Chen Sun laughed. I finally know why your sect's disciples are so defiant. It turns out that the top beam is not as crooked as the bottom beam. Qin Xingran, tie him up and escort him into the extremely cold ice cave in the back of the mountain. The two core elders stood out on command and looked at Chen Sun icily. This elder knows that you may be a harmonization stage cultivator, and that this level of cultivation is capable of traversing North Xian in the outside world. But you're afraid that you're usually so used to being high and mighty that you've underestimated our Wuji Immortal Palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun was silent for a moment and said, it's a pity. Qin Xingran's eyes flickered as she asked, are you pitying yourself? No. Chen Sun smiled and shook his head. It's a pity for you guys. I gave you guys a chance. After all, the path to immortality is rugged and it's not easy to cultivate. After saying that, Chen Sun slowly reached out and gripped on the hilt of the sword behind him. At that exact moment, Lu Yunma, who had only just come out of the temple, saw the scene over here. When he saw Chen Sun's figure, his pupils shrunk heavily and his face swished white. First, Sir. Chapter 67, Sword Chi, Overwhelming the Immortal Palace. Sir. Lu Yunma transformed into a stream of light, swept into the air in the twinkling of an eye, with a look of incomparable urgency. Sir, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Qin Xingran and the core elders were slightly surprised when they saw this. I can't imagine that the Dao Heavenly Clan would recognize this person, so it seems that the Taoist Heavenly Sect can't be helped. Lu Yunma, this person killed several of my Wuji Immortal Palace's elder deacon disciples in a row. I can't imagine that you're even acquainted with him, so the previous negotiation is null and void. A core elder coldly said. Lu Yunma heard, but it does not matter. Now since the encounter with Mr. That nullification will be nullified. In any case, he would stand by Mr. I believe that even if the patriarch was here, will also not hesitate to side with Mr. It was just that at this moment, Lu Yunma's urgency was entirely due to some concern for Chen Sun. It wasn't that he doubted Chen Sun's strength, but right now, in the territory of the Wuji Immortal Palace, in addition to the powerful palace master, the opposing party had a host of harmonization stage elders, so it could be said that there were many people. I'm afraid that even though Mr. is strong, it's hard to beat four hands. Mr. You step back behind me. Lu Yunma was about to say something else when Chen Sun cut him off. Lu Yunma's heart trembled, and although he was anxious, he didn't dare to disobey and silently retreated to the side. At this moment, Qin Xingran looked at Chen Sun's gesture of holding his sword without a care in the world, lightly said, this palace master has been practicing for more than 2,000 years and is in the middle stage of transition, almost to the peak of the mortal realm, and in another 1,000 years, it is not unlikely that she will be able to ascend. And what's the pity? You, a cultivator, are arrogant and not worthy of death. What a great way to say death is not enough. Chen Sun laughed softly and suddenly drew his sword. Clang! The moment he drew his sword, the sound of the sword shocked heaven and earth. The wind and snow of the entire ethereal snowplain seemed to have stopped for an instant. Qin Xingran had not thought about it, but the moment Chen Sun drew his sword, his face changed abruptly. The mind went blank for a split second. Qin Xingran subconsciously wanted to run his spiritual energy to release the transitional mighty pressure to counterattack, but under the sword intent that was like the most powerful sword in the world, he couldn't even raise that kind of thought. No, don't, elder. Swish, the invisible sword chi swept over Qin Xingran's body in an instant. Along with the veil, Qin Xingran's body was then split in half. All the vitality in his body was mercilessly exterminated by the terrifying sword chi. The two halves of Qin Xingran's face were frozen with the pleas for mercy and horror of life. In the next moment, the two halves of Qin Xingran's body were crumbled into nothingness and dissipated by the sword chi. Before and after, it was electrifying and happened extremely fast. The palace master of the Wuji Immortal Palace, the great cultivator of transition, fell, and this, Chen Sun was merely drawing his sword. Outside the Wuji Immortal Palace, heaven and earth were dead silent to the extreme. Everyone's faces turned white, their souls trembled, and they felt like the sky was falling. It's too fast. It's just too fast. Even understood what had happened. Their supreme courtmaster, Lu Yunma's pupils were also trembling in shock, frantically gulping down saliva, only to feel his mouth and tongue dry like never before. Lu Yunma's afterglow trembled as he looked to the green-clothed figure on the side, and straight away he wanted to choke. Too strong, Mr. Too strong, Mr. Strong, incredibly strong, far beyond the boundaries of the mortal realm. Mr. Is he really a monk of this world? Palace Master. Returning to their senses, all the elder disciples of the Wuji Immortal Palace had sorrow in their hearts, but at this moment, and they don't even have the courage to cry out in sorrow. Behind Shen Sun, that Tianqing and the other bound disciples looked infinitely terrified, their bodies trembling violently, warmth in the lower body. That's right, they're pissed off. Unparalleled remorse spread through his heart, but it was too late. Shen Sun inclined his head and said, "Tell me, did your palace master deserve to die?" Tianqing and the others had their sweaty hairs exploding, their souls seemed to be bewitched, and they were busy saying, "Deserve to die. Palace master deserves to die." Shen Sun laughed. It's really not something. When he finished speaking, he wiped Tianqing and the others into nothingness with a flick of his sleeve. It's as if it never existed. This scene that was beyond imagination once again scared the crowd of the Wuji Immortal Palace to death. Everyone snapped and knelt in the air, frantically kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "Elders, spare your life. Elders, spare our lives. We know it's wrong. Really know it's wrong. Elders, spare your life." The scene of tens of thousands of cultivators frantically begging for mercy with one person facing the green clothes was extremely explosive. In particular, all of them were elder disciples of a great sect like the Wuji Immortal Palace. Go! Shen Sun turned around and stepped outward into the air. Lu Yunma came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed to follow. Only his heart was beating as fast as it could. Never had an experience like this before. Wait for Shen Sun to walk away. All the elder disciples in this room seemed as if their strength had been drained out of their bodies. And what's more, they even had unsteady spiritual energy, falling down into the air. Everyone knelt there, disoriented, in disbelief, that the palace master had died just like that. It's like a dream, but it's all in the eye of the beholder. The only thing to be thankful for is that the vast majority of them are still alive. Yet just then, Shen Sun, who had walked away, suddenly turned around, his eyes calm and deep, his right hand gently raised and the index and middle fingers were together, pointing in the direction of the Wuji Immortal Palace. Suddenly, a faint light lit up on Shen Sun's finger, flickering like a firefly. In the next moment, a brilliant sword aura erupted from his fingertips. In an instant, the volatile sword chi shot straight up into the sky, cutting through the miles of sky and pointing directly at the Wuji Immortal Palace. Wherever the sword chi went, it swept up endless wind and snow, and space was torn apart. It made a crackling sound. Sword chi was invisible, while the wind and snow were tangible, and heaven and earth were tangible. A scene that was like doomsday in the eyes of Lu Yunma and even the crowd of the Wuji Immortal Palace. No! Swish! Boom! The terrifying sword chi was like a tsunami that overturned the entire Wuji Immortal Palace. In just an instant, the brilliant Wuji Immortal Palace was reduced to pieces. Countless desperate and terrified elder disciples were obliterated into nothingness in the endless sword chi, along with the 10,000-foot snow mountain where the Wuji Immortal Palace is located, also at the same time, collapsed, obliterated, into flat ground. Rumble, the sky shook and the ground shook, and on the misty snow plains, countless demonic beasts ran in all directions, wailing and roaring. It wasn't until a short time later that all the commotion died down. Shen Sun slowly lowered his fingers and held them behind his back, looking at the scene with a clear coldness. On the side, Lu Yunma stayed there, looking at the smoldering Wuji Immortal Palace, looking at the indescribable destruction that had been caused. His teeth were strained to the breaking point, his knees were weak, and his mind was so clouded that he wanted to faint. Shen Sun squinted at Lu Yunma and said, "How are you? Is it okay?" With a jolt, Lu Yunma knelt down and shivered. "First, sir, Yunma is fine." Shen Sun was suspicious. "Seeing that you seem to have a good relationship with the Wuji Immortal Palace, you're not going to ask for a claim from me on behalf of the Wuji Immortal Palace, are you?" Lu Yunma's scalp instantly exploded. His eyes exploded and he exclaimed in shock, "Mr. Misunderstanding. How dare Yunma? And Yunma has nothing to do with the Wuji Immortal Palace." Yunma had long looked at the Wuji Immortal Palace with displeasure. Now it's destroyed by Mr. It is indeed the wrath of heaven. Yunma is overjoyed. Shen Sun stroked his chin and nodded his head. "Alright, I'll believe you for once. If you had spoken any slower just now, I would have had to cut off the roots." Lu Yunma's eyes rolled white. Finally her mind lost control, and she fainted in shock. falling toward the lower air. Chen Sun smiled, and with a flick of his sleeve, he held it in the air. Otherwise, Ryunma was going to fall to mush. No matter what, at least it's a yuaning. If it falls into mush, it can simply go down in the history books, laughing for the rest of eternity. Chapter 68, The Many Supreme Treasures Chen Sun disliked. Crackle. Somewhere low in the snowy plains, a campfire burned. Chen Sun warmed a pot of wine and leaned there, reading a wordless book while drinking. To the side, Lu Yunma was lying there flat on his back, his eyes closed tightly, his brow furrowed as if dreaming of something horrible. Suddenly, Ryunma sat up violently, panting and looking stunned. Lu Yunma quickly slowed down, his afterglow noticing the campfire in Chen Sun with a start, hastily rising to greet him. First, sir. Chen Sun didn't look at him either, but just said softly, the weather is bitterly cold, and since you're awake, just have a drink to warm you up. Yes. Lu Yunma respectfully responded and silently sat down, taking out a cup and pouring himself a cup of warm wine. Drink up. Although as a yuaning cultivator, he is not afraid of the cold, but if sir says so, just do as he says. After Lu Yunma drank a cup, he stopped making a sound, his afterglow occasionally looking at Chen Sun. Thinking about the destruction of the Wuji immortal palace, he still felt horrified and dreamy even now. First, sir. Chen Sun turned a page and said, speak. Lu Yunma swallowed his saliva and said, Is Mr. an immortal? Chen Sun was slightly stunned and snickered. How am I any kind of immortal? It's you guys, in the mundane world, who are. Aren't they all shouted at and gladly accepted as immortals? Lu Yunma blushed and felt ashamed of herself. Shamefully, he said, we are only half-assed immortal cultivators, but we can't afford to be called immortals, except that mortals have shallow insights. It is thought that those who can fly are immortals. Chen Sun smiled without saying anything. Lu Yunma coughed dryly and took another drink, lending a bit of liquor, and said, you're really strong, sir, and honestly, previously, the cloud is still some do not understand why you do not care about the North Shin positive devil two things. Now it is all understand. Mr. This kind of existence, watching the North Shin positive devil fighting, maybe it's like watching a child's play. It's not worth it. It seemed to Willow Cloud that, in the eyes of Mr. Beishien's positive devils fighting might be like two ants fighting. What is there to care? Let it be. Unless one of the ants got tired of living and came up and provoked Mr. Had no choice but to stomp it to death at will. It was like the Wuji immortal palace that had just been destroyed. Chen Sun glanced at Lu Yunma, but said, you're right, but not entirely right. Lu Yunma immediately perked up his ears and listened respectfully, but Chen Sun stopped speaking carefully. Lu Yunma didn't dare to ask, and remembering the business, he asked carefully, sir, will you return to the Tianqing with Yunma this time? Right now, the Wuji immortal palace was destroyed, and when that southern sky transitional great cultivator arrived, the Dao heavenly sect would be finished. However, if Mr. does not go to the Tianqing, of course, there is nothing Lu Yunma can do about it. One can only go back and think of another way. Chen Sun was silent and said, I know what you mean. No matter what, that person is here for me. It can't involve your Tianqing. Lu Yunma was first surprised and then shocked. He didn't understand that how does sir know so well? He didn't even say, in the end, sir, an immortal is an immortal. Chen Sun turned his words around and continued, but I'm not going back. I have a formation disk here. It can keep your Tianqing safe. With that, Chen Sun pulled out a dusty array disk from somewhere and threw it over. Lu Yunma hurriedly caught it, as if it was a treasure, and said in surprise, thank you, sir. Lu Yunma was aware of this, and Mr. Produced, will be the best. Chen Sun nodded and smiled. There are only 2 array centers left for this array disk, so use it and cherish it, but to be honest, it's a bit of a waste to use it to defend against that southern heavenly cultivator, but it doesn't matter. I picked it up anyway. It's not a place you'd normally use. It was too long ago, and Chen Sun had forgotten exactly where he had picked it up from, such as this, which looked like garbage to him. He actually had quite a lot more, in a variety of ways. Chen Sun didn't tell Lu Yunma any more details. We can't say that once this array disk is activated, it can't be broken even if an immortal comes, right? Taking a step back, that southern heavenly cultivator counted himself lucky in this life. It was unthinkable that one day a transitional cultivator could be resisted by this kind of array disk. Sir, Yunma understands. Lu Yunma solemnly arrayed the disk and put it away. He also understood that what the gentleman meant was that the array disk could only be used twice. Chen Sun laughed. Since that person is looking for trouble from me, you will then scold him for me within the formation. Yes, Lu Yunma hurriedly answered. Also, inform him that I will be making a trip to Nantan shortly. I'll give him a chance to settle the score face to face. Chen Sun said softly. In this way, that transitional cultivator wouldn't continue to guard the Daotian sect when he saw that he couldn't attack it. It'll be evacuated. Understood. Lu Yunma obviously also understood this layer of Chen Sun's meaning, and her heart grew more and more grateful. Also got a side note that Mr. will be in Nantan for the next while. Unable to help it, Lu Yunma felt pity for that great cultivator of transition. Who do you think you're messing with but Mr. In the past, Lu Yunma might have thought that a transitional junction great cultivator would pose a threat to Chen Sun, but after passing through the Wuji Immortal Palace, Lu Yunma knew that the transitional sinking great cultivator was just a piece of in the eyes of Mr. How could Mr. with the character of the gentleman go to him on purpose? It can only be said that by the way directly slaughtered him. Do you have anything else? Chen Sun calmly said. Lu Yunma quickly shook his head. Back to sir. It's fine. Chen Sun, since you're fine, why don't you get lost? Don't you want me to send you off personally? Dare not. Sir, then Yunma will take his leave first. Take care of yourself. Lu Yunma was startled and realized that time could not be delayed any longer, so he got up and saluted. After bowing and withdrawing 10 feet, he turned and flew away. After Yunma left, Chen Sun put away the wordless book and put it back into his arms. Then he pulled out a bunch of things. It's piled up like a hill. Well, the Tianqing pagoda, the undying scripture, the immortal binding rope, the endless Dan furnace, the Hongmeng green lotus, the world tree sapling, the heavy armor, the soul streamer, the 10,000 spells codex, the cross heavenly cloud crawler, the gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind spirit pearls, and so on. Hey, it's useless to keep these things and a shame to throw them away. Chen Sun was a bit depressed, shaking his head and picking his way through it once more after. Then the contraptions were put away in another wave. Although Chen Sun doesn't see much of these things, any one of them, put it anywhere and it's going to draw blood. Chen Sun, on the other hand, has a lot. And among the group of treasures, the one that was most favored by Chen Sun was the wordless book. That's right, the wordless book. Even wooden swords have to be piggybacked. Whether Chen Sun was in his madness or when he was sane, he would often hold the wordless book and watch it. It's not so much about learning something, it's simply about being fun and looking good. In the eyes of ordinary people, the wordless book is all but unrecorded and has nothing to offer. But in Chen Sun's eyes, the wordless book contains but a lot of wonders. In a word, a glimpse of heaven and earth, an insight into all things. In a wordless book is basic. Even fate and karma and even the laws of the world are penetrated in the wordless book. At that moment, the wooden sword behind Chen Sun's back vibrated. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow and faintly said, "Alright, you're actually barely okay." Wooden Sword. Chapter 69, Spirit World Demon Emperor Saint. For the next half a month, Chen Sun strolled through half of the netherworld snow plains. The misty snowy plains fly snow all year round, so it is as if the Wuji Immortal Palace specially chose the palace site and claimed it. Only with the destruction of the Wuji Immortal Palace that was entrenched here, the ethereal snowfield seems to have lost its special character as well. Oh, in the midst of the drifting snow, Chen Sun paused in his stance, and 10 feet in front of him, a wall of air appeared. Chen Sun walked over and stroked his chin before gently poking it with a finger. Click! The wall of air shattered and broke through a hole that allowed one person to enter and exit. Don't look at Chen Sun so easily, but the hardness of this wall of air. The probability is that an ordinary transitional cultivator will only be able to stare in disbelief when he arrives. I thought the Wuji Immortal Palace had been entrenched in the misty snow plains for so long. It should be aware of the existence of this wall of air, only that there was no way to break it down for the time being. Perhaps the cultivation level of that Wuji Immortal Palace's palace master in the middle stage of the transition is not enough. It was estimated that once it broke through to the late stage of transition, it would come to break this air wall. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Sun stepped inside. The moment you pass through the wall of air, the scenery is turned upside down. The surrounding area was no longer a snowfield, but a dark and silent void. Chen Sun looked down, and there was nothing under his feet but a deep, bottomless darkness. How many years has it been? Finally someone can come in here. It's not in vain for this emperor to wait here. At this time, a shadow dressed in golden armor slowly appeared, and indifferent words rang out in this place. It seems very high and mighty. Chen Sun looked at the golden armored figure. His eyes were slightly surprised, and he felt a trace of familiarity and can't think of one. If you can enter here, you must have reached the peak of your cultivation in the mortal realm. Very well. Sir. The golden armored void spoke faintly and turned around, letting out a shriek when he saw Chen Sun. Chen Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. The golden armored shadow changed its domineering and boundless stance, and flashed to Chen Sun in a flash of smoke. Flattery. Hey, sir, it's me. I'm Shang. Have you forgotten me? He said, and took off his mask, revealing a furry but face. Shensun frowned slightly for a while before remembering and laughing. So it's you, shrewd monkey. Saint hemmed and hawed, scratching his ears and looking very excited. Shensun laughed faintly. I can't imagine that you monkeys have left a wisp of soul in the mortal realm. If I'm right, it must be another trick you've set up. There was nothing to see that this Shang had a harmless appearance, but that was only in front of Shensun. His identity was a party of demon emperors in the spirit world. Saint smiled awkwardly. Since I can't hide it from you, sir. Ahem. The Saint was both delighted and helpless to see Shensun. Helpless that the plan to take over the body had fizzled out. Previously, such a wall of air was set up in the mortal realm for screening purposes, and if someone could enter, they would meet the conditions for him to take over the body. The holy sage was naturally not dead, and now the main body was in the spirit world. This remnant soul of his was trying to plunder a satisfactory out-of-body incarnation. Generally speaking, to be able to cultivate to the peak in the mortal realm, where resources were barren, was enough to show natural talent and perseverance. And most of the cultivators who ascended from the mortal realm were able to make a good living in the spirit world. If one can achieve an excellent out-of-body incarnation in the mortal realm, and then cross the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the spirit realm, that will become Saint's right-hand man in the future. Mr. won't blame Saint, will he? Seeing that Shensun didn't say anything but just looked at him quietly, Saint couldn't help but say with some trepidation. Shensun said softly, what do I blame you for? What happens to other people's fates has nothing to do with me. Shang immediately smiled cheekily and said, Mr. Unchanged, as it used to be, it still is today. Shensun suddenly said, right now, there happens to be a transitional succession stage cultivator who is my enemy. Its cultivation is at the peak of the middle stage of the transition, and it is only one step away from the late stage of the transition. So how about that body is given to you then? Shang was shocked. There's even someone who dares to be an enemy of Mr. That ferrying minor cultivator is really tired of living. Shang was shocked and numb. He was well aware of the magical powers of the one in front of him. One could only say that that small cultivator of the ferry had guts. Shensun shook his head helplessly and laughed. Are there fewer people who have made enemies of me? It's not like I have the word uninviting written on my face. He. What Mr. said. What Mr. said. Saint smiled respectfully and, he added, it is wonderful to see Mr. Sheng in his clear state. Previously, Mr. Sheng had left without a word, and Sheng had missed him very much afterwards. I can't imagine that it's here in this mortal realm. I'm not ashamed to say that you're a gentleman, able to travel freely in all walks of life without regard to the boundary walls and the heavenly Tao. Obviously, the holy sage was aware of Shensun's madness and the clear reincarnation transformation, but that's all I know. I don't know anything deeper, and it seems to st. that the rotation of the two states of Mr. It's also an act of Big Brother gaming the world. Hearing Shang talk about this, Shensun sighed in his heart before remembering that this Qingming has been more than a month, and I do not know when it will suddenly become crazy again. Let it be. Get used to it. Well, without further ado, I'm going to put this remnant of your soul away first. At that time, after cleaning up that transitional cultivator, you will be released. Shensun finished with a flick of his sleeve, and then he didn't know where to take the wisp of Saint's residual soul. For this mischievous monkey, Shensun was still quite fond of it. Plus there was a previous connection. Wouldn't mind helping out along the way. Taoist heavenly sect. Cabinet. Nangong Yao and the elders frowned and lamented from time to time. Sovereign, Yunma is back. Just then, Lu Yunma entered the cabinet in a dusty manner. The crowd was delighted and rushed to gather around. Nangong Yao said excitedly, Great Elder, you finally returned. I've heard that Southern Heaven's transitional great cultivator has already arrived at the heaven-swallowing demon sect and will be coming to our Dao Heaven sect in the next few days. Saying that, Nangong Yao suddenly added in an urgent voice that's not right. How come you're the only one back? Did Palace Master Qin not come to the Dao Heavenly sect with you? The elders also realized it, and their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Ryunma swallowed and said, Patriarch, Palace Master Qin was killed by Mr. And the Wuji Immortal Palace was also destroyed by Mr. What? The crowd was dumbfounded. Nangong Yao couldn't keep his cool any longer and fiercely stepped forward to grab Lu Yunma by the collar of his shirt. Unbelievably, he said, What did you say? Say that again? Lu Yunma said in a trembling voice, Wu, the Wuji Immortal Palace is gone. Nangong Yao's pupils shrunk heavily as he slowly loosened the collar of Lu Yunma's coat and stumbled towards the back. It's almost too close to stand. The elders also sucked in cool air, and their minds set off shocking waves. That is the misty snowy plain. The transcendent Wuji Immortal Palace. Was Mr. Overwhelmed? Mr. Is also too fierce. If not for the fact that these words were spoken by Grand Elder Lu Yunma himself, the crowd would have felt incredulous. Like a dream. How could the Wuji Immortal Palace have messed with Mr.? It's over. It's over. Now that the Wuji Immortal Palace has been destroyed, how will my Dao Heavenly Sect survive the calamity? Nangong Yao murmured with his eyes lifeless. Lu Yunma laughed, took out the array disc, and exclaimed, Patriarch, don't panic, this is the array disc given by Mr. Said, this formation disc is more than enough to block the transitional succession great cultivator. Boom! The crowd was pleasantly surprised. Light instantly appeared again in Nangong Yao's eyes, snatching the array disc and holding it in his arms as if it were a treasure. Caress said, good, great, humph, the Wuji Immortal Palace has messed with Mr. Wuji. It deserves to end in destruction. Nangong Yao looked towards Lu Yunma and said rather worriedly, Yunma na, Mr. isn't hurt, right? Ryunma, not a single hair on Mr.'s head has been injured. Chapter 70, Formation Rising. At that time, Sir just drew his sword and Qin Shinran was split in half. Then I followed the gentleman outside, and he suddenly turned around and held out his middle and forefinger, pointing towards the Wuji Immortal Palace. The suffocating sword chi swung towards the Wuji Immortal Palace like a siah. It was truly a scene of doom. Guess what? In just a few breaths of time before and after, the Wuji Immortal Palace was reduced to pieces. Yes, reduced to pieces. Even that 10,000-foot snow mountain was leveled to the ground. In the cabinet, Lu Yunma stretched out his two fingers as he spoke while mimicking Chen Sun's movements at that time. Watching Nangong Yao and the others was shocking. From a few simple words between Lu Yun, they then felt the appalling sight of the time, instantly killing the mid-transitional stage Qin Shinran, and then instantly obliterating the Wuji Immortal Palace. Who in the world can do that? Mr. Scary as hell. Lu Xianin marveled. Mr.'s cultivation is through the heavens and through the earth. I dare to conclude that the Mr. is definitely not from the mortal realm. At those words, Nangong Yao and the others looked at Lu Xianin as if he were a little cutie. They looked at Lu Xianin like he was a little cutie. At this juncture, cutie, they all know that Mr. Banishment has descended. Lu Xianin saw the gazes of the crowd and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Nangong Yao picked up the array disc and surveyed it. In the past, when this clan first met Mr. at that mountain peak, I realized that you have an extraordinary aura, but I never imagined that. I never imagined that you were more powerful than I could imagine. For such an exiled immortal to reside in the Daotian sect for 6 years is truly a great blessing for the Daotian sect. The elders nodded with emotion, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Seeing that Nangong Yao was surveying the array plate, Lu Yunma said, by the way, Patriarch, Mr. said that there are 2 array cores in this array disc, 1 less for each use. And, sir, when that big cultivator arrives, he said, we insulted him well within the formation. Mr. also said to tell the transitional great cultivator about his next trip to the southern sky. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others combed through it and understood it, keeping these things in mind. But that verbal abuse was what got the crowd a little excited. Good fellow, simply can't dare to think about how good it is to insult a great cultivator of the fairy. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to do that, but now that you have ordered me to do it, I'm afraid of nothing. Just curse and be done with it. 10 days later, 5 figures arrived outside the Dao Heavenly clan, Yin Jieqing, Ji Wutson, and the other 3 southern sky cultivators. Among them were the very same 2 that had gotten into a slight altercation with Yin Jiexia that day. In the center, however, was a gnome with a stern face. Thinking with one's ass, one would know that the midget was the fairy and great cultivator who had arrived from the southern sky. The midget's name is Hao Gao, and his cultivation level is at the peak of the middle stage of the fairy, slightly better than the Wuji Immortal Palace's freshly fallen Qin Shinran. He was also a dominant and ruthless character in the southern sky. At this moment, Hao Gao's eyes stared at the sword gully, flickering slightly and, of course, he also felt the harshness of it, and at that moment, his heart was also slightly grave. Hao Gao knew before he came that the other party, who was also a cultivator of the transitional sacking stage, was able to cut out such a sword. Not surprisingly, Hao Gao was also a cautious person. If not necessary, he was also unwilling to start a conflict with a sword cultivator of the ferrying stage. But the other party had intervened, saying that it couldn't affect the mortals. Bull ********. He set off a war between the righteous and the devils in Beixian, and besides needing the blood of the cultivators, it also requires a large amount of mortal blood, so this trip had to come. Hao Gao didn't mind teaching the other party a lesson if they didn't know how to behave. Yin Jiexia and Ji Wotsan glanced at each other and sighed darkly in their hearts. I don't know whether the heavenly sect has pulled in help or not, or else I'm afraid that I'll be destroyed today. It's not that I'm worried about the Daotian sect, it's just that no matter what, the seniors all lived in the Dao Heavenly sect for 6 years. fellow Daoist. I believe that you have also long known of this seat's arrival, and right now this seat has arrived at the Dao Heavenly Sect. Come out and meet me. Soon after, Hao Gao looked at the Dao Heavenly Sect and his indifferent words resounded between heaven and earth. On the contrary, the Dao Heavenly Sect was quiet, without the slightest bit of agitation. Nangong Yao had long ago instructed the elders to inform the peaks that whatever happened next, all the elder disciples don't need to care. Just do what you need to do. Just be busy with your own, and wait until the order is given to scold people before coming out. At the same time, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunma and the other elders swept up in the air and looked at the 5 people outside the clan from afar. They quickly gathered their eyes on the gnome, their eyes twinkling. It must be that this was that great cultivator of the transitional succession who had come from the southern sky. To be honest, despite having the array plate bestowed by Mr. Right now, facing this transitional succession great cultivator, it would be a lie to say in my heart that I wasn't panicking. Nangong Yao, however, pretended as if he didn't see Hao Gao and looked towards Yin Jiexe, arching his hand and asking, Patriarch Yin, who are these people? Upon hearing this, the eyes of Hao Gao's few people turned cold. Yin Jiexe coughed dryly and introduced, Nangong Yao, this is Senior Hao Gao from the Southern Heaven, the great cultivator of transition, said the man, with a fury. Don't be quick to greet me. Yin Jieqing had previously informed Nangong Yao in person that it was natural that he couldn't show it in front of Hao Gao's few people at this time. Nangong Yao pretended to be shocked, but he didn't salute and looked at Hao Gao. I wonder if Senior came to my Dao Heavenly Sect. Hao Gao laughed coldly in his heart, and had already put the Dao Tian sect on the must-kill list in his mind. Lightly said, this seed is here to see the Taoist friend who chopped out this sword. Can that Taoist friend be in your clan now? Nangong Yao smiled bitterly. Senior is too late. Sir, he left a month ago. Hao Gao sniffed and completely relaxed in his heart. The little bit of scorn disappeared. That person seems to have gotten the news of his arrival and ran away early. That's good. No matter what, the other party is also a sword cultivator at the stage of the transition stage. It is not good to kill, so if you run away, then you run away. Then, his operations in Beixian could continue next. It's just that this Dao Tian sect, can't stay. Hao Gao then said, this seed is not happy with you, Dao Tian sect, and I want to exterminate your entire clan today. Do you have a problem with that? The air froze steeply. Both Yin Jieqing and Ji Wucong were a bit nervous. Nangong Yao and the others, however, were after a slight gaze of their eyes. Suddenly, amidst Hao Gao and the others' dumbfounded looks, they looked at each other and laughed out loud. Ha ha, you stinking midget. You're really laughing at this elder. You still want to exterminate my Dao Tian sect's entire clan? You don't take a piss and look at yourself. What a virtue you are. Lu Yunma complied with Chen Sun's previous instructions and took the lead in scoffing out loud. Lu Xianin squatted down his body and looked at the elders and asked with a smile, do you guys see me like a midget like this? The elders shook their heads. Where's the resemblance? You're much taller than that midget even squatting here. Exactly. Where's the resemblance? At this moment, outside the Dao Heavenly clan, the 4 Yin Jiexia's faces were as wonderful as they could be. Only Hao Gao's face was gloomy to the extreme. No one had ever dared to make fun of his gnomes, but today he was made fun of by a few mole crickets from Beixian. If not for this drawback of the technique he cultivated, how could he be a dwarf? These ants. Damn it. He. All the elders take a quick look. The gnome seems to be in a hurry, red-eyed and all. Nangong Yao laughed. 5th elder Jin Wang Tianfu slapped his leg and laughed, laughing at this elder. With this it's still a ferrying stage cultivator. With this kind of heart? It's not as good as the spirit dog I raised. I scolded it a few times and it didn't even come with a reaction. 9th elder Zhou Tong also laughed hard and mocked. Still Hao Gao. This name, in my opinion, the name should be called Hao Short. Ha ha, 9th elder has talent. The Nangong Yao crowd laughed out loud. This seat will make life worse than death for you ants. Hao Gao yelled out in anger with red eyes and broke defense. Boom! Rolling ferrying stage pressure erupted from his circumference, and swept through heaven and earth. Hao Gao stretched out his miniature palm and indignantly slapped it towards Dao Tian's zone. Desire to slap the entire Dao Heavenly sect into pieces. Yet just then, a pillar of red golden light shone from the Dao Heavenly clan and shot up into the sky. In the space, many statues of Buddha as well as densely packed with countless Buddhist incantations appeared at first. The golden light reflected the heaven and earth as it flew around the Dao Heavenly clan in a rapid spiral. Namo Sattvatasagad Hoya Arahoti Samhita writes. Knock knock. The urgent sound of wooden fish and the solemn sound of Buddha seemed to be hypnotic, exploding heaven and earth. Even throughout northern Xian, countless hearts felt something and looked toward the Dao Heavenly sect's direction in horror. At the same time, everyone in the Dao Heavenly sect looked up, shocked by this scene. Not to mention them, even Nangong Yao and the others were dumbstruck. No one expected that the mediocre array disc given by Mr. It actually caused such an appalling commotion. This mother asterisk 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 asterisker is too much. P.S. asking for some good reviews and free power with love. Thanks. Chapter 71, Fabric Heavenly Umbrella. Tranquilized and traumatized. Namo Yoro Tanato Roya. The sound of the Buddha surrounds the mind, giving rise to a feeling of mental agitation, a headache, and anxiety in the heart. In Xiaohe and Ji Wutsang's pupils shrunk to pinpoints. Unbelievably, he looked at the Tao Heavenly Clan where the Buddha's light shone heavily. What kind of tactic is this? It looks like a formation. But where did the Tao Heavenly Sect get this kind of unimaginable formation? In the meantime, Hao Gao's expression also became grave, his eyes flashing with incredulity. Boom! In the next moment, Hao Gao's palm had already slapped to Dao Tian's zone. If it were usual, Hao Gao's palm, which was filled with the pressure of the tribulation, it was enough to slap the Tao Heavenly Clan into pieces. However, only to see the palm force into the Buddha's light, and then no movement, just like a mud cow into the sea. Nangong Yao and the others who had been a little nervous at this scene suddenly loosened their moods. Spinning around, he was red-faced and incredibly exuberant. Sure enough, a product of Mr. This big formation is too scary. The defense it displayed was fully worthy of the light effects and movement it caused. The strike of a great cultivator of the transitional succession stage was actually easily dissolved by the great formation, and the big formation actually didn't move at all. In the sect, Zhao Ting and countless other disciples were also dumbstruck and felt shocked. At this moment, Hao Gao stared at the illusory Buddha statue and the Buddhist mantra in the air with dead eyes. The statement squeezed out in a low growl through his teeth. No, can. How could such a terrifying grand formation appear in the mortal realm? And how could it appear in the Tao Heavenly Sect? Hao Gao fiercely stared at Nangong Yao and the formation and said, "Your district Daotian sect, why is there such a defense array?" Behind him, the other two southern sky cultivators had long since lost their concentration. After Yin Jieqing and Ji Wutsong were shaken, they already had a hidden guess in their hearts. A green-clad figure appeared in his mind. Could this formation be? If it was really as they thought, then, that senior's terror in their minds would skyrocket. After all, this formation had never been seen before, and could easily block a strike from a peak mid-transition stage. It's simply horrible. Just then, a Buddha statue in the sky with closed eyes slowly raised its hand and slapped out towards Hao Gao. The posture. Actually Hao Gao's palm just now re-slapped back. It seems to be the same fluctuations, the same intensity, but a careful perception will perceive that this attack had been strengthened quite a bit from the palm that had turned Hao Gao. Hao Gao's pupils shrunk violently, filled with disbelief. How can there be such a formation in this world? Yin Jieqing and Ji Wutsong and the others, however, blanched and panicked, shouting busily, "Elder Hao, this palm with the pressure of the transitional apparition stage, if it were to slap over, they would surely die." When Nangong Yao and the others saw this, they were even more shocked and delighted, marveling in amazement, calling Mr. Bull in their hearts. Buzz. This palm was extremely fast. Hao Gao took a deep breath, his eyes heavy. Just now, due to his extreme anger, he thought of directly slapping the Daotian sect into ruins. He was using almost 80% of his strength, and now, he had to come to fend off his own attack. His heart was simply not too suffocating. Most importantly, Hao Gao could feel that this palm had been strengthened quite a lot compared to when he slapped it out. The counterattack came, and was actually equal to 99% of his attack. Exasperate this seat. Hao Gao let out a cry of rage, not daring to be careless, and following the spreading out of his hands. Then a paper umbrella flickered into existence and was held in his hand. On the surface of the paper umbrella, there were many strange patterns painted on it, and it was an extraordinary treasure at first glance. On the side, Yin Jieqing and the others saw the paper umbrella and their hearts shook. Everyone knows that this is Hao Gao's famous magic weapon, the Tian Luo umbrella. This umbrella is wide open, can attack and defend. Rumor has it that Hao Gao previously used this umbrella solo battle against two mid-transition major cultivators without losing. Hao Gao stared tightly at the palm that was slapped at him, frantically injecting spiritual energy into the umbrella. His lips slightly opened and closed and the words were recited under his breath. And then he fiercely poked out the heavenly low parasol and drank. Tian Luo umbrella. Open. Put. The heavenly Luo umbrella suddenly opened. Wisps of spiritual energy rose, followed by a rapid rotation. It's rapidly getting bigger in Hao Masters. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly Luo umbrella became 100 feet in diameter in size, rather like a sense of covering the sky and the sun. This scene was a gut-wrenching sight to see Nangong Yao and the others, secretly marveling that the great cultivator of the ferrying of the calamity is really extraordinary. Even this magic treasure, all of them made their hearts unable to raise a single shred of resistance. Without the array plate given by Mr. Dao, the Dao Heavenly Sect would have been destroyed this time. Boom! In the midst of many trembling gazes, That palm slapped on the heavenly law umbrella. Space seemed to freeze for a moment. It was followed by a loud bang. Boom! One of the faces of the heavenly luo umbrella was dented and vaguely cracked. The umbrella wielding Hao Gao's face turned white, and he madly flickered and retreated violently. He retreated 1,000 feet before he managed to stop. The palm energy disappeared and the heavenly parasol became its original size. Put! Hao Gao held the umbrella and knelt down on one knee, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Yes! Nangong Yao and the others came back to their senses and spoke out in surprise. Jiqing and the others rushed over to help Hao Gao up, but they didn't say anything. Knock knock. The sound of wooden fish is constant. The Buddha's mantra was still swirling in the sky, and the statues were solemn and solemn, all of them with their eyes closed. It brought Hao Gao an endless sense of oppression. Hao Gao tilted his head back and watched feebly, panting slightly, his mind already harboring a sense of withdrawal. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such an overbearing formation. How could such a formation appear in the mortal realm? This Tao Heavenly Sect. I can't imagine that there is such a strange encounter. Damn it! Tao Heavenly Sect. This seed is not finished with you. Go! Hao Gao made an immediate decision to withdraw. With this weird and overbearing formation guarding it, the Tao Heavenly clan simply couldn't fight their way in. If the attack continues, Hao Gao thinks he will die. Really die. Nangong Yao's crowd was overjoyed to see that the other party was withdrawing. Senior Hao, Sir has a message for Nangong to pass on to you. Nangong Yao remembered something and hurriedly said. Hao Gao's figure lurched, but he didn't say anything, waiting for the following. Nangong Yao laughed. Mr. said that you don't need to search for him in North Xian, and that Mr. will go to South Heaven on his own. Upon hearing this, Hao Gao's fist slowly clenched, and he left with Jiqing and the others. Ha ha, Sir is too good. Ryunma exulted. The crowd also nodded in adoration. Patriarch, when do we remove the Great Formation? Lu Xianin asked. Nangong Yao mused, saying, there's no rush, so we'll wait for the array disk center of formation to be depleted. Didn't Mr. say, use it once for less? This time, since I've used it, I'll use up that formation core. And, this clan doesn't believe that Hao Gao really left. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded their heads as their hearts fluttered. As Nangong Yao said, it is true that Hao Gao did not really leave, but was hidden in the Dao Tianqing territory. The tiger stared intently in the direction of the Tao Heavenly Sect, until a few days later, seeing that the diffuse Buddhist light was still shining without any sign of dissipation. Only then did he leave reluctantly. Hao Gao didn't leave Beixian at the first opportunity either, but instead temporarily stayed in the heaven-swallowing demon sect. Heal the wounds on your body first. Chapter 72 North Xian Stability. South Heavenly Green Shadow. Vast Spiritual Realm. Infinite Buddha's Domain. In a magnificent treasure hall, the bells sounded melodiously, and there was a faint sound of sluggish wooden fish. Lord Buddha, there is the whereabouts of the Vajra Buddha disc. A barefoot monk came to the outside of the treasure hall and reverently worshipped, folding his hands in respect. Only the sound of the wooden fish in the throne room was heard to pause, and then succeeded in striking the. Immediately there were words that sounded as if they carried a tone of compassion for the world. Where? The monk bowed his head and said, the mortal realm. The sound of the wooden fish in the treasure hall finally stopped, and the voice sounded again, but with a smile. In the past, during the great battle with the Tao domain, the Vajra Buddha disc was accidentally lost in the battle. He was picked up by a madman who passed by, and then the madman quickly disappeared and could not be found. Now the Vajra Buddha disc has strayed into the mortal realm. That madman, however, is no ordinary person. The monk was silent. To be able to successfully get rid of the Vajra Buddha disc in the hands of their infinite Buddha domain, it was naturally not an ordinary person's. The monk said, Lord Buddha, now that the Vajra Buddha disc has been sensed by the, it must have been used as a formation center. It's a waste to use a Vajra Buddha disc in the mortal realm. Should we send someone down to retrieve it? There was a long silence in the throne room before he said, no, the Vajra Buddha plate has only one formation center left, so it's not worthwhile to go down to the world for this purpose. Let it go. Except that this account will be kept, and that madman will pay in the end. Yes, the monks should be down. It was only puzzling that the Vajra Buddha disc could not have been brought to the lower realms by that madman. If it was really brought to the mortal realm by a madman, then that madman was indeed very capable. After all, going from the spirit realm to the mortal realm comes at a small price. The slightest misstep will be sanctioned by the heavenly Tao of the mortal realm. The second thing that puzzled the monks was that why would a place like the mortal realm be able to use such a supreme treasure as the Vajra Buddha disc? Could it be that it was used to resist some powerful person? Just what kind of strong person could there be in the mortal realm? If the monks were to learn that the Vajra Buddha disc was being used to defend against a cultivator at the transition stage, the monks will find it difficult to remain calm and collected, and will probably beat their chests and vomit blood. Call it a waste. heaven-swallowing demon sect. Hao Gao stayed for a few days to heal his wounds and then prepared to leave Beixian. After all, he still had quite a few enemies in the southern sky, so it would be bad if he was stolen from his family. Senior Hao, Beixian, do you still want to continue? Yin Jedi asked in a hushed tone. Hao Gao froze, then reacted, staring at Yin Jie, and coldly said, of course we should continue. This seat needs blood, a lot of blood, and if the blood of the righteous cultivators is not enough, we will take the blood of your devil cultivators to make up for it. If that's not enough, take the blood of mortals. If you can't finish, this seat will be the first to kill you then. Yin Jie's heart flinched, but she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction. He could only verbally promise. Senior Hao, don't worry. Only then did Hao Gao smile with satisfaction and patted Yin Jie on the shoulder. He said, you and do with all your heart what this seat has explained to you, and after it is accomplished, this seat will surely give you the benefit of the doubt. Yin Jie feigned surprise and respectfully said, many thanks to Senior Hao. Hao Gao nodded and blinked away. Only then did the smile on Yin Jie's face slowly converge. Looking at Hao Gao's departing direction, his eyes flickered rapidly. Benefits? Until now, after all this work, not a single favor has been given. It's ridiculous. On the contrary, Senior Chen used the transformation into a tree technique to help him break through to the middle stage of transformation. And from start to finish, he didn't let his Yin Jedi do anything, and also made a small request beforehand not to harm a large number of mortals in this regard. Yin Jie wasn't going to continue helping Hao Gao with his work next, but when I think of those 2 eyes that Hao Gao specially left here to supervise, Yin Jie had a decision in her heart. After some time of scheming, he imprisoned those 2 southern sky cultivators, yet it also cannot be killed for the time being, or its soul lamp far away in the southern sky will go out. As for the fact that this will surely be discovered by Hao Gao in the end, oh, it doesn't exist. Hao Gao will definitely be cleaned up by Senior Chen in the southern sky. Yin Jedi has his own mind's eye. He did not tell Hao Gao about the fact that the Daotian sect's terrifying grand formation might have been bestowed by Senior Chen. Honestly, but if Hao Gao had been nicer to Yin Jie, Fong don't say anything mean like kill you. It is possible that Yin Jie will reveal this matter to Hao Gao in a subtle way. Good warning, don't go up against Elder Chen and destroy your own immortal path. Humph, going up against a godly senior. Count your Hao Gao immortal path as having come to an end. Yin Jie muttered with a cold smile, and after a moment of silence, he immediately summoned Ji Wozong and the other demon patriarchs, negotiating captivity. For the next while, since those 2 southern sky cultivators were imprisoned within the heaven-swallowing demon sect by Yin Jie's group of demonic cultivators using a formation, there is no way to get to the top and no way to get to the bottom, and there is no way to get in touch with the outside world. Yin Jie ordered at the first opportunity to release all those captive righteous cultivators. In response, the righteous sects were shocked, and at first they didn't know what the devilish sects were up to. Is there another plot and trick? Until later, Yin Jie personally met with Heavenly Sword sect leader Duan Sanghai to discuss the matter. And so, Beixian was quiet again, and for the time being, well water did not offend river water between the righteous and devilish sects. Of course, those petty fights of the past continue. During this time, the mysterious Buddhist sound that resounded through Beixian some time ago was also circulated. The various sect forces couldn't help but cause an uproar after learning that it was the Tao Heavenly sect that had used a mysterious grand formation to block the southern heavenly transitional great cultivator and strike him out of his injuries. Before this news was finished, an even more shocking and explosive news came out. It caused the northern Xian immortal cultivation world to completely explode. The misty snow plains Wuji immortal palace was bizarrely overthrown. The vast majority of the cultivators did not know the beginning and end of the matter. The only ones who have dealt with Qingyi are Yin Jie, Ji Wuzong. A flash of horrified suspicion gradually rose in the hearts of Duan Sanghai and the others. In the northern Xian immortal cultivation world, if one truly had the strength to overthrow the Wuji immortal palace, there was only one person at the moment. It was that unfathomable Sword Dao senior who had previously resided in the Dao Heavenly clan. After Beixian settled down, Nangong Yao, Yin Jie, and some others, spontaneously each secretly traveled to the southern sky. There was no other purpose but to see with his own eyes what happened to Hao Gao, the great cultivator of transitional succession. I've never had the honor of witnessing Senior Chen destroy the Wuji immortal palace. Then, we will strive to see Senior Chen destroy Hao Gao, and if not, we will be able to gain some insight, not to mention the feelings, being able to witness the fall of the fairy. It is also considered a grand feast for the eyes. At that time, when Nangong Yao wanted to go, Grand Elder Lu Yunma had discouraged him, saying, Patriarch, you've only recently transformed into a god now, so you might as well stabilize your realm within the clan. Just don't go to the southern sky. Nangong Yao, no, if this clan can observe Mr. Hao Gao's beheading, they will definitely have some insights. Lu Yunma, oh sovereign, Mr. Are instant kills. I'll say it the hard way. You can have a hammering epiphany. Nangong Yao, you're not so bold now. You actually dare to talk to this clan like this? No way. I'm still going. Even if I don't get any enlightenment, if I can see a great cultivator fall, it's still an eye-opener. Not to mention this clan. I think Patriarch Duan and Old Man Ian are going too. Don't try to stop me again. You've seen Mr. Overthrow the Immortal Palace with your own eyes, of course you'd say something like that. Re-unma. Alright, this clan is heading to the southern sky. You keep an eye on the clan. Ahem, understand. The mortal realm has North Xian, South Heaven, East Xian, and West Sea, Southern Heaven and Eastern Xian. The overall strength of the immortal cultivation world in the two territories is almost similar, while the Western Sea, it is more mysterious. Among them, Beixian was the site of the region that lagged slightly behind in terms of overall strength. It was precisely for this reason that Hao Gao chose to carry out his operation in Beixian. At this moment, at the border of the Southern Heaven, a green shadow crossed the border and stepped into the Southern Heaven. The green coat was a bookish, bland young man. Naturally, it was Qin Sun who had come out of the ethereal snow plains to the southern sky. More than a month had passed since the last time he saw Saint and took his remnant soul in. In other words, Qin Sun had been clear for almost 2.5 months. Here, the peach blossoms are in full bloom and the breeze is gentle. The peach blossoms reflecting the lone shadow, the spring breeze brushing the smiling face. It's quite a sight. Qin Sun chanted with a smile, folded off a peach blossom, put it under his nose and sniffed it. Then he leisurely walked away on foot, and his green-clothed figure quickly turned into a black dot and disappeared into this spring landscape. Chapter 73, 6 months later, Yanchang Vegetable Market. Yan City was located in the eastern part of the southern sky, and had a considerable reputation among the countless cities in the east. It is famous for its proximity to a 1,000-foot volcano complex called the Extreme Inferno Mountains. Yan City is home to hundreds of thousands of people, 99% of whom are mortals. The rest will be monks. And most of the cultivators who came to Yan City were cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots. All of them came for the Extreme Inferno mountain range. At this time, in the sky, from time to time, there were groups of streams of light that flew and shuttled between Yan City and the Extreme Inferno mountain range. The mortals in Yan City occasionally tilted their heads to look at the sky, and were not surprised by this, but there was also envy and awe in his heart. 6 months later, Yancheng East Street Food Market. A stall selling pork was busy with a middle-aged couple, either breaking bones, skinning, or cleaning. On a low stool behind the stall, a man in a tattered green coat, the young man with the hanging neck pink apron covered in blood sat there sleeping. Plus, the neck-hanging pink apron has cutouts with cute lace. Pork Rong. How is the pork sold these 2 days? Has the price gone up? At this moment a customer came to the stall, and, looking at the pork hanging and laid out on the, laughing, he asked. Seeing the guests, the middle-aged couple busily stopped the work at hand and picked up the knife to greet them. Oh, no price increase. Still selling for 8 copper coins a pound. The middle-aged man laughed nervously. The middle-aged man is called Rongfu, the owner of this meat stall, of medium build, with a bearded face, but it didn't look the least bit menacing. And the woman is called Su Engying, and she's got a lot of style. Whether it was its name or the temperament of the hidden lady of the house, it didn't look like it was all the way with Rongfu. But the reality is that the two are husband and wife. Okay, then give me 2 pounds. According to this cut, this piece of fat and thin look quite good. I'm sorry, the customer said, pointing to a piece of pork on the stand. Okay, Rongfu picked up the knife, and with his hand, he cut off 2 pounds of meat, as requested by the guest. Grabbing a nearby pole scale, he was about to weigh it, but was stopped by the guest with a smile. Well, then there's no need to put on the scales. Here at the East Main Street Food Market, who doesn't know that you, Porky Rong, are a good meat cutter, and every time you cut that portion of meat, you have it exactly right. Rongfu laughed, but still put the meat on the scale, to the guests to see. Hey, really is 2 pounds. Quite precise. The guests saw this and again praised Rongfu, complimenting his methods. Rongfu then took a thin hemp rope from the side of the, tied up the pork and handed it to the guest. The guest took it and paid 16 copper coins. The customer was ready to leave with the pork, but he caught a glimpse of the young man sleeping behind the stall. Not by the way. I've been holding my tongue for a long time wanting to say that every time I come back to buy meat, and you're here as the boss busting your ass. Your little worker is doing well, but he's sleeping comfortably there. If you ask me, let him go quickly. Isn't that a waste of money? Rongfu and his own daughter-in-law looked at each other and shook their heads. Laughing, he said, you misunderstand this young man Chen Sun. Don't look at Chen Sun sleeping at this moment, but every day before dawn, it's Chen Sun who pushes the cart to pull the pigs. You know, Chen Sun is a bit mentally unbalanced. and he usually buys and sells in the area of counting money. It still has to come from us as a couple. So it is. At these words, the guest nodded indistinctly, and could not help but be surprised. This young man can still pull a pig? Rongfu laughed and said, don't you see the Chinsun looks as if he is thin and weak, yet it has a handful of strength and can run like hell when pulling a load of hogs. After the guest looked at Chinsun with a slight shock, he greeted and left. After the guests left, Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu turned back to Chinsun, but smiled, and the two of them to Chinsun. The heart is still satisfied, except for the fact that people are a little crazy and mentally unbalanced, but in every other way, it's much better than the lazy little laborer I recruited earlier. By the afternoon, once the stall was sold out of pork, Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu cleaned up their stall and prepared to close up and go home. Chinsun, wake up, close the stall. While Su Yingying was cleaning up her stall, Rongfu went over and shook Chinsun. Looking at the harumph at the corner of Chinsun's mouth, he was again lost in laughter and helpless. Well, Chinsun woke up leisurely, wiped a handful of harangues from the corners of his mouth, and the light in his eyes gradually brightened with exuberance. And then Epileptic smiled and rushed towards the outside of the food market without even taking off her lacy pink apron. It was gone in a puff of smoke amidst many accustomed glances. Su Yingying covered her mouth and snorted out a laugh, saying, Da Fu, what do you think is going on in this kid Chinsun's head all day long? Rongfu scratched his head. How was he to know that He just laughed nervously and said, we don't care what he thinks, at least he's happy every day, isn't he? Honestly, I envy Chinsun's heartlessness. At the end of his words, Rongfu's smile tightened and he looked at Su Yingying in a daze, sighing in his heart. Su Yingying noticed Rongfu's eyes and couldn't help but say, what's wrong? No, it's fine. Rongfu smiled anew. Daughter-in-law, this Chinsun kid is probably waiting for his meal at home. Let's go back to 4 months ago. Chinsun came to this Yen city. At that time, Chinsun was originally in a pretty good mood. After all, his sobriety lasted for more than 4 months. Unexpectedly, after coming to Yen City for only half a day, that energy in his head came up. Chinsun is crazy again. After going mad, Chinsun wandered around Yanchang for over a month. It didn't make any waves in Yanchang in the short term. After all, Yen City was different from the original Xiaohe town. Yen City was too big, inhabited by hundreds of thousands of people. During that time, Chinsun also became more and more unkempt. Unkempt, like a beggar. Although there is no active begging or others to see its poor reward some money, but it does not make much difference. Then by chance, Rongfu met Chinsun on his way back from pulling a cart to transport pigs. It was when Rongfu was passing through a more potholed and isolated section of road when his wheel got stuck, with 2 hogs on board. Don't mention the effort. In desperation, Rongfu wanted to find someone to help him, and quietly happened to see the epileptically laughing Chinsun squatting on the side of the road. It was then natural to ask Chinsun for help. Subsequently, Chinsun went over without saying a word, and actually squatted down directly and held the wheel with both hands. The crate carrying the 2 hogs was lifted stiffly. That's right, it's lifted. Rongfu was looking dumbfounded at that moment. Secretly thought, this young man looked at the skinny scholar like, mother asterisk actually have such amazing strength. Once the matter was settled, Rongfu went up to Chinsun to show his gratitude and took out some money to show his appreciation. Unexpectedly, Chinsun just didn't answer and just stared at him there and smiled. This could make Rongfu look at his heart with a jolt, and he could also see that this man Chinsun seemed to be mentally abnormal. However, Rongfu still shoved a few copper coins hard to Chinsun and left in a hurry. He had to go back to kill the hogs, and there wasn't enough time. Sometime later, Rongfu encountered Chinsun a few more times on his way to pull pigs. It is common to see Chinsun squatting on an uninvited street corner with his head covered in hair, clutching a wordless book and looking at it. Rongfu finally also saw that Chinsun should be a wandering lunatic, of the homeless kind. Finally, Rongfu was moved to compassion and thought of recruiting Chinsun as a small laborer for pulling pigs. Other than that, at least that body strength, Rongfu was looking at it and was amazed in his heart. Born to pull pigs, at least in Rongfu's opinion. It just so happens that I quit a small, lazy laborer some time ago, and now Chinsun is just the right man for the job. Rongfu then inquired about Chinsun, asking if he would be willing to help him with his work, which usually consisted of pulling pigs, food, shelter, and monthly money. Chinsun's eyes were glowing at that time, smiling madly. Pulling a pig is good. I like pulling a pig. Jia. Oi. So it was that Chinsun became a small laborer pulling pigs in Yanchang and lived in Rongfu's house. Chapter 74, Chinsun, the pig puller. The Rongfu family is on the east side of Yancheng. Rows of old buildings with small yards spread out horizontally, densely packed. In the open space in front of the building, there were a number of people walking around, and there were tables set up to sit and drink and chatter. There are those who take their own children for a walk, and there are also bare-chested men who carry buckets and take a bath in broad daylight. Compared to the downtown area, this place is quieter and more full of life. And the people here, the standard of living is already considered medium in Yen City, the west side of Yanchang. There are still slums, but most people are crammed into one room. The days are hard and belong to the bottom. Since Rongfu does a good business selling pork, he also resides here. Of course, even so, the house was still rented by Rongfu, but it's a lot of money. It's hard to own your own house in a place like Yen City. Many people, perhaps diligently all their lives, can hardly buy a house of their own in Yanchang. Yoo-hoo! Just then, Chen Sun returned, running with open arms and cheers, and it drew the attention of many people. Seeing that it was Chen Sun, they all smiled without being surprised. Almost all of those who lived in this area were familiar with Chen Sun, and all knew that this was the small laborer hired by the Porkrong family. In recent times, for the people who live in this area, Chen Sun is also considered a different kind of scenery. It's more than enough to bring a lot of joy. Chen Sun, hasn't Porky Rome come back yet? Why don't you come to my house for a meal first? Someone looked at Chen Sun and politely said with a smile. Chen Sun's eyes lit up as soon as he heard about dinner, and he immediately rushed towards the man's house. Just as the man was about to take Chen Sun into the house, Rongfu and Su Ying came back pulling a crate. Seeing this scene, Rongfu hurriedly ran over to pull Chen Sun back and said helplessly, "Den Yo, I won't bother you. Our family will start dinner soon." Chen Sun, this kid's meal capacity. Rongfu can be too clear. Don't look at Den Yo smiling at this moment. I guess when he sees Chen Sun's meal size later on, definitely feel the sky spinning. Whatever, we don't eat as well as you do at Porky Wings anyway. Chen Sun is probably not used to eating it. Den Yo nuzzled his mouth. Rongfu's eyes glazed over. Hey, talk about that, Rongfu said and handed a piece of pork to Den Yo, then took Chen Sun back. Den Yo hemmed and hawed with the pork in his hand, and purposely raised it triumphantly towards the people looking over. And people don't think so. What's the big deal? It's just a piece of pork. Make it sound like anyone hasn't had a Porky Wing delivered. Porky Wing's politeness is well known to everyone who lives in this neighborhood. More or less, they have been given pork. So Rongfu is pretty well liked in the area. For Chen Sun, a small worker, there was a sense of love for the house. Rongfu was worthy of being a pork seller. On the dinner table, several dishes are related to pork. It was no wonder that earlier, Den Yo said that Rongfu Gai food was better, and there was meat in almost every meal. Chen Sun ate 10 bowls of rice before he left the table with an unfulfilled appetite. No way. The dish is gone. If you eat dry, Chen Sun doesn't really want to eat either. Rongfu and Su Ying looked at Chen Sun's head shaking back and swallowed hard. To be honest, even though Chen Sun had been living in their house for a month, but with this horrible amount of meals that Chen Sun had, they still hadn't gotten used to it. That's too much food. What's even more outrageous is that Chen Sun, this kid, doesn't grow meat just by eating. This brat Chen Sun. Rongfu gave a bitter laugh. But then again, Chen Sun could eat so well, but Rongfu didn't mind at all. No other reason than that Chen Sun, the little worker, was worth it. It's so much better than the yummy one before. In the past, Rongfu used to pull the pigs by himself, pulling 2 heads up to the sky, exhausting the individual. Chen Sun, on the other hand, can pull 4 heads per trip. To Mr. and Mrs. Wingfoot, it was simply horrifying as hell. Da Fu. This boy Chen Sun has been here for a month as well, so go settle his monthly payment. Su Ying got up and cleaned up the dining table as she said. Good. Rongfu nodded, picked up his dry cigarette and prepared to go to the small courtyard. Snap. Su Ying slapped Rongfu's hand and chided. Can't you just smoke less? Rongfu stiffened and smiled sardonically, then put down his dry cigarette and went out. As soon as Rongfu arrived at the small courtyard, he saw Chen Sun upside down and froze, then walked over and was shocked. I can't imagine that you kid will still have this hand. No wonder you have so much strength. So you have practiced? However, Rongfu had doubts in his mind again. This Chen Sun kid seemed too eccentric to him. Obviously, he looks like a scholar, but he's a practicing scholar. That's too much of a contradiction. Jie. Chen Sun just laughed insanely. Rongfu was helpless, and when he saw that Chen Sun was still wearing the pink apron, he shook his head, crouched down and, thoughtfully helping it off, he said, Chen Sun, it's been a month since you came to Uncle Fu's as a junior laborer, and Uncle Fu was very happy with you. Nah, here's your monthly payment for last month, Rongfu said as he pulled out several silver coins and handed them over and helped Chen Sun place them directly in his pocket. I just ate it, you don't want to spit it out. Seeing Chen Sun's concentration, Rongfu let out a laugh. Then he went to the side and grabbed a bucket and towel and went out to take a shower. The next day was not even light yet. Chen Sun then went out of his hut and came to the courtyard with fire. With a holy face, she put on her pink apron, then went out the door and pulled up her crate and rumbled away. In the house, Rongfu and Suiying, who heard the commotion, woke up, and the two of them looked at each other and, again, relief and bitterness. The comforting thing was that Chen Sun was also too diligent, thundering this time every day. Bitter smiles were, by Chen Sun's entirety. Instead of looking like they were lazy, Rongfu and Suiying then no longer stay in bed, nimbly get up to prepare things. I'm ready to wait for Chen Sun to come back from pulling the pigs to slaughter them. The two of them were aware that Chen Sun was very efficient. In the meantime, still slightly appearing dim in the streets of Yen City, Chen Sun pulled the crate wildly. Many of the people who got up early saw the scene and retreated toward the sides of the road in fear. Dumbfounded, he watched the back of the crate puller as he ran wildly away. Nuts, right? Due to the large population of Yanchang, it was only January when Chen Sun officially pulled the pigs, except for the area of Rongfu's house. Not many people really knew him, but there were those who had seen him. Looked dumbfounded. I'm not the first time I've seen it. This guy can be fierce, a passerby said. Gee whiz, what's so fierce about it? Isn't it just pulling a broken crate? He's just a nervous wreck. It's not even dawn yet, and you're not afraid of bumping into someone. If you're unlucky enough to bump into a cultivator, you'll die without even knowing how. Oh, it looks like it's not fierce now, but wait, this guy pulls 4 pigs back at this same windy speed? What? I don't believe it. Humph. If you don't believe me, you'll have to wait and see. Let's just eat breakfast here and wait. That guy will come back the same way. Okay, Hog Park. Chen Sun pulled the crate to the gate of the pig farm. At this time, the front door of the pig farm was empty, with only the figure of Chen Sun alone. To Rongfu personally pulled a pig that moment. By this time there have been a number of peers pulling the crate. It can't be helped. Chen Sun wakes up early and is fast, so the pigs are all gone by the time he arrives. Other pig-pulling bosses or pig-pulling laborers arrived late. So many of them had never even seen Chen Sun. Bang bang! Chen Sun stepped forward, sidestepping and slamming the door heavily with his shoulder one on top of the other. His eyes wild. With a creak, an old man opened the door with sleepy eyes and, before even seeing the visitor, he subconsciously muttered, "It's Chen Sun, isn't it? You brat! You come so early every day. It's a sin that you have to drag the pigs in my mother's garden to slaughter before they even wake up." Chapter 75. I bet Elder is not in Yen City. Chen Sun crossed his arms and tilted his chin, full of smugness. The old man shook his head helplessly at the situation, then opened the garden gate to allow Chen Sun to pull the crate inside. Upon entering the garden, Chen Sun leapt into the pigsty and, one by one, the still sleeping pigs were easily moved to the crate. The old man watched in awe from the sidelines, secretly saying that this guy Chen Sun was born with divine strength. If it were any other hog-dragging boss or journeyman, it all took help from the garden to get the hogs into the car. Seeing that in no time Chen Sun had lifted all 4 pigs onto the cart, the old man lamented. Chen Sun, you look like a guy with thin arms and legs. How come you're so strong? Old man, I've watched hog gardens for half my life, and you're the most powerful of all the hog pullers I've ever seen. Chen Sun Jie laughed and ignored the old man, pulling up the crate and rumbling away. The crates are sturdily fenced, so there's no need to worry about the pigs falling off. In the blink of an eye, Chen Sun left the pig farm, pulling the crate and running wildly down the road. A section of the road in the hog park was rough, and the violent shaking finally woke up the 4 pigs. The 4 hogs stood up in a hurry, whimpering and squealing in a hurry. No screaming. At that moment, Chen Sun, who was pulling the cart and running wildly, suddenly twisted his head and drank with 5 fierce features. The 4 pigs immediately lay down and shivered in fear. Hey! Chen Sun laughed madly as he skipped away, his legs running out of stumps. At this point, the sky was a little brighter than earlier, with a fish-belly white color in the sky. Rumble. On the streets, many of the people only felt what seemed like a remnant of a shadow passing by, bringing up a gust of wind. The crowd craned their heads and stared in disbelief. Put. On one side of the breakfast store, the soup that someone had just taken into their mouth spewed out. Staring in shock at the direction in which the man and his car had disappeared, he shouted, ****. Oh, now you believe it, don't you? That guy can run and fly while pulling 4 pigs. That's a lot of power. TSK. I believe it. I believe it. It's a real cow. Why don't you get rich if you have the strength? Why don't you get rich with that kind of strength? How much can you earn in a month? Who is this pig puller working under? Well, I think it's Pork Wing from the East Street Food Market. I went to buy pork earlier. Seems like I've seen it. Meanwhile, Chen Sun had already dragged the pig to Rongfu's house. Some of the neighbors are up and at the door ready to go to the fair, too. When they saw Chen Sun pulling pigs back, they all smiled and greeted him. Rongfu and Suiying heard the commotion and rushed out to help Chen Sun push the crate into the courtyard. Chen Sun, hurry to the side and rest. Leave the next to Uncle Fu. Rongfu picked up the killing knife and said cheerfully. After handing Chen Sun a cup of tea, Su Ying followed Rongfu to kill the pig. Seeing the killing knife, the 4 pigs wailed in fear, but with Rongfu's 2 hands up and down the knife, it was soon lifeless. After Rongfu and Su Ying placed each of the 4 pigs on a prepared burner aside to get rid of the pig's hair, they skillfully separated the 4 pigs into carcasses and bones, with a good technique and fast speed. During that time, Su Ying's vaguely ladylike demeanor looked very contrasting when it came to killing pigs. Once the processing was complete, the duo took the cut heads, ears, ribs, and big chunks of pork and pig's feet and hooves and whatnot were loaded onto the crates. Afterwards, Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu called out to Chen Sun to finish breakfast with them, and were dragged by. Rongfu and Su Ying pushed behind them and rushed towards the East Main Street food market. The day of selling pork began again, and this day in and day out life, Chen Sun had been going on for more than a month. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu lasted for an unknown number of years. After arriving at the market stall, setting out the pork and ribs, and hanging up the pig's feet and hooves, it's open for business. Chen Sun yawned and came to sit down in his usual spot behind the stall, listening to the hustle and bustle of the food market. As usual, he slept. Rongfu and Su Ying smiled at the sight and began to greet the guests when they saw that they had arrived. Pork wing. Have a pound of pork. Okay. Hey, I say Porky Wing, you don't have any children. What's the point of working so hard every day to earn so much money? Rongfu was silent for a while, and laughed nervously. Right now there are no children, but we have to prepare, don't we? The school fees in Yancheng are expensive. A luxurious restaurant in Yan City. 5th floor window seat. Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong sat and drank against each other. Coming to the southern heaven for half a year. I have not heard of half of the news of seniors. Seniors are really immortal trails floating in the mist. There's no shadow. Yin Jiexie looked at the incoming and outgoing mortals downstairs and rather sighed. Ji Wucong took a sip of wine and laughed. A dashing figure like senior. Nowadays, it is said that they are residing in some scenic valley. So how can they be easily found by us? Yin Jiexie smiled and murmured. In the past half a year, Hao Gao is endlessly searching for Senior Chen due to the fact that there is no news from Senior Chen so far. But Hao Gao thought that Senior Chen was afraid. Humph. Ji Wucong's face turned slightly cold as he teased. How could Senior be afraid of that dwarf? When Senior appears, that's when the dwarf will die. After all, even the Wuji Immortal Palace was destroyed by Senior although it hadn't been confirmed yet. In Yin Jieqian and Ji Wucong's opinion, 8 or 9 was not far from the truth. Coupled with the Daotian-sect's terrifying grand formation, it was still shining as if its power was infinite. None of these earth-shattering events were connected to the predecessor. I heard that Hao Gao ordered many sects and forces to issue a bounty order against seniors throughout the southern sky a while ago, and as long as someone can provide clues they will be able to receive a generous reward, and it's estimated that after some time, then the reward order will be able to reach this Yen city. Yin Jedi said with pursed lips. It was evident that after the incident in Beixian and the infamous slap in the face by the Dao Heavenly Sect, the anger in Hao Gao's heart had not subsided so far. It seems the word gnome touched Hao Gao's soul. Ji Wucong curiously said, Patriarch Yin. It seems like that midget has never seen Senior before, right? And how does he offer a reward? At those words, Yin Jiexia's face was embarrassed. Shamefully, he said, previously, when that Hao Gao came to Beixian to look for trouble with Senior, he looked for Lao Fu to ask something about Senior beforehand, and Lao Fu had no choice but to, since it said some basic, including the name of the Senior and the Senior some external features and live in the Dao Heavenly Sect. Don't look at me like that. I almost died at the hands of Hao Gao, you know? Besides, at that time, the old man had already learned from Nangong Yao that Senior had already left the Dao Heavenly Sect, and only then did he feel comfortable telling that Hao Gao. Towards the end, Yin Jiexia's eyes filled with resentment, yet she was helpless. He's the head of the heaven-swallowing demon sect, but he's been threatened with death by Hao Gao several times, but there was no way this was ultimately a world where strength spoke. Ji Wucong nodded his head in understanding and then said, Patriarch Yin, I dare you to bet that the elder is not in this Yin city. Shall we rush to the next place to look? Yin Jiexia looked through the window to the direction of the extreme Inferno mountain range and said in a condensed voice, There's no rush. I'm here to look for seniors for one thing, and for another. My clan is a fire attribute spiritual root cultivator, and this extreme inflammation mountain range is quite famous. I heard that it is a paradise for fire attribute spirit root cultivators, so I will stay for a period of time, and I will go to the extreme Inferno mountain range at that time to see if I can get any creations. Good. Ji Wucong responded. He too had not long broken through the god transformation stage. It was time to settle down and stabilize for a while. Ji Wucong suddenly added, Patriarch Yin, do you think it's possible that Senior is in the subterranean dragon forbidden land? Yin Jiexia stagnated. also felt quite possible. But if the senior is in the submerged dragon forbidden land, they would never dare to go over there and look for it. The subterranean dragon forbidden land was in the direction south of the southern sky, and as the number one forbidden land in the mortal realm, it was extremely dangerous. It is rumored that when a great cultivator goes in, there is almost always no return. Chapter 76, I think I see senpai? The day passed quickly and it was almost time for dinner. Business was good at the Rongfu stand, and the whole 4 pigs were sold with only some left, and the cost of buying them. It's also a lot more money a day than the norm. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu looked at each other and smiled. As usual, after they had packed up their stall, then he went to wake up Chen Sun to go home with him. Chen Sun, this child is really able to sleep in addition to that moment at noon called up to eat a lunch, then it equates to sleeping the whole day. Su Yingying laughed helplessly. Chen Sun, wake up! Rongfu shook Chen Sun while inclining his head to look at Su Yingying. He smiled and said, this kid got up early in the morning. A trip back and forth, especially a trip back to pull 4 pigs. Of course it's very tiring. You don't say that. Earlier I was half tired from pulling 2 pigs. Thinking about it, Su Yingying secretly thought that Chen Sun was a child who could endure hardship. Unable to help it, Su Yingying looked at Chen Sun, her eyes mesmerized. If she and Dafu had children, they'd be about almost in their early 20s. He's almost as old as Chen Sun. Chen Sun is awake. Let's go back. Yingzi? Rongfu pulled the sleepy Chen Sun up, and suddenly noticed Su Yingying's eyes. After a stunned silence, he shouted in a low voice. Ah, well, we're going home. Su Yingying returned to her senses and hurriedly laughed. Rongfu's grip on Chen Sun's hand tightened slightly as he forced a smile and said, well, go home. On the way home, it was still Chen Sun in the front shaking his head and pulling the crate. Very happy. Rongfu and Su Yingying followed behind, both of them gazing at Chen Sun's back without saying much. Rather, it was Rongfu who looked at Su Yingying from time to time with his afterglow, noticing its eyes, and his heart trembled. With that, the 3 of them crossed the downtown street and drifted away. Just then, on the 5th floor of the restaurant on the side of the street, Ji Wutzon looked suspiciously at the backs of Chen Sun and Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu that disappeared into the street. Although it was only an unintentional glance, it seemed to Ji Wutzon that the back of the man pulling the slatted wagon, why does it look inexplicably like the back of a senior? Ji Wutzon frowned and was about to go after them to take a look. Crunch! Injiexie suddenly pushed the door in with 2 jugs of wine. Wutzon, come and accompany old man to drink a couple of cups. Ji Wutzon's figure lurched before he shook off the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. I'm sure that person just has some resemblance to Senpai's back. It's not possible. How could a person of senior's caliber pull a broken crate and walk in a mundane downtown? And there was a middle-aged man and woman behind them, which looked like a family of 3 anyhow. After all, it's not the first time this has happened in the past 6 months. What's wrong? Injiexie sensed Ji Wutzon's abnormality and couldn't help but wonder. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutzon was a bit hesitant, and after some thought, he still said, Patriarch In, I just saw a back figure that looks a bit like Senpai. What? Injiexie's old eyebrow raised and he busily said, where is it? Let's quickly chase after it and take a look. It's made this kind of mess before, but what if it is? Ji Wutzon was stunned and quickly nodded his head, pointing in a direction. In the next moment, the duo disappeared from the room with a flicker. Swish! Injiexie and Ji Wutzon's figures appeared on the street corner. Looking around and, where were the 3 people pulling the crate that Ji Wutzon had mentioned earlier? Injiexie immediately closed her eyes. The divine sense of the late god transformation stage swept out in all directions. People eating dinner, people playing cards, quarrelsome people, people walking. Even the spring building as well as the various mansions between men and women are staging the human body negative distance exchange of a scene are clearly perceived by Injiexie. Ji Wutzon also spread out his divine sense, but his brows were tightly furrowed and he found nothing, helplessly opening his eyes. Hey! A moment later, Injiexie also opened her eyes, rubbed her temples, and sighed. Can't find it. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutzon was also a bit disappointed, but immediately had a flash of insight and raised an index finger that, surprise, hey, Patriarch In, it's only right that you can't find it. If that one is really elder, it's more than normal that we can't find it with our divine sense. Injiexie froze, and surprise surfaced on her face as she called out, right, thinking about this, their heart beats faster. Can't it be that they have really met their seniors this time? Patriarch In, they're just passing through the street of the restaurant we're staying at today. We'll squat there at the same time tomorrow afternoon and maybe we'll see it. Whether that person is a senior or not, the truth will be revealed by then. Ji Wutzon hurriedly said, although it was a bit absurd for a senior to pull a crate, now it suddenly occurred to me that previously, when in the Daotian sect, Senpai then seems to think and have a different spirit than normal people sometimes. Maybe this is the senior traveling the mortal world? In Jie was overjoyed and patted Ji Wutsong's shoulder, praising, "Not bad, Wutsong. You're smart." Cough. Ji Wutsong coughed dryly and said with his hands folded, "Not bad." In Jie's face turned cold as she kicked the pretentious Ji Wutsong in the face. "Let's get you loaded. Dinner. Da Fu. Drink less." Seeing that Rongfu kept pouring wine, Su Ying couldn't help but frown in concern. Rongfu drank until his face was red, waved his hand, and laughed. I'm happy today. Just let me have a few more drinks. Don't you think so, Chen Sun?" On the side, Chen Sun drummed his cheeks and buried his head in dry rice. The speed of his chopsticks to clip the food appeared to be a stump. Pressing on and ignoring Rongfu, Su Ying could only shake her head and said, "If you are allowed to drink 3 more cups, you will not be allowed to drink more." Well, after dinner, Su Ying is clearing the table and washing dishes and stuff. Chen Sun squatted in the yard, holding a branch epileptically and drawing circles on the ground. At that moment, Rongfu staggered over and came to sit beside Chen Sun. Looking at the circles on the floor, he asked with a giddy smile, "What are you drawing, Chen Sun?" Chen Sun was silent and just drew circles. If Uncle Rong had a child, he would have caught up to your age soon. Rongfu sized up Chen Sun and smiled. His eyes grew hazy and he felt the heavens spinning around him. Patting Chen Sun's shoulder, he suddenly lowered his head and choked. Uncle Rong is really inhuman. He's inhuman." Hearing the commotion, Chen Sun's movement of drawing circles stopped, inclining his head to look curiously at Rongfu. Then he reached out and stroked Rongfu's head, smiling madly. "Your Honor, don't cry." And Jia. Rongfu stalled and cried even more. Chen Sun got up and shouted towards the house. Crying. My lord is crying. Who's crying?" Only Su Ying's voice rang out, followed by the sound of her quick steps out of the room. Rongfu's crying came to an abrupt end, so frightened that she hastily wiped away her tears and stood up. "Try to calm yourself and your expression." At this time, Su Ying stepped out and glanced at Chen Sun and Rongfu, saying suspiciously, "Chen Sun, who's crying?" Chen Sun giggled and pointed his finger at Rongfu. "Him." Rongfu instantly had a jolt and jumped up with a red face. "Don't you talk nonsense." With that, he copied his slippers and stumbled after him towards Chen Sun. Chen Sun Jie laughed and turned around to run. So, Rongfu and Chen Sun ran after each other in the small courtyard. Chen Sun also turned his head to make a face every now and then. If In Jie and Ji Wutsong were here to see the scene, they would have been so frightened that they would have thought they were hallucinating. Both eyes were sparkling. "Mortal, do you know who you're chasing? That's Senior Chen who overthrew the Wuji Immortal Palace." Su Ying looked deeply at Rongfu when she saw this, and then with a sigh in her heart, she turned around and went back to wash the dishes. At that moment, Chen Sun withdrew with an arrow step. The drunken Rongfu was still holding slippers and running laps in the yard. "And I don't know what I'm chasing." Chen Sun was on the side, with his arms crossed, and he couldn't help but laugh with joy at the straight epileptic laugh. The corners of his mouth were fragrant with drool. Chapter 77, It's really seniors. It's impossible to pull a pig in this life. The next day, Chen Sun up early in the morning, as always, pulling the crate rumbled to the pig garden. When the hogs come back from the hauling, and when Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu have taken care of them, and then after they have eaten their breakfast together, just pull the crate together and go to the East Main Street food market. The day of selling pork begins again. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu were busy as usual, and Chen Sun was still leaning back and sleeping. The day passed quickly. By the afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu woke up Chen Sun and pulled the crate in the direction of their home. It's the same street, the same tavern. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the restaurant, the window position, In Jie and Ji Wutsong stood there, their eyes fixed on the people coming and going on the streets below. Just then, 3 figures reflected into the duo's sight from far and near. It was Chen Sun who was pulling the crate, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu who were following behind. In Jie and Ji Wutsong's pupils shrunk, their chests violently rising and falling as infinite surprises surfaced in their hearts. "Seniors, I can't believe it's really a senior." In Jie and Ji Wutsong looked at each other, not to mention how excited they were. The two then nodded, and with a flash they reached the bottom of the follow the tail carefully at quite a distance apart. Ji Wutsong looked away from the crate, and the pork on it, and frowned. How could senior pull a pig cart in mundanity? This is too inconsistent with senior's status. Let's not even talk about such a heavenly figure as elder. Even those lowest-level handyman disciples in the immortal cultivation realm were categorically unable to do this kind of dirty work when they returned to the mundane world. In Jie looked reverently at Chen Sun's back and said, "What's this? Once upon a time, didn't senior also live in the Tianqing's handyman peak? And he even swept the floor every day. Unlike us minor cultivators, Seniors love to play with the world, to enter the mortal world with one's body, to feel the earth's food and drink. When we once transformed into gods, didn't we also go through the calamity of transforming into the mortal world? Ji Wutsong nodded his head, feeling very justified. With that, the eyes that looked towards that green-clothed back figure became more and more reverent. Thinking this, Ji Wutsong felt very ashamed and said, if I were to be put in a mortal body and do the work of pulling a hog wagon, I'm not ashamed. Elder, on the other hand, you're worthy of being a senior. Injiqing shook his head and laughed. Not to mention you, the old man can't do this job either. It's hard to bend over when you're in a certain status position. Like them, one of them is the leader of the North Xian Devil Dao, and the other is the head of a first-rate North Xian Devil sect. And how to pull the face of a pig. It's impossible to pull a pig in this life. After a tea break, Chen Sun and Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu returned to their residence. Suiying quickly went to cook. Rongfu took advantage of the lull to take out a set of pig-killing knives to squat outside and sharpen them. As for Chen Sun, he was playing around with some children. A group of children ran after Chen Sun's butt. Chen Sun acted like a child king. Some parents worry about their children running too fast and falling, chasing after their own children with brooms. Straight spanking. Brother, my father spanked me. There were children who were frightened and whimpered. Chen Sun sniffed. Jie laughed, and hurriedly turned around and came back, opening his arms to stop those parents. The children, on the other hand, tugged one after the other to follow Chen Sun, making faces and laughing. When the parents saw this situation, they were furious, so they glared at Chen Sun. They have taken their brooms and gone. The kids laughed at this. Rongfu watched the scene while sharpening his knife and shook his head helplessly, but the smile on his face didn't stop. Since the arrival of Chen Sun, their area has really become much more lively. In the meantime, not far from a corner, two heads, one high and one low, peeked furtively. The two were naturally In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong, who had trailed behind. The two watched such a harmonious scene with stunned eyes, growing more and more emotional. Once you have entered the immortal path for many years, looking back, it is 100 different flavors. Such a harmonious scene, In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong from the moment they cultivated the immortal. I've never seen it again. Ji Wutsong's eyes reddened and he said in a slightly trembling voice, when I was a child, I also played this eagle catching chickens amusement, and I still remember the way my father shielded me behind him, the way my father's back looked like a big mountain, peaceful, but I can't remember what dad looked like. I can never go back. In Jiexing pursed her lips and was silent, gently stroking Ji Wutsong's head as a sign of comfort. His eyes were also filled with regret and remembrance, and how could he not be? Along the way, it seems that too much has been given up. In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong just kept watching until Rongfu called Chen Sun back for dinner. It took the two of them a moment to look back at Rongfu's house and head back to the tavern. In the tavern room, the wine is over. In Jiexing and Ji Wutsong were still sullenly drinking to each other. Rarely speaking, it would have been a cause for great joy to find the seniors today, but what I've seen and heard, but it made them happy in any way, and their thoughts plunged into memories. Actually began to think about whether it was right or wrong to come all this way. After cultivating immortality, he seldom went back home, and then he didn't even know when his parents died. I didn't even get to the funeral, and when I got the chance to go back, I stared at my parents' graves in disbelief. This abandonment of everything. Exactly right or wrong? The two of them suddenly stifled a grunt and blanched, staring at each other with arduous. A flash of panic surfaced from the heart. Not good. The heart of the way is unstable. The mind is born. In Jiexie immediately pushed the table aside and Ji Wu'er and Ji Wu'er pressed their hands on each other's shoulders and began to activate their gong methods to save them. However, the faces of the two of them were becoming more and more unsightly, and there was even blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. Just then, a green-clothed scholar with a pink apron appeared out of thin air with a jerky smile. The moment Chen Sun appeared, In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong's situation suddenly improved. That derived heart demon unexpectedly disappeared into thin air, as if it had been scared away. In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong gasped frantically. Upon seeing Chen Sun, the duo was so shocked that they hurriedly bowed down and cried out respectfully, "Greetings, elder." In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong knew deep down that if it wasn't for the timely appearance of their predecessors, being invaded by the heart demon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Many thanks to Senior for saving me, the two pleaded again, saying they bowed gratefully. As for why the seniors had come here, the two were not at all surprised that they had previously trailed that. With the ability of the seniors, how could they not be able to discover them? Chen Sun crouched down, shook his head and looked at the two of them, laughing madly. Hey, you guys pulling hogs or what? Lala, we love pulling pig senpai. In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Thinking back to the time when he was transformed into a tree in the Dao Heavenly Sect, Could it be that this pulling a pig is also a great method? Is Elder going to grant them another creation? In Jie and Ji Wotsong immediately became incredibly excited and exuberant. Afterward, Chensun Jiejie laughed and his figure disappeared. Only then did In Jie and Ji Wotsong sit on their asses on the ground, looking at each other with palpitations in their hearts. In unison, he laughed bitterly. It's good that Senior appeared. Chapter 78, Pulling a Pig for 3. The following afternoon, after a busy day, Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu and Chen Sun went home as usual. Just after arriving home, the Rongfus noticed many of their neighbors making glances towards them. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu froze and looked over to find an old man and middle-aged man standing at the entrance of their home. The old man and the middle-aged man did not look like ordinary people with the expensive clothes they were wearing. Especially that vaguely revealing air of superiority could not help but tighten the hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu. Secretly, I wondered if I had offended some big shot in the meantime, but they don't do anything but sell pork every day. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu hurriedly trotted over, while Chen Sun ran off to play with the children. Two adults. I wonder if you, Rongfu and Su Ying bowed, their tones trembling. In Jieqing and Ji Wotsong hurriedly reached out to help Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu up. After the duo's afterglow glanced at Chen Sun who was playing over there, by Ji Wotsong laughed. You two, we've admired Rongji's pig stall for a long time, and the two of us aren't talented. With a handful of strength, I've come here to get a job hauling hogs. Before they came, the In Jiexia duo had naturally already learned all about the camping of Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu's family. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu, who were still nervous, were dumbfounded. Lara, pulling a pig? Back to you. Rongfu's face paled as he forced a smile. The two adults should not joke with the villain. Su Ying also felt panicked as her heart beat faster. In Jie and Ji Wotsang stagnated and looked at each other. Where did they look like they were joking? Suddenly, the two noticed the other's attire, and their hearts tightened as they said, "Oh no, I forgot to change when I came, dressed so flamboyantly. One certainly thinks it's a joke. It's all your fault. How can this be negligent?" Humph. In Jie transmitted his voice unhappily. Ji Wotsong's heart was bitter as he innocently transmitted, "Patriarch In, didn't I go to inquire about this pork stall where Senior was before? Where did I care so much?" In Jie was displeased with the voice transmission back. "Speak for yourself next. This is a creation bestowed by Senior. If I don't succeed in getting a job pulling pigs at Rongji today, I'm not done with you." Ji Wotsong skimmed his lips, then a smile surfaced and looked at Rongfu, saying, "Boss Rong, we're not joking with you. We sincerely want to come to you to haul hogs here, and I hope you promise, and don't call us any lord." Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu still thought the two were joking. Rongfu said awkwardly, Two adults. The main thing is that my family has already hired small workers. There's no intention of continuing to hire small laborers. At the moment, just the 4 pigs that Chinsun pulls every day are sometimes not sold out, and if he hires more laborers, he'll be able to sell them all. Isn't that a hard money loss? In addition to food, lodging and monthly money not to mention, pulling back so many hogs every day, and also simply cannot sell them all. What you can't sell is going to stink and rot. Where can you afford to lose money? Ji Wotsong had also learned about the business of selling pigs. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. He really hadn't discussed with a mortal in such a low voice, so he clenched his teeth and said, Boss Rong, we don't want wages, nor do we want a place to live. We just need to be able to haul pigs. In Jie was busy echoing, right. Rongfu and Su Ying's brains were on fire as they stared blankly at the 2 richly dressed people in front of them. These 2 aren't nuts, are they? But it doesn't look like it. Or is it just purely to tease them? A lot of those rich people have a penchant for teasing the poor. Rongfu did not dare to say anything more, smiled bitterly and said euphemistically, both of you, we really don't need a pig puller. We may not be able to sell the 4 pigs that Chinsun pulls every day, but we can't even sell them all. We can't. I still hope that you 2 adults, Ji Wotsong hurriedly said, then we can work with the former. The other junior laborer is pulling the 4 pigs in parts. How? He must be tired of pulling 4 heads by himself. Rongfu was dumbfounded. But now, Rongfu and Su Ying could see that these 2 really wanted to pull the pig. Is pulling a pig that good? Are all the rich people in Yin Cheng's fetishes so unique nowadays? Geez, don't do this and that. Right. As long as it lets us pull the pig, how about we pay you? Ji Wotsong said, speaking with the gesture of taking out money. Rongfu hastily stopped it, saying, pull, let you pull. In Jie and Ji Wotsong were overjoyed. The matter of pulling the pig had finally come to fruition. Then, Boss Rong, we'll come over first thing in the morning. Oh, right. The pink apron on that little worker. we love it so much, please make sure you have it for us too. And there's no need to prepare a pig-drawn cart for us, the two of us are not small in strength. It's not much of a problem for one man to carry a hog. After the Yin Jiexian duo finished speaking, their afterglow carefully glanced at Chen Sun and slipped away. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu foolishly looked at the departing backs of the two of them, and even now they felt like dreaming. They couldn't understand why it had led them to such a ridiculous thing. Also, there are countless pig stalls in Yancheng. Why did you choose this one? Early the next morning, it was still light. Yin Jieqing and Ji Wucang then came here early to wait. The duo also learned the hard way and changed that flashy outfit into worn-out linen clothes. Crunch! Hearing the commotion, the duo hurriedly looked over and saw Chen Sun coming out. Greetings, elder! The two immediately shouted in a small, respectful voice, as if they were thieves. Soon, there were footsteps again, and the Yin Jiexian duo busied themselves with straightening up. The one who came out was Rongfu, and when he saw Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucang, he froze for a moment and, I didn't expect these two to actually come, so it was back in a flash and out again with two more fan aprons in hand. Two, here are the aprons you asked for before they get dirty, Rongfu said, suddenly realizing that the two of them were dressed, and could not help but stare again. Obviously, yesterday she was dressed in a flashy outfit, but today how? I see, looks like you don't want to get those clothes dirty. Wear what you need for what you're doing, even experiencing life is telling. Fine, thanks. The duo grabbed the pink aprons and quickly put them on. It's just weird how an old man, a middle-aged man, wearing a pink apron. At this point, Chen Sun let out a crazy laugh, pulled up the crate and rumbled away. Seeing this, Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucang no longer cared about the frothing Rongfu. Turning and swinging his arms, he sprinted after them, fit as a fiddle. Rongfu swallowed hard. That middle-aged man was just fine, quite strong, but that old man actually ran up so lightly too. Jesus! Streets! Rumble! Chen Sun pulled the crate wildly. Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucang followed Chen Sun on the left and right, the two of them staring straight ahead, their faces solemn and solemn. Swing your arms quickly to sprint. The three of them then kept the same pace and quickly swept through the streets, raising quite a bit of dust. Some passers-by who had risen early were frightened and retreated to the sides of the road. It's that little pig puller again. Ha, there are actually two more people this time. Asterisk. Look at that old man, running so fast, really fierce. Soon after, Chen Sun's trio returned the same way from the pig garden, speeding along, sparks with lightning. Chen Sun was pulling two pigs on his crate. The other two heads, however, were carried on the shoulders of Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucang. One by one, the three of them sped off and quickly disappeared around the corner. Passers-by who witnessed the scene had long been dumbfounded. In the meantime, there were 4 cultivators in the pavilion who also noticed this scene, and after staying dumbfounded, they couldn't help but have their eyes flickering, could not perceive anything except that the young man pulling the crate who appeared to be unhinged, but the other old man carrying the pig and the middle-aged man had hidden spiritual power fluctuations as they ran. They're actually cultivators. A friar pulling a pig? Come on, what is the world coming to? This is outrageous, unheard of. What's a monk doing with all this for a good reason? It seems to be that there is some unknown secret in it. Let's go test the waters. Chapter 79, that old man actually plays so perverted? Chen Sun's trio slowed down when they were almost at Rongfu's house. Just then, 4 figures swept out from one side, blocking in front of Chen Sun's trio. These 4 people were the same cultivators who had chased them from the attic earlier. Yin Jiexing and Ji Wucang's eyes immediately narrowed slightly. They could tell at a glance that the 4 cultivators were nothing more than foundation stage cultivators. Awesome! A little foundation stage. How dare you hit on them? As if he didn't see it, Chen Sun shook his head and pulled the crate right through the middle of the 4. The eyes of the 4 cultivators were glazed over and they were about to stop Chen Sun. Ji Wucang's eyes snapped and he spoke faintly. You 4 mole crickets are impatient to live. How dare you get in senior's way? As he spoke, a vague aura of a transformation god filled the air. Boom! The 4 cultivators' eyes changed abruptly and their faces swished pale, although they didn't know exactly what realm the middle-aged man in front of them was in. Compared to them, the realm must have exceeded it by many. To say the least, they were all at the Jidan stage or even Yuaning old monsters. Bang bang! The 4 cultivators' knees went weak and they violently fell to their knees, trembling, regretting in their hearts. Who would have thought that the one who pulls the pig actually has such a powerful cultivation? If one knows that I wouldn't dare to come over and try it even if I were dead. Elder, we don't mean anything else. We were just curious about senpai pulling a piggyback before. One of the cultivators stuttered. Former senior, we are disciples of the By Fire Pavilion. No offense intended. It was a pity that the 4 cultivators had no idea who they were facing. if you encountered Nangong Yao Duan Sunhai, those who said there is no chance of survival. But in Jiexie and Ji Wutsong, that's a devil. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutsong grinned a very morose grin and said, this clan doesn't care what your origins are. Since your heart covets and dares to get in the way, take care in your next life. The words fell. The 4 cultivators' faces changed drastically as they said in shock, escape. Poof. Ji Wutsong coldly smiled and violently flicked his sleeve. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators then exploded into a bloody mist, not even being able to let out a scream. In the eyes of Ji Wutsong, who was at the divine transformation stage, even if there were 10,000 more, not to mention just 4 foundation stages, that's no different than killing pigs and dogs. In the path of immortal cultivation, the gap between realms becomes bigger and bigger the further you go, especially in that kind of situation where there was a difference of several great realms. It was simply not possible to win by numbers. Bay Fire Court? At that moment, In Jiexie muttered, these 4 mole crickets are dead. That Boa pavilion will surely come to Yen City to investigate when the time comes, so it seems there's no need for it to exist. Wutsong, after carrying the pig to Boss Rong's house, you go there, destroy that what's his name by Hua Pavilion, so as to save the subsequent beating of the younger ones to come to the older ones and annoy senior. Ji Wutsong nodded. Well, there's no need for patriarching to say it. Wutsong has this intention. The conversation between the two was very plain, but their intentions were murderous and ruthless, worthy of being the demon-sect's patriarch. The two then carried the pig to the Rongfu family's small yard, but it surprised Rongfu and Su Yinging again. Too fierce. For so many years in Yancheng, almost every family sells pork, and it's pulled by a crate. It's the first time I've seen it carried straight back. That strength. That middle-aged man is fine, but why is this old man so energetic? The two of you have worked hard. Quickly sit down and have some tea. Su Yinging hurriedly brought 2 cups of tea. In Jiexing and Ji Wutsong took the tea, but they were looking at Chen Sun, who was squatting on the side, with their after-images. How dare you not take your seat? Are you kidding me? The seniors are still here. Where are they qualified to sit down? Su Yinging didn't think much of anything and hurriedly went to work with Rongfu to deal with the 4 pigs. Time is still somewhat rushed. What are your names? Rongfu laughed as he handled the pork. After this pig pulling, Rongfu was also much closer to In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong. After all, it was obvious that the duo really wanted to pull the pig. In Jedi, Ji Wutsong, In Jiexie and Ji Wutsang said. Rongfu and Su Yinging's hand movements were lurched, and they simply stopped talking. The bit of closeness in his heart quickly disappeared again. Those 2 names, to them, were too overbearing and, moreover, didn't sound like good people. It's the big man who came to experience life, and you'll have to serve him carefully in the future. Boss Rong, we'll leave first and come back in the morning to pull the pigs, In Jiexie said. Then he and Ji Wutsong looked at Chen Sun with hidden respect and went out. Slow down. Rongfu said busily. Only after In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong walked away did Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu let out a sigh of sorrow. Since yesterday, they are just clueless. It was a good thing that from the very beginning, no malice was felt from those 2. Read this. Rongfu handled the pork while looking at Chen Sun and solemnly admonished. Chen Sun, those 2 are definitely not ordinary people. You must be respectful when pulling pigs in the future. Otherwise an unlucky fear to provoke a big trouble. As if he didn't hear. Chen Sun slapped his face and yelled. Hungry. Fine. Rongfu couldn't help it when he saw that Chen Sun couldn't listen, so he busied himself. Ingzi, let Chen Sun have breakfast first. Good. In Jiexie and Ji Wutsong were on their way back to the tavern when the sky had already dawned. They suddenly noticed that many of the passers-by passing by were surveying them with an odd look of. Covering her mouth, she whispered something and drifted away. How could those broken words escape the ears of the 2? Hey, look, that big man and that old man, wearing a pink hanging apron. It's not some kind of pervert, is it? It looks like to me. It's just dawn. I can't tell you what hidden place these 2 just came back from cheating on each other. Hiss, cheating? I think that old man is a bit old to be in the ground. But how can he play such a pervert? Hey, perverts are some perverts, but there are just some people who are just dragon and yang and love to stir up. It's only right that we should put aside our worldly eyes and look at it correctly. No, it's not that I mind this. I'm just curious about that middle-aged man and the old man that. Who is on the side of the main battle? It should be that old man. Or else if it's that middle-aged man who's in charge of the battle, with his lanky frame, where would the old man be able to eat? At this moment, In Jiexie and Ji Wutsang stiffened in place as if they had been struck by lightning. Just that face was so dark and scary, like he'd eaten 10,000 dead flies. What did you mole crickets say? Say it again if you dare. Ji Wutsong violently turned around and said with a ruthless and angry face. Although Ji Wutsong didn't use spiritual power, as the sect leader of the Great Diffusion Demon Sect, bringing with it a ruthlessness and aura. It really made those passers-by tremble in their hearts, a little afraid, and scattered their legs and ran away. Seeing this, Ji Wutsong grunted and stared at the passers-by who had fled. Black gas slowly emerged from the hand in his sleeve. Forget it. At this moment, In Jiexie grabbed Ji Wutsong's hand with a warning look in her eyes. Ji Wutsong was instantly jolted and understood what In Jiexian meant. It was just that the heart was a bit stifled. He and Patriarch In were the northern Xian demon sect's generation of demon patriarchs, but he was so denigrated by these mortals. If this place wasn't in Yan City, Ji Wutsong would even have the heart to lift the entire city. In Jiexie could only comfort. These mortals don't mean to be like this. Look at us in this get-up in the morning. No wonder they're thinking the wrong things. Ji Wutsong's face eased slightly and shook his head, and at that moment, the movement of In Jiexie pulling Ji Wutsong's hand, it even convinced many passers-by that there was a hookup between the two. Noticing these gazes, In Jiexie stagnated and hurriedly lowered her hand. Ji Wutsong, whose face had become gloomy again, fled into a restaurant in full view of the public. Nice guy. Now, the many passers-by looked at each other with their eyes, and the atmosphere became a bit anxious. The old man and the middle-aged man entered the restaurant too fast. So they are so hungry and thirsty? Chapter 80 Bounty Order to Yan City. In Jiexie and Ji Wutsang then went to the door of Rongfu's house every day at the crack of dawn on time to wait for Chen Sun to pull the pigs together. Half a month passed in a flash. During that time, Ji Wutsang also made a trip to the Bihua Pavilion, and on the way, he did meet the people who came to investigate. After extinguishing it in passing, he went on to exterminate the entire Bifire Pavilion. In the Bihua Pavilion, the highest realm is only in the middle Jiadan stage, and in the whole of the southern heaven, not exactly a famous force. Facing a devil cultivator of the god transformation stage like Ji Wutsong, he was naturally defenseless. That's why, generally speaking, clans will let their disciples go out and keep their eyes peeled. If you accidentally messed with some big shot, examples abound of people who ended up being tragically affected and destroyed. Recently, there were more cultivators coming to Yan City than ever before, and streams of light could often be seen sweeping over Yan City. A bounty order was quietly spreading in and out of Yan City. Of course, it's almost as if it's just being passed around amongst the monks. The mortals generally took one look at the bounty and shook their heads and left, though their hearts were shocked about the cultivators. How could they, mortals, dare to get involved, even if the reward was huge? Saying something like as long as they provided reliable information about that person, cultivators are rewarded with spirit stones and exotic treasures, while mortals are rewarded with gold coins and even official positions. In addition, the people of Yan City had more or less already known about the contents of the bounty order. It was a great shock, because what was on there was extremely appalling. It seemed like many clans in the southern sky had joined together to wanted a cultivator. Normally, people wouldn't dare to mess with just any cultivator. They'd just dare to watch from afar. Not to mention so many clans. I heard that they were also all big clans in the southern sky. The people of Yan City didn't dare to imagine what kind of monstrous trouble that immortal cultivator named Chen Sun had caused. The consequences are so serious. However, from this bounty order, it could also be seen side by side that the immortal cultivator named Chen Sun was by no means an idle one. After all, to be wanted by so many clans with bounties, it would be a hell of a thing to be simple. Outside of Yan City, there were two middle-aged men in plain robes standing there, tilting their heads as they looked at the bounty on the city wall. The eyes twinkling. I can't imagine that how Gao's bounty has reached this Yan City. Daring to seek trouble from Mr. That midget will definitely not have a good ending. The two were naturally Daotian sect master Nangong Yao and Heavenly Sword sect master Duan Songhai. They had come to this southern heaven also for more than half a year, and after going around in circles all the way, they also came to this Yan City. However, Nangong Yao and Duan Songhai had no intention of entering Yan City, and the two did not think that Chen Sun was here. After all, how many cities and territories have been traveled through in the past 6 months? There wasn't even the slightest hint of news related to Chen Sun. Go, Duan Songhai said. Nangong Yao nodded, just as the two were about to leave. The conversations of some cultivators who swept past in pairs of imperial swords reached their ears. You know what? The Biwa Pavilion was exterminated. It's too tragic. Well, naturally, I've heard about it. The Blue Flame Pavilion has been rooted in the area of the extreme Inferno mountain range for quite a few years. There are even Jiadan stage cultivators sitting within the sect, but I can't imagine that it would end up like this. I've heard that the area of the Blue Flame Pavilion has been reduced to ruins, and that the demonic aura is so strong that it should be the work of demonic cultivators. Based on the remaining scent at the scene, some people have deduced that the demonic cultivator who annihilated the Bifire Pavilion might be at the god transformation stage. A transformation god, true lord. It's truly terrifying. Will not that destroy the blue fire pavilion of the devil cultivator? Is the reward order on the cultivator called Chin Sunit? Hey, nowadays the world is too chaotic. We are still low profile point in the future, lest even behind the clan involved. Aha! The two cultivators flew into Yin City while talking. Nangong Yao and Duan Tsunghai heard the content of the conversation, but they stopped in their tracks and didn't rush off. A few key words circled their minds. Devil cultivator. God realization stage. Extermination. Nangong Yao said suspiciously. Patriarch Duan. For some reason, Nangong has an inexplicable feeling. Duan Tsunghai also had a premonition in his heart and pursed his lips. You say. Nangong Yao said suspiciously. Nangong always feels that this matter of destroying the Baihua pavilion, it must have been the work of the old piker Ian in Ji Wuxung that birth. Duan Tsunghai was not surprised and nodded his head. Patriarch Nangong. In fact, this clan also has this premonition. With this in mind, the duo gave an odd glance at the Yin Chang in front of them, not intending to leave for the time being. Rongfu's house. Dinner. AI. Recently there have been more and more immortal cultivators in Yin City, and I heard that a bounty order has been placed. He's on the lookout for an immortal cultivator, causing panic among us commoners in Yin City, who are usually too busy with business. Some other day I'll take the time to look at that bounty order and see what it actually says. Rongfu sighed as he took a sip of his wine. On the side, Shensun buried his head in frantic dry rice grains sticking all over his face like a starving ghost. Su Yingying said, it shouldn't be a big deal. We won't mess with those immortal cultivators. Rongfu shook his head. It's not a matter of inviting or not inviting, and you know it. It's not like there hasn't been a conflict between immortal cultivators in Yancheng in the past. Two immortal cultivators fought and their spells bombarded the area, affecting many people in the vicinity of the main street. Finally, the government reported that 150 people died, including children. The injured were too numerous to count. A whole 150 families have been torn apart. A number of children even lost their parents in that wave and went to live in that slum, competing with that vicious dog for food. In the end, those two immortal cultivators did not do anything. Ah, pity those who died. The lives of us mortals will be like grass and weeds, to be trampled on. Speaking of which, Rongfu was a little angry, said, the originator of nothing is just, they are immortal cultivators, high above the rest. We mortals can't afford to mess with them, but those who are affected by the waves of those surviving children are innocent, but the government doesn't care about them and doesn't subsidize them in any way. Su Yingying busily covered Rongfu's mouth with her outstretched hand and said, Da Fu, you've drunk too much. Rongfu stagnated, took a deep breath to calm down, and looked at Chen Sun, who was drying his rice on the side, and said, Chen Sun, tomorrow there will be no need to haul pigs. Take a day off from work and let's go to a place. Jie good. Aha. Chen Sun casually responded and continued to dry his meal. After dinner, Chen Sun went out to play with the kids again. In the narrow little courtyard, Rongfu and Su Yingying sat opposite each other. In front of the duo was a rusty iron box filled with copper coins. The silver coins. I'm afraid those kids miss you, too. Su Yingying looked at Rongfu, who was focused on counting the money, and softly laughed. Rongfu sniffed. A naive smile surfaced on his face, counting the money and said, lately, with Chen Sun kid around, pork business is good. Looks like we'll have to raise the kids' monthly payment. Tomorrow we'll go to the kids' place, buy more food for the kids, add to the household, and I love it when the kids surround me with a mouthful of Uncle Rong shouting hey. Rongfu has been selling hogs for many years, except for keeping a little for his own family. Almost the vast majority of the money goes to spend on homeless kids in the ghetto. Rongfu was simple and kind-hearted, a good old man, years of silent devotion. Even apart from those children in the slums, none of the neighbors in the area knew about this one. Rongfu seemed to think of something. The hand that counted the money froze, hesitated again and again, finally opened his mouth, and, trembling, Yingzi, I'm just sorry that you defied your family's objections back then, righteously marrying a roughneck like me from a bookish family. I failed to. Su Yingying smiled faintly and reached out her hand, resting it on Rongfu's palm. Da Fu, you've been holding these words in your heart for a long time, haven't you? In fact, I know what's in your heart, but please know that I married you. It's just because of you as a person. Nothing else really matters. My favorite thing about you is your kindness and simplicity. I like you. As long as I can be with you, I don't care what happens. I'm happy even if I have to beg with you, not to mention selling pork. Rongfu was stunned for a long time, held Su Yingying's hand and smiled with red eyes. Thanks. Chapter 81, Yen City Slums. Chen Sun is a good man. Early the next morning, before dawn, Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong came. However, he was told by Rongfu to shut down for a day without pulling hogs. The two had to stop, and yet it didn't leave. waiting until Chen Sun and Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu finished breakfast and came out with their cloth bags. When he saw that Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong were still there, Rongfu couldn't help but ask, the two lords haven't left yet? Ha! Ji Wucong gave Chen Sun a respectful look before saying, where is Boss Rong planning to go today? Can we follow? Yin Jiexie also nodded her head in a hurry. The two looked at each other. It wasn't that they wanted to follow, mainly because they saw that their seniors were going, too, worrying that some ungrateful ones on the way had messed with the seniors so that they could be the first to strike and teach them a lesson. No matter what, these could be opportunities to perform in front of the seniors, and they definitely couldn't be missed. Rongfu glanced at Su Yingying, somewhat hesitant. Boss Rong, don't do this and that, just let us join you. Ji Wucong said urgently. Good, then the two lords are welcome. Boss Rong, we're all on our own. I told you not to call us any more adults. Adults? That's not very nice, is it? If you ever call me Your Honor again, I'll get mad at you. Well, okay. Thus, Chen Sun and his group headed towards the west in Yen City. The slums are in that area. Along the way, Chen Sun was cloaked in his hair, flinging his wooden sword around while laughing madly. It drew a lot of strange looks. Rongfu and Su Yingying were also feeling a bit embarrassed, but it was okay. Rongfu couldn't help but look at Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong and apologized. Both of you. Chen Sun, he is mentally abnormal and thinks differently from normal people. You guys please bear with him. Although Rongfu knew that these two had been pulling pigs with Chen Sun for more than half a month, he also knew about Chen Sun's situation, but in the current situation, he was still afraid of causing embarrassment and unhappiness to these two, scaring Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong, whose attention had almost always been on Chen Sun, half to death. Shaking his head back and forth, he shook it into a rattle. Which is which? Boss Rong, Laborer Chen, he's quite good. Yes, Chen Gong is very good. Where is the mental abnormality? I can look too normal. Ha! Rongfu was dumbfounded. Too normal? Rongfu couldn't help but look at that crazy look of Chen Sun's. He then exchanged a glance with Su Yingying Mo on the side. It's not too normal, is it? The group then went to a market and bought a lot of food and household items. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu couldn't hold so much either, so Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong helped carry it. For the duo, the experience was a first in how many years? As Chen Sun and the others leaned further and further to the west of Yen City, the road became more and more broken. Some of the paths were still muddy, and the smell of the air was gradually changing, with a stench if anything. The stench, like a mixture of various things moldy and smelling urine, was very pungent. Chen Sun was indifferent, smiling madly as if he had no perception of anything. On the contrary, Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong had long since been unable to hold back their frowns, secretly running their auras to block their noses. After some time, Chen Sun and the others finally arrived at the slums. As far as the eye can see, the whole slum feels dirty and broken. A tangle of worn and faded tents littered the site in bits and pieces, densely packed, and you can't see the edges at a glance. Quite a few people and children could also be seen walking among them, mostly without light in their eyes. The appearance of Chen Sun and the others attracted many curious gazes. You too, it's going to smell even worse in there. Why don't you just wait here? Rongfu looked at the Yin Jiexie duo and said. Ji Wucong immediately waved his hand. Boss Rong, it's fine. This flavor is for us too. It's not enough, and to be honest, it smells pretty good. On the side, Yin Jiexie glanced at Ji Wucong, who was talking nonsense with his eyes open, as if to say that since it was not enough to matter, then you disperse the aura between your noses. What the hell? Kinda. It smells good? Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu pursed their lips, glanced at Ji Wucong, and quickly averted their eyes again. I'd like to ask, what's wrong with your nose? Well, that's fine. The crowd then went in towards the slums. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu carefully surveyed the four directions, fearing that someone would scurry out to rob them, because this has happened before. But the good thing is, this time it's safe. Unbeknownst to me, there were people who coveted the period that, but all of them were glared at by a fierce look from Yin Jiexie and Ji Wucong, so they didn't dare to move, until the crowd had gone away. It was only then that three youths dressed in patched clothes, as thin as sparrows, stepped out of the shadows, disgruntled. Why didn't you do it just now? Those men had big bags in their hands, probably worth a lot of money. I can see the sizzling pies. Move your ass. Didn't you see the look in that old man's and that middle-aged man's eyes? How scary to be like a wolf. Forget it. I actually know that guy. He's the owner of Rongji's pig stall. He brings good food every year to help those kids, and is a good guy. And even without those two, I'm not really looking forward to robbing them. Hey, but it's hungry. Just then, Chen Sun folded back. The three youths were startled and instantly became alert, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Jie, Sun looked at the several people and stroked his chin in an inexplicable laugh. Seeing this scene, the three youths were slightly shocked and also saw that the visitor seemed to have a bad brain. Hey, what do you want? Let me tell you. The three of us aren't afraid of you alone. A youth pretended to be menacing. Little Shang is so scared of, said Sun, patting his chest in horror. The three youths were dumbfounded, and not wanting to bother more with the psychopath, they turned around and were about to leave. Hey, if you've got arms and legs, why don't you go get a job? At that moment, Sun shook his head and spoke. The trio's figures lurched, and after a moment of silence, they turned around to look at Sun. The youth in the center said in a deep voice, "We on this side of the slums are the lowest class of pariahs in Yen City. They are not allowed to appear outside in broad daylight, and if they are discovered, they will be imprisoned by the government for affecting the city's appearance. We'll have to wait until nightfall to go out and beg for food." So Sun was also lucky that he hadn't been discovered before when he hadn't yet gone to Rong Fu's house to pull the pigs. Otherwise it would probably be imprisoned as a slumdog as well. Oh no. I should say it's the luck of the Yancheng City Lord's mansion. It is good that Sun was hired by Rong Fu in time as a pig puller. Otherwise I am afraid that the Yen City Lord's house will be destroyed. Can we go now? Actually, we didn't really mean to rob you guys just now, the youth said. Jie. Sun suddenly reached out and pulled out a few silver coins from his pocket, handing them over and giggling. "This is the labor money for the hog pulling last month. You guys take it and buy good food." The trio stared blankly at the money handed over by the madman in front of them, gulped, reacting. The middle youth snatched it from Sun's hand. "Run!" The three men turned and ran. Sun smiled and didn't mind as he turned around and left. However, at that moment, the three fleeing youths gradually stopped, twisting his head out of concentration. He looked at Sun's departing back. The youth who had robbed the money hesitated, but ran back, leaving behind only a silver coin. Shoving a few other silver coins back into Sun's hands and shuddered. Little brother, we'll take some and that's enough. Keep the rest for yourself. Thank you. You're as good as Boss Rong. Jie. Sun smiled, stuffed the silver coins into his pocket and quickly ran away. The three youths watched as Sun gradually disappeared before they turned back to their senses and looked at the silver coin net. The heart is full of mixed feelings. Big brother, that crazy little brother should be pulling pigs at Boss Rong's house. Well, he's also earning hard-earned money, and his own mental health appears to be off the charts. We can't lose our conscience all the time. A silver coin, yet it's quite a lot. Thank him so much. Chapter 82, Nangong Yao and Duan Sunhai's Mines. Uncle Rong, you eat cake too. Uncle Rong, Auntie Sue, we missed you so much. Ha ha, Uncle Rong and your Aunt Sue miss you too. In a dilapidated tent, Mr. and Mrs. Wingfoot were surrounded by a group of scrawny children. I couldn't stop the smile on my face. Outside the tent, In Jie and Ji Wutsong stood there, watching the scene therein through the curtains, slightly out of breath. The two cold-blooded devil cultivators had an indescribable flavor in their hearts at the moment. For the first time in many years of monasticism, I had this experience. In Jie lamented. This Boss Rong, however, is a good person. Ji Wutsong nodded his head silently, even though he wouldn't do such a thing. But he's not going to judge someone else who does this kind of thing something bad either. In Jie stroked his beard. He laughed. I finally understand some previously in the North Xian. Senior Y ordered me not to injure a large number of mortals. Now I am the old man is to know that I'm afraid people like Boss Rong are not in the minority among mortals. Hey, what are you guys doing here? At that moment, Sun suddenly appeared behind In Jie and Ji Wutsong, startling the two of them for a moment, turning around and bowing in quick succession. Senpai. Sun glanced at the two men, and then beautifully headed for the smelly tent. Elder, it's dirty and smelly inside, Ji Wutsong hurriedly said, but Sun had already dug in. We're going in too, In Jedi immediately said. Ji Wutsong's face was bitter. Patriarch In, it's also too dirty and smelly in here. In Jie didn't have the good sense to say, you still care about this when the pig has carried it? And, can you still be more honorable than your predecessor? Don't force me to slap you if you scream again. At those words, Ji Wutsong's heart trembled and she had no choice but to follow In Jie into the tent as well. And in the tent, Sun had already mingled with the children. The children were a little afraid when they saw two more men come in, but after hearing Rong Fu's introduction, then he wasn't afraid of it. And then he pulled the clueless In Jie and Ji Wutsong to play around with them as well. Mr. and Mrs. Rong Fu were shocked and were about to dissuade them when Ji Wutsong gave the two of them a look that it was okay. And so it came to pass that the hallowed patriarchs of the heaven-swallowing demon sect and the great diffusion demon sect, then he played with these ghetto kids. At first, the In Jedi duo were a bit phobic, but playing around with feeling the purity of the children's hearts, smiles couldn't help but appear on their faces. If this scene was seen by the elder disciples of their clan, they would be dumbstruck. It feels like the sky is falling. Brother, eat the cake. A little girl passed the eaten pie to Chen Sun's mouth. Chen Sun giggled and didn't mind taking a bite. Ha 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 ha. When Yin Jiaqing and Ji Wuxang saw this scene, they looked at Chen Sun with increasingly complicated gazes while at the same time. And again, I hit the bottom of my heart in reverence. Elder, it really was different from any immortal cultivator they had ever seen before. Completely different. During this time, the Yin Jiexie duo learned from the mouths of Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu, the parents of these children, almost all of whom died in the aftermath of the monks' battle back then when he was stunned for a long time. The two of them could not help but look at each other in a difficult way. Previously at war between the righteous and devilish paths in Beixin, there are towns and cities where the people are affected. Is it not also making many children live this life of misery? Early the next morning, it was still light. Chen Sun then came out. The day of pulling hogs begins again. Greetings, sir. At this time, the Yin Jiexie duo wearing pink aprons had already come here to wait. This period of time together made the Yin Jiexie duo feel a lot of feelings inside. It also quietly changed its address to Chen Sun from senior to sir. Chen Sun also ignored them, pulled up the crate and rumbled away. The Yin Jiexie duo immediately caught up. Streets, Chen Sun's trio sprinted past, bringing up gusts of dust, causing many passers-by to curse their nerves. Meanwhile, on the side of the street in the restaurant, the tea in Nangong Yao's mouth spewed out, staring daggers at the distant backs of Chen Sun's trio. Mr. And the other two were actually Yin Jiexie and Ji Wuxang? Coincidentally, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai were also staying in the restaurant where the Yin Jiexie duo were staying, because this restaurant, in Yen City, is considered to be the most exclusive. Most cultivators choose to stay at this home. Patriarch Duan, I've seen you, sir. Nangong Yao transmitted a sentence before quickly blinking and disappearing, chasing after Chen Sun and their direction over. What? Duan Sanhai in the other room was startled and also disappeared in figure, flickering in the direction of Nangong Yao. He chased after him. Hog Park. Rumble. Chen Sun pulled the two pigs that were still awake and rushed out. The two of them, Yin Jiexie, were also carrying a pig full of confusion each. As usual, follow Chen Sun's footsteps closely. With that, the three disappeared down the road in a puff of smoke. A few moments later, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai came out from the bushes on the side. Foolishly, he looked at the direction in which Chen Sun's trio had left. Is this clan hallucinating? That one pulling the pig is an elder? The other two running around carrying pigs are Yin Jiexie and Ji Wuxang? Duan Sanhai swallowed hard and said in a hard voice, this feeling, like a particularly familiar person that, one day all of a sudden, he takes off his pants and squats down in front of you with his ass pointed at you and just starts pooping. Especially the pink apron gave Duan Sanhai and Nangong Yao a great sense of visual impact. It's just a matter of seniors. Everyone knows, more or less, that seniors play the world. Actions are often unconventional and out of the box. But what the hell are you Yin Jiexie and Ji Wuxang's mom? I know. Suddenly, Nangong Yao said. Duan Sanhai was astonished and waited for his next words. Nangong Yao said with certainty, previously, when I was in the sect, Nangong then and Yin Jiexie and the others followed Mr. to do the transformation into a tree dharma and gained the creation of a broken realm. Right now, Mr. is pulling a pig, so it must be a dharma door as well. Yin Jiexie and the others are naturally unwilling to miss out on this creation. There's actually this matter. Duan Sanhai exclaimed. No wonder Yin Jiexie was one step ahead of him and had broken through to the late stage of transformation of God. Now he finally knew. At this moment, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai glanced at each other and instantly had an idea in their hearts. With that, he hurriedly flashed towards the direction Chen Sun had left. Boss Rong, then we'll come back tomorrow. After the two of them excused themselves from Rong Fu's house, Yin Jiexie walked all the way in the direction of the restaurant. This time they've learned their lesson. And the first thing they do is take off their pink aprons and save yourself from being called a pervert again. Who? Get out. Suddenly, Yin Jiexie sensed something, inclined her head to look at a dark corner to the side, and drank. Ji Wuxang was also slightly shocked in his heart. Someone is following them? And he had not sensed it at first, so it seemed that the cultivator who had followed them. The realm is not to be underestimated. The air was silent for a moment. In the dark corner, Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai walked out with a smile, and the two of them arched their hands. Patriarch Yin, Patriarch Ji. The Yin Jiexie duo froze, their pupils contracting slightly. Nangong Yao, Duan Sanhai, is Nanten small? I can't even meet this mother asterisk. We all saw it. Nangong Yao faintly said. Yin Jiaqing frowned. See anything? Nangong Yao and Duan Sanhai looked at each other and said in unison. we're going to pull the pig too. Yin Jiexe and Ji Wutsong immediately turned slightly gloomy and cursed in their hearts. Damn, what two old foxes. It seems that they also saw the powerful spell of pulling a pig together. Ji Wutsong said coldly, "Humph, if you want to pull a pig, go ahead and do it. There are countless stalls selling pigs in Yin City. Can we still stop them?" Nangong Yao dryly coughed. "We also want to follow Mr. Pulling Pigs." Yin Jiexe was offended and whisked her sleeve. "We came to pull the pigs only after Mr. asked. If you want to pull a pig, go and ask a gentleman. What's the use of telling us? Ha, nuts." After saying that, Yin Jiexe and Ji Wutsong walked away with their chins raised in disdain. They didn't think Nangong Yao and Duan Sunhai could follow them to pull the pigs. After all, Boss Rong's family, really don't need any more of them. Nangong Yao and Duan Sunhai watched the two of them leave and skimmed their mouths. What's the big deal? With that, the two of them glanced at the Rongfu family and walked over quickly. In the small courtyard of the Rongfu family, Chen Sun was resting there eating breakfast. Mr. and Mrs. Wingfoot are handling pork. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mr. and Mrs. Rongfu glanced at each other suspiciously. Could it be that Yin Jiexe and Ji Wutsong had returned? Rongfu then wiped his hands and went up to open the door. But when he saw the person outside the door, he was stunned, because outside the door were two middle-aged men I hadn't seen before. And, most importantly, it looks like it's again of an extraordinary temperament, not the rich or noble kind. For some reason, Rongfu had an ominous premonition in his heart, and cautiously tried to ask, "You two aren't coming to pull a pig, are you?" Hiss. Nangong Yao and Duan Sunhai looked at each other in shock, then probed their heads and, cautiously, he looked towards Chen Sun who was eating in the courtyard. "Not bad for a gentleman. Looks like everything's under control." Duan Sunhai was immediately filled with solemnity. "Yes, we want to come to you to pull pigs." Nangong Yao also hurriedly said, Yes, as long as we can pull the pigs, we don't have to be paid for our food and lodging, and you don't have to pay us monthly, or even if we pay you." Rongfu froze. Su Yingying, who was handling the pork in the back, also walked away when she heard that. The killing knife almost cut his own hand. Even the talking points are almost identical.